Chapter 288. Susan, continue the Fire Brother 5. Let's place it in the corridor on the 5th floor. The dormitory door is barely wide enough to accommodate it. Chunin remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. The effort of lifting that machine gun had thoroughly exhausted him. Very well, let us set it in the corridor then. A chorus of voices rose again, akin to ants moving a mountain, as they gradually transported the machine gun into the ship's cabin. Yi Feng's face beamed with joy as he gently caressed the machine gun at the ship's stern. Feng, do you intend to hunt the exotic beasts with the machine gun? Susan inquired while redressing Yi Feng's wound, her gaze drifting towards the distant shore, over 20 kilometers away. Indeed, the bodies of these beasts contain crystal cores, which are akin to elixirs. If I can procure a few, you can have one. Su Yun 1, Chu Shui 1, Mei Zi 1, and Tuan 1, Yi Feng replied, tenderly stroking Susan's cheek. Susan's delicate face flushed as she nodded lightly. Subsequently, both Susan and Raimai Zi each took a shot. The power of the bullets was tremendous. Wherever they struck, they exploded, leaving a wound of a meter wide. If they hit a person, they would surely vaporize them on the spot. They spent an entire afternoon managing the 3 machine guns, and twilight was fast approaching. Notify the others to continue fishing. I am in good spirits today, and we shall celebrate with a bonfire party on the deck, Yi Feng declared with a smile. Rest assured, I will take care of the food. By the way, Brother Feng, are the points still valid? After all, over 100 new people just arrived. Shi Zhongliang questioned. In recent days, they had disregarded the point system. Let us discuss it tomorrow. Tonight, let everyone enjoy themselves. As long as everyone in the team fulfills their duties, there is no need to constrain them with points, Yi Feng replied. The point system was akin to currency. And where there is currency, corruption may arise. Yi Feng's small team could hardly withstand such corruption. That night, the bonfire party commenced on the deck, with Qiu Shui dancing fervently by the fire. Her enchanting movements stirred a frenzy among the male spectators, nearly overwhelming them with desire. Yi Feng felt a twinge of discomfort and turned his gaze toward the shore. At that moment, his expression shifted. He sensed a faint splashing sound near the bank. Something was swimming towards the warship. He remained silent, quietly moving to the stern and inserting a bullet into the side chamber of the machine gun. After waiting for a minute, Yi Feng glanced back into the water. Indeed, the creature was submerged, resurfacing for air every minute, an opportunity for him. In such frigid weather, any creature still active downstream could either be an exotic beast or a skilled member of the Gay tribe. With this thought, Yi Feng disengaged the safety. Suddenly, a figure burst from the water. Boom! A deafening blast abruptly ended the festivities on the deck, and everyone covered their ears. A vast expanse of red erupted from the water. Had it been reduced to pulp? Yi Feng casually tossed a torch into the river, and in the fleeting glow as it splashed down, he finally discerned the scene. A severed human arm floated in the water. These gay scoundrels were indeed relentless. Even in their famished state, they dared to come after him? Yi Feng was truly enraged, once more loading a bullet into the chamber. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the bow of the ship. It was Old Cheng. Yi Feng was taken aback, swiftly rotating the machine gun to aim at the source of the commotion. No, it was not just any threat. It was a monster. A horde of natives shouted in alarm, hastening towards the stern of the vessel. Suddenly, a golden figure descended from the sky, crashing onto the deck with a thunderous bang. Alas, one native, caught off guard, was crushed into a pulpy mess beneath this golden apparition. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and pulled the trigger. Bang! The ferocious bullet shot forth, but alas, it missed its mark, grazing the creature's golden mane. Nevertheless, the force of the wind caused several strands of its hair to be blown away. With a mighty roar, the vengeful king leaped into the air, landing with a resounding thud right before Yi Feng. Brother Feng, Tuba exclaimed in shock, charging forward with his spear. Thrust. The spear pierced the creature's back, yet failed to break the skin. Bang! Tuba was sent flying 20 meters away, crashing into the icy river. Tuba, to hell with you. Yi Feng hurled his dagger towards the creature's eyes, but the next moment, he felt a vice-like grip around his waist as the monster lifted him effortlessly. In that instant, he recognized the creature's visage. You are Rook? Before Yi Feng could finish, the creature's fingers tightened, making his waist squeak ominously, as if he were on the verge of being crushed. Quick, save Brother Feng. A throng rushed forward, arrows, spears, and daggers aimed at the creature's vulnerable spots. Unfortunately, its fur was as tough as steel, and its skin as impenetrable as iron. It stood there, impervious to their assault. Is this it? Am I, Yi Feng, destined to perish? He felt the wounds on his waist splitting open, blood dripping onto the deck. With a furious roar, a shadow broke free from its chains, lunging onto the creature's back. The tremendous impact prevented the monster from finishing Yi Feng. Little Liquor. Yi Feng gasped, astonished to see Little Liquor. Regrettably, before he could utter another word, Little Liquor was flung 5 meters away, crashing violently against the gun platform and collapsing on the deck, motionless. Yi Feng was unable to take a step as the grip around his waist tightened once more, the creature lifting him again. Boom. A resounding blast echoed as a bullet struck the creature's arm. In an instant, its arm disintegrated, half of it falling onto the deck. Bang! Another shot rang out. Yet the creature had already vanished, reappearing 5 meters away, leaning against the gun platform, gasping for breath. We cannot let it live. Susan, keep firing. It is the vengeful king. Buyur shouted from the center of the deck. However, as she spoke, the golden figure flickered. Then, Buyur was slashed at the waist. Blood spraying in all directions. Buyur! Frost shouted loudly, and quickly embraced the upper body of Baya. Boom! Yi Feng, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, wielded the machine gun. The golden-haired one reacted swiftly, hiding behind an obstacle. Yet, it proved futile, as the barrier was effortlessly shredded by the bullets, piercing straight through his abdomen. Roar! The golden-haired creature emitted a series of howls, its body darting into the water like an arrow with a splashing sound. Don't run. Yi Feng lowered the machine gun and fired 2 more shots into the water, but the golden figure had already vanished. He bore the agony and staggered towards Baya, who was left with only half of her body, blood continuously trickling from her mouth. My brother. I died at my brother's hands. Fenggu, Baya attempted to speak, but blood choked her throat. Chapter 289. Will it poison Baya? Baya, do not speak any longer, just sleep. When you drift into slumber, the pain will cease. Yi Feng gently laid her head upon his thigh, caressing her forehead tenderly. After half a minute, Baya's pupils slowly dilated, her entire being gradually quieting. Ugh! Frost could no longer contain herself and covered her mouth. The other women, witnessing this sight, also bore expressions of profound sorrow. Brother Yi, Little Licking Dog cannot hold on any longer. Ding Tuanchuan was gently stroking the little licking dog's nose. Yi Feng, dragging his severely injured body, approached and crouched before the little licking dog, which still bore a half-broken iron chain around its neck, a testament to its desperate struggle for freedom. Little Licking Dog. Yi Feng felt an overwhelming guilt as he gently stroked its nose, noticing that tears had welled in the bear-like eyes of the little licking dog. First snow, quickly save it. Just as Yi Feng uttered these words, darkness enveloped him. As he was on the verge of losing consciousness, he suddenly saw everyone retreating a few steps, yet Susan was desperately charging towards him, her mouth moving in a frantic chant, her expression grotesque. Boom! Sparks erupted as Yi Feng felt a tightening sensation throughout his body, as though something had seized him. In just a second, his entire form was flung forward. The biting cold wind rushed into his ears, and he felt as though he were soaring into the sky, ascending ever higher. Ah Feng! No, Ah Feng! Susan, her hair wild, raced to the stern of the ship, raising the machine gun high. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of bullets soared into the sky. Pain. A dull ache. A tearing sensation jolted Yi Feng awake. He struggled to open his eyes, gazing around in confusion. The frigid wind howled, surrounding him in a blanket of white, with snowflakes cascading from the heavens. Where am I? Yi Feng rasped, reaching out beside him to grasp a thick bone. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, his eyes widening in shock. Before him lay a depression spanning over 10 meters, the ground strewn with hay and an abundance of skeletons. There were remains of lions, elephants, deer, and buffalo. Most of the corpses had turned to white bones. Yet directly in front of him lay a half-ton tiger. The lower half of the tiger had already turned to bone, yet its upper body remained intact, with a massive dead head weakly staring at him. Coughing softly, Yi Feng leaned on a leg bone to rise and approached the edge of the hollow. At that moment, despair washed over him, for he found himself atop a solitary peak, at least 200 meters above the ground. Excessive blood loss had rendered his body severely dehydrated. Disregarding all else, Yi Feng stood before the tiger and tore off a piece of its flesh, hoping to thaw it with his saliva in a bid to regain some strength. However, after merely a minute, he spat it out. His body was too cold to thaw the meat. Damn it, it must be that gigantic bird. No, Yi Feng, cannot succumb to despair here. I must devise a way to descend to the foot of the mountain. After muttering this to himself, he grasped a handful of snow and began to chew. As the snow melted, it barely moistened his brain, granting him a modicum of clarity. The wind atop the high mountain howled fiercely, almost capable of lifting a small dog into the air. Yi Feng, refused to be consumed like mere prey. I would rather perish in the fall. With this thought, he stood and stretched his limbs, but as he performed a chest expansion exercise, pain compelled him to crouch down. He looked at his waist, where the wounds had nearly torn open entirely. Fortunately, they had been frozen, or else he would not have awakened after such blood loss. My fate is mine to control, not dictated by heaven. Repeating this mantra softly, Yi Feng summoned his inner strength and crawled to the edge of the solitary peak, gripping the sharp rocks as he gradually maneuvered his body downward. However, the slope was too steep, though it did not reach a right angle. It was entirely covered in snow, and with bare feet, he risked slipping into the abyss with a moment's inattention. This spot was unfeasible. Yi Feng shifted to another side, carefully sliding down, quickly descending 5 meters. Whenever he needed to slide rapidly, he would lay his entire body against the cliff to use friction to slow his descent. This tactic proved effective, and he managed to slide another 20 meters down. Yet, this was merely the first step of a long journey. The path below was even steeper, with a segment resembling an upside-down slope. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air, nearly deafening Yi Feng. His expression changed as he looked up. A gigantic bird was soaring from afar, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire solitary peak. Has it returned? Gritting his teeth, Yi Feng released his grip on the rock and let his body roll downwards like a ball towards the 200 meters below. He calculated that the thick layer of snow below would cushion his fall, and despite the height, his resilient physique might afford him a sliver of hope. Moreover, once buried in the snow, he could dig a tunnel to escape. Yet reality proved harsh. In less than 20 meters of descent, his body was gripped tightly by an iron claw. 1 minute later, Yi Feng was thrown back into the lair of the giant bird. I shall confront you, he declared, picking up a broken bone and charging at the colossal creature. With a mere flap of its wings, the giant bird unleashed a tempest that sent him staggering, ultimately collapsing to the ground. As his body tightened in pain, the bird's foot pressed down upon him, making him feel as though he would be crushed under its weight. Blood, thick and viscous, erupted from his mouth as he gasped in agony. The giant bird arched its back, extending its massive head toward Yi Feng. With a swift tilt of its neck, its curved beak snapped down, tearing a chunk of flesh from his waist. It then lifted its head skyward, the morsel disappearing into its gullet. While Yi Feng was acutely aware of the loss, he felt no pain, only an emptiness where a part of him once resided. The giant bird poised itself again, aiming for his waist. Just then, a piercing shriek echoed from deep within the mountains, a sound so jarring that it startled the bird. It straightened up, gazing northward, and with a powerful thrust of its talons, it launched itself into the sky, seemingly summoned by a more pressing matter. In his desolation, Yi Feng felt utterly powerless, his waist devoid of strength. He could only slump as he stood, fashioning 2 bones into a makeshift brace to support himself upright. Even at the brink of death, he clung to the hope of survival, scouring the ground for any usable weapons. What is this? Sulfur stone? Kneeling, he grasped a piece of rock, contemplating whether feeding it to the giant bird might prove fatal. However, the odds of success were slim, and he needed additional tools. Chapter 290. Unable to move with a sputter, Yi Feng coughed up blood, his vitality swiftly waning. This plan was futile. Getting the sulfur stone into its mouth was impossible. This was likely a volcanic crater, the bird having claimed it as its nest. If only he could grind the sulfur into powder, combining it with charcoal and saltpeter. He could create explosives, but time was not on his side. With determination, Yi Feng leaned heavily against the rock's edge, preparing for another attempt. His right hand was useless, relying solely on his left. However, as he positioned his foot at the crater's rim, a sudden spasm seized his body, a natural reaction to blood loss. With the convulsion, his left hand faltered, and he plummeted like a cannonball from nearly 300 meters above. The frigid wind rushed into his nostrils and mouth, nearly suffocating him. In less than 3 seconds, he crashed into the snow, the impact causing him to expel a mouthful of blood, leaving a stark crimson stain against the pristine white. Yi Feng felt himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, but the icy water seeping down his neck jolted him back to awareness. Now was the time. He dug fiercely into the snow, intent on excavating a labyrinthine tunnel before the giant bird returned. If it were to discover him, with its immense size, it could effortlessly unearth him with a mere swipe. However, just after advancing 2 meters, a sudden sound echoed above him. A black claw descended from above, precisely gripping the nape of his neck. In that instant, he felt as though he were on the verge of asphyxiation. With a forceful tug, the claw yanked Feng out of the snow. This did not resemble the work of the highland tribes, nor did it appear to be that of the savages from the Black Tree River Basin. A woman's voice resonated. Struggling, Feng grasped the claw with his left hand and managed to raise his eyes. Before him stood 3 women with alabaster skin, each towering over 170 centimeters. They were draped in white animal skins on their upper bodies, while their lower halves were clad in short leather pants, revealing 6 smooth, elongated legs in the frigid air. Regardless, the high priest required numbers. Although this individual was on the brink of death, he was still moving. One of the women declared, retrieving a bundle of ropes from behind and binding Feng like a rice dumpling. Was she a high priest of the Gay tribe? Feng attempted to speak, yet no sound emerged, only the futile movement of his lips. The 3 women wasted no time, using a long spear to pierce through the ropes, lifting him up and proceeding in a specific direction. All Feng could see ahead was an endless expanse of mountains. The location from which he had fallen was not at the foot of the mountain, but rather a vast stretch of flatland halfway up. The highlands melded into a singular entity, with both the peaks and mid-slopes blanketed in snow, while numerous rivers meandered at the foot. The rivers twisted like colossal pythons, extending deep into the mountain range. Moreover, near the rivers, there were ample grasslands and small patches of forest from which the melodious calls of various birds emanated. The summit and the foothills seemed to belong to 2 disparate worlds, the former bitterly cold, while the latter was as warm as spring. After casting a final glance, Feng succumbed to unconsciousness. In the north of the Great Marsh, Susan stood at the bow of the ship, the warship racing at full speed towards the mountains to the north, while the main river channel diverged into 3 segments, becoming increasingly narrow, with the eastern and western banks nearly merging. Susan, are we truly navigating the warship into the mountains? I am uncertain if the water levels there can support the vessel. Cheng Li Bean advised from beside her. He bore a missing ear and a blinded eye, a consequence of that fateful night at the hands of the vengeful king. I witnessed Feng being taken to the north. We must retrieve him, for he must feel utterly helpless alone, Susan declared, her gaze resolute upon the distant mountains. Very well, but there are 3 waterways ahead. Which one shall we take? Cheng Li Bean inquired. Susan looked ahead once more. The distinction between the main and tributary streams had blurred, presenting a confluence of 3 small tributaries that formed the entirety of the Black Tree River Basin. Concurrently, the currents surged with great ferocity, occasionally leaping fish breaking the surface. Let us take the middle river, Susan pointed decisively. However, the middle river is not as wide as the left one. Currently, it may accommodate the warship, but as we ascend, the river narrows, making it difficult to turn around. It would be wiser to navigate the broader channel on the left, Cheng Li Bean suggested. This time, Susan did not respond immediately to Cheng Li Bean's words. Instead, she raised her head toward the sky and slowly closed her eyes. 5 seconds later, Susan, with her eyes closed, declared, I can hear him. I hear Feng's anguished cries. I can feel his presence. And then she proceeded forward. After uttering these words, Susan opened her eyes. 2 months of cohabitation had instilled in her a profound belief in her intuition, especially since her instincts had intensified following Feng's perilous encounters. Some phenomena elude scientific explanation. Very well, Cheng Li Bean nodded, adjusting the helm, as the underwater propeller was aligned and set into motion. The warship surged upstream, piercing straight into the mountains. The foreigner appeared to be weeping. By the river amidst the mountains, lush grass flourished, and Feng lay upon the verdant ground, while 3 women shed their animal skins and leapt into the river for a swim. One of the women, after her bath, approached Feng directly, completely unclothed. How could Feng refrain from crying? Pain coursed through his waist, and his vitality swiftly ebbed away. He was also deeply concerned about the fate of those aboard the warship. Would they fall victim to the high priestess's wrath in his absence? Even at the brink of death, Feng's mind was burdened, perhaps a result of ingrained thought patterns. The woman squatted before Feng, facing him directly. She extended 2 pristine fingers to wipe away the tears from his face. The other 2 women approached as well, donning their garments as they walked. Clearly, in their eyes, Yi Feng was nothing more than an animal, devoid of any sense of shame. "Xuena, this foreigner is rather handsome. Why don't we have a go at him first?" At this moment, a more alluring woman spoke up. She possessed elongated, fox-like eyes that conveyed a sense of cunning intent. The other woman nodded in agreement. "Indeed. The appearance of this foreigner is quite exquisite. We could experiment with a foreign man." However, the woman named Xuena hesitated. "The high priestess has decreed that offerings must not have been used within a month. If we partake in him, can we still present him for our purposes?" "It's fine. We can cleanse him afterwards. The high priestess is not a true deity. She surely won't notice," replied the alluring woman. "But he is gravely injured. Can he still perform?" "Fear not. I have fire silkworms," one of the women said as she approached, adorned with numerous pouches made of animal skins at her waist. She opened one pouch, revealing a crimson worm within. Yi Feng, though barely clinging to consciousness, found himself unable to move. Chapter 291. "You 3, leave. I shall tend to him personally." "You 3 wretched women. Even in my current state, you still wish to take turns with me? At least let me have a sip of warm water." Yi Feng was in a state of desperation, fully aware of his injuries. If these 3 women truly acted as they intended, he surmised he would not survive the ordeal. The red worm swiftly burrowed into Yi Feng's wound. Moments later, a warmth began to radiate from his waist, quickly spreading throughout his body. An embarrassing situation arose. Though he was still in excruciating pain, his trousers became noticeably disheveled. "Allow me to go first," declared the alluring woman, proceeding without hesitation. In the next moment, Yi Feng felt a chilling sensation, as if he had entered an entirely new realm. However, he was not in the mood to savor this experience. For once his remaining energy was depleted, he would truly have no chance of resurgence. He was well aware of the difference between fleeting pleasure and enduring satisfaction. Yet, in order to fully recover from his injuries, he had to resort to extreme measures. Gazing at the swaying figure of the woman before him, Yi Feng summoned his dwindling strength, concentrating it in his left hand. He needed to swiftly extract the weapon from her waist and then use it to sever her throat, allowing her blood to cascade upon his skin, subsequently employing his vampiric technique to rapidly restore a portion of his vitality. Yi Feng had assessed the physical condition of the women earlier, determining their capabilities to be on par with that of ordinary warriors from the Gay tribe. If he could regain even a fraction of his former strength, dispatching the 3 of them would be a trivial task. Just then, as he pondered his situation, a sudden warmth enveloped his chest. Alarmed, he looked up to see an arrow protruding from the woman's chest, her blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering Yi Feng's face. The crimson liquid was quickly absorbed by his skin. This was dire. They were traitors from the Highland tribe. The other 2 women gasped in horror and simultaneously grasped their spears, but it was too late. Footsteps echoed as 7 or 8 men and women surrounded them. These wretched lackeys of the Snow Mountain tribe. "Kill them. Leave no one alive," commanded the leading man, and his kin charged forward. Soon, blood was spilled, and the remaining 2 women had their heads severed. The towering man approached Yi Feng, his curved blade poised to strike. "No." Yi Feng raised his left hand to shield his head. A sickening thud echoed as the head of the Snow Mountain woman fell, severed from her body. Yi Feng, terrified, had thought he was the next target. "Bring the head back to our tribe," the tall man ordered. "Brother, which tribe does this man belong to? Why does he not resemble those from our region?" A petite yet spirited girl approached, playfully tapping Yi Feng's face with her curved blade. "Please, do not kill me. I hail from the Black Tree River Basin and admire your Highland tribe. I wish to join you." Yi Feng realized that after consuming the woman's blood, he could speak once more. However, the decapitated body still clung to him, creating an awkward scenario. "Brother, it seems our resistance against the Yunshan tribe has reached even those in the forest. Why not welcome him into our fold?" the girl exclaimed, her face beaming with pride. The decision to oppose the Yunshan tribe was one made by their entire clan. The tall man regarded Yi Feng thoughtfully, then yanked the headless body away, causing Yi Feng to wince in pain. His eyes betrayed a lie. Nonetheless, Yi Feng was a quarry of the Yunshan women, thus he was considered a half-friend. The tall man pondered deeply. This time, the High Mountain tribe's rebellion against the Yunshan tribe marks a pivotal moment within their community. Should their insurrection prove successful, They shall no longer be compelled to provide young men and women to the Yunshan tribe annually. Within 30 years, their numbers will gradually rival those of the Yunshan tribe, thereby granting them the means to resist. Ah Gu, take him back. He is quite handsome. Our high mountain tribe has suffered considerable losses in this battle, and I wish to bear children with him to replenish our population, a young woman candidly expressed. Yi Feng observed that these indigenous women exhibited a rather forthright attitude towards intimacy, devoid of any semblance of shyness. However, the grievous injury on this man's waist raised concerns about his survival, as a tall man remarked. Indeed, his words seemed to deliver a death sentence for Yi Feng. The indigenous people were undeniably pragmatic. If Yi Feng had been in good health, he might have held some value for them, but in his current state, he was on the brink of death, rendering the cost of rescue exorbitant. We have many people in our tribe, both men and women. If you save me, once I recover, I will bring my entire clan to join you in the high mountain tribe, Yi Feng hastily asserted, recognizing the necessity of proving his worth. Seeing his desperation, the tall man crouched down and pressed a piece of animal hide against Yi Feng's waist. How many people are in your tribe? He inquired. 2,000, Yi Feng stammered. Initially intending to claim 200, but fearing that such a modest number would not impress the high mountain tribe. Thus, he multiplied it tenfold. Ah Gu, they have 2,000 people, which is roughly equivalent to our current population. I believe it is feasible, the girl pleaded again, clearly taken with Yi Feng. Very well. Let us carry him back to our new settlement, the tall man declared. Following his command, two indigenous individuals approached. They placed two long spears beneath Yi Feng and bound him with ropes, creating a rudimentary stretcher. Yi Feng exhaled a sigh of relief and closed his eyes to recuperate. Uncertain of the duration of their journey, Yi Feng eventually opened his eyes again. What on earth? Just moments ago, I was at the foot of the mountain, and now these fellows have carried me back up to the highlands? He exclaimed, feeling the biting cold. His injuries were severe, necessitating a warm environment. Yet these high mountain tribesmen had ascended to the mountainside once more. Having traversed two peaks, they arrived at a region abundant with pine trees, their treetops blanketed in thick snow. At that moment, two figures emerged from the forest, resembling snowmen draped in white animal skins, nearly blending into the landscape. Duo Gong. Who is this person? Someone inquired of the tall man, whose name was revealed to be Duo Gong, a rather peculiar name. He hails from the Black Tree River Basin. If we save him, he will bring his 2,000 tribesmen to us, a girl responded. Such a multitude of tribesmen? Could he be from the Gay tribe of the Black Tree River Basin? Yet, that cannot be. The Gay people are notably tall. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng felt a jolt of alarm. Was his secret about to be exposed? Do not concern yourself with such details. If he cannot bring 2,000 tribesmen, we shall simply eliminate him, Duo Gong stated, commanding those behind him to carry Yi Feng into the pine forest. Upon reaching the edge of the woods, they encountered a vast cliff, where numerous caves had been hewn into the rock face, each entrance occupied by an indigenous person. The two bearers brought Yi Feng into one of the caves. The floor was adorned with animal hides, beneath which lay a bed of hay, accompanied by a table bearing several pieces of roasted meat. You all may leave. I shall tend to him personally. Chapter 292, Hiding in the Cave to Survive. Upon finishing her statement, the girl ushered the others out and lowered the curtain of the cave. This curtain, crafted from white animal hide, shrouded the cave in invisibility. Only upon closer inspection could one discern its presence. A lamp flickered within, seemingly fueled by animal fat, a clear advancement compared to the Ga tribe's lighting. The girl gently rested Yi Feng's head upon her straight thigh, offering him a sip of water and morsels of food. Surprisingly, he did not regurgitate. Though his injuries were graver than before, his stomach remained calm. Was it the complete digestion of the crystal elixir that aided him? After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Yi Feng weakly closed his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. He expected the girl to seek rest in another cave, yet she chose to lie beside him, draping a leg over his thigh. The temperature at the mountainside was frigid, and even in his dreams, Yi Feng could hear the howling cold winds outside. Yet the cave remained remarkably warm. Even with only a single oil lamp, the confined space maintained a comforting 7 to 8 degrees, and with the animal hide quilt, Yi Feng found it cozier than aboard his warship. It appeared that the mountain tribe possessed their own winter survival techniques. Awakening the following day, Yi Feng was met with the girl offering him water once more. She then lifted the curtain and ventured into the snow. kicking aside the accumulation to retrieve a piece of frozen animal leg. This was the mountain tribe's method of preserving winter provisions, utilizing the snow to freeze the meat. To Yi Feng's astonishment, she sliced the meat raw, chewed it in her mouth, and then transferred it to his. "No," he exclaimed, but before he could protest further, he found himself savoring the sweet-tasting morsel, which surprisingly was not unpleasant. It bore a hint of fruity aroma, mingling with the sweet essence of the girl. After consuming several pieces of frozen meat, Yi Feng felt warmth spreading through his body. Did the mountain tribe possess their own methods of nourishment? "Thank you. I am Yi Feng. Please tell me your name. I shall repay you." With great effort, Yi Feng extended his left hand, grasping her delicate fingers. "I am Qing Shui. Once you recover, would you consider bearing children with me to increase the population of the mountain tribe?" Qing Shui gazed at Yi Feng with her expressive eyes, causing even this self-proclaimed rogue to blush. How extraordinarily direct she was. "Certainly." Yi Feng nodded, fearing that refusal might invite peril upon himself. "Wonderful. I shall fetch you more water." After saying this, Qing Shui poured him a bowl of water, crafted from bamboo and showing a thick patina, suggesting it had been in use for decades, likely a family heirloom. Yi Feng closed his eyes as he drank. Once again, he fell into a deep sleep. In truth, the quickest method for recovery might have been to sacrifice Qing Shui, using her blood to rejuvenate himself. Yet, Yi Feng was a human, not a beast. Such an act was utterly beyond his consideration. Nevertheless, he knew that Susan and the others were likely still worried about him. In the days that followed, Yi Feng was diligently cared for by He Qingxue, who provided nourishment that invigorated his body. One morning, Yi Feng discovered that he could move his right hand, albeit with limited motion to avoid aggravating his waist injury. "Your wound is healing quickly. I shall take you to the pine forest for some gentle exercise, which will expedite your recovery. However, refrain from speaking loudly, for there are still many lackeys of the Cloud Mountain tribe searching for us outside the forest," He Qingxue said, supporting Yi Feng's arm. "Rest assured, I shall not." Yi Feng nodded as He Qingxue assisted him out of the cave. After days of confinement, his limbs felt almost atrophied, and a breath of fresh air was indeed welcome. As they stepped outside, a frigid wind assaulted him, nearly stealing his breath away. "Goodness! Is it not 10 degrees below zero?" he gasped, realizing that winter had arrived in an instant. He Qingxue, acknowledging the chill, draped a beast skin over Yi Feng's shoulders. The two trudged through the snow-laden pine forest, occasionally spotting snowmen behind the trees, patrolling members of the Cloud Mountain tribe. "Qingxue, do not stray from the forest. A group of Cloud Mountain tribesmen passed by yesterday, but thankfully, they did not discover our new settlement," cautioned a native. Yi Feng observed that this native bore extensive tattoos on his chin, his gaze sharp and vigilant. He had encountered other highland tribesmen, noting that many bore tattoos on their chins and chests. The older they were, the more lethal their aura, and consequently, the more tattoos they adorned, while the younger ones lacked any markings. "Qingxue, what do the tattoos on their chins signify?" Yi Feng inquired. "The more tattoos one has, the more enemies they have slain. According to the customs of our Cloud Mist Mountain, each time a warrior defeats a formidable foe, they inscribe a totem of honor upon their body," He Qingxue elucidated. "I see. But why not tattoo the chest or back? Wouldn't having them on the chin affect one's appearance?" Yi Feng probed further. However, He Qingxue regarded him with a peculiar expression, unsure of how to articulate her response. In truth, warriors favored the most conspicuous locations for their tattoos, as it swiftly attracted the attention of women. If inscribed beneath clothing, who would ever notice? Suddenly, a look of alarm crossed Qingxue's face as she forcefully pressed Yi Feng's head downward, attempting to conceal him in the snow. 3 colossal white goats approached, each bearing a knight adorned in primitive yet striking armor reminiscent of a blend between the Stone Age and the era of the 3 kingdoms. In her attempt to push him down, she realized that Yi Feng had become quite solid during his convalescence, his blood scales having revived. Despite her effort, Yi Feng remained steadfast. He quickly took advantage of the situation, lying flat on the ground and using the white beast skin to blend into the snow. Behind them, the patrolling highland tribesmen also lay prone, almost merging with the snowy landscape. The 3 white goats soon entered the confines of the pine forest. Yi Feng tilted his gaze upward, scrutinizing the armor of the knights. They were clad in heavy armor, the hue of which was a deep brown, likely a result of blood that had long since congealed without being cleaned. In their hands, they wielded formidable iron weapons, and at their waists hung elongated sabers. The three riders halted before a grove of pines, and the foremost knight raised the visor of his helm, revealing a weathered face adorned with a thick beard. "Let us rest here for a moment. Tomorrow we shall venture into the great swamp to locate the hiding place of the Highland tribe," the bearded man declared. The other two knights followed suit, lifting their visors to reveal youthful yet fierce visages. Feng swallowed hard, lying flat against the ground, scarcely daring to move. If his guess was correct, these were indeed members of the Yunshan tribe, their equipment far superior to that of the Highlanders by a millennium. It was no wonder the Highlanders had been driven from their homes, forced to retreat into caves to survive. However, when compared to the armaments of the Germans, the Yunshan tribe still fell significantly short. Thud, thud, thud. The three figures dismounted from their goats, their leather boots sinking into a foot of accumulated snow. One began to clear the snow from the ground while the bearded man produced a flint. The last of the trio, however, approached Feng's position, picking up dry twigs with each few steps. "This cannot end well. He won't step on us, will he?" Feng's face paled. Turning to look, he saw Qingshua's complexion had also turned ashen, her petite form trembling slightly. The knight drew ever closer, soon only 20 meters away from Feng. With just a little more distance, even if Feng and Qingxue hid perfectly, the rider would easily see through their disguise. "Qingxue, perhaps we should just let your kin eliminate them?" Feng whispered. "Absolutely not." Qingxue firmly pressed her hand on Feng's shoulder, fearing he might act impulsively. "They possess skyfire cannons made from sulfur stones. Unless we can eliminate all three in one fell swoop, any one of them could fire a skyfire cannon into the air, exposing our location." Upon hearing Qingshua's words, Feng's heart sank. Was that not akin to a penetrating arrow? It appeared the Yunshan tribe had reached a level of sophistication comparable to that of the Tang dynasty, even developing fireworks. "What kind of goats are they riding? They seem extraordinarily large," Feng inquired further. "Silence," Qingxue interjected, covering Feng's mouth. At that moment, the knight was merely a few meters away. After collecting a few more twigs, he abruptly turned and began to stride outward. Qingxue exhaled a sigh of relief, releasing her grip on Feng's mouth. Yet, Feng squinted. He noticed the knight's hurried departure. "This is bad. Hand me the spear." Feng seized Qingshua's spear and hurled it with great force at the knight's back. In that instant, the knight had discarded the twigs and drawn a long bamboo tube from his waist, preparing to aim skyward. Thud! Boom! The spear pierced the knight's back. And at the same moment, the bamboo tube discharged a burst of sparks toward the distance. In his haste, he had not aimed the sparks skyward, but rather at his own companions. Boom! One of the knights was taken by surprise and was violently hurled 5 meters away. Collapsing to the ground, drenched in blood, the bearded man suddenly sprang to his feet, swiftly drawing a bamboo tube from his waist. Whoosh! In the snowy expanse, a dozen snowmen charged forth with remarkable speed. One individual knocked an arrow and lodged the bamboo tube into a pine tree. "Quickly, capture him alive." The warriors of the Highland tribe surged forward, one by one, swiftly swelling their ranks to over 100. Barefoot, they raced across the snow, their movements both steady and rapid. Seeing this, the bearded man dashed towards the three goats, but his armor was too cumbersome. In a matter of moments, he found himself encircled by a dozen Highland warriors. This was a living member of the Cloud Mountain tribe. A Highland warrior, his chin adorned with tattoos, pushed through the throng, his eyes gleaming as he regarded the bearded man. The bearded man remained silent, pulling down his mask and raising his heavy gun. Feng and Qingxue positioned themselves outside the encirclement, their gaze fixed intently on the Cloud Mountain knight. "A lower race, and yet you dare to settle here," the bearded man growled. "Enough with the chatter, let us attack together." The Highlanders charged in unison. Feng thought that a dozen against one would be an easy victory. However, to his astonishment, the Cloud Mountain knight fought valiantly, slaying 3 Highland warriors in quick succession before dispatching 2 more with his curved blade. Ultimately, he was overwhelmed and pinned to the ground by a throng of Highlanders, bound with ropes. "Take him back, clean the blood from the ground, bury the bodies properly, and ensure our disguise is intact." A figure resembling a minor chief emerged, his chin marked with an abundance of tattoos, nearly extending to his face, rendering him grotesque. Yet, Feng observed that several Highland women gazed at him with admiration. Thud! 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 3 arrows flew, taking down 3 massive goats, which were swiftly dragged into the pine forest. Feng and Qingxue stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for action. The minor chief approached, a grave expression on his face as he looked at Yi Feng. Come. He placed a hand on Yi Feng's shoulder, guiding him towards a nearby cave. Amma. This man has slain a knight of the Cloud Mountain tribe. He is worthy of having a totem tattooed upon his face, the minor chief stated. Amma, an elderly woman, was inside the cave, assisting a young man in getting a tattoo. At the words, she lifted her head and stared blankly at Yi Feng. Yi Feng's expression changed. Getting a tattoo on his face would mean disfigurement, something he would never accept. Esteemed chief, I merely ambushed him. It does not count as a direct kill. So surely I need not be tattooed? Yi Feng protested vehemently. The minor chief turned to him, disappointment etched across his face. Foreigner, do you wish to preserve that pretty face of yours? We Highlanders do not seek beauty. We crave slaughter and glory. Can a handsome face protect your kin? His words left Yi Feng speechless. Indeed, when in Rome, one must adapt to local customs. He could no longer cling to the notions of a civilized person. With a resolute nod, he stepped forward bravely. Very well, I accept your totem. However, might it be inscribed upon my posterior? For that is the only part of me unscathed, Li Feng remarked. 3 hours later, he emerged from the cave, gingerly touching his rear. A bird tattoo adorned his backside. Its craftsmanship rather crude, yet inexplicably, Li Feng felt it possessed a vitality surpassing that of the colorful designs found in civilized society, as if a real bird resided upon him. Upon returning to the cave, Qing Shui continued to share the bed with Li Feng, living together as if they were a married couple. Yet, Li Feng found himself devoid of energy for anything else. His priority was to heal swiftly and return to the warship. He had noticed earlier that at the foot of the mountain lay a broad river, approximately 2 kilometers wide, through which the warship could easily navigate into the misty mountain range. Armed with the 2 machine guns aboard the ship, what could the Cloud Mountain tribe possibly do? Even with their armor, against the onslaught of modern artillery, their defenses would be shattered. Moreover, even if they proved formidable, he could unleash the full power of the warship's engines, effortlessly outmaneuvering the enemy, its mobility far exceeding that of the Cloud Mountain people. As he pondered this, Li Feng's gaze fell upon a stone upon the table. This object was sulfur, which had been ingeniously transformed into fireworks by the Cloud Mountain tribe. If he were to extract more sulfur and convert it into fuel for the warship, could it not enable the vessel to achieve a speed of 10 knots per hour? Furthermore, although bullets are indeed non-renewable resources, he could utilize this sulfur in conjunction with charcoal and urine nitrate to fabricate the most primitive form of black powder. Chapter 294. Relentless pursuit with black powder in hand. The warship's cannons could once again unleash their destructive potential. While they may not rival the munitions crafted by the Germans, they would certainly be centuries ahead of the Cloud Mountain tribe. Just then, the cave curtain was lifted, and Duo Gong entered, carrying a leg of lamb. Li Feng, this leg of lamb is yours, he declared, placing the roasted meat down before hastily departing. Qing Shui, elated, quickly took a knife to carve the meat, feeding it piece by piece into Li Feng's mouth. Accustomed to the exquisite cuisine of Shizhengliang, Li Feng found this lamb difficult to swallow, though unpalatable. It was indeed a natural sustenance. To hasten his recovery, he forced himself to consume it in large bites. Yet, strangely, the more lamb he ate, the more discomfort he felt in his wounds. Qing Shui, you may have the remaining lamb. I am quite full. By the way, does your tribe have beast fighters? Li Feng inquired, having heard that such warriors typically ventured north towards the Great Marsh, suggesting the High Mountain tribe might possess them. Are you referring to warriors capable of battling exotic beasts? Our tribe does not have such fighters. Only the Cloud Mountain tribe possesses them, and in great numbers. The great beast masters among them are the most formidable, followed closely by their chieftain and high priest, Qing Shui replied candidly. Oh, were those 3 knights earlier beast fighters? Li Feng pressed further. Certainly not. If they were, it would likely take 10 of our chieftains to capture one alive, Qing Shui continued. Throughout the night, Li Feng persistently inquired about the Cloud Mountain tribe and the legendary fire cannon they wielded. Time once again ebbed away at the foot of the pine-clad mountains, where a colossal warship advanced at a painstakingly slow pace. Here, the river narrowed, and the riverbed was strewn with rocks, compelling the vessel to maintain a cautious speed to avoid grounding. More critically, Susan and her companions were running low on charcoal. Sister Susan, there are still some trees along the shore. Why don't we make charcoal here? Suggested Ramiko. Indeed. Let us anchor the ship and paddle our canoe to the bank. Everyone must act swiftly, Susan replied, her gaze suddenly drawn to the pine forest halfway up the slope. For reasons unknown, she felt as if something within the woods was beckoning her. The temperature dropped once more, and Susan's leadership skills paled in comparison to those of Feng. The charcoal was nearly consumed, leaving the dormitories devoid of warmth at night, forcing 5 or 6 individuals to huddle together for warmth, their days marked by hardship. Additionally, food supplies dwindled, compelling Susan to prioritize the needs of the first tier, while others were relegated to just 2 meals a day, which were scarcely sufficient. Thus, the newly subdued indigenous people aboard the warship gradually began to express discontent towards Susan, reminiscing about the days when Feng was alive. Why was this so? They believed Feng was no longer among them. Observing the steady flow of individuals disembarking from the ship, Susan returned to the stern, inserting a long chain into the machine gun, aiming it towards the shore in anticipation of any unforeseen circumstances. After all, in this unfamiliar mountainous terrain, should any strange beasts lurk within the woods, she would need to fire at once, perhaps even procure some exotic meat for the group. As time slowly passed, 3 days had swiftly gone by. The Highland tribe typically remained in their caves for days at a time during the cold weather, emerging only when absolutely necessary. During these 3 days, Feng had come to understand the enmity between the Cloud Mountain tribe and the Highland tribe. It turned out that the Cloud Mountain tribe was the sovereign of the Cloud Mist Mountains, ruling over 7 major tribes and a dozen minor ones. Each year, the Cloud Mountain tribe would devise ways to eliminate the strongest warriors from the various tribes, preventing these smaller factions from gaining the strength to resist. They also selected the most beautiful and healthy women from each tribe annually to serve the elite of the Cloud Mountain tribe. This was no different from the practices of the Gay tribe. Whenever a formidable warrior emerged from a tribe, he would be taken away under the pretense of receiving greater honor in the Cloud Mountain tribe, but in reality, he was quietly executed. The Highland tribe rebelled because one of their own strong warriors, who had ventured to the Cloud Mountain tribe, uncovered their sinister plot and narrowly escaped back to his people. Inciting a rebellion, the Cloud Mountain tribe sought not only to control the powerful among their subordinate tribes, but also to regulate their population. Thus, every year, they demanded that these subordinate tribes offer tribute in the form of beautiful women and an abundance of food. When winter approached and food storage became imperative, the Cloud Mountain tribe would employ various pretexts to compel tribute. Failure to comply would result in the slaughter of the tribe's able-bodied members, purportedly as sacrifices to appease the gods and quell their wrath. The various abhorrent methods employed have incited righteous indignation within Yi, whose very leaves seem to tremble with fury. Indeed, among the so-called superior races, there exists not a single virtuous being. In their relentless pursuit to maintain dominion, they resort to every conceivable tactic. Qing Shui, why do you not unite all the tribes to confront the Yunshan clan? Did you not claim that the combined might of your 7 tribes, along with the other smaller clans, vastly outnumbers the Yunshan clan by tenfold? Feng countered. Well, it appears that our lack of unity is the crux of the matter. The Yunshan clan has stratified us into a hierarchy of tribes. The first-tier tribes offer the least in annual tribute, while we, as a 4th-tier tribe, are burdened with tributes 4 times greater than those of the first tier. Yet, we are not the lowest. There exists a 7th-tier tribe beneath us. I once heard wise elders speak of the Greenwater tribe, which boasted a population of 10,000 30 years ago. For reasons unknown, they fell to the status of a 7th-tier tribe, and consequently, they have struggled to stockpile enough provisions for winter, leading to a drastic decline in their numbers. A decade ago, barely 100 remained, rendering them scarcely more than nomads, Qing Shui recounted earnestly. Upon hearing this, Feng comprehended the depths of the Yunshan clan's machinations. Fearing an overabundance of the Greenwater tribe's populace, which might threaten their sovereignty, they relegated them to a 7th-tier status, imposing tributes 7 times that of the first tier. Are you suggesting that the 1st and 2nd-tier tribes would collude with the Yunshan clan in their tyranny? Feng inquired. Indeed. Do you remember the 3 women they captured? They hail from the Shueshan tribe, currently a 2nd-tier clan. The Yunshan clan has promised the chieftain of the Shueshan tribe that should they slay 500 of our kin, they shall ascend to 1st-tier status, Qing Shui said, her eyes brimming with tears of hatred. It was evident that many of her kin had perished at the hands of the Shueshan people. Feng sighed deeply, reflecting on the nakedness of human nature amidst the desolation of the island. Although all are victims of exploitation, the moment comparisons arise, The rulers exploit this psychology, inciting lower tribes to turn against one another. Even when the subterfuge is clear to all, halting the cycle proves impossible. Distrust festers, as each tribe fears becoming the next victim, forcing them to continue their mutual slaughter. Chapter 295. No need for tension. Let her relax at the foot of the mountain. A warship lay anchored by the riverbank, where over 100 individuals busied themselves, felling trees. The indigenous women undertook the meticulous task of splitting the timber into appropriately sized firewood, while constructing storage pits along the shore. That wretched woman, strutting about on the deck, has us toiling ashore. One indigenous person could not help but curse. Indeed, how splendid it was when Feng was present. He would come down to work alongside us. I feel this current team lacks the spirit of the past. Another indigenous person gritted their teeth in agreement. That foul woman not only flaunts her authority on the deck, but also commands those women to parade about with her, treating us like mere laborers. What differentiates this from the previous Gawa tribe? Oh, how we wish Feng were alive. Alas, how weary I am. Feng, please return to oversee your women, even if only in a dream. The indigenous people lamented, their frustrations palpable yet unspoken. After all, Susan had effectively taken control of the entire team. Although they harbored resentment towards her, they felt compelled to maintain a facade of respect for Feng, fearing that if he were still alive, he might return to settle scores later. Unaware of the simmering discontent below, Susan continued to pace back and forth on the deck, frequently glancing towards the mountain's summit. An increasing sense of intuition gnawed at her, as if Feng were somehow present atop the peak. Suddenly, chaos erupted on the shore. Susan exchanged a knowing glance with Raimai, and the two of them, one at the bow and the other at the stern, simultaneously seized the machine guns. They observed the people on the shore retreating, some plunging into the water only to be jolted back to land by the cold. Moments later, within Susan's line of sight, a troop of cavalry emerged, albeit mounted on enormous goats. These goats traversed the rugged terrain with remarkable ease. What? Cavalry? And armored cavalry at that? This cannot be. Any remaining hope Cheng Li Bin had of returning home was now utterly shattered. The appearance of indigenous people might suggest an uncharted, primitive island. But the presence of cavalry implied a foundational level of civilization on this island. One must question how a civilized island could escape detection by satellites. Susan coldly regarded the group of cavalry, numbering around 30, led by a burly man. As the two factions collided, the cavalryman's eyes lit up with excitement. Beastmaster, women. So many women. We can take them back to the Yunshan tribe to reproduce. Each woman could bear approximately 20 children, and even if half perish, that still leaves 10. With over 100 women here, in just 10 years, we could provide the Yunshan tribe with over 1,000 new members, one knight excitedly proclaimed. Already selecting the strongest-looking women. Chang En's legs trembled slightly, yet, as the highest-ranking individual on the shore, he bravely stepped forward. Who are you? Before he could finish, a whip struck his face, flinging him 5 meters into the air, crashing into the river with a splash. Susan's expression hardened. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. Since Feng's disappearance, her aggression had intensified, and once she pulled the trigger, she showed no signs of relenting. After firing just 10 rounds, the cavalrymen lay strewn across the ground, their bodies lifeless. Both their armor and mounts were reduced to mere fragments. Even the leading beastmaster was obliterated by a single blast, transformed into a mist of blood. The remaining 2 cavalrymen, witnessing the carnage, scrambled in terror into the woods, their spirits utterly shattered. In the cave, Feng suddenly sat upright. The sound of the machine gun. Susan, Shaner, it's her. With that thought, he flung aside the cave curtain. What are you doing? Qing Shue grasped Feng's arm, but he shrugged her off, causing her to tumble to the ground. Barefoot, he leaped into the snow, his lungs beginning to spasm. After running 30 meters, Feng spotted a colossal warship a kilometer from the mountain's base, along with a throng of indigenous people densely packed along the shore. Susan, Chunin, Su Yun, I am here. Feng frantically waved his hands towards the ground. However, no sooner had he shouted than someone covered his mouth. Enraged, Feng delivered an elbow strike that sent the assailant flying. At that moment, a powerful force constricted around Feng's neck, dragging him away from the edge of the pine forest and into a cave. Meet the great chief. Upon seeing the man, Qing Shue promptly knelt on one knee. Feng looked up and observed the great chief, whose face was entirely covered in tattoos, presenting a rather intimidating visage. Even the backs of his hands were inked. Who permitted your loud outcry? Did you not see the cavalry of the Yunshan tribe lurking about? The great chief glared coldly at Feng. Well, the people on that warship are mine, my kin. They fired just a moment ago. You know what cannon fire is, right? With a single blast. Beast fighters could be obliterated. Feng stammered in explanation, yet his use of overly technical terms left the great chief utterly bewildered. Qing Shui, this person has gone mad. It would be best to kill him. I can find you someone better, the great chief remarked. No, please do not kill him. Simply imprison him, Qing Shui interceded, fearing the great chief might act. After a while, Feng found himself bound to a bed with iron chains, while Qing Shui chewed raw meat into a paste, attempting to feed it to him. Yet Feng turned his head away, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye. He had struggled and resisted earlier, but it had proved futile. The several chiefs had united their strength, binding him tightly. Even though the warship lay just below, he could not meet those aboard. This sensation was far more maddening and despairing than being atop a solitary peak. Qing Shui forcibly pried open Feng's mouth, feeding him the chewed meat. Ugh! Feng spat it out. Even if it was delicious, he could not swallow. He intended to protest through starvation. Had his injuries healed even a fraction, he would have easily broken the chains. But for now, he was merely a captive. Feng, I am here for you. Once you allow me to bear your child, I will set you free. This is also the will of the great chief and the chieftains, for our highland tribe has long relied on internal breeding. Now we require your fresh blood as an outsider. Qing Shui nestled against Feng. Yet, Feng was utterly unable to rise. His injuries were too severe, requiring at least 2 to 3 months of rest before he could regain normalcy. Qing Shui, let us elope. My warship is just below, laden with an abundance of food and trustworthy friends. Under the cover of night, let us stealthily depart. Feng suddenly coaxed Qing Shui. Through their days together, Qing Shui had indeed fallen for Feng. Though she did not fully understand love, being with Feng felt comfortable, devoid of tension, allowing her to relax. Chapter 296. Do not disturb Brother Feng and Sister Susan. However, I cannot betray the Highland tribe. They desperately need adult warriors to combat the Yunshan tribe. Qing Shui shook her head. Anyway, you are not indispensable. Let us go, I implore you. Feng implored, asserting that once aboard the warship, he would assume the role of commander, wielding the power of life and death. Accustomed to being in command, he found it intolerable to live under another's authority. Although Susan had taken charge during his convalescence from a severe injury, he had still retained the nominal title of an emperor in exile. Yet here he was nothing. Feng, could you refrain from such talk? Have our days together not brought you joy? Qing Shui clung tightly to him. Her intuition, a woman's sixth sense, alerted her to the impending separation, a parting that felt eternal. Feng's body stiffened momentarily as he lowered his head, gently brushing his chin against Qing Shui's hair. Having cohabited for an extended period, despite the absence of any physical intimacy, he had developed feelings for her. Initially, he had felt gratitude for her saving his life. But now, Qing Shui had transformed into his beloved, surpassing the other women aboard the ship, though still not quite reaching Susan's stature. They embraced for a prolonged moment, until Feng's hoarse voice broke the silence. Qing Shui, I must return home. Qing Shui tightened her grip around him and pressed her lips against his. Their embrace lingered, and tears streamed down her face. Finally, she sat up, grasped a sharp knife, and deftly unfastened a link of the iron chain. With a clatter, Feng freed himself from the shackles and seized Qing Shui's hand. Let us go. It is dark now, and they will not notice, he exclaimed joyfully. However, Qing Shui remained seated on the animal hide, slowly and resolutely shaking her head. I cannot abandon my kin. Follow the edge of the pine forest. There is a slope that will lead you home. Upon finishing her words, she buried her head in the hide and sobbed inconsolably. Qing Shui, Feng choked back tears, yearning to remain by her side. Yet the ties to the warship weighed heavily on him. Ultimately, the longing for home compelled him to relinquish this bond and quietly slip from the cave. Indeed, as he navigated the perimeter, he encountered no sentries and soon discovered a narrow path. It was steep, and Feng had to use all 4 limbs to descend to the base of the mountain. Even so, he was covered in snow and mud, resembling a figure from the shadows. The temperature at the mountain's foot had risen significantly, yet the night still bore a chill of 5 or 6 degrees below zero. Within him, The fervor of returning home stirred, manifesting as clouds of steam escaping from his nostrils, forming two white streaks in the frigid air. The exhilaration of impending homecoming ignited his spirit. By the riverbank, Shunan was dozing when he suddenly sprang upright, aiming his bow at the trees. Is it man or beast? He wondered. It is I. Yi Feng's voice trembled with emotion. With a thud, Chun An's bow fell to the ground. The sound was too familiar to require identification. Brother Feng! Brother Feng! Chunin exclaimed, rushing into Yi Feng's embrace with a fervor that knocked the wind out of him. Ouch, you hit my wound. Yi Feng protested, attempting to push him away. Yet, Chunin lunged back, resting his head on Yi Feng's shoulder. Sob, sob, Brother Feng, you're finally back. Sister Susan has been terribly worried about you. Chunin, a grown man, wept openly. His voice stirred the crowd, and a throng of people extended their torches towards him. Soon, Yi Feng found himself encircled by the jubilant gathering. Brother Feng, let me embrace you. Oh my goodness, the divine has manifested. Brother Feng has returned. Brother Feng, I'm so emotional. Yi Feng embraced each individual, expressing the joy of their long-awaited reunion. At that moment, a shadow lunged forward, two massive claws resting on Yi Feng's shoulders. The shadow extended its long tongue and licked Yi Feng's face. Little licking dog, you're still alive. Yi Feng exclaimed with delight, tightly wrapping his arms around its substantial form. The creature emitted an eager whimper akin to that of a dog. Yi Feng playfully grasped its silly head, performing the nose-to-nose greeting, a gesture of the utmost respect between humans and animals, signifying mutual trust. Within the confines of the warship's quarters, Susan abruptly awoke from her slumber, gasping for breath as she made her way onto the deck. Feng has returned. I know he must have, she thought. Upon reaching the deck, she was met with a scene of chaos on the shore, accompanied by the hearty laughter of the natives. She then spotted a canoe approaching the warship, with Chunin himself rowing, and in the center sat a disheveled man who was also gazing towards the deck. Their eyes finally met, and Susan gasped, clutching her heart, fearing it might leap from her chest. Oh no, Sister Susan has fainted. Hurry, Sister Chushua. The deck erupted into a cacophony of voices. Yi Feng's heart tightened as he swiftly climbed the rope ladder to the deck. Bai Chushua was administering artificial respiration to Susan. Brother Yi. Ding Tuanchuan was the first to rush over, clinging tightly to his leg. Little Tuanchuan, you've grown so quickly. Yi Feng marveled at Ding Tuanchuan, who appeared to have gained several centimeters in height. How ungrateful. While I was fighting for my life, you were living it up, he thought, pinching her cheek before being enveloped by Rai Maizi. Sister Maisie, you look thinner. Then, Su Yun rushed over. Yunner, have you been sleeping poorly? Your eyes are so dark. Chung Li Bin then bounded towards him. Old Cheng, what happened to your eyes and ears? Let us not dwell on unhappy matters. Brother Feng, quickly check on Sister Susan. Navigating the small deck, Yi Feng pushed through the crowd, finally reaching Susan. Gazing at the weary figure before him, his heart ached. He grasped her hand urgently. Shaner, I have returned. Yi Feng's voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, prompting Susan to slowly open her eyes. They exchanged a silent gaze, a multitude of unspoken words hanging between them. Please step aside. Don't disturb Brother Feng and Sister Susan. Chung Li Bin wisely ushered the others away. Feng. You needn't say anything. I understand. I dreamt of you every day, Yi Feng replied, gently pulling Susan into his embrace. She instinctively avoided resting against his waist, instead caressing his cheek tenderly. At last, her lips gradually drew closer, the air saturated with the fragrance of bliss. How wonderful. Feng Ge, your return has truly moved me. At that moment, an unwelcome voice interrupted the moment. Shi Zhengliang leapt forth, a platter of food in hand. Yi Feng quickly shifted away with Susan, casting a glance at this dampener of spirits. Chapter 297. The responsibility of harvesting Feng Ge. You appear rather pale. This is freshly stewed bull's penis. Originally intended for Old Cheng. You know, given his age and poor dentition, he can hardly manage tender grass anymore. But since you have returned, this dish is rightfully yours. I wish you and Sister Susan an abundance of offspring, Shi Zhengliang exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. In recent days, he, as the head chef, had endured Susan's ire. After all, women are often creatures of emotion. In Yi Feng's absence, she had transformed into a fierce harpy, showing little kindness to anyone. Well, thank you. Please deliver it to my dormitory. I have much to discuss with Shaner, Yi Feng replied, choosing not to dwell on the matter, grateful for Shi Zhengliang's goodwill. Having narrowly escaped death, his perspective had shifted. Familiar faces now appeared particularly pleasing, even Wang Zhihai, whose demeanor had seemingly changed, perhaps influenced by his familial environment. Within the cave of the pine forest, Qingxue seemed to have lost her spirit, caressing the cup used by Yi Feng, the animal hides he had touched, the place where he had slept. After a while, she began to gather the strands of hair that had fallen from Yi Feng onto the bed, rolling them into a ball and pressing it to her chest, as if recalling the embrace she had shared with him just the day before. Tears cascaded down like a severed kite, soaking half of the fur bedding. In the morning, her cave curtain was violently torn aside. Qingxue, with swollen eyes, looked up to see the chief enter with a group of tribesmen, his sharp gaze sweeping across the cave. "It was you? You released that outsider?" The chief's cold stare bore into Qingxue. "It is certain, Qingxue, you disdain our own kin while idolizing the handsome visage of the outsider. Now that he has abandoned you, what face do you have left to live? You are nothing but a traitor," some behind her remarked. "Perhaps when the Yunshan tribe arrives, you would willingly offer your body to the enemy." They had once harbored affection for Qingxue, but seeing her cohabitate with Yi Feng ignited intense jealousy. Had it not been for her brother being the minor chief, they would have long since sought to separate the pair. She sacrificed so much, yet the outsider still fled. "Abandoning our high mountain tribe," the chief asserted. "Let us punish her for treason. To deal with her treasonous act is too lenient. We should strip her of her garments and hang her at the cave entrance for all to see." "Ha ha! Yes, that is a splendid idea." The envious crowd chimed in with malicious suggestions. At that moment, Duo Gong rushed in, swiftly drawing his curved blade. "Who dares to harm my sister? I shall confront him one-on-one." The indigenous people, seeing this, fell silent, yet their piercing gazes remained fixed on Qingxue. "Dugong, your sister's actions are akin to those of a traitor. Henceforth, your rank will be reduced to that of an ordinary warrior. Otherwise, your sister will face execution," declared the great chief, Paker. "Very well, Great Chief Paker, I accept this punishment, provided my sister remains unharmed," Dugong replied, kneeling partially on the ground. At the foot of the mountain behind the pine forest, over 300 warriors of the Yunshan tribe lay in ambush, clad in iron armor and wielding various exquisite weapons. They climbed towards the summit along a rope. Leading them were 5 beast fighters, the foremost of whom was a formidable third-tier beast fighter. Among the 300 warriors, not all were of the Yunshan tribe. A portion belonged to the Shueshan tribe, classified as a second-tier clan. The high priestess stated that the new tribe of the Gaoshan people resided in this location. She was not mistaken. "Loing he, if you are unwilling to become my woman, then this night, fight valiantly against the enemy. As long as we eradicate the Gaoshan tribe, I will elevate your Shueshan tribe to a first-tier clan," remarked the third-tier beast fighter, his gaze incessantly scrutinizing the woman's legs and face. "Oh," Loing nodded, her face etched with frost. Although she was aware of the Yunshan tribe's tactics, she had no means of resistance. Otherwise, her tribe would face annihilation first. The following night, Yi Feng stood in the women's bathhouse. "Shaner, please avoid my wounds while washing." At that moment, Yi Feng, arms outstretched in a wooden tub, was being carefully cleaned by Susan, who had taken out a soft piece of animal hide. "Feng, how much suffering have you endured during this time? Look at your injuries," Susan exclaimed with a pained expression, unable to resist kissing his waist. "Ouch, not now, it hurts." Yi Feng stepped back. "By the way, although I have survived near-death experiences, I have also discovered many valuable resources. For instance, sulfur stone, you must know its significance. When combined with charcoal and saltpeter, it can produce the simplest form of explosives. Isn Tichushua, doctor? She should have some knowledge of chemistry. Let her refine this black powder. Part of it can be used to create fuel additives, while the other part can be utilized for explosives. This way, we can ensure a continuous supply of fuel and weaponry." Yi Feng spoke gravely. Susan was entirely focused on Yi Feng, paying little attention to such matters. All she wished for was his safe return. After all, once Yi Feng's wounds healed, these matters would fall into the capable hands of her husband. "Feng, you are remarkable. Indeed, who else could I be but your husband?" Yi Feng gently pinched Susan's cheek. "By the way, Shaner, during my absence, has anyone aboard the warship contracted the goo worm disease?" Yi Feng suddenly inquired. "Yes, but for some unknown reason, after entering the high mountain region, no new cases of goo worm disease have arisen. Chushua said it might be related to the terrain and climate. Perhaps the goo worms find it difficult to survive in the high mountains, Susan replied, continuing to assist Feng without lifting her head. Excellent. During this time, my greatest concern has been the goo worm disease, Feng said, a look of relief spreading across his face. At that moment, Susan suddenly pricked up her ears. Feng, did you hear that? Hear what? Feng also strained to listen. A kilometer away, the pine forest was ablaze, and the sounds of battle gradually enveloped the entire Highland tribe. Waves of fierce soldiers surged into the cave, dragging the Highlanders out like livestock and slaughtering them mercilessly. Regardless of gender, 5 beast fighters stood at various positions, encircling the pine forest, allowing the warriors of the Snow Mountain tribe to take the lead while their own Yinshan tribe members remained behind to reap the rewards. Great chief, flee quickly. Thud. A spear flew from a distance, pinning a chief to the stone wall. An indigenous man was seized by 2 soldiers by his legs, and with a brutal tug, he was torn in two. The slaughter by the Yinshan tribe was both urgent and ferocious. Many perished in their sleep. The elderly, the weak, and women and children huddled in the cave, refusing to emerge. They hurled torches into the cave and tossed oil lamps deep inside. The chilling screams echoed from within the cave as fire-enshrouded figures rushed out, only to be easily dispatched by the soldiers lying in wait outside. At this moment, the chief of the Highland tribe was engaged in a desperate fight against 7 soldiers, already wounded by several gunshots. The soldiers were clad in iron armor, rendering his rudimentary weapon ineffective against their defenses. Outside the pine forest, a young man faced off against 15 soldiers. Though his weapon was simple, his agility was lightning fast, moving as freely as the wind. In a short span, half of the 15 soldiers lay dead. The remaining soldiers, finally abandoning their playful demeanor, began to fight with more caution. Interesting, he is indeed the shadow that escaped from our tribe, showing quite a bit of skill at such a young age. Given a few more years, the beast fighters may not stand a chance against him. Mara, it's your turn, said a level 3 beast fighter to a tall man beside him. The man nodded and dashed forward. Qing Shui and Duo Gong were engaged in battle with the soldier. Under normal circumstances, the siblings could have overpowered him together, but they were hindered by their inferior equipment. As their bone spear met the soldier's curved blade, it was swiftly severed. Their curved blades could not even pierce his armor. The two retreated gradually, soon reaching the edge of the pine forest. At this moment, another soldier joined the fray. Thud! Ah! Duo Gong shrieked as his subpar curved blade was shattered by a superior one, resulting in the loss of 2 fingers. Brother! Qing Shui screamed, desperately rushing towards them. Had it not been for the 2 soldiers being distracted by her beauty, the battle would have likely concluded much earlier, and the siblings would not have endured for so long. The pine forest blazed with flames, and Duo Gong, clutching his fingers, turned to look back. Their more than 2,000 tribesmen were struggling to hold their ground against the 300 soldiers. A battle squad composed of 3 warriors could effortlessly deal with dozens of their kinsmen. After all, the warriors donned armor and required no defense, only the freedom to unleash their slaughter. In contrast, their kinsmen were forced to fight and retreat simultaneously. A single cut could send them to the ground, lifeless. Sister, let us roll down the mountain and seek out that foreigner, Feng. He possesses a grand vessel that may ferry us away from this place. As Duo Gong finished speaking, he shouted a few more commands towards the rear. Chief, Wind Shadow, let us roll down the slope swiftly. There lies our chance of survival. With that, he lunged forward, propelling Xiang Shui down the steep incline. The old chieftain was restrained, while the other Highland tribesmen floundered like headless flies, devoid of leadership. Upon hearing Duo Gong's call, a throng of them rushed towards the sound. They rolled down the slope, their lives being harvested as they went, akin to a snowball tumbling downwards. Wind Shadow was locked in combat with a beast fighter. Though endowed with remarkable agility and talent, he was but 16 years old and had been struck several times by the beast fighter's afterimages. Wind Shadow, you are the hope of our Highland tribe. Escape down there. The old chieftain suddenly charged forward, seizing the beast fighter's waist in a desperate embrace. Chieftain, Wind Shadow hesitated, and in that moment, the chieftain was stabbed in the chest. Quickly, flee down. Blood oozed from the chieftain's lips as he bellowed at Wind Shadow. With a sickening thud, a severed head soared into the air. The chieftain's headless body spun once before collapsing to the ground in defeat. The Highland tribe possessed a spirit of resistance. Yet in the face of the colossal Yinshan tribe, they were overwhelmed, with their opponents barely needing to deploy all their warriors to subdue the entire clan. A tear escaped Wind Shadow's eye as he leapt towards the slope below. On the deck, Feng had donned animal skins and was surveying the carnage along the shore through binoculars. He had not anticipated the brutality of the tribal skirmishes to reach such a gruesome extent. The snow in the pine forest had long been melted by the warm blood, flowing down the slope like a stream. Simultaneously, figures rolled down from the slope, yet many warriors stood above, raining arrows and throwing spears, swiftly dispatching those few who had managed to escape. Out of more than 2,000 Highland tribesmen, barely a tenth could hope to evade capture. This cannot stand. Qing Shui is still up there. I must rescue her, for she has saved my life. With that, Feng prepared to descend the rope ladder. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Susan grasped Feng firmly, while Chung Li Bin and others rushed over, pulling him back with all their might. Brother Feng, if it comes to it, shall we waste a few rounds of the machine gun? Chun suggested cautiously, casting a fearful glance at Susan. Silence. Do you think you have the right to speak here? The bullets for the machine gun are a finite resource, meant for genuine threats, Susan rebuked sharply. Brother Feng, Susan has started scolding me again. Ever since you left, I have endured quite a bit from her. Chun hid behind Feng. Susan, let us proceed with 20 rounds of machine gun fire. After all, the Highland tribe has saved my life, Feng declared. After a moment of contemplation, Susan finally relented. Very well, they have rescued my husband. I can sacrifice 20 rounds. Xiang Shui, struck by an arrow in the back, desperately sprinted toward the warship, coughing blood with each step. Following closely behind was her brother, Duo Gong, who bore even greater wounds, his back nearly riddled with arrows. Yet, he valiantly shielded his sister from the relentless barrage of projectiles. With his last breath, he gazed towards the pine forest halfway up the mountain, where the sounds of battle had ceased. Soldiers stood at the edge, their indifferent eyes fixed upon their surviving kin. Sister, we have been annihilated, Duo Gong uttered before collapsing to the ground. Brother. At the mountainside, a level 3 beastmaster stood alongside Luo Ying, surveying the remnants of the Highland tribe. Let us clear the battlefield. The young and beautiful women shall be taken back to the tribe for enjoyment. The Wind Shadow should be kept. The high priest may find him useful, commanded the level 3 beastmaster, hard. Without hesitation, he leaped down the 200-meter slope like a cannonball. The ground trembled with a thunderous crash as his formidable body struck, creating a large crater. As dust settled, Hard rose unscathed, brushing off the debris. The soldiers, filled with admiration, followed suit down the slope, quickly forming a contingent of over 200. Although they originally numbered 300, the extermination of the Highland tribe had cost them several, half of whom had fallen to the Wind Shadow. On the deck, Feng personally grasped a machine gun, aiming it at the bluish shoreline. Chapter 299. Feng, we shall follow your lead. Susan took hold of another machine gun. Shonner, target those in armor. Do not mistakenly hit those being pursued. After issuing the command, Feng narrowed his eyes, his finger poised on the trigger. Hard felt his hair stand on end. The acute perception of a level 3 beastmaster alerted him to a sudden surge of lethal intent. Instinctively, he dropped to the ground. Boom. A bullet whizzed past his head, its powerful force piercing through 3 soldiers, reducing 2 of them to a mist of blood. The shrapnel from the exploded armor scattered in all directions, catching several unaware, piercing through their visors. My nose. Ouch, my ear. Various soldiers from the Cloud Mountain tribe cried out in agony. Boom. Another round was fired, claiming 2 more soldiers, their armor transforming into deadly shrapnel that indiscriminately reaped lives in the vicinity. Several beastmasters, previously relishing the hunt, were struck with terror at the sheer might of this weapon. This is bad. Quickly, take cover. But alas, it was too late. Boom. One beastmaster was left with nothing but an arm and a head. He feebly twitched his fingers, departing from the realm of the living. Susan executed her task with remarkable decisiveness, reminiscent of a mission, completing 10 shots before concluding her efforts. Feng, too, was capable of firing 10 rounds. Boom. The ferocious might of the artillery utterly shattered the courage of the members of the Yunshan tribe. The individuals at the forefront, be they leaders or beast fighters, were instantly torn asunder upon contact with the projectiles launched from the warship, a spectacle more terrifying than divine retribution. Their once proud demeanor gave way to panic, as they scrambled for safety, clutching their heads. Yet, one tall figure gazed in astonishment towards the warship in the river. What is this? What could it be? Has a deity from the temple descended upon us? Just as Luo Ying uttered these words, several warriors seized him and dragged him towards the pine forest in a frantic escape. However, the hunt continued unabated. Boom. Susan finally discharged her last round, leaving behind a gruesome tableau of dismembered limbs and scarcely a whole corpse in sight. Simultaneously, a group of blinded survivors flailed desperately along the shore. Some, having suffered eye injuries from shrapnel, groped in confusion. Boom. Yifeng had also completed his final shot. Just as Chu Xue approached the warship, a figure suddenly lunged towards him from the air. It was Harold, who had long coveted Xiang Xue's beauty. Even in retreat, he felt compelled to seize someone, fearing a monumental loss otherwise. However, this greedy maneuver cost him both legs. Boom. Ignoring the pact of 10 shots, Yifeng fired again. The bullet obliterated Harold's leg armor, vaporizing his limbs amidst a flurry of metal shards. A piercing scream escaped his lips. Ah! Xiang Xue too cried out in pain, covering her eyes with her hands. A shard had struck her, slicing from her left eye to her right. Xiang Xue, she is indeed Xiang Xue. Yifeng felt a surge of joy as he pointed at a nearby girl closest to the warship. After a brief moment of agony, Harold regained his composure, realizing that formidable experts must be aboard the great vessel. This was no place to linger. Gritting his teeth, he supported himself with his hands and invertedly dashed into the woods. As a level 3 beast fighter, even on hands alone, he was several times swifter than an ordinary person. Let me down. Yifeng grasped the rope ladder, and others, unwilling to lag behind, followed closely. In a short while, they reached the riverbank, where a pungent scent of blood mingled with various noxious odors, akin to a slaughterhouse. Xiang Xue, Yifeng was the first to lift her. She had succumbed to unconsciousness, yet her grip remained tight around an object, none other than the bamboo cup he had previously used. Some survivors, having evaded the onslaught, emerged slowly from the surrounding foliage, bewildered as they gazed upon the corpses, momentarily lost in a dreamlike state. They had been peacefully asleep, only to awaken to the annihilation of their kin. Spare none clad in armor. Eliminate them all. Yifeng commanded Tuba, and Shunan understood. These miscreants savored their slaughter on the mountain earlier, devoid of any humanity. With that, Shunan dashed into the grasslands, only to stumble and fall with a thud. He stumbled over a piece of intestine. To my friends of the Gaoshan tribe, do you still remember me? I am Yifeng. During that trying time, it was your meticulous care that granted me a new lease on life. Henceforth, I implore you to accept my goodwill and come aboard my warship, where I shall reciprocate your kindness in kind. Yifeng held Xiang Xue in his arms and called out to the bewildered members of the Gaoshan tribe. Upon hearing his voice, they slowly gathered around him. The chieftains and wise men of the tribe had been ruthlessly slain, and those capable of escaping down the hillside were mostly young and physically strong. Youth, however, often leads to inattention, compelling them to heed Yifeng's words. At that moment, a figure known as Feng Yingzi approached. Are you the foreigner we have sheltered? Despite his exceptional talent, Feng Yingzi was still quite young and lacked understanding of decorum. Once aboard the warship, he would be referred to as Feng Ku, the captain of the vessel, akin to your tribal leader. Shunan stepped forward at an opportune moment. Shunan, how dare you speak so? Yifeng admonished. The Gaoshan tribe is my savior. Sound the whistle to summon the remaining 2 canoes and bring all the brothers and sisters of the Gaoshan tribe aboard the warship. Understood, Brother Feng, Shunan replied, placing 2 fingers in his mouth and whistling across the deck. It took Tuba an hour to clear the armored individuals from the shore, yet he continued to salvage, collecting intact armor and weapons onto the canoe before finally setting off. Yifeng had already ascended to the deck, gazing at the more than 100 members of the Gaoshan tribe. Among them, several were gravely injured and receiving treatment from Chu Xue, while half of the others bore lighter wounds, being bandaged by indigenous women. Yet, Yifeng noticed the expressions of fear and trepidation in their eyes, some fidgeting restlessly. Brother Feng, the artillery fire earlier must have terrified them, Cheng Li Bin remarked. Indeed, the power of that artillery is enough to shock anyone. Even I was taken aback. It is akin to a battlefield reaper. Hiding behind rocks offers no refuge. Yifeng nodded, realizing that the immediate concern was to reassure the members of the Gaoshan tribe. Brothers and sisters of the Gaoshan tribe, your village has been lost. However, if you place your trust in me, Yifeng, you may reside on my warship. I will provide you with stable employment, freeing you from the fear of the Yunshan tribe, Yifeng proclaimed solemnly. Very well, Yifeng, We shall heed your words. Feng Ingzi responded with a nod. Chapter 300. Arranged in a separate room. Old Cheng. Work overtime tonight to prepare a feast for our brothers and sisters of the Yunshan tribe. And the rest of you, please assist in stopping the bleeding and bandaging wounds. Yi Feng instructed everyone. Though only a remnant of the Yunshan tribe had escaped, their numbers still exceeded 200, surpassing Yi Feng's own. At this juncture, the warship was nearing full capacity, hosting nearly 400 souls. Thus, Yi Feng decided against recruiting more, opting instead to cultivate a small society among the 400 already aboard. First, let's return the warship to the Black Tree River Basin, as its broad waters provide a significant advantage for docking. In contrast, this mountainous terrain poses risks. If some indigenous people were to prepare boulders atop the peaks, they could potentially inflict devastating damage on his crew as the ship passes. The Black Tree River Basin seems considerably safer. Brother Feng, while you were away, Sister Susan struck me. Shunin hurried over to report as he noticed Susan had gone to the bow of the ship. Brother Feng, during your absence, Sister Susan has been enforcing a class distinction, making us labor on the shore while she relaxes on the deck. Before long, a throng of individuals approached to voice their grievances. Even Chung Li Bin joined in, claiming that Susan compelled him to operate the ship for 24 hours straight. Please give me some face. After all, Susan is a woman, and given my disappearance, it is only natural for her to be somewhat emotional. Let us try to understand her perspective. Yi Feng quickly clasped his fists, as it was, after all, his wife who had erred. That is unacceptable. I believe we should strip Sister Susan of her second-in-command position and appoint her as a dedicated gunnery specialist instead. I think Sister Mei Zi would be more suitable for the second-in-command role, Chenin suggested. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind. Chenin, what were you just saying? Upon hearing this, Chenin trembled, slowly turning to face the source. There stood Susan, her expression dark enough to freeze the air. Run. A group of people hastily fled, leaving only Yi Feng and Susan at the stern. What were they saying about me just now? Susan inquired. Nothing. They were praising your leadership and speaking highly of you, Yi Feng declared, resolutely refusing to betray his comrades, aware that doing so could lead to future complications. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Susan's face softened into a gentle smile as she nestled closer into his embrace. Oh, come on. You're quite the loyal one. During your absence, I have indeed been strict with them. I'm aware of that. However, I simply couldn't help myself. Now that you're back, my spirits have lifted. I'll make it up to them in the coming days, Susan spoke softly. Thank you, Shaner. Yi Feng thought it impossible to genuinely blame Susan, as her transformation into a fierce figure was a direct result of his disappearance. Just then, Yi Feng abruptly looked up at the sky. For reasons unknown, he sensed a looming threat. Having faced near-death experiences multiple times, his instinct for danger had sharpened considerably. What's wrong? Susan noticed Yi Feng's body tense within her embrace. Without a word, Yi Feng released Susan and raised the gunnery cannon, aiming it toward the distant mountaintop. Suddenly, a large shadow descended from the peak, silent until it was within 20 meters of the deck, at which point it let out a piercing sound as it cut through the air. Everyone get down. Yi Feng swiftly elevated the cannon. Boom, 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 boom. 5 rounds erupted from the barrel. The massive bird momentarily halted in its flight, gliding past the artillery. A wild man cried out, struck by the colossal bird, and was sent flying several meters before plunging into the river with a splash. Yi Feng forcefully twisted the cannon, re-aiming at the direction from which the giant bird had fled. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 cannon blasts reverberated through the air, causing the colossal bird to falter momentarily. Yet, its vitality proved remarkably resilient as it persevered and soared upstream. Quickly, retrieve the people, Yi Feng commanded. Tu Ba shed his animal hide and leaped from the deck, which stood a dozen meters high. The entire sequence, from the giant bird's dive, the firing of the cannon, to its ascent, transpired in a mere 5 seconds. The indigenous people on the deck were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Susan hurried to the bow of the ship, aiming the machine gun at the cerulean sky. Meanwhile, Yi Feng set down the rear-mounted cannon and stepped toward the artillery position. A substantial pool of avian blood stained the ground, extending up to the gun platform. Hey, did you truly believe I was easy to bully? He was certain he had struck the giant bird, but remained uncertain about the severity of its injuries. If he had hit its wing, it might only be severely wounded, but a shot to its torso would surely spell near death. Maisie, Chenin, Arrange accommodations for the brothers and sisters of the Highland tribe. From now on, they should avoid the deck at night and may only ascend during the day. Yi Feng instructed. Understood. Very well, the two responded, guiding the people below deck to the 5th level. There were 2 more levels above, but they were mostly uninhabited. The upper decks would be the coldest once winter arrived. Brother Feng, Tu Ba called, having rescued his tribesman, who was gravely injured and likely beyond saving. Take him to Chushua. She must do everything in her power to save him, Yi Feng said. Received, Tu Ba replied, carrying the wild man away from the deck. Zhang Ziqing, Wang Zhihai, gather around. Starting today, there must be at least 10 people on duty on the deck each night. 4 of them, in pairs, will operate the machine guns. The remaining 4 will keep watch from the gun platform, alerting the gunners immediately should a giant bird approach. The last 2 will be responsible for rotating shifts, Yi Feng outlined. Brother Feng, didn't you say only you, Sister Susan, and Sister Maisie could operate the machine guns? Wang Zhihai inquired. Circumstances have changed. That giant bird has fixated on me, and I cannot ascertain the extent of its injuries. If it is only lightly wounded, it will undoubtedly return. We cannot afford to be complacent until we confirm its demise, Yi Feng replied, patting Wang Zhihai on the shoulder. I understand. They promptly set about organizing the night watch. Previously, these 2 had merely occupied the 2nd tier of the hierarchy, but as the team expanded, their status naturally elevated, prompting Yi Feng to delegate authority. Susan remained at the bow, vigilantly manning the machine gun and keeping a watchful eye on the sky. Yi Feng felt a sharp pain akin to needles in his kidneys, and he found himself reminiscing about the blissful days spent with the Highland tribe. There, he had no worries, lounging in the cave, quenching his thirst with water, feasting on meat when hunger struck, and engaging in conversations with Xiang Shui. Xiang Shui. Yi Feng hurried toward the 4th level, only to find it fully occupied by the indigenous people of the Gay tribe. Thus, he proceeded to the 3rd level, where Chunin was diligently overseeing a group of Highland tribesmen cleaning. Xiang Shui was assigned to a separate room under the dedicated care of Yang Li. Chapter 301. The burden of leadership is indeed a heavy one. Has Xiang Shui been in a coma all this time? Yi Feng settled onto Xiang Shui's bed, gently clasping her delicate hand. Indeed, her injuries extended beyond her eyes. An arrow had struck her back as well. Whether she survives now rests in the hands of fate, Yang Li remarked. I understand. You must be weary. Return to rest. I will take care of her, Yi Feng stated. Yes, Brother Feng. Yang Li nodded obediently and stepped out of the room. In Yi Feng's absence, under Susan's stringent rule, every individual aboard the warship was enduring considerable hardship, and Yang Li had visibly lost weight. While Susan was competent in her management, she overlooked the most crucial aspect. The team required not only stability, but also the comfort and joy of each member. Xiang Shui's eyes were covered with animal hide, and even in slumber, her expression bore signs of profound anguish. The near annihilation of her clan, coupled with her grave injuries, constituted a dual blow to her spirit. Xiang Shui, I am here. I will remain by your side. Rest now, sleep peacefully. I shall avenge you. Yi Feng soothed her with the gentlest of tones. Indeed, he was resolute in seeking retribution for the Gaoshan tribe. After all, they had saved his life and cared for him tenderly for a month in their cave. Without their intervention, he would have perished long ago. If he did not assist in avenging them, could he still consider himself human? Xiang Shui, I am always here. Sleep soundly, he whispered, lying down beside her and cradling her petite form gently in his arms, occasionally patting her shoulder and the back of her hand. After a while, the pain etched on Xiang Shui's face faded, and she fell into a tranquil sleep. The next morning, Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes to find Xiang Shui stirring in his embrace. Yi Feng, is that you? I can smell your scent and feel your warmth. Xiang Shui inquired. Yes. Do you need to use the restroom? Yi Feng hastily got up. Yes, I can't see. What about my brother's body? She asked again. Yi Feng slapped his forehead. The battle from the previous night had been so fierce that they had not had the chance to bury the bodies. It has already been taken care of. He had no choice but to lie. After taking Xiang Shui to the restroom, Yi Feng assigned Yang Li to look after her personally while he attended to other matters. He would be away from the warship for a month, and many things needed to be addressed. Before long, the dining hall was filled with senior personnel, and Yi Feng, despite his injuries, took his place at the head of the table. Cheng Li Bin, report on the quantity of charcoal. Brother Feng, we have none left. We are nearly out of charcoal. Cheng Li Bin replied. Yi Feng's expression darkened as he turned to Susan, who hung her head in shame. It seemed she was ill-suited for leadership in just 1 month. She had depleted the most essential supplies without making any provisions. Maisie, report on the food reserves, he requested. We are running low, with nearly 200 additional people. Our food supply will last only through tomorrow. By the day after, we must hunt, she responded. Yi Feng's face darkened once more. The weight of leadership was indeed burdensome. Was the warship promptly repaired after it was pierced by 3 giant crossbows? Yi Feng inquired further. All heads were bowed, clearly indicating a lack of time for rectification. Well then, how is the sanitation aboard the warship progressing? Yi Feng inquired once more. The others remained silent, heads lowered, which essentially meant the cleaning had not been done at all. At that moment, Zhang Ziqing suddenly interjected with a proud expression, Brother Feng, I have invented a water heater, allowing us to take hot showers directly on the 2nd deck, though we currently lack charcoal. Ah, very well, I shall credit you for this, Yi Feng acknowledged. Now, I will announce the order of tasks. After the meeting concluded, everyone except the gunners, captain, and boiler attendant proceeded to the shore to chop wood and produce charcoal. We must produce at least 20 tons of charcoal. Once we have that, we shall remain here for a week, and then dispatch 2 teams, led by the Wind Shadow, to the mountain peaks in search of sulfur stones. As a local, he should know where such minerals can be found. After collecting a ton of sulfur stones, we will drift downstream to the northern region of the Great Marsh for hunting, aiming to secure enough provisions for each individual for a month, before heading to Hot Spring Island. It is likely that Auri and his companions have perished from hunger by now, don't you think? Upon finishing, Yi Feng glanced at Susan. That seems probable, Susan replied, her cheeks flushing once more. During Yi Feng's absence, her management had been in disarray. Never mind. Their demise is of little consequence. They do not merit sympathy. Upon reaching Hot Spring Island, those uninjured will continue producing charcoal, while Chushue will further investigate the potential of utilizing sulfur stones to create compact and durable fuel. We will also gather some urine nitrate to combine with sulfur charcoal to manufacture earth bombs. As Yi Feng articulated this, the men's eyes in the conference room sparkled with excitement. With bombs at their disposal, they need not conserve their resources, allowing them to confront enemies with greater vigor. Earth bombs are renewable resources, unlike cannon ammunition, which diminishes with each use. Tuba, please bring forth the curved blades you have collected, Yi Feng instructed. Tuba nodded and placed 3 curved blades on the conference table. Do you see this blade? It is used by the Highland tribe, made from iron with many impurities. Thus it is of inferior quality. However, this one is crafted by the warriors of the Cloud Mountain tribe, with minimal impurities, barely qualifying as quality steel. As he spoke, Yi Feng picked up the last curved blade. This blade belongs to a beast fighter. Its edge is remarkably sharp, with almost no impurities in the iron. It seems the craftsmen of the Cloud Mountain tribe have achieved a certain level of proficiency. When we eventually conquer them, others may be slain. But the craftsmen must be spared. They could potentially expedite our advancement by a millennium. Upon concluding this thought, Yi Feng drew forth a German-made naval dagger. The quality of this dagger surpassed that of the 3 curved blades by a considerable margin, since the craftsmen of the Cloud Mountain tribe are of high caliber. Once the cannon's ammunition is exhausted, we shall pursue the creation of flintlock firearms. The craftsmanship required for gun barrels is exceedingly high. They must possess strength, hardness, and toughness, and remain perfectly straight. The artisans of the Ga tribe evidently do not meet the standards necessary for smelting gun barrels. If low-quality barrels are used, they risk bursting upon firing. The carbon content within the iron must be meticulously controlled between 0.2 and 0.02 to produce good barrels. In the realm of mold making, collaboration between the civilized individuals and the craftsmen of the Yunshan tribe is imperative. Otherwise, mass production would remain an unattainable dream. Of course, this is merely Yi Feng's vision for the next 50 years. To truly manufacture flintlock firearms, it would likely require no less than 3 decades. A feat that seems utterly implausible at present. The initial step must be education, imparting knowledge of geometry, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. It is akin to enrolling a group of indigenous children in school. They would need at least 30 years to grasp the principles of a civilized society. Once they have mastered these concepts, practical application will demand yet more time. The meeting continued until noon, and Yi Feng ultimately outlined a general direction for the team's future spanning 50 years. Today's session concluded here. The assembly was disbanded. and preparations began for the charcoal production onshore. Chapter 302. Devoured completely. Chairman Feng rose to his feet. The room resonated with the sound of flesh meeting flesh as everyone applauded vigorously, nearly exhausting their hands. Look at that. Brother Feng's meetings are unparalleled, clear in structure, precise in objectives, and he has even charted out our trajectory for the next 50 years. I can almost envision myself aboard an aircraft, dropping an atomic bomb on a deserted island, Shunan exclaimed with palpable excitement. Indeed, according to Brother Feng's theory, with black powder, we can smelt steel. With quality steel, we can fabricate mechanized devices, such as tanks, cannons, machine guns, and even airplanes. Wang Zhihai responded, equally exhilarated. Both of you, stop dreaming. That is merely a hypothesis. With the current industrial foundation on this desolate isle, producing an aircraft will take no less than 200 years. By then, you two would have turned to dust, Cheng Li Bin interjected, unable to suppress his skepticism. As an engineer, he possessed a more nuanced understanding of industrial capabilities. Yi Feng's grand vision was indeed ambitious. He spoke of establishing a steel mill on the island, educating the natives in literacy, constructing railways, and building tanks, airplanes, and airstrips. However, Cheng Li Bin understood that such aspirations were fundamentally unrealistic, at least for the next 5 generations. Unless they could live for several centuries, akin to turtles. Well, never mind. We must not undermine Brother Feng's confidence. After all, his aspirations are commendable. Cheng Li Bin conceded with a resigned gesture. After lunch, Yi Feng personally led a contingent of over 200 individuals ashore. As the warship could not be mobilized, they had no choice but to engage in logging amidst a field of corpses. Time passed gradually, and their lumbering efforts progressed smoothly. Deep within the mountains, enveloped in mist, a colossal mountain had been artificially cleaved in two. At its base lay a vast encampment, housing at least 100 structures, with soldiers frequently entering and exiting, making their way to the mountain's midsection. On the rugged paths, indigenous individuals, bare-chested, bore heavy stones on their backs, trudging laboriously northward. Among them were overseers, resembling soldiers, who occasionally lashed the miners with whips. Quickly, the great calamity is imminent. We must expedite the transportation of these stones. An overseer commanded, delivering a sharp crack of the whip across a miner's back. The miner, bare-chested in the frigid cold, felt no chill as he bore the weight of 200 pounds of stone, the laborious toil igniting a fervent warmth within him, his skin glistening with sweat. "Hey, who allowed you to rest?" barked a guard, lashing a whip across the back of a male miner. The miner stumbled, his footing lost, and he began to slide perilously down the 500 meters to the valley below. In a moment of desperation, he cast the stones from his back, regaining his balance just in time. With a thunderous crash, the 200 pounds of stone shattered upon hitting the valley floor. "You wretched barbarian of the highlands. Do you comprehend the value of that stone? Bring it back up, and strike him hard," commanded the guard. Several overseers dragged the miner back up, unleashing a flurry of fists and feet upon him until he coughed up blood, and they ceased their assault. "Do not kill him. The high priest has decreed that the sanctuary tower must be completed within a year, and we cannot afford to waste miners," one overseer remarked. "Indeed, you go to the rear and carry another stone. If you fall again, you might as well forfeit your life," the overseer sneered, delivering a vicious kick. These stones were meticulously carved by artisans, each precisely sized to align with the specifications of a pyramid, adhering to strict measurements of length, width, and height. At the foot of the mountain, in a wooden cabin, Harold sat in a chair, 2 women tending to the wounds on his legs. "Beastmaster, are there truly such skilled individuals among the Highlanders, capable of breaking your legs?" A guard stood beside Harold, the very leader of the mining operation. "Sure, I have failed in my task and dare not return. You must journey to the tribe and steal the holy water from the high priest. It is said that, after consuming the holy water, even severed legs can regenerate, and blinded eyes can once again behold the sun. If you assist me in this endeavor, I shall repay you in kind," Harold said, his expression frail. "Ah, Beastmaster, you would have me steal the high priest's holy water? But the high priest is formidable. Do you truly believe I stand a chance?" Huasher's face paled in fear, causing him to retreat several steps. "Huasher, your ascent to the position of chief of the quarry was solely due to my recommendation. This vast quarry offers you countless benefits each year. Now, you refuse to repay me?" Harold's anger flared. "If there were another means of repayment, I would gladly oblige. But stealing the holy water from the high priest is utterly impossible. Even if I succeeded, should I be discovered, my entire family would face execution. Huasher knelt in desperation. Harold recognized the gravity of his request and had to relent. Very well, I understand you have many loyal thralls. Could you not send them to steal it? Harold suggested. That too is unfeasible. The high priest knows all. Should my name be implicated, my family would be doomed. Huasher shook his head resolutely. There appears to be no alternative. I shall return to the tribe myself, hoping that my past contributions may spare me from the wrath of the great Beastmaster. Harold sighed. Indeed, you once vanquished a 7th-tier tribe. The great Beastmaster surely will not hold you accountable. I will arrange for people to carry you back at once, Huasher exclaimed, relief washing over him. Yes, please make the arrangements. Horde helplessly remarked, yet a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. It was now the 10th day, and he still could not discern how the formidable figure aboard the grand vessel had rendered him legless. All he had witnessed were projectiles, resembling spears but shorter, occasionally launched from the warship, exploding upon impact. Such terrifying prowess was surely beyond the chieftain's capabilities, and to hurl weapons with such swiftness demanded an immense expenditure of energy. Brother Feng, the final batch of charcoal has been transported back to the hold. You must return swiftly, Chunin shouted from the deck. Yifeng nodded and boarded the last canoe. Over these 11 days, they had constructed 300 pits, yet regrettably, 100 of them were of inferior quality. The remaining 200 yielded a meager 20 tons of charcoal, sufficient to allow their warship to navigate 300 kilometers. Upon reaching the deck, Yifeng patted the shoulders of his companions. You have all worked diligently. However, the fish in this basin have been entirely consumed by our nearly 400 men. We must venture downstream to fish. Brother Feng, you have borne the greatest burden, one native remarked. We shall heed your counsel. Just as another native finished speaking, he suddenly clutched his chest and began to cough violently. As he coughed, he extended his hand, grasping at the air. Alas, he has contracted the cursed worm disease. The crowd recoiled a few steps, gazing in shock at the native. The native managed to utter 2 words before collapsing onto the floor, his pupils rapidly dilating. Yifeng shuddered, unable to suppress his retreat. Emerging from the native's nostril was a worm, as thick as a noodle. This creature lacked eyes and nostrils, and it had no mouthparts. Most alarmingly, its body was significantly thicker than the cursed worms he had seen previously, which were no larger than a hair's breadth. As the first worm wriggled out, followed by a second and a third, dozens of cursed worms swiftly emerged from the native's nostrils, ears, eyes, and mouth. Quick, burn them. Chunin urgently hurled a torch towards the writhing mass. Upon contact with the flames, the worms shriveled into a heap, rapidly losing their vitality. Yet one worm swiftly slithered down the deck and plopped into the river with a splash. 100 individuals stood in stunned silence, their expressions akin to having swallowed a fly. They were unafraid of ferocious beasts, yet this unknown affliction sent chills down their spines, raising goosebumps upon their skin. Yifeng was no exception. Susan, was it not said that once we reached the mountainous region, no one would contract the disease? Yifeng's voice emerged hoarsely, struggling to articulate his thoughts. I do not know. Perhaps the longer it remains dormant, the more violently it erupts, leaving us no chance for treatment, Susan replied softly. Previously, there had been cases of cursed worm disease, but there had been time for intervention. Now, the disease showed no signs during its incubation period, and once it manifested, it was invariably fatal. Chushua, how can we prevent this affliction? Yifeng sought out by Chushua from the throng. I must examine the body before it is incinerated. After speaking, Bai Chushua fashioned a mask from a piece of animal hide and slowly crouched down. She first dissected the abdomen of the indigenous person, from which only a small trickle of blood emerged. After a while, Bai Chushua utilized her instruments to extract the internal organs of the native and rinse them clean with water. Feng Gu, this individual's entrails are riddled with tiny holes, likely gnawed by larvae. By the way, when you encountered him, did you notice any abnormalities in his complexion? Bai Chushua inquired, casting her gaze upon the others. An indigenous man stepped forward, affirming, indeed, there was something off. I was working alongside him at the time. He kept complaining of thirst, drinking copious amounts of water, yet did not relieve himself. His complexion appeared rather unusual, devoid of any color, looking rather ashen. His speech was peculiar as well, markedly different from his usual demeanor. He had always been composed, yet in recent days, he muttered nonsensical phrases, almost as if emitting strange sounds rather than conversing, nodding thoughtfully at the indigenous man's words. Bai Chuxue turned to Yifeng. Feng Gu, from now on, anyone who continuously drinks water without urinating should be quarantined. Those exhibiting bizarre behavior must also be isolated for my personal examination. Understood. Yifeng promptly agreed, feeling equally bewildered and reliant on Bai Chuxue's guidance. Oh, I suddenly feel quite thirsty, Chenin remarked, reaching for a nearby kettle to drink noisily. A sudden hush fell over the crowd as hundreds of wary eyes focused on him. Those closest to Chun and instinctively stepped back, with one individual even brandishing a weapon. After finishing his drink, Chenin resumed his previous position, standing obediently. 5 minutes passed, and Wang Zhihai could no longer contain his curiosity, asking, Chenin, don't you feel the urge to urinate? No, I still feel a bit parched, Chenin replied, once again clutching the kettle to drink. Goodness, keep your distance from him. With a clatter, a vast space cleared on the deck, all eyes filled with terror as they regarded Chun and Ha. Look at how frightened you all are. I merely thought to lighten the tense atmosphere. Chunin chuckled, holding his abdomen. This is troubling. Chin's speech has become peculiar too. He must be infected with the larvae disease, Wang Zhihai remarked gravely. Chun's expression darkened. Wang Zhihai, stop talking nonsense. I merely wanted to ease the tension. What should we do, Feng Gu? Wang Zhihai directly turned to Yifeng. Bind him up and confine him on the second level. We will monitor his condition daily, Yifeng said with a serious tone. Please, I truly am not infected with the larvae disease. Ultimately, Chunin was reluctantly escorted to the second level, his face filled with reluctance. Feng Gu, shall we proceed downstream? Tuba inquired. Considering the severity of the larvae disease in the mountainous region, would it not be milder in the Blacktree River Basin? Yifeng could only consult Bai Chuxue, the expert in this matter. I am uncertain, but it is worth attempting, Bai Chuxue replied. Very well, Lao Cheng, turn the ship around toward the Blacktree River Basin. Yifeng commanded. Understood, on it right away. Cheng Libin promptly executed a sharp turn, and the vessel's stern billowed with thick smoke. In the mountainous regions, although the trees may not reach the towering heights of those in the Blacktree River Basin, they boast dense and robust wood, resulting in high-quality charcoal that burns exceptionally well. It is conceivable that these 20 tons of timber could propel a warship for 400 kilometers. What are you all still doing on the deck? Yifeng inquired, glancing at the others. The deck offers ample space and fresh air, making it less likely for us to contract any illnesses, Ding Tuanshuan replied. Do not linger on the deck. Exposure to the cold will force your bodies to rely on their immune systems, ultimately weakening your resistance. Return to the warmth of the dining hall. Leave 10 individuals on deck for duty, while the rest follow me back inside. With that, Yifeng led the way toward the dining hall. However, with 400 people now present, the dining hall was far too cramped. Why are you all crowding back into the dining hall? Yifeng lamented, feeling a bit overwhelmed. These indigenous people seemed incapable of learning from their experiences. Fortunately, Wang Zhihai demonstrated some understanding and sent a portion of them back to their quarters. Light the stoves around the dining hall. Let us not be so tense, but rather, relax a bit. Yifeng forced a smile, knowing that humans are prone to illness in a stressful environment. By the way, I have a tale to share with you all today, but if I do not finish, you must not strike me. Wang Zhihai stepped forward, proving reliable at a critical moment. He began recounting the story of Wu Song, who, while journeying to Jingyang Ridge, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. As night fell, the commotion of startled birds broke the silence, and a foul wind swept through the nearby grass. The male indigenous people gathered around, straining their necks in eager anticipation of the story. Wang Zhihai's storytelling possessed a captivating power over the men, as he skillfully crafted a tense and mysterious atmosphere that drew nearly all the indigenous individuals into the narrative. Of course, Feng Yingzi remained an exception, for with his strength, even a tiger posed no threat to him. Nonetheless, the segment of Wu Song battling the tiger held immense allure for the ordinary indigenous audience. Meanwhile, Ding Tuanshuan had also begun her own performance. In my tale, a character named Xiang did nothing, yet Mei Xiang was deeply enamored with him. However, Fei Xiang had affections for Mei Xiang and endeavored to win her favor. Yet she would scarcely spare him a glance. I find Fei Xiang to be rather pitiable. If I were Mei Xiang, I would undoubtedly fall in love with him. As she concluded, Ding Tuanshuan wiped away a tear, only to notice her audience growing drowsy, with a few even snoring. Humph. Ding Tuanchuan placed her hands on her hips. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share a story with you. A tale of rural love. You know what I mean. Since being injured by the village bully, Wang Shaju had been in a daze, relying entirely on his sister-in-law for meals and hygiene. However, one day, Wang Shaju suddenly awoke to find his sister-in-law changing clothes right in front of him. She had assumed he was still a fool, thus dressing as she usually did. But today was different. Upon seeing his sister-in-law's smooth and radiant figure, Shaju could no longer contain himself. Just as Wang Zhihai was getting into the heart of his tale, he noticed that the audience had all migrated toward Yifeng. Come on, tell us quickly. What did Shaju do next? An indigenous person craned his neck in anticipation. At that moment, a sudden knock at the door interrupted the unfolding scene. Yifeng spoke with a grave demeanor. This group of indigenous people erupted with fury. Why knock at this moment? It is most inopportune. That wretched knocker. I shall have his head. A subtle smile graced Yifeng's lips as a more enchanting woman entered through the door. It was the village chief, akin to your female leader. This chief, tall and with alabaster skin, exuded a vitality that rendered her the object of everyone's desire. Astonishingly, she entered without a stitch of clothing. Brother Feng, do continue. Speak of this chief. Oh no, the village chief. The recently extinguished flames of enthusiasm among the indigenous people were reignited by Yifeng's words. He deftly employed his talent for suspense, weaving an increasingly fluid narrative, astonishingly crafting 5 episodes, 4 of which were mere copies. However, upon reaching the 6th episode, he discovered that the audience had been captured by Wang Zhihai once more. Jin Lian, perpetually unsatisfied, ventured to Wang Pai's shop, only to find the door shut, and a dashing young official welcomed inside. By heavens, this fellow has revealed his trump card. No wonder I was outmatched. Yifeng and Wang Zhihai unleashed their respective masterpieces, vying for the attention of the indigenous audience, resulting in an atmosphere thick with masculine allure throughout the restaurant. Ultimately, Wang Zhihai triumphed. All the listeners flocked to him, leaving Yifeng's corner desolate, compelling him to hastily close up and join the throng of Wang Zhihai's audience. The ship sailed smoothly downstream, laughter and joy resonating within the restaurant. Yifeng noted that after 3 hours of listening, not a single person had succumbed to illness. It appeared that this delightful form of relaxation indeed bolstered one's immunity. The little pup lay in the corner, soundly asleep. After the previous incident, Yifeng had refrained from chaining it again. Suddenly, it lifted its sizable head, ears perked, eyes scanning the shore. Woo woo woo. The little pup dashed to Yifeng, anxiously leaping about, nudging its nose toward the bank. Are you hungry? Yifeng pressed its head down. Woo woo woo. The little pup clamped onto Yifeng's pelt, tugging him toward the deck. Upon reaching the deck, the little pup barked incessantly at the shore. Tuan Tuan, take the little pup back. Susan, you stay. Yifeng calmly surveyed the shoreline, stealthily approaching the cannon, gradually adjusting its angle of fire. Susan, sensing the gravity of the situation, moved to the bow to man another cannon. The trees in the mountainous region were relatively low but robust. They were sturdier than that found in tropical rainforests. Brother Feng, is there something amiss at the shore? Tuba cautiously inquired. It seems so. The little pup just sounded the alarm. Animals possess a heightened sense of awareness compared to humans, having long existed in a world governed by survival of the fittest. With that, Yifeng turned his gaze back to the shore. The cold wind swayed the trees, as if something were about to burst forth from the thicket. At that moment, a man clad in coarse linen crouched against a banyan tree, his eyes fixed intently upon the massive warship. He was indeed Modu, yet at this moment, his arm was severed at the shoulder. Damn it! One of my arms is gone. Only the holy water of the high priest can restore it. With this thought, Modu gritted his teeth and maneuvered past the warship, making his way deeper into the mountains. This time, he was determined to gamble everything, to see if he would face execution by the chieftain. As long as he survived, he would have a chance to obtain the holy water. Time passed, and Yifeng finally lowered the machine gun. He reasoned that even if something was lurking along the shore, the warship had already drifted 5 kilometers downstream. No matter how formidable a creature might be, it could not possibly keep pace with the warship right under his nose. This exemplified the advantage of mobility. If one could not fight, one could flee. Just then, boom. Susan fired a shot towards the shore. What was happening? Yifeng swiftly took up the machine gun again, locking his gaze firmly on the shoreline. A thunderous roar echoed. and the trees shook as a massive dark silhouette fled into the distance. Yi Feng widened his eyes. The dark figure, upon rising, was nearly 10 meters tall, covered in dense black fur. What kind of monstrous creature is that? Tuba gaped, drooling. I have no idea. It resembles a colossal gorilla, akin to those depicted in films. This creature is not to be trifled with. It possesses agility, and in the narrow rivers of the mountainous region, with its size, a single leap could bring it onto the deck to wreak havoc. Yi Feng spoke gravely, further solidifying his resolve to leave the mountainous area. In the pitch-black forest, the enormous creature lumbered forward, its abdomen oozing copious amounts of blood, staining the ground a deep crimson. Susan's earlier shot had struck it squarely in the belly, its intestines spilling forth. As it ventured deeper into the woods, it struggled to ascend the mountain peak. At that moment, another large shadow descended from the summit and embraced it. Roar, the one that held it, was also a great gorilla. They had inhabited this region for generations. During the sweltering summer, their body temperatures soared, rendering them incapable of vigorous movement, for any exertion would elevate their internal heat and hasten the decay of their organs. However, as the temperature gradually dropped, they were free to move more vigorously. Ultimately, the smaller gorilla closed its eyes and perished in its embrace. Yi Feng covered his ears on the deck. In contrast, Tu Ba crouched on the ground, clutching his head tightly. The sheer power of that earlier roar had nearly caused his brain to boil. Chapter 305. As long as you do not act recklessly, you will not be harmed. Old Cheng, do not conserve fuel. We must leave the mountainous region immediately, Yi Feng commanded. Cheng Libi nodded and pulled the rope 5 times in succession. The warship's speed, combined with the current, surged to a remarkable 8 knots. The mountains on both sides swiftly receded from Yi Feng's view. Peering over the railing, he soon spotted a solitary peak, the very place where he had been carried aloft by the giant bird. Stop the ship, Yi Feng shouted loudly, his voice barely piercing through the cacophony at the vessel's stern, necessitating a raised volume for Cheng Libi to hear him. The warship came to a halt, yet its formidable inertia propelled it forward for nearly a kilometer before it gradually came to rest. Tuba, summon Wind Shadow, and have him select 20 robust warriors from the Highland tribe. We shall gather sulfur stones at the shore, Yi Feng commanded. Understood. Before long, a contingent of 22 disembarked in a canoe. The temperature at the mountain's base hovered around -5 or 6 degrees Celsius. Wind Shadow, search for sulfur stones at the foot of the mountain. Once located, place them in the leather bags. Their utility is significant, Yi Feng stated. Very well, Yi Feng, Wind Shadow replied, nodding. As the most formidable warrior of the Highland tribe, he held a sense of pride that prevented him from addressing Yi Feng as brother. Yet, it mattered little. Yi Feng did not seek to dominate them, but merely wished to repay the life-saving kindness of the Highlanders. Yi Feng and Tuba also joined the search party. This solitary peak was truly a mountain of death, hence the abundance of sulfur stones at its base. In just an hour, Yi Feng filled a leather bag to the brim. Those sulfur stones resembled ordinary rocks. Their distinct, pungent odor made them easily identifiable. The others also gathered a considerable number of sulfur stones, which they piled into 3 canoes. Feng, come back. We have already collected half a ton of sulfur stones. Susan urged from the deck, concerned about Yi Feng's injuries. Indeed, Yi Feng nodded, leading the group back to the canoe. I shall examine the sulfur stones, Bai Chushua approached, striking one stone to break it apart, then grinding it into powder with a metal tool before placing it into a leather pouch. After just a few rubs, the pouch began to emit smoke. Excellent. This sulfur is quite pure. When combined with charcoal and saltpeter, it can be fashioned into explosives. However, the proportions require meticulous study, Bai Chushua remarked. Chushua, I entrust this matter entirely to you. You may call upon those from civilized society aboard the warship as you see fit, Yi Feng declared happily. With the potential to produce landmines, they would possess a relentless source of firepower, rendering them capable of dominating the entire deserted island in the future. Brother Feng, where should we store these sulfur stones? Given their volatile nature, prolonged contact with them could lead to cancer, Bai Chushua inquired. Place them on the upper 2 decks. Yi Feng indicated upwards. At that moment, he squinted towards the edge of the forest by the shore. There, amidst the trees, stood a woman accompanied by 2 vengeful children. Is it her? Yi Feng exclaimed with joy, signaling to Susan. Susan hurried to the stern, aiming the cannon at Duoyen Hina. At that time, Duoyen Hina appeared pale, her belly swollen like a winter melon. Beside her were two vengeful children. One was the golden-haired child, while the other was a tall shadow wearing a mask, obscuring their face entirely. Yi Feng, I am carrying your child. Duo Yanhina hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Buzz. Yi Feng's mind reeled, feeling as though the entire world had turned upside down. In truth, he had already engaged with several women aboard the warship, yet none had shown signs of pregnancy. For days, he harbored doubts about his own fertility. However, upon hearing Duo Yanhina's words, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Feng, do not heed her words. Simply eliminate her, Susan remarked, her chest rising and falling with agitation as she cast a cold glare at Duo Yanhina. Wait, her belly is indeed swollen. And according to the Gay tribe, the high priestess cannot indulge in promiscuity, yet I have truly had an encounter with her. Yi Feng halted Susan's objections and turned his gaze back to Duo Yanhina. His heavy breaths nearly suffocated him. If Duo Yanhina truly carried his child, what did that signify? High priestess, are you certain that the child within you is mine? Though Yi Feng attempted to maintain composure, the tremor in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. Yi Feng, have a child now? Yi Feng, have offspring? Yi Feng, I am without sustenance. Only by your provision can I nourish the child, Duo Yanhina stated, her tone still aloof despite her plea. Do you not harbor some ulterior motive? Yi Feng hesitated, his gaze fixed intently on her. He certainly recognized the golden-haired beast that had once injured him, but at that moment, his sole concern lay with the child in Duo Yanhina's womb. Choosing to overlook that detail. What else can I do? You have so many, while I have but one. Would you fear a single woman? Duo Yanhina replied coldly. I apologize, but allowing you on deck, even if I trust you, others will not. I must go ashore to examine your belly, Yi Feng stated resolutely. Duo Yanhina remained silent, instead locking her gaze on him from the shore, seemingly acquiescing. Do not go, Brother Feng. The high priestess possesses numerous tricks. If you proceed, it may lead to your downfall, Susan warned, approaching him. Feng, let me go. You are a vital asset and cannot risk yourself, Ding Tuanshuan added, joining the plea. Yet, Yi Feng firmly declined their offers. No, some matters must be handled by me personally. I only need to touch her belly. If it is indeed my kin, I will surely know. Do not question why, I simply will. In the end, they could not dissuade him. Susan watched the canoe gradually approach the shore, her heart heavy with a mix of sorrow and ache, her head spinning. As Yi Feng paddled toward Duo Yanhina, his heart raced, almost leaping from his chest. It had been several months since their last encounter, and to be honest, he found himself yearning for that moment. In both physique and demeanor, Duo Yanhina was unmatched among those he had encountered. Frankly speaking, even Susan and Shuyun seemed to pale in comparison. This woman possessed an enchanting allure, compelling any man who had crossed her path to crave her presence. Suddenly, the golden-haired beast let out a low growl, as if warning Yi Feng. This caused him to tense, standing atop the canoe, hesitant to approach the shore. It won't attack me, will it? Yi Feng inquired. Simply refrain from causing chaos, and you shall remain unharmed, Duo Yanhina remarked coolly, her gaze fixed upon Yi Feng. Chapter 306. Are there wounds upon her skin? Yet this was merely her exterior. Within her heart, she harbored a tumultuous conflict regarding Yi Feng. Regardless of the circumstances, he was her first man, a memory she would cherish for eternity. At long last, Yi Feng set foot upon the land, gripping his rifle tightly, with only 3 bullets remaining. May I caress your abdomen? If the child within you is indeed mine, I will surely discern it, Yi Feng queried, his heart racing as he gazed at Duo Yanhina's belly. I am the high priestess, I do not deceive. This truly is your child. If you provide sustenance for the winter, you will have fulfilled your fatherly duty. Come spring, you need not concern yourself further. I shall raise him on my own, she stated firmly. Duo Yanhina shook her head, yet the golden-haired warrior stepped forward, shielding her. No, this is your child and mine. Though we bear animosity, I must ensure his safety until his birth. After that, he cannot accompany you. He shall reside with me on my ship, where he will have a nurturing environment to thrive. What of you? Will you allow him to dwell in the natives' pigsty? Yi Feng stepped forward boldly, confronting the golden-haired warrior. At this moment, retreat was not an option. I have said, provide me with winter provisions, and I shall raise the child myself, he asserted. Upon hearing this, Duo Yanhina spoke again, prompting the golden-haired warrior to advance once more. Do not compel me, Yi Feng warned, raising his rifle. However, in a sudden move, Duo Yanhina drew a stone dagger, aiming it at her own belly. If you refuse to supply me with food, I shall meet my demise regardless. Why not expedite the process? I shall ask you one final time. Will you provide the sustenance? Her gaze exuded determination, and Yifeng sensed that she was not a woman prone to jest. Her words were resolute and actionable. Moreover, standing so close to her, he was nearly certain that the child within her was indeed his own flesh and blood. Please, I shall provide you with food. But may I see him once he is born? Yifeng hastily lowered his rifle. Duo Yanhina's expression remained impassive as her wrist flicked, a trickle of blood cascading down her abdomen. Do not harm my child. I will provide you with food, Yifeng exclaimed. Retreating a few paces and shouting towards the deck, Maisie, send provisions for a canoe immediately, and ensure they are of the finest quality. Rimaizi was taken aback, casting a questioning glance at Susan. Do as instructed, Susan managed to utter through clenched teeth, though she had previously feigned jealousy over Yifeng's associations with other women. It was never genuine. She knew her beauty was unparalleled aboard the ship. Yet, in the presence of the High Priestess, she felt a profound sense of inadequacy for the first time. In every aspect, figure, appearance, skin, she was utterly outclassed. What proved most unbearable was the High Priestess's unwavering and calm demeanor. If she were a man, she too would find herself enamored with the High Priestess. Some women, indeed, are born to inspire adoration. One cannot help but submit to their allure. At last, a full canoe laden with provisions was delivered to the shore. Just as Tuba was about to unload the supplies, a shadowy figure stepped forward, effortlessly hoisting the half-ton load onto its back. This sight heightened Yifeng's vigilance. What manner of creature was this? Its strength seemed almost unnatural. The golden-haired one also advanced, bearing the remaining provisions upon its back. Let us go. Duo Yanhina commanded the two creatures, without bidding farewell to Yifeng. Watching their retreating silhouettes, Yifeng could not help but step forward, his heart filled with uncertainty. Ultimately, the trio vanished into the depths of the forest. Feng, go, let us return. Once she gives birth, she will undoubtedly need more food. And who knows how long this winter will last. I am certain she will come back for supplies within 5 months. And you shall have the chance to see your child, Tuba suggested. Thank you, Tuba. Your words have rekindled my hope, Yifeng replied, glancing back repeatedly as he boarded the canoe. Even after settling in, his gaze remained fixed upon the shore. Since arriving on the deserted island and having his first encounter with a woman, Yifeng had been plagued by self-doubt, questioning whether, despite his formidable abilities, he possessed the capacity to procreate. Yet, Duo Yanhina had conceived his child. Was it only the High Priestess's constitution that could bear my lineage? Could no one else? With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Yifeng yearned to bring the High Priestess back to the warship, envisioning a blissful life filled with family warmth. As for the sins Duo Yanhina had committed in the past, he chose not to dwell on them. After all, everyone harbors selfish desires, and he was no exception. The warship continued its descent downstream, swiftly emerging from the mountainous river channel, revealing a landscape where grasslands merged with forests, teeming with animals grazing on the scant remaining grass. If winter were to extend, it was likely that these herbivores would perish in droves, with only the strongest surviving until spring. Regardless, these creatures were destined to die eventually. Tuba, take some elite warriors and accompany me ashore, Yifeng commanded, aware that the mountain tribes still had 200 vulnerable souls clad in scant attire. He needed to hunt more game for skins, while the meat could serve as a reserve. As he set foot on this bountiful land, Yifeng's gaze suddenly shifted to the opposite bank. With a splash, a massive python, adorned with intricate patterns, leaped from the water, heading straight for the deck. This is bad, Yifeng exclaimed, raising his bow and firing 5 arrows in quick succession. However, the arrows scarcely penetrated the thick scales of the serpent. Susan, it's behind you, Yifeng shouted as he dashed towards the warship. Although the cannons were stationed on the deck, they were unable to target the lower deck until the python managed to ascend. The creature's body possessed an incredible suction, allowing it to cling to the smooth surface of the warship. In mere moments, its head emerged. A brave native charged forth, his spear poised to strike. Thud! In an instant, the native was swallowed whole. The serpent's massive head opened wide, spewing forth a dark liquid. This is not good. The wind shadow was taken aback, transforming into a fleeting silhouette as he dragged Susan behind the machine gun. However, the other indigenous people behind him met a grim fate. The moment their skin came into contact with the venom, it began to corrode. Agonizing screams erupted as a dozen natives writhed helplessly on the deck. Susan forcefully pushed Wind Shadow aside, seized the machine gun, and swiftly aimed at the colossal serpent's head. Boom! In an instant, the serpent's head was obliterated into a mist of crimson. Its massive body thrashed before plummeting into the water, staining an area of 20 meters around it a deep red. "Chushua, come and save us," Susan shouted into the distance. At that moment, Feng had already climbed up the rope ladder to the deck. He rushed over to embrace Susan, checking her skin for any wounds. Chapter 307. Commencing the cleanup here of Feng. "I'm fine, truly. Do not worry," Susan reassured him. "Then I can breathe easy," Feng sighed in relief, turning his gaze toward the gruesome scene on the deck. The indigenous people, ravaged by the corrosive venom, had their bodies grotesquely mutilated. The areas directly affected had turned to stark white bone. Moreover, the venom had infiltrated their bloodstream. Several indigenous people soon fell silent, leaving no opportunity for Chushua to render aid. "Curse it, so many lives lost. Tuba, prepare the hooks. We shall retrieve its carcass, fashion clothing from its skin, and stew its flesh into snake soup for all to share," Feng declared through gritted teeth. "Understood, Brother Feng," Tuba nodded, releasing 2 hooks. The enormous python weighed at least 6 or 7 tons, and its skin could yield garments for 100 individuals, as it was thick enough to be divided into numerous layers. After a while, through the collective effort of over 100 people, they finally hoisted the headless corpse of the giant serpent aboard. Feng grasped a German-made dagger and made his way to the creature's vital point. 5 minutes later, he extracted a fist-sized crystal core, hastily concealing it, for 2 pairs of eager eyes were fixed upon it by Chushua and Chung Li Bean, who had already tasted the sweetness of such treasures. "Cut the flesh into pieces. Sure. Put in the effort today and try to process all this snake meat. Be cautious of any parasites within," Feng instructed, pocketing the crystal core as he quietly retreated to the cabin. Glancing back, he noticed Chung Li Bean and Chushua leisurely following him. Feng's expression darkened. He had intended to keep the crystal core for himself, as his injuries were severe, and consuming it might restore him to peak condition. Upon entering Chushua's lab, the 3 exchanged glances and simultaneously locked the door. "As per our usual arrangement, we shall divide it into 3 portions. However, I will take half, and you 2 may share the remaining half," Feng stated. "That is perfectly fine. Having something to divide is already a boon." Chung Li Bean nodded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the crystal core. Yet, Chushua shook her head, saying, "You can take my portion. You are our leader." Feng was taken aback by Chushua's thoughtfulness, feeling a pang of guilt, especially since he had initially planned to keep it all for himself. Chung Li Bean's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing how considerate Chushua was. If he did not concede, he would appear utterly ungrateful. "Brother Feng, you should consume this crystal elixir by yourself. Your injury is quite severe. After taking it, you may find yourself completely healed," Chung Li Bean remarked with a sheepish smile. "How could I possibly accept such a generous offer?" Feng feigned reluctance before ultimately succumbing to the temptation of the elixir. However, it could not be consumed all at once. He had to ingest it in portions. A powerful surge of warmth coursed through Feng's body, while simultaneously, his wound became unbearably itchy, as if flesh were rapidly regenerating. Chung Li Bean, feeling slighted, could only sulk on the deck, hoping to find another crystal elixir among the snake meat. Chushua remained steadfastly by Feng's side. "Brother Feng, how do you feel?" she inquired. "I feel an intense itch at the wound. I can hardly refrain from scratching it." Feng struggled to control his right hand, nearly succumbing to the urge. "Don't. You mustn't scratch it, otherwise it will become infected. In a few days, the wound will heal. By the way, I've missed you so much during these past days," Chushua said, suddenly pulling down the beast's skin slightly. Feng gulped as he glanced at his trousers. After all, he was still a young man. Even with such grievous injuries, he managed to stand. Yet, he understood that wasting energy would impede the healing process. "Chushua, let us postpone this discussion. It truly isn't the right time," Feng replied. "Very well, how about you warm your hand in mine?" Chushua offered, gently placing Feng's hand into her warm embrace. An hour later, both emerged from the laboratory, their faces flushed, following the encounter with the monstrous beasts. Feng dared not linger near the shore, opting instead to fish diligently aboard the warship. Thankfully, a cold front had driven most fish upstream, resulting in bountiful catches with each net cast. The Highlanders, having never encountered such an abundance of fish, began to consume them raw. Take your time eating. The fish in this stretch are plentiful. Such gluttony is a waste. Chen, who had been released after being found free of the parasitic disease, cautioned. The warship remained anchored upstream for approximately 3 days, during which 2 more beasts were spotted, but they were too distant for Feng to risk wasting ammunition. 3 days later, the warship drifted downstream towards Hot Spring Island. In the temporary settlement of the Gay tribe downstream, the forest had been transformed into towering walls. With only a few narrow gates for entry and exit, some Gay warriors stood atop the walls, bow and arrow in hand, their lips chapped from the cold, their faces gaunt and emaciated. Outside the walls, a multitude of vengeful children wandered aimlessly, casting hateful glances at the Gay people perched above. Without the High Priestess to maintain order, they had descended into chaos. Where has the High Priestess gone? Why has she not returned? We dare not leave the walls without her, the tribesmen lamented. Indeed, our supplies are dwindling. The white meat we consumed yesterday seemed to belong to Li Yun. 2 natives exchanged fearful glances. Finally, the warship returned to Hot Spring Island. Feng stood on the deck, casting a glance at the island's grim circumstances, unable to suppress the urge to shut his eyes. The entire Hot Spring Island was strewn with corpses. Some had grotesquely swollen, while others floated upon the water's surface. At that moment, I did not contemplate much, murmured Susan, her face etched with guilt. After all, it was due to her oversight that these 30 laborers had been starved to death, their demise a sight too harrowing to bear. Indeed, they were enemies. Yet ALRI and the others had contributed to the labor. They were bound by a cooperative relationship. No more words. Tuba, Alba. Each of you take 20 men and join me on shore to commence the grim task of clearing the bodies. We shall personally construct our home, declared Feng. Understood. Yes. The 2 responded with nods. A flicker of reluctance appeared on Alba's face. Nonetheless, these were his kin. The canoe finally delivered the 41 individuals to the island. Feng surveyed the ground littered with bodies, some of which were disfigured, the reasons for their mutilation all too clear to those present. After a brief 2-minute walk, they arrived by the hot spring, where 7 or 8 corpses lay submerged within its 10-meter expanse. Fortunately, the spring continuously spouted water, otherwise, it would have been a pool of death. Let us begin our efforts here, Feng said, lowering his head to work, completely unaware of the 2 nostrils surfacing from the water. Chapter 308. A powerful beginning first. We must clear the bodies. I desire a bath afterward. Chen, once my armor has softened, you shall assist me in scrubbing my back, Feng instructed, casting the last corpse from the spring. Certainly, Brother Feng. I excel at back scrubbing, Chen replied eagerly. Wang Zhihai and Zhang Zicheng exchanged glances, stepping forward in unison. Brother Feng, we can assist you in bathing as well. Recently, their status had risen significantly, and they believed themselves equal to Chen. Thus, it was only natural to perform before Feng, vying to surpass Chen in due time. By doing so, they would emerge as the true vanguard. Feng regarded the 2 with curiosity. There is no need. Chen is sufficient. He is my old friend. With that single statement, Feng instilled a sense of pride in Chen, who disdainfully glanced at the 2 interlopers. During Feng's absence, Chen had endured considerable suppression, often having his achievements usurped by the pair. With a splash, Feng submerged half of his body into the hot spring. In the frigid air, the 50-degree water nearly elicited a cry of pleasure from him. Splash! Chen followed suit. What the? Chen quickly leapt up. What is it? Feng inquired. Brother Feng, I sense something soft and moving beneath the spring. Upon hearing this, Feng's body went rigid, and goosebumps erupted across his skin. In that instant, as he turned his head, a triangular snakehead shot forth, sinking its fangs into his shoulder. Clang! The blood scales shimmered, shielding Feng's entire arm. Brother Feng, Chen exclaimed in shock, instinctively leaping from the spring. A massive, snow-white serpent writhed from the depths of the hot spring, ensnaring Feng in midair in a heartbeat. Clang! Blood scales covered Feng's entire body. Under the overwhelming consumption, the crystal core within him was rapidly absorbed. A surge of heat erupted from his lower abdomen, radiating throughout his being. The white serpent clung tightly to Feng's arm, its jaws exerting pressure, with 2 venomous fangs piercing through the gaps in the blood scales. He yelled to Susan, urging her to bring the gun down. Feng found himself ensnared by the white serpent, suspended in midair, shouting at Shonen, "All right, I'm coming right away." Shonen finally reacted, scrambling towards the warship in a frantic rush. Once the fangs pierced Yi Feng's blood scales, the white serpent began to inject a copious amount of venom. This was a white-crowned snake, but how could it have grown so large? Tuba rushed over, astonished as he beheld the massive white serpent. Yi Feng's vision blurred, and his entire body convulsed with spasms. It was evident that the serpent's venom was of a neurotoxic nature, nearly incurable. Could it be that Yi Feng was destined to meet his end? In a fit of desperation, he bit down on the serpent's midsection. As he exerted all his strength, the blood scales began to writhe, and a golden dragon shadow swiftly danced around him. Waves of powerful suction acted upon his skin. The white serpent soon sensed something amiss. Where it made contact with Yi Feng, its scales began to ooze blood. After consuming the crystal core, Yi Feng's blood-sucking technique had intensified several-fold, enabling him to extract blood through the skin. Hiss! The colossal white serpent released its grip on Yi Feng, attempting to flee into the river. Yet Yi Feng found himself unable to control the blood-sucking technique. The skin of both the man and the serpent was pressed tightly together, the serpent's blood flowing increasingly, yet rapidly absorbed by Yi Feng. His strength surged while the serpent's diminished. Soon, it began to struggle desperately, its body twisting erratically, causing the water in the hot spring to splash everywhere. In that moment, the entire hot spring seemed to come alive, radiating an astonishing power. Susan, armed with a gun, had rushed to the hot spring island, only to witness a shocking scene. The thick-bodied white serpent appeared to be attempting to escape Yi Feng's grasp, yet he had it firmly under control. The members of the Highland tribe were equally dumbfounded, particularly Feng Yingzi, whose jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Even if he were ensnared, he could not have extricated himself from such a massive python. In stark contrast, Yi Feng had managed to maintain a firm hold on the white serpent. After a while, the serpent's vigor waned, and it lay limply in the hot spring, the light in its eyes rapidly fading. Yi Feng gradually emerged from the spring, his eyes radiating brilliance. Remarkably, the enormous wound on his waist had already scabbed over. "Ah Feng, are you all right?" Susan approached and threw herself into Yi Feng's embrace. "I'm fine. I feel great. Just a bit sleepy," Yi Feng yawned. Having absorbed so much serpent blood, he required considerable mental energy to process it. "Someone, please dissect this serpent. Keep the skin for a coat," Susan commanded. A group hurriedly rushed over, dragging the massive white serpent out of the hot spring. "Ah Feng, you can sleep in the hot spring. I'll hold you." Susan embraced Yi Feng in her soft arms. In a state between slumber and wakefulness, Yi Feng felt the searing blood of a serpent boiling within him, swiftly elevating his mental and physical vitality to unprecedented heights. Susan was gently scrubbing his back from behind. At that moment, Wind Shadow approached. "Yi Feng, I have conferred with several wise ones from our clan, and we have decided to depart from the warship." "What?" Yi Feng exclaimed, blood boiling with frustration. After much effort to gather enough personnel for the warship, now there was a sudden change? "We are enemies of the Yunshan clan. You possess a warship and formidable weaponry, yet the Yunshan clan is too powerful. Your warship and weapons cannot annihilate them. Therefore, we must leave the warship to avoid dragging you down," Wind Shadow explained. Yi Feng felt a slight relief. They were merely concerned about not burdening him. He might be unaware of the true might of the two cannons. If the Yunshan clan dared to come, they could be decimated. Regardless of whether they sent 1,000 armored knights, they would be torn to shreds by the cannons. The disparity of a millennium in civilization was no trivial matter, and Yi Feng was confident in this regard. "But where will you go after leaving the warship?" "It is the dead of winter, with no food, no game, and no shelter," Yi Feng inquired. "We plan to journey southward in search of a new beginning," Wind Shadow replied. Yi Feng sighed. Every race harbored its own pride. For days, they had relied on him for survival, surely feeling discontent. He could understand this, as he had felt similarly during his time with the Gaoshan clan. Although he enjoyed good food and restful sleep, he still desperately yearned to return home. Anyone with a semblance of dignity would not wish to live under another's roof, particularly a formidable figure like Wind Shadow. "It seems you are not fearful of burdening us. Rather, you wish to develop your own tribe, unwilling to be assimilated by us," Yi Feng observed, rising to drape a hide over his shoulders. Wind Shadow neither nodded nor shook his head, seemingly acquiescing. "Very well. Could you wait a few more days? I will have Master Sure prepare sufficient dried provisions after smoking the meat. Additionally, I will teach you the method to create the heavenly fire cannon, providing the Gaoshan clan with a powerful beginning. Chapter 309. Do you know why you can bathe in hot water? Yi Feng gazed intently at Wind Shadow. Indeed, Wind Shadow appeared somewhat moved. He stepped closer and grasped Yi Feng's arm. Yi Feng, I shall remember your kindness. When we find a new encampment, I will inform you of its location. Should you face difficulties, you are welcome to come to our new tribe, and I shall host you with the highest regard. By the way, may Xiang Shui remain? She has suffered an injury to her eyes, and we have someone here who can heal her, Yi Feng asked. Xiang Shui's heart is already with you. I believe she would willingly stay, and I will not impose, Wind Shadow replied. All right, it is settled then. Yi Feng boarded the deck of the warship in a canoe, beginning to prepare weapons and provisions for the Gaoshan clan. Only in this way could he repay the life-saving grace. Deep within the Yunwu mountain range, in a colossal stone hall towering 30 meters high, 36 large tallow candles blazed brightly. Along the lengthy corridor, 2 individuals lay prostrated on the ground. One is Horde, whose legs have been severed, and the other is Moto, with a shattered right arm. As I gaze down the corridor, a long staircase stretches before me, and at its summit stands a woman in a flowing gown. Her profile turned away. Despite the frigid weather, she exposes one of her alabaster shoulders. Even a master of Halde's caliber trembles in her presence. He had intended to consult the Beast Master upon his return, yet upon his arrival, the Beast Master informed him that the High Priestess wished to meet him personally. Last night, I dreamt of a white deer, which foretold the emergence of a new savior warrior. Halde, who has rendered your legs incapacitated. The woman atop the platform finally turned to face him, her visage shrouded in white gauze, revealing only her elegant nose and enchanting eyes. Your incompetence is lamentable, and with your legs now broken, you are no longer a beast fighter, the High Priestess declared. Following her words, 2 men approached and removed the iron plate from Halde's chest. High Priestess, I have heard of your holy water. It is said to restore severed limbs. Might I partake? Halde, in a moment of despair, irrationally beseeched the High Priestess as the beast-fighting emblem was stripped from him. Is that so? The woman's gaze turned icy as she extended a finger, lightly touching Halde. In the next instant, he convulsed violently, clutching his head and rolling on the ground in agony. With a thunderous pop, his head burst like a watermelon, blood splattering across Moto's face. In horror, Moto's eyes rolled back as a foul liquid seeped from his trousers. The attending guards, witnessing the gruesome scene, turned pale with fear, casting terrified glances at the woman on the platform. After dispatching Halde, the High Priestess directed her finger toward Moto. No, High Priestess, I beg you to spare me. I saw a spark erupt from a great ship before my arm was lost. Moto pleaded urgently. Boom. In an instant, his head too exploded. The High Priestess withdrew her finger, her eyes shifting southward. Send more men to the Black Tree River Basin. Strive to capture them alive to replenish the minor workforce. Additionally, bring the Ga clan's Doi and Hina to me unharmed, she commanded coldly. Understood, High Priestess, the guards responded hastily, their garments soaked with cold sweat as they rushed out of the stone hall. On the deck, Yi Feng, clad in mere undergarments, observed the Highland tribesmen being brought ashore. Half an hour later, the last batch of Highland tribesmen was transported. Xiang Shui, adorned in a white python skin coat, nestled into Yi Feng's embrace. Wind Shadow stood at the riverbank with his 200 clansmen, exchanging glances with Yi Feng across the water. Over the past 3 days, Yi Feng had cured countless strips of jerky for them, sufficient to sustain them for half a month if rationed carefully. Meanwhile, Yi Feng removed his bear fur coat and bestowed it upon Feng Yingzi. After a brief 3-second gaze across the river, Feng Yingzi waved his hand, stating, Yi Feng, you are a commendable member of the other race, and I shall remember your kindness. Once I discover a new encampment, I will repay you with even greater offerings. Farewell, and may your Highland tribe thrive. In the future, let our 2 tribes support one another. Yi Feng reciprocated the gesture with a wave. After completely absorbing the crystal essence, he consumed the blood of the white serpent, finding that the wound on his waist had nearly healed. Concurrently, his strength had returned to 80% of its peak. The remaining 20% would require time for recuperation. The 200 Highland tribespeople, assisting the elderly and the young, swiftly vanished into the snow-laden forest, ultimately disappearing from Yi Feng's sight. Xiang Shui, seemingly sensing her kin's departure, pressed her face against Yi Feng's chest, feeling utterly drained. Nearby, Susan's expression turned cold. prompting her to hastily turn her head away. Brother Feng, let us return. It is quite chilly on the deck. In truth, their departure is for the best. Highland men are not fond of bathing. I can smell Feng Yingzi's odor even through the wall, Chenin advised. They have left. Let us proceed to the dining hall for a team assembly. It is time to delineate the roles within our group, Yi Feng declared, guiding Xiang Shui to the dining hall before entrusting her care to Yang Li. With the departure of the Highland tribespeople, their 150 members could now all squeeze into the dining hall. In the nascent phase of their small society, seating arrangements were quite casual, lacking formal divisions of honor and status. Ladies and gentlemen, since our numbers have grown to 150, we have not held an election. Although I was absent for a month due to circumstances beyond my control, I have decided that we should hold a vote to elect a leader, our captain. I assure you, I will act justly and will not impose my authority. Do not feel obliged to vote for me simply because I am the captain of the ship. Follow your hearts instead. We shall now begin with nominations for the captaincy. Upon his pronouncement, the assembly buzzed with discussion. Wang Zhihai was the first to rise, clasping his hands in salute to the crowd. Esteemed colleagues, I, Wang Zhihai, have toiled tirelessly aboard this vessel, even entertaining you with storytelling. While I may not rival Brother Feng, I believe I am deserving of a nomination. I humbly request your support. Yi Feng nodded in approval, pleased with this outcome. If everyone feared his authority and refrained from campaigning, their team would not be healthy and would inevitably decline. With Wang Zhihai leading the way and Yi Feng's approving gaze acting as a signal, others began to follow suit. Do you know why you can enjoy hot showers? Indeed, it is due to my efforts, Zhang Zicheng. I hope for your votes as well, not exceeding Brother Feng's tally, but aiming for second place would bring me honor. Zhang Zicheng proclaimed, bowing to the crowd. Chapter 310, Rewards and Punishments. Is this how one campaigns for votes? Does he truly hold himself in such high regard? Chunin scoffed, though he was quickly silenced by a glare from Yi Feng. Esteemed colleagues, I am a lumberjack, known for my swift cutting and precise splitting of wood. I hope for your votes as well. An indigenous individual stepped forward, one of Alba's subordinates. A lumberjack dares to run for the election of the team leader? Madness. Sheer madness. Chunin shook his head in dismay. Ladies and gentlemen, I am merely the janitor on deck, and I humbly request your vote. To everyone's surprise, Qiu Shui also came forward to solicit support. Chunin pounded his chest, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. A janitor presumes to solicit votes? Why not?" Yi Feng retorted, "Work knows no hierarchy. As long as one possesses the legitimate identity of our team, anyone can campaign. Chunin, you too can seek votes. My principle is fairness." Indeed, Yi Feng, having traversed the vast seas of time, recognized that where there are people, there exists a society, and within society, individuals are often stratified into various classes. Today, he aimed to challenge the frailties of human nature and see if he could shatter the enchantment of such divisions. Alba wiped away a tear and spoke to the indigenous person beside him. Do you see? This team is worth our very lives. Reflect upon the past of the Gay tribe. It feels as though we have squandered half our lives. Not only he, but others also gazed at Yi Feng with tearful eyes, wondering if this was indeed the fabled land of freedom. Ultimately, 9 individuals emerged to campaign. Yi Feng and his companions stood in a row by the window, akin to products awaiting selection. Allow me to campaign for myself as well. I, Yi Feng, vow to dedicate my life to the team, investing my youth into its growth. After his oath, it was Wang Zhihai's turn. I, Wang Zhihai, pledge to devote all my energy to adding new members to the team. By the way, brothers, tonight we shall continue discussing the 9th episode of Jingping Mei, the secrets of Jin Lian and Shimin Qing that must be unveiled. Upon hearing this, the indigenous people erupted into cheers, their faces alight with excitement. The odes of the others were rather lackluster, mostly mere repetitions. Voting commenced. As anticipated, Yi Feng secured re-election as team leader by a narrow margin of 79 votes. Wang Zhihai performed admirably as well, garnering 58 votes, while the others fared poorly, most receiving only 2 or 3 votes, often their own. Chunin fared the worst, having cast his vote for Yi Feng, resulting in a total of 0 votes. I hereby officially declare Yi Feng as the team leader, Chung Li Bin announced, acting as the temporary host. Thank you. Thank you all, Yi Feng responded promptly, inwardly reveling in his popularity. In my capacity as team leader, I shall now appoint a deputy. Previously, this role belonged to Susan, but as you have seen, she has only received 5 votes, while Wang Zhihai has received 58. Therefore, I officially declare Wang Zhihai as the deputy team leader, with Susan serving as my personal secretary. Yifeng did not wish to practice nepotism. Since Susan's vote count did not meet the mark, it was only fair to yield. Wang Zhihai's eyes widened in disbelief, almost questioning whether he had misheard. "Brother Feng, you must be joking," he exclaimed, clearing his ears. "What jest? Your vote count places you second, naturally. You shall be the team's second in command. Deputy Wang, please take a seat beside me." "Susan, kindly make way," Yifeng stated. Susan shot Yifeng a fierce glare, but ultimately conceded her position. Wang Zhihai settled into the role of second in command, fidgeting in disbelief, touching this and that, as if he were dreaming. "Listen closely, everyone. From this day forth, I shall be the external leader, while Wang Zhihai will take on the role of internal leader. Henceforth, any hunting, charcoal production, or confrontations with adversaries will fall under my purview. Wang Zhihai, you will oversee personnel appointments within the team. Susan will serve as my personal secretary. There is no need for you to appoint her or concern yourself with her." Yifeng addressed Wang Zhihai. Wang Zhihai inhaled deeply, astonished as he gazed at the 100 individuals in the dining hall. From now on, he would be the one appointing them. He could command them at will. "Thank you, Brother Feng, and thank you all for your votes. I am now here to announce the personnel changes. Naire Maisie will assume the role of logistics department head. Chunin will no longer serve as deputy captain of security. That position will be taken over by Tuba. As for the captaincy, I will personally take charge, of course. We must all heed Brother Feng's guidance. Chung Libin will continue as captain, and Shi Zhongliang will remain head chef. Suyin will take on the role of teacher, educating our indigenous friends in literacy to lay a foundation for our team's future civilization." Following this, Wang Zhihai appointed several individuals and promoted a few industrious natives. "Brother Feng, he has dismissed me from my position as deputy captain." Chunin hurried over to voice his complaint. "There is little I can do. He is the internal leader, and I am the external leader." Yifeng shrugged. In truth, Yifeng had recognized Wang Zhihai's leadership potential upon their first encounter, when he nearly led a group of captives to revolt. Observing his appointments now, it was evident that they allowed everyone to utilize their strengths. As for the mediocre Chunin being ousted, that was entirely reasonable. Certainly, Yifeng held deep feelings for Chun and as a brother, but he could not arbitrarily interfere with the decisions of the second-in-command. Zhang Zicheng, as the deputy logistics minister, strived to improve everyone's welfare. For instance, the new type of water heater is quite well designed. Next, work on enhancing the other facilities on the warship. By the way, also repair the 3 holes on the ship. Wang Zhihai instructed. "Yes, deputy captain." Zhang Zicheng nodded, visibly frustrated. With Chun An's dismissal, Yifeng did not intervene, and he could only begrudgingly accept the situation. "Dr. Bai, the medical care aboard the warship relies entirely on you. I need you to devise a plan to prevent the goo worm disease within 3 days. Remember, you have a mere 72 hours, Wang Zhihai addressed by Chushua. Yifeng felt a surge of joy. Previously, he had refrained from pressuring by Chushua due to their relationship. But now that it was Wang Zhihai's turn, he need not play the villain. "What do you think you are? Let me tell you, Wang Zhihai, don't think that just because you are now the deputy captain, you can command me at will. As for the plan, it depends on my mood." Bai Chushue retorted without hesitation. Wang Zhihai's expression darkened as he turned to Yifeng for assistance. Yifeng, however, averted his gaze towards the window, feigning ignorance. "Bai Chushue, you must present the plan within 72 hours. Otherwise, I will reinstate the point system, with rewards and penalties," Wang Zhihai asserted, feeling emboldened by Yifeng's lack of intervention. "Yifeng," Bai Chushue called out sharply. "Ah, what is it?" Yifeng jolted in surprise. "Are you truly going to let Wang Zhihai oversee me?" Bai Chushue stared directly at him. "I, at this moment, have chosen to disregard these matters. I have my own responsibilities, such as managing the charcoal and overseeing military affairs. All internal affairs are solely under the purview of Wang Zhihai." Yifeng shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 311. Flickering eyes, uneasy expression, all right. Bai Chushue huffed, returning to her seat, while muttering incantations under her breath. The expressions of the other elders shifted, revealing their discontent. "Shi Zhongliang, I require you to mentor 3 disciples. These individuals must receive your complete teachings without any reservations. This way, even during your absence, the quality of our provisions will remain uncompromised," Wang Zhihai stated. "Me? Yes." Deputy Commander, Shi Zhongliang acknowledged, understanding the gravity of the situation. Yifeng had not shielded by Chushua. and it was clear he would not extend any protection to him either. Cheng Li Bin, you too must train 3 disciples to ensure that the warship can be swiftly mobilized during your leave. This is of utmost importance, as the maneuverability of our ships is our greatest advantage. Yes, Deputy Commander. Cheng Li Bin nodded in agreement. Wang Zhihai nodded in satisfaction, a smile spreading across his face. Ladies and gentlemen, I was merely executing Brother Feng's orders with strict adherence, devoid of any personal grievances. Now, I shall recount the 9th volume. Oh, how splendid! Quickly, gather closer, lest you miss anything. A throng of natives eagerly surrounded them. Wang Zhihai then turned to Yi Feng and Susan. Brother Feng, Sister Susan, how did I perform? He was astute. Although Yi Feng had appointed him as the internal manager, Susan held a transcendent status. And he was no fool to speak to her with the same tone he had used earlier with the others. You did excellently. Keep it up. Yi Feng affirmed with a nod. What Brother Feng says, I echo, Susan added in agreement. At that moment, a voice from the duty personnel pierced through. Brother Feng, there is someone on the shore. Splash. Yi Feng was the first to rise, leading over 100 individuals onto the deck. There on the shore stood an individual on a goat, wielding a hefty iron spear. Is it just him? Yi Feng inquired of the duty personnel. I am uncertain if there are any ambushes hidden within the woods behind him. Regardless, if he dares to advance, we shall respond with our artillery. Yi Feng concluded, turning his gaze back to the individual. Are you from the Yinshan tribe? What is your business? Yi Feng called out loudly. The knight, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed with an air of authority, by the command of the great beast master, all those aboard the large vessel must accompany me to the giant stone mountain mine. And this grand ship is to be offered as tribute to the Yinshan tribe. Yi Feng questioned his own understanding. What if I refuse? Should you refuse? All the men aboard your large vessel will be slain, and the women will be made into Mao women. Upon hearing the knight's words, Yi Feng glanced at the nearby Xiang Shui, who was flushed with anger, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Xiang Shui, what does Mao women mean? It means binding women in the restroom, their legs forcibly spread apart, allowing the Yinshan men who visit the restroom to violate them at will. Xiang Shui's chest heaved with indignation. Beside them, Susan's expression shifted dramatically, ready to speak. Yet Wang Zhihai stepped forward, whose belt is so loosely fastened that it has exposed you. Such audacity. If you have the courage, then come forth. Are you, therefore, declining the request of the Beastmaster? The knight said with an air of indifference. Of course, not only will I refuse, but I shall also present him with a gift, Wang Zhihai replied, drawing his bow. With a woeful twang, the arrow fell feebly into the water due to his lack of strength. Allow me, Tuba exclaimed as he loosed an arrow that clanged against the knight's armor. It was then that the knight realized the gravity of the situation and hastily rowed his goat upstream. Brother Feng, we should have bombarded him with machine gun fire. Chenin suggested. Do you know how precious bullets are? We should avoid wasting them unless we face a life or death crisis. Yi Feng shook his head. Well, that fellow will undoubtedly return to inform his kin. Might he not summon a horde of Yinshan tribesmen? Chun inquired further. Wang Zhihai chuckled, gesturing toward the expansive Black Tree River. Chenin, this river spans over 30 kilometers. No matter how formidable the Yinshan tribe may be, can they leap across the water to reach our warship? Even if they had boats, what of it? A mere 5 rounds from a machine gun would obliterate their vessels, and they would plunge into the river, freezing like icicles. I understand, Deputy Commander. Chenin nodded, acknowledging Wang Zhihai's authority. Chenin, you are quite commendable yourself. As the Deputy Commander, I appreciate your loyalty to Brother Feng. Although you hold no official position now, I owe you a favor, Wang Zhihai remarked, patting Chun on the shoulder. Having assumed leadership, his temperament had grown more magnanimous, shedding his previous pettiness. This statement was also a signal to others that Wang Zhihai and Brother Feng were united. They should not approach Brother Feng with trivial grievances, as it would be futile. Oh, Chun felt a twinge of unease. Why should you thank me for my loyalty to Brother Feng? You speak as if you and Brother Feng are particularly close. Brothers, the dog has been frightened away by Brother Feng's might. Let us return to the dining hall and continue our tale from Jingping Mei. Chapter 9. Wang Zhihai's charisma was undeniable, and at least half of the group headed towards the dining hall. With nothing better to do, Yi Feng decided to join in and listen to Wang Zhihai's embellishments. This fellow had altered Jingping Mei quite creatively, and with his impressive oratory, even Yi Feng found himself captivated. 5 kilometers upstream, 4 large ships were anchored, each deck hosting at least 50 warriors. Meanwhile, on the shore, 100 knights rode on goats. At the rear of the last wooden ship stood a middle-aged man. "My lord Beastmaster, the situation is as follows. They not only refuse to pay tribute, but also insult you and your kind, branding you cowards," the knight reported, embellishing the tale. "Oh, they dare to call us cowards?" The middle-aged man, however, remained unfazed, his fury barely stirred. "Not only have they insulted you, but they have also mocked the high priest, referring to her as a demoness." The knight, having failed with one tactic, devised another. In the Yunshan tribe, the high priest was the spiritual backbone of the entire clan, sacred and inviolable. The chieftain, as the tribe's practical ruler, would often seek the high priest's counsel on significant matters. "What?" The middle-aged man seethed with rage, his piercing gaze directed downstream. "Relay my orders, lower the sails." And everyone set sail downstream. "We must eradicate those who insult the high priest." With a commanding voice, the middle-aged man issued the directive, prompting 4 large wooden ships to unfurl their sails and drift with the current towards Hot Spring Island. Constructed with a unique ironclad wood design, these vessels featured iron sheathing in critical areas. Regrettably, due to the limitations of industrial capabilities, they could only be built to a modest length of over 10 meters, rendering them insignificant in the presence of vast warships. Upon returning from a business trip, Wusong strolled through the streets, only to notice his neighbors casting furtive glances and exhibiting awkward expressions upon seeing him. A slight heaviness settled in his heart, yet he dismissed it as he approached his home and pushed the door open. Chapter 312. Striving for frugality in an instant. He was met with the sight of a mourning hall arranged below, where a wooden plaque bore the inscription, "In memory of the Honorable Wu Dalong." Wusong's pupils constricted. Almost immediately, a roar emanated from within the house, reminiscent of a tiger's growl. His brother, Wang Zhihai, mimicked Wusong's tone as he shouted. The indigenous people, filled with righteous indignation, gritted their teeth in fury. "Eliminate that scoundrel with the surname Shiman. He must be dismembered," one native declared. "I find the most despicable of all to be that old woman, Wangpa. I shall skin her alive and eviscerate her." The natives were completely engrossed in the storytelling, their faces alight with murderous intent. Yifeng couldn't help but give Wang Zhihai a thumbs up. This fellow possessed exceptional storytelling skills. Just then, a thunderous shout erupted from the deck. "Alert! Enemy attack!" Startled, everyone sprang into action, with Yifeng being the first to dash towards the deck. Wang Zhihai's expression shifted, and he quickly prepared to follow suit. However, after only a few strides, he was seized by 2 indigenous men. "Deputy Commander, give us a hint. Did Wusong exact his revenge? Damn it. Is this the time to ponder storytelling?" Wang Zhihai kicked back in response, hastening his way to the deck. From the perspective of the onlookers, 4 large ships were approaching from upstream. Although they were considerably smaller than Yifeng's warship, the presence of at least 200 members of the Yunshan tribe standing on the deck was evident. Furthermore, their vessels were armed with powerful crossbows at the bow. Yifeng's countenance darkened as he swiftly grasped the ship's cannon. "Brother Feng, allow me to share in the thrill." Chenin approached, his face brimming with anticipation as he looked at Yifeng. "All right, it's in your hands. Ensure you aim carefully and sink them all." Yifeng entrusted the cannon to Chun and Watch Me. Chenin seized the cannon and pressed the trigger. On the warship of the Yunshan tribe, 2 minor chieftains observed the military vessel coldly. "This ship is unlike any I have ever seen. Remember, do not damage it. We shall present it to the tribe. And surely, we will ascend in rank. And the women aboard should not be harmed. We can take turns enjoying them for a month, and after that, we shall return them for others to indulge in until they perish." Another chieftain proclaimed. His words were highly incendiary, inciting excited cheers from the Yunshan tribesmen, who envisioned the women kneeling before them. Boom! A cannonball was fired from the warship, causing the Yunshan tribe's wooden ship to shudder violently, with a 2-meter-wide hole blasted into its hull. In the hold, 40 slaves were diligently rowing. Suddenly, calamity struck. The hull was breached. The rowers gasped in horror, desperately tugging at their iron chains. These men were enslaved on the warship, bound by the Cloud Mountain people, their feet shackled to the vessel, destined to meet a watery grave should defeat befall them. Yet, Yifeng remained oblivious to their plight. Boom! Another cannon shot thundered, slicing through the ship from bow to stern, obliterating any structural defenses in its path. The foremost warship could no longer withstand the onslaught, tilting precariously as the Cloud Mountain warriors aboard tumbled into the depths below. What a thrill! The destruction of a native warship by mere cannon fire was exhilarating. "Chenin, brimming with excitement, pulled the trigger once more. Boom. The second vessel met a similar fate, punctured and inundated with river water. The slaves endured the harshest fate. Deprived of any chance to struggle, bound to the ship as it sank into the abyss. Infuriating. On the last warship, a middle-aged man seized a spear, hurling it fiercely towards Feng. Whoosh. The spear soared over 500 meters, embedding itself in Feng's deck, mercifully sparing any lives. Move aside, Feng exclaimed, shoving Chen aside, and aimed the cannon at the distant warship. Boom, boom, boom. A trio of shots shattered the bow of the ship, causing it to tilt upward as it began to capsize. More Cloud Mountain warriors found themselves swimming in the river, their iron armor becoming a burden, hastening their descent. In desperation, they discarded their armor and weapons, paddling frantically in the frigid waters. Now, only one warship remained. Old Cheng, crank up the power and ram it. After firing a few rounds, Feng discerned the construction of the native vessels. They were merely wooden crafts, but the warships were a different matter. Their bows forged from high-quality German steel, thicker than half a meter. Understood. The battleship's engines roared to life, steam driving the pistons in rhythmic harmony, transforming the force into rotational power that propelled its towering twin propellers. Boom. This colossal machine finally surged forward. Hundreds of Cloud Mountain warriors were swimming in the river when an enormous shadow rushed towards them. Before they could react, they were mercilessly crushed. Boom. The battleship collided with the last remaining vessel in a devastating embrace. Without a doubt, the wooden ship was reduced to splinters, its occupants meeting an inevitable doom. At that moment, a shadow darted across the river's surface, executing a graceful leap onto the side of the battleship. It was the Beastmaster. Grasping the iron chains, he swiftly scaled the deck. Not good. Susan, take control of the rear cannon, Feng shouted, aligning the cannon towards the stern. Regrettably, it was too late. The shadow had already landed on the deck. Ugh. A few brief, harrowing cries pierced the air as at least 5 men fell victim to his blade. Boom. The cannon roared, striking the middle-aged man with ferocity. Even though he was a level 3 beast fighter, he could not escape demise in an unguarded moment. The iron armor he wore crumbled under the cannon's might, shattering like tiles, and soon after, his body was torn apart, dissolving into a mist of blood. With a creak, Feng pivoted the cannon once more, aiming towards the shore. A thunderous sound erupted as over 100 cavalrymen burst forth from the forest, poised to unleash devastation, only to be confronted with a scene of utter horror. For warships had been reduced to mere fragments in an instant. What shall we do, great leader? One of the knights inquired. They had initially agreed upon a coordinated land and water assault, where the soldiers on the ships would cast ropes to secure the vessels, allowing the naval forces to scale the ropes and wreak havoc. They anticipated that some would escape into the water and reach the shore, where they would execute the final harvest. The vision was noble, however, reality struck hard. The moment they converged, the naval forces were annihilated. Boom, boom, boom. Feng fired 3 more cannon shots towards the shore, the tremendous force tearing the cavalrymen into 3 pieces. Unable to maintain their composure, the knights scrambled back into the woods. On the deck, Feng refrained from firing again. He had already expended over a dozen rounds today and feared that the Yunshan clan might dispatch a larger force, so he aimed to conserve his ammunition. Chapter 313. The Pregnant Woman. After setting down the cannon, Feng turned his gaze to the river. Some remnants of the Yunshan clan struggled in the water, attempting to swim to the shore, but the frigid waters had numbed their limbs. Fortunately, they floated on their backs, preventing them from sinking. Even so, their lips turned pale, and with time, they would inevitably become frozen corpses. Brother Feng, how shall we deal with these individuals? Wang Zhihai pointed toward the Yunshan people in the river. Eliminate them all with arrows, leaving not a single one alive. After their demise, strip them of their hemp garments for our use. Feng replied coldly. The prideful Yunshan people were not to be subjugated. No kindness from Feng would alter their fate. Upon receiving the command, the crew on deck hastened to gather their weapons. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows rained down, and the river surrounding the warship turned crimson. Stop. Feng raised his hand, signaling to Chun, and with a glance, take 30 men to retrieve the hemp garments from the corpses. Clean them thoroughly upon your return. These garments are softer than animal hides and less likely to chafe sensitive areas. Understood. Chun descended into the canoe with 20 men. Yangli, once the hemp garments are recovered, examine their materials. We may replicate their craftsmanship in the future, Yifeng instructed. Yes, Yangli nodded in agreement. Yifeng furrowed his brow, gazing upstream along the Heishu River. Feng, the enemy has been eradicated. What further concerns you? Susan gently intertwined her arm with Yifeng's. Did you see that shadow moments ago? It appeared to be a beast fighter, in front of so many of us. He charged onto the deck. If the Yunshan clan had more such experts, and they managed to breach the deck under the cover of night, do you believe we could withstand their assault? Yifeng queried. His words sent a shiver through everyone present. However, there was no need for excessive worry. We could simply assign more personnel to night shifts. Furthermore, we could maneuver the warship 5 kilometers offshore, thereby enhancing our vantage point. It would be considerably more challenging for the beast fighters to board the vessel. Yifeng hastily added his counsel, wishing to alleviate any psychological burden on the team and ensure their continued ease of existence. Brother Feng, I can set some traps along the ship's railing. When the beast fighter attempts to board, the thorns will ensnare him. While they may not hold him indefinitely, it will at least thwart his initial efforts. Wang Zhihai suddenly interjected. Very well. Proceed with that plan. I have faith in your capabilities, Yifeng reassured him, patting Wang Zhihai on the shoulder. With someone to share the burden, he felt a sense of relief for his future. The cleanup of the battlefield extended from day into night. All the corpses had been stripped of their garments, which were piled high on the deck. Sister Maisie, please arrange for the logistics team to clean these clothes and dry them in the hold, Yifeng commanded. Understood. Raimaizi directed the indigenous women to commence their tasks. It was noteworthy that after winter set in, the hold had become a coveted location, as the constant burning of charcoal maintained a temperature above 20 degrees Celsius. The 2 long-term boiler workers wore smiles that seemed to stretch beyond their faces, relishing their secure positions. Aside from those on duty, the others returned to the dining hall, where the indigenous people frequently cast eager glances towards the deck, as Wang Zhihai was busy setting traps, leaving no room for storytelling. Ladies and gentlemen, since Wang Zhihai's narrations fell short, allow me, Chenin, to continue the tale. He declared, in the 10th chapter of The Plum in the Golden Vase, Wu Song avenges the deaths of his loved ones. Upon finishing, Chenin took Wang Zhihai's place. The indigenous people, intrigued, gathered around him. Unfortunately, despite his attempt to replicate the original story, Chenin's lack of eloquence and inability to evoke emotion rendered his rendition as bland as plain water, failing to capture the fervor of Wu Song's vengeance. Yifeng stifled a yawn and began to inspect the entire warship. After a cursory patrol of the 5 lower levels, he ascended to the deck and made his way to the uppermost 2 levels. These areas, once reserved for officers, were evidently more refined, and he even spotted a helmet worn by a high-ranking German official. At the lowest beach of the Black Tree River, Feng Yingzi and the mountain tribesmen trudged forward with difficulty. The provisions Yifeng had provided would last them for half a month, however, to prolong their sustenance. Feng Yingzi and his companions gathered insects and earthworms as they walked. Feng Yingzi, it is quite cold on the beach. Our people are coughing. Perhaps we should venture deeper into the woods. We are no longer within the Black Tree River Basin, and the priests of the Cloud Mountain tribe may not locate us here, an elder suggested. Wisdom of the Black Tree, I shall heed your counsel, Feng Yingzi replied, nodding as he led his people into the depths of the forest. The light snowfall gradually intensified, prompting Feng Yingzi to cradle a small girl in his arms to keep her warm. There is a small stream here, frozen over, one of the mountain tribesmen exclaimed. Feng Yingzi stepped forward, recognizing that this stream was once the home of Yifeng and his companions. However, the temperature had now plummeted to -10 degrees, causing the stream to freeze into a silken white ribbon. As they ventured upstream, they sought perilous terrain, ideally a position shielded by mountains and facing water, ensuring they could withstand any potential attacks from the Yunshan tribe for a time. After speaking, Feng Yingzi placed a piece of ice in his mouth to slowly melt. At the mouth of the cave upstream, Duoyen Heener stood motionless, her belly now as round as a bowl, unable to be concealed even by her fur coat. 2 vengeful spirits, one golden and one black, busied themselves at the cave entrance, clearing debris and dragging in dry firewood. She was no longer suited to remain among the gay tribe and had to venture out with the 2 spirits in search of a new path. Once she gave birth, her abilities would be restored, and she could return to the temple to seek forgiveness. At that moment, she suddenly turned to gaze downstream. Feng Yingzi was the first to notice her. How can there be a woman here? How has she survived in such cold? He thought. looking at Duoyen Hiner with astonishment. Duoyen Hiner remained silent, gently caressing her belly. I never imagined that I, Duoyen Hiner, would fall to such depths. Unable to even sense the approach of enemies. Friends ahead, I did not intend to intrude upon your tribe. I merely passed through. Feng Yingzi quickly retreated a few steps and sincerely called out to Duoyen Hiner, mistakenly believing that the area by the stream was a tribe and she merely one of its members. After all, how could a heavily pregnant woman survive alone in such frigid conditions? What brings you here? Duoyen Hiner inquired. Hearing the commotion, the golden and black spirits emerged from the cave, their imposing forms intimidating the restless tribesmen from the high mountains. Our home is lost, and we seek a new beginning in this vicinity, Feng Yingzi explained. Duoyen Hiner's expression shifted. So, your chief and high priest are gone? She asked. Feng Yingzi's expression darkened as he nodded. I have learned the ways of the priesthood in the temple. Would you allow me to temporarily take the place of your priest? Duoyen Hiner offered. That, I must consult with the wise ones of our tribe, Feng Yingzi replied, gathering several elders together. 10 minutes later, he stepped forward. We are willing to acknowledge you as our priestess and will not question why you bear another's child, as long as you can foresee our tribe's future. We shall respect you. Very well. Duoyen Hiner looked at the mountain tribesmen behind Feng Yingzi. There were approximately 100 warriors, while the rest comprised the elderly and the weak. After all, those who had managed to escape were primarily young and strong, predominantly male. I will first assist you in planning a new home. Above this cave, there is a small waterfall. Now, you can climb up the vines there to build wooden houses and excavate a cave, but do not damage the surrounding plants. They serve as natural camouflage. How much food do you have? Duoyen Hiner inquired further about their provisions. We have only half a month's worth of food. However, there is no need for concern. We have allies, and if we truly run out, I can borrow from them, Wind Shadow remarked. All right, you may ascend now. Duoyen Hiner gestured towards the top of the waterfall. Although it was referred to as a waterfall, most of it had frozen into an ice sculpture, with only a small trickle of water cascading down. Nevertheless, this water suffices for the 200 mountain tribespeople, as they do not particularly relish bathing. The drinking water alone is ample. Heeding the priest's words, we shall climb to the mountainside, fell some trees, and construct wooden cabins, Wind Shadow declared, leading the way upward. On the deck of the warship, Su Yun was instructing the indigenous youth, while Ding Tuanshuan, serving as the class monitor, dozed off amidst the crowd. How dull. She stifled a yawn and quietly slipped away to the dining hall. Inside, Shi Zhengliang was imparting culinary secrets to his 3 apprentices. Do you see? Maintain the oil at 3/10 heat, then lower the flame and add the wild vegetables to fry. Once they turn a slight golden hue, retrieve them. The residual heat will continue to enhance their color. Then, add the spices, first this one, then that one. His apprentices nodded respectfully, their expressions filled with admiration. Ever since they learned Shi Zhengliang's craft, the women aboard the ship occasionally cast flirtatious glances their way, allowing them to savor the perks of being a chef. Ding Tuanshuan ascended to the 4th level, where the logistics deputy minister, Zhang Zicheng, was supervising workers as they maintained the floors and walls with a type of tree oil that prolongs the life of iron. What a foul smell. What kind of tree oil is this? Ding Tuanshuan inquired. Little Tuanshuan, this is a blend of camphor oil and tung oil, effective against insects and rodents. Zhang Zicheng replied courteously. Although Ding Tuanshuan held no official position, everyone understood Yi Feng's fondness for her. Oh, Ding Tuanshuan then proceeded to the 2nd level of the deck. Upon entering, she saw Wang Zhihai and a group installing a ballista. Deputy Commander, once the ballista is ready, I want to fire the first shot, Ding Tuanshuan announced. All right. As long as Feng Ge gives his consent, you may shoot at will, Wang Zhihai replied with a grin. Nodding, Ding Tuanshuan ascended to the highest level of the warship. Upon arrival, she found Yi Feng concocting explosives. Brother Yi, I no longer wish to be class monitor. It feels rather foolish. What brings you here? This is a restricted area for explosives. No idlers allowed, Yi Feng exclaimed, startled by her exuberance, fearing she might ignite the explosives. But I'm so bored. How about I become your personal secretary instead? She said, disregarding Yi Feng's command as she tugged at his arm. You are too young. Children should play to their heart's content. When you come of age, I will find you a husband to add new blood to our team. Yi Feng pinched her chubby cheek. I don't want a husband. I only want Brother Yi. Ding Tuanshuan's declaration left those nearby utterly astonished. Only she would dare to speak so freely, unafraid of Susan's potential ire. Let us postpone this matter for a while. For now, I have a task for you. Please proceed to the second and third floors to assess the cleanliness maintained by Qiu Shui and her companions. Yifeng gently patted her little head. All right. Ding Tuanshuan finally found something to occupy herself with and cheerfully descended below. Yifeng then touched his waist. The scars had nearly healed, and the newly formed skin was smooth and pristine, in stark contrast to the surrounding areas. Simultaneously, his masculine prowess had been restored, as he had just experimented with 30 challenging techniques with Susan the previous night. Furthermore, he discovered that the blood-sucking technique offered minimal enhancement to his strength. It appeared to primarily serve the purposes of replenishing stamina and mending wounds. The true means of augmenting power lay solely in crystal elixirs and certain fruits. This realization prompted Yifeng to develop explosives. Intending to venture to the northern region of the Great Swamp in a few days to hunt some extraordinary beasts and extract their crystal elixirs. Even if he did not consume them himself, he could provide them to others in his team. The construction efforts on Hot Spring Island were progressing well, with over 50 individuals laboring on the island. In the past month, 20 rudimentary shelters had been erected. Once the gaps in these structures were sealed, they would be able to withstand the biting cold winds. Chushua, once the shelters on Hot Spring Island are completed, we should relocate these volatile experiments there to avoid damaging the warship, Yifeng suggested. All right, Bai Chushua replied, her expression frosty. She harbored resentment towards Yifeng for not protecting her a month prior. Women can be quite sensitive, and she had held a grudge against him for a month. Do not fret. A year from now, there will be new elections, and perhaps Wang Zhihai will not garner as many votes as you. After all, every tale must eventually reach its conclusion, Yifeng said with a conciliatory smile. Even with new elections, I doubt I would fare as well as Wang Zhihai in garnering votes, Bai Chushue retorted with a soft huff, a hint of a smile creeping onto her face. Such is the nature of women. A few kind words from someone they cherish can swiftly change their mood from stormy to sunny. Miss Su Yun, shall we head to the cafeteria for our studies? The sun is about to set, and it's quite chilly, a native girl suggested. She appeared to be around 14 years old. In civilized society, children of this age would still be in middle school, but in the indigenous tribes, 14 typically meant marriage. Su Yun hesitated. She was concerned about the potential negative influence on the children, as Wang Zhihai would be lecturing on the intricacies of the Jingping Mei in the cafeteria after work. Very well, gather your animal skin books. We will return to the cafeteria for another half-hour of lessons. After sunset, the cafeteria will be the domain of the vice captain, she instructed while tidying the animal skin-made books. Teacher, look, the gay people have appeared on the shore, a girl exclaimed, pointing behind Su Yun. This girl was also of gay descent, but had distanced herself from the tribe. Su Yun was startled and turned to see over 100 gay men standing on the shore, each one gaunt and emaciated, their eye sockets sunken like those of skeletons. Quickly, the on-duty personnel swiftly adjusted the machine gun's aim, anxiously observing the gay people on the shore. Leading them was a sower, accompanied by 5 or 6 other chieftains. Where's Yifeng? I need to find him for an important matter. Azur weakly called out. Yifeng leaped from the highest window, gazing down at Azur on the deck. What is it? It's only been 2 months since we last met, and the Ga tribe has already fallen to this state. It must be due to food shortages. I suspect that within a month, all the Ga people will perish from hunger. Azur, Luke is no longer our chieftain. He has wronged you in the past, but that has nothing to do with me. In my capacity as the new chieftain, I wish to renew our collaboration. Is there anything you require us to do? Azur's weary eyes sparkled with hope. Yifeng let out a cold laugh. Recalling how the Ga tribe had taken the lives of so many friends and brothers, they deserved their fate. Previously, he had refrained from exacting revenge out of necessity for their assistance in constructing houses and producing charcoal. Yet this group of ingrates repeatedly sought his demise. Now, he lacked no charcoal. The hold of the warship contained enough to propel it for 400 kilometers. Moreover, the wooden cabins on Hot Spring Island were nearing completion, and he no longer required a substantial workforce. I have no work to offer you, Yifeng replied icily. Surely there must be some tasks. Your warship is vast and must require cleaning, Azur insisted. The prolonged hunger had dulled his edge. All he desired was to endure this lengthy winter. If he could survive, he could rise again, perhaps even seize the warship and eliminate all aboard. Leave. The cleaning is nearly complete. Yifeng's tone remained frigid. He didn't even need to draw an arrow to wipe out the Ga tribe. Yifeng, There must be work. The small island surely requires laborers, Azur persisted, unwilling to concede, for in the wintry black Tree River Valley, only Yi Feng had provisions. Do you fools not understand human speech? Shunan stepped forward, bow drawn. Stop. Don't waste arrows. Look at their state. They likely won't survive a month, and arrows require manpower. Yi Feng restrained Shun, and very well. Shunan nodded. Seeing Yi Feng's refusal to provide work, Azur scanned the deck and spotted Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui, you are the daughter of our great chieftain. Could you intercede on our behalf? Azur called out, surmising that Yi Feng must have developed a rapport with Xiao Shui. Perhaps she could save him. Have you finally met your reckoning? Don't think I would speak up for you before Brother Feng. Even if I could, I would persuade him to eliminate you all. Xiao Shui glared at Azur with clenched teeth. Having spent over 2 months aboard Yi Feng's warship, she finally understood what it meant to live. In the Ga tribe, what they had called life was hardly survival. As a woman, even as the daughter of the great chieftain, she toiled ceaselessly each day, washing, cooking, managing food, and tending to the men of the household, with occasional external tasks awaiting them. In essence, from the moment she awoke at 14, she had to work relentlessly until sleep claimed her. Moreover, in the absence of sustenance, the provisions they managed to acquire are prioritized for the men of the tribe, leaving them to subsist on scraps, or even to gnaw on grass. In stark contrast, Yi Feng enjoys meals that surpass even those of the high priest. As the leader of the group, shares the communal pot with them. Furthermore, the women possess the right to vote and can hold significant positions within the community. Although she works as a sanitation worker, her hours are limited to 8 per day, allowing her ample time for personal grooming after awakening, followed by breakfast. Once breakfast is concluded, she has an hour to digest her meal before attending to her duties for 4 hours. After this period, they are afforded nearly 3 hours for a midday respite. With daylight still lingering, their afternoon tasks conclude, and they can return to the dining hall, where they can indulge in tales narrated by Chun and about the 7 great black men and Snow White. Most notably, they work for 5 consecutive days before enjoying a 2-day reprieve. Anyone who has lived aboard a warship for 2 months would find no longing for their former life. In light of this comparison, Xiao Shui harbors an intense disdain for her previous life among the Gay tribe, wishing for nothing more than to see it eradicated. Asawar swallowed hard, continuing to search for familiar faces on the deck. Alba, you were once our little leader in the Gay tribe. I command you to plead with Yi Feng for us. Grant us a chance for work, or else the flame of our tribe will soon extinguish. Surely, you do not wish to witness your own people perish? Asawar found another acquaintance. Alba stepped forward, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Huh, the flame of the Gay tribe? It would be more accurate to say it belongs to you high-ranking leaders. I have no right to call myself a Gay. The tribe belongs to you elites. If you wish to preserve the flame, swim to the northern marsh. You traitor. The Gay tribe raised you, and you dare to utter such words, you cold-blooded betrayer. Asawar seethed with rage, and had the river not been so frigid, he would have considered swimming across to confront him. Enough of this nonsense. The Gay tribe raised me. Since I was 13, I have labored for the tribe. My food, my leadership position, my family, all sustained by my own hands. What does the Gay tribe have to do with it? In truth, it is we countless ordinary individuals who have nourished the Gay tribe, along with you parasites who contribute nothing. Alba retorted fiercely. Well said. That is absolutely correct. This prompted a wave of applause, the sound resonating as flesh met flesh upon the deck. Asawar was left speechless, his eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. Chief's wife, please, lend your voice to Yi Feng. You once enjoyed privileges above that of the chief. Asawar shouted, as if grasping at a final lifeline. Frost Snow's expression hardened, turning away to dismiss him. Chief's wife, please do not act this way. If you do not assist us, your husband's Gay tribe is truly destined for extinction. Asawar persisted. Undeterred, do not seek my aid. Though I am the chief's wife, I am now a part of this warship's crew, and no longer belong to the Gay tribe. Frost Snow replied coldly. After residing on the warship for 2 months, it felt like paradise. The hygiene was impeccable, the treatment was exceptional, and we gathered around the hearth for evening conversations. This existence was incomparably more comfortable than life among the Gaha tribe. In the current chapter, throwing into the river easily pollutes the water source. She found herself devoid of any lingering affection for the Gaha tribe. You are the chieftain's wife. You have enjoyed the highest privileges of the Gaha tribe, yet you are unwilling to lend a hand? Azar's face was etched with despair. Indeed, my treatment among the Gaha was among the best. but in comparison to the most modest conditions aboard this warship, the finest treatment from the Gaha tribe is akin to cow dung. The disparity is immense. Xuanxu aside, human beings are inherently emotional, yet she had to confront reality. She could not recklessly plead with Feng due to past sentiments. Should he become displeased and send her back to the Gaha tribe, her good fortune would come to an abrupt end. You are all traitors, scoundrels, the detritus that has forsaken your ancestors. I, Azur, vow that if I survive, I shall cleanse our ranks, starting with the eradication of all you traitors from the Gaha tribe, including your descendants. Azur glared at the people on the warship, her eyes ablaze with hatred. At that moment, Yifeng spoke up. Azur, I did not anticipate your fortitude. Here is the proposition. My warship is in need of a worker. Are you willing to betray the Gaha tribe and work for me? Yifeng inquired solemnly. Me? Azur hesitated, casting a furtive glance at her Gaha brethren behind her. Chieftain, do not go. We must uphold our dignity and preserve the legacy of the Gaha tribe. One leader urged. Indeed, we are the sovereigns of the Heishu River Basin. We cannot betray our kin for the sake of a mere job, another Gaha tribesman counseled. Azur's face flushed crimson, her mouth opening and closing in disbelief. Azur, you truly possess resolve. Since you are unwilling to join my warship, then you may return. We must prepare for dinner. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. No, Yifeng, I am willing. I am willing to work on the warship. When shall we lower the canoe to fetch me? Azur stepped forward, decisively betraying her tribe. No sooner had she spoken than she felt a chill creeping up from behind. She turned to see 100 tribesmen regarding her with frigid glares, as if they were ready to devour her. Quickly come and fetch me. These Gaha people will turn against me. Azur shouted anxiously, instinctively retreating a few steps towards the icy surface. Meanwhile, on the warship, Yifeng stroked his chin. A mocking smile plastered across his face. The last time Azur boarded the warship, she not only killed several of his brothers, but also ensnared Susan and other key figures, nearly allowing Luke's main forces to seize the deck, resulting in their utter annihilation. It was time for retribution. Azur, I once believed you to be a person of principle. Yet here you are, a coward. I almost forgot. You have lost both your arms. This is not a welfare institution. Thus, I cannot offer you a position. Therefore, you shall remain. Yifeng feigned an apologetic demeanor. You? Yifeng, you cannot deceive me. I have already severed ties with the Gaha tribe. If you do not take me in, what shall I do? Azur gasped heavily, anxiously glancing at the tribesmen behind him. What to do? Surely, it was time to pay for the lives lost at his hands. Yifeng's tone suddenly turned frigid as he reprimanded without reservation. Chaos soon enveloped the shore, as 100 Gator tribesmen pinned Azur to the ground. Fortunately, their hunger rendered them almost powerless. Otherwise, it could have ended in tragedy. An hour later, Azur lay in the mud, his eyes swollen into dark circles. Brother Feng, I have a plan. At that moment, Wang Zhihai stepped forward. What is it? Yifeng inquired. The Gator tribe is no longer our match, but the Yunshan tribe poses a significant threat to us. Perhaps we can devise a way to keep these Gator tribesmen by the shore. Should any formidable experts from the Yunshan tribe lurk in the woods, they can serve as the first line of defense and act as a warning. After all, those beast fighters are elusive, and if we are not vigilant, they could swim right up to our warship. Yifeng clapped Wang Zhihai on the shoulder with enthusiasm. You've got quite the scheme. This could indeed be a case of resourcefulness, but how do we ensure they remain by the shore? Yifeng countered. He could have easily devised a solution himself, but decided to let Wang Zhihai ponder a bit longer, lest his Mediterranean hairstyle become disheveled. Don't we always have leftover food after meals? Instead of tossing it into the river, we can discard it by the shore. If we consistently throw a little bit overboard, they'll surely chase after the warship. Consider it feeding the swine. Wang Zhihai declared with a smug expression. Yifeng gave Wang Zhihai a thumbs up. You are remarkable. Deputy Commander, I must confess. I was once skeptical of you, but now I am thoroughly convinced. Zhang Ziqing also raised his thumb in approval. Deputy Commander, you are impressive. Shi Zhengliang nodded in agreement. I must admit, in my current state of mind, your intellect does surpass mine slightly. Chenin also concedes. It was time to put on a show. Yifeng deliberately raised his voice to inquire of Shi Zhengliang. Sure, what happened to the leftover food from lunch? Where did you put it? Shi Zhengliang responded in kind. I tossed it in the corner of the kitchen. I am about to throw it by the shore now. Their exchange was intentionally audible to the Gator tribesmen. who had initially planned to leave but promptly returned to the shore, eagerly watching the warship. Before long, Feng appeared with 2 large bags of refuse, filled with their leftover scraps, some even bearing remnants of saliva and mucus. Hey! Feng spun around on the deck, hurling the 2 bags over 100 meters, where they landed perfectly on the frozen shore. Rush! The Gadar tribesmen could no longer contain themselves and surged toward the heaps of garbage, indulging in the feast with great enthusiasm. Once they had finished, Feng continued his banter with Shi Zhengliang. Sure, shall we throw the leftover dishes from dinner by the shore as well? Feng asked loudly, as the Gadar tribesmen perked up their ears, anticipation gleaming in their eyes. Indeed, let us discard it on the riverbank. Casting it into the water would surely pollute the source. Shi Zhengliang offered a humorous excuse. Very well, from now on, let us cast all our uneaten refuse upon the shore. Indeed, the integrity of our water sources is of utmost importance, Feng proclaimed loudly, leading a group back to the dining hall. As dusk approached, it was the end of the workday. The team had clear regulations. Unless in exceptional circumstances, no one was permitted to work overtime. Anyone who did would be in violation of labor laws, incurring the wrath of Labor Ambassador Dove, who might reprimand their department lightly or, in severe cases, remove the department head from their position. Chapter 317. What a disgrace! Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, a deafening boom resonated from the uppermost level of the warship at noon. Moments later, Feng and Bai Chushua emerged, their faces smeared with soot and their hair singed. Chushua, are you all right? Feng hurriedly wiped the black grime from her face. I'm fine, and you? Did you sustain any injuries? Bai Chushua reciprocated the gesture, tending to Feng's face. As long as we are unscathed, it turns out that the ratio of 325 is indeed the golden ratio for explosives. A fist-sized package of gunpowder managed to obliterate the entire 7th level. Feng's face, darkened with soot, broke into a wide grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Shall we commence the construction of bombs now? Bai Chushua inquired. Having witnessed the potency of the gunpowder herself, she recognized it as vastly superior to ancient black powder. Indeed, tenfold stronger. It should suffice to take down aberrant beasts. Even if it did not kill them outright, a few rounds would surely do the trick. The possibility of crafting makeshift cannons is indeed feasible. However, ordinary barrels cannot withstand the explosive force. Fortunately, the warship is equipped with 8 naval cannon barrels. We should arrange for Old Cheng to dismantle them for use as makeshift cannon tubes, Feng declared, leading Bai Chushua to the deck. Upon reaching the deck, they found a crowd gathered, anxiously gazing at the inferno raging at the ship's pinnacle. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and extinguish the flames. Feng pointed upwards. Oh, right away, Brother Feng. By the way, can urine be used to put out fires? After the flames were quelled, Feng summoned all senior staff for a meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 days and nights of relentless efforts alongside Chushua, we have finally determined the golden ratio for our gunpowder. As for the specifics, that shall remain a closely guarded secret, known only to the highest echelon aboard this warship. Henceforth, I shall select 30 individuals from among you to form an artillery battalion. The battalion leader will be Wang Zhihai, with Chun Un as the deputy. Any objections? Feng queried. No objections. This is splendid news. We shall finally have a continuous supply of artillery. Chun Un exclaimed, filled with excitement. The Yunwu mountain range is replete with sulfur stones, and charcoal is abundant. The entirety of the Black Tree River Basin is suitable for charcoal production. As for nitrate, it can be artificially synthesized. Simply find a stone and sprinkle urine on it daily, and within 3 days, nitrate will sprout upon its surface. Wang Zhihai, Chun Un, you two shall begin selecting personnel for the artillery corps. Old Cheng, assist them in dismantling the 8 cannon barrels from the warship. Otherwise, ordinary pipes will not withstand the explosive shock and will burst after just a few uses, Feng instructed. Understood. Yes, sir. The 3 individuals hastened to their tasks. At that moment, a voice resonated from Hot Springs Island. Brother Feng, it's ready. The construction on Hot Springs Island is nearly complete, and you can now enjoy a soak here. Upon hearing this, Feng, accompanied by the senior members, rushed to the deck, gazing in astonishment at Hot Springs Island. On the less than 1 hectare island, over 40 wooden houses of various sizes had been constructed, resembling a quaint little village. Additionally, a greenhouse had been erected above the hot springs to shield against falling snow. A notification was sent to all departments, granting a day off, except for the captain, the boiler operator, and the artillerymen. Everyone was invited to the island to select their accommodations. Yifeng tightened his fur coat and slid down a rope ladder to the canoe. In no time, cheers erupted from the deck. Once everyone had gathered, Alba began to introduce the new facilities. Brother Feng, these 5 houses are the girls' dormitories, and these 5 are for the boys. This double-story wooden house is for you and Sister Susan, right next to the hot springs, with a massive rock behind it to shield against the winter winds. Alba explained with a smile. He felt immense gratitude towards Yifeng for granting him a better life, and thus had crafted the couple's house with utmost care. Not only was it 2 stories high, but it was also constructed from the sturdiest wood, with the gaps between the timber sealed tightly with yellow clay and straw to ensure that the cold winds could not seep in. Excellent. Shaner, are you satisfied with this room? Yifeng inquired with a smile. Very satisfied. This will be our bridal chamber, Susan nodded, gently caressing the rough wooden walls. It was evident that considerable effort had been invested in this house, making it far more elaborate than the others. Brother Feng, this will be the land dining hall on Hot Springs Island, where meetings can be held and the deputy commander can deliver speeches. Alba led the group into a large shed. The structure, built from a combination of wood and stone, featured a stone base and a wooden upper layer, capable of accommodating 200 people. Surrounding it were 4 massive stoves, providing warmth for the entire hall. If winter were to last for 3 years, temperatures could plummet to 50 or even 60 degrees below zero, making the stoves and charcoal indispensable. Ha ha ha. This largest chair is, of course, for Brother Feng, while this smaller one is for Sister Susan. I shall take the 3rd chair, Wang Zhihai proclaimed, settling into the 3rd seat and wriggling his backside, imagining fans clamoring for his autograph. However, Yifeng's expression darkened. Alba, why are the chairs not uniform? Why differentiate them by size? Yifeng questioned. Alba cast a furtive glance at Wang Zhihai, hesitating to respond. Brother Feng, please don't put him in a difficult position. It was my suggestion. I thought that since you are our leader, it is only fitting for you to have the largest chair, allowing others to recognize the hierarchy. Wang Zhihai interjected. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Wang Zhihai, do you understand why I insist on annual elections? Yifeng asked. No, Wang Zhihai replied. Because I seek absolute fairness and justice. In my small team, there is no need for any class distinctions. I hereby declare that from this moment on, anyone may sit in that largest chair, even the sycophants. Yifeng shouted to everyone. Alba's body trembled, and tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. How wonderful it is to have a leader like Brother Feng. Words fail to capture the essence of it. Simply put, it is perfection. The others fell silent, their hearts filled solely with emotion. Whether they were indigenous people or from civilized societies, they all witnessed a radiant white light enveloping the entire team. Yifeng appeared like an angel, fleetingly visible within the luminescence. Brother Feng, sob, Chunin clung to Yifeng's leg. Let go, with your behavior. You're embarrassing yourself. Yifeng pushed Chunin away. Brother Feng, let us explore the hot springs. As per your suggestion, I have categorized the springs into 3 levels. The topmost spring reaches 50 degrees, suitable only for those with thick skin. The middle pool is over 40 degrees. And the bottom pool is below 40 degrees, accommodating various groups. Alba then led Yifeng to tour the hot springs. Despite the careful distribution, the springs were notably small, with 3 pools capable of accommodating a maximum of 40 people at a time, far from the capacity for 100 to bathe together. Chapter 318. Stuffing in the mouth. Well done. You have worked hard. Yifeng patted Alba on the shoulder. Alba often walked alongside Chunin, having learned some idioms and phrases from civilized society, making him somewhat civilized himself. The entire hot spring island is shaped like a goose egg, higher in the south and lower in the north. 40 wooden houses have been constructed on the island, including dining halls, hot spring pavilions, training rooms, shooting ranges, and fitness centers. Although the facilities remain rather rudimentary, Yifeng believes that with just a year's time, they will gradually improve. Furthermore, the hot spring island is situated at the very center of a tributary, surrounded by water on all sides. No matter how formidable the Cloud Mountain tribe may be, they cannot possibly swim over to launch a surprise attack, right? If they come with warships, the cannons aboard are not mere decorations. Therefore, in the Black Tree River Basin, the hot spring island stands as Yifeng's most secure encampment. Deep within the Cloud Mist Mountains, before a colossal temple, 7 diminutive figures knelt. Leading them was Luoying, the chief of the Snow Mountain tribe. The high priest of the Snow Mountain tribe wishes to meet you. You must conduct yourselves appropriately. From this moment, you will crawl 1,000 meters into the temple, and only then shall you meet the exalted high priest. Upon finishing, the priest gestured for them to proceed. Luoying nodded and signaled to the 6 other chiefs behind her. They had received a summons from the Cloud Mountain tribe, stating that the high priest wished to see them personally and that a mission of honor would be entrusted to the Snow Mountain tribe. Should they succeed, the Snow Mountain tribe would elevate to a first-rate tribe. Without much thought, Luoying consulted with the tribe's chieftains and high priest before bringing the 6 chiefs to the Cloud Mountain tribe. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the Cloud Mountain tribe, they were required to perform 3 bows and 9 kowtows. With each checkpoint they passed, they had to bow repeatedly, causing their foreheads to bleed. After a day of such tributes, the 7 of them finally reached the temple's threshold. To their surprise, they still had to crawl 1,000 meters to meet the high priest of the Cloud Mountain tribe. Indeed, the hierarchical structure of the Yunshan clan is formidable. To meet the high priest, we must prostrate ourselves, Luoying instructed those behind her. After uttering these words, she dragged her knees towards the temple, bowing 9 times at each threshold before the gates would open. To be candid, her knees ached and her forehead throbbed. Yet this was the education instilled in her since childhood. To gain an audience with the exalted high priest, one must adhere to this ritual. Servitude was ingrained in their very essence. As she approached the temple, Luoying's gaze suddenly sharpened upon a group of men clad in black hemp garments. Remarkably, these men did not crawl on the ground, but strode confidently to the temple's entrance before finally kneeling. Why do they not prostrate themselves from a kilometer away? Luoying inquired. They are from the Haishan clan, a first-tier tribe. Thus they need only kneel for 500 meters. If your achievements are commendable enough, you may even be required to kneel for merely 300 meters, the priest said encouragingly. Luoying felt a disquiet in her heart. Do not be disheartened. You belong to a second-tier tribe, superior to some, yet inferior to others. Look behind you. Those are members of the Huangshan clan, a third-tier tribe, who must kneel from a distance of 1,500 meters. You, from the Shueshan clan, have the advantage of kneeling for 500 meters less, the priest added, gesturing to a more distant location. Upon closer inspection, Luoying indeed saw 5 prominent leaders of the Huangshan clan kneeling at a distance of 1,500 meters. In that moment, a sense of superiority blossomed within her. Though the Shueshan clan may not rival the Haishan clan, they certainly surpass the Huangshan clan by a considerable margin. Moreover, members of the 7th-tier tribe must kneel from 3,500 meters away. You only kneel for 1,000 meters, placing you among the upper echelons. The priest continued, though a flicker of derision danced in his eyes. Indeed, Luoying nodded, leading the 6 prominent leaders as they knelt within the temple. The ground was coarse, staining their knees crimson with blood. After an hour of waiting, the high priest still did not emerge. Finally, a young girl entered through a side door, holding a long feather. The high priest has decreed that she will not meet with you, the leaders of the 7 tribes. However, she has commanded each tribe to dispatch 2 warships and 100 warriors, led by beastmasters, to the Heishu River to undertake a significant task. Upon its successful completion, all tribes will ascend 1 tier, the girl announced, placing the feather upon the ground. In the Heishu River basin, aboard Yifeng's warship, he proclaimed, from this day forth, 20 personnel will remain on the ship to operate the artillery, while the others may return to Hot Spring Island for rest each night. The island offers far more stability than the ship, ensuring a good night's sleep. Cheers erupted among the crew. Brother Feng, should we send the leftover food to the Gaha people on the shore? Shi Zhongliang asked, accompanied by several apprentices, each carrying a bucket. There were 3 buckets of food in total, but clearly insufficient for the 100 Gaha tribesmen. However, it would at least sustain them. Yes, send it to the shore. Yifeng nodded. As dusk descends, the 100 members of the Ga tribe have long emerged from the woods, their gazes fixed with longing upon the position of the warship. 2 meals a day have indeed become a trial to endure. Osower, pale-lipped and haggard, trails behind the others, swallowing hard. Since being beaten by his kin, the Ga tribe has become a mere shadow of its former self, and no one respects him as their new chief. In fact, should Yifeng extend an olive branch, these Ga people would eagerly rush to serve the warship. As the vessel slowly approached, Osower could not restrain himself from stepping forward, envisioning delectable food falling upon the ice. When the warship was merely 200 meters from the shore, its movement ceased. The tributary S banks were already frozen, and the closer one drew to the shore, the thicker the ice became, barely able to support a person's weight. However, venturing 100 meters into the river required caution, for one might easily break through the ice and plunge into the frigid waters below. La 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 la. Shi Zhengliang emitted a derisive sound as if summoning pigs at home. He regarded the Ga people as mere livestock. In the past, the Ga tribe, as the sovereign of the Black Tree River Basin, would have been incensed. Yet now, upon hearing that sound, they salivated profusely. Old Shi, don't do this, Yi Feng admonished, shaking his head. Although the Ga people were despicable, he preferred not to treat them as animals out of humanitarian spirit. Brother Feng, the Ga people are unworthy of sympathy. They are like dogs unable to change their nature. For now, they merely endure in silence, but given the slightest opportunity, they would become our adversaries. After Shi Zhengliang's words, he continued to emit that derisive sound. La 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 la. With a crash, a large bucket of leftover food spilled onto the ice. The Ga people surged forward with the fervor of a blood-boosted frenzy, disregarding whether the ice could bear their weight, and rushed to scoop the food into their mouths. In Chapter 319, titled Disgusting, No More Words, Osoer, lacking arms, could only press his head against the ground to eat voraciously. After just one bite, the ice beneath him was licked clean by his kin. With a crash, a second bucket of pig feed fell. Osoer's expression shifted as he turned to gaze at the woods by the shore. He sniffed the air again, his face paling dramatically. Boom! A massive shadow leapt from the trees, soaring nearly 30 meters in a single bound. Not good, a beast, Osoer shouted, just as the ice beneath him shattered into fragments. Numerous Ga tribesmen plunged into the water, quickly becoming frozen in despair. On the deck, Shi Zhengliang pointed towards the shore, his mouth moving but no sound emerging. Gold, a gorilla, Shi Zhengliang yelled. Yi Feng immediately noticed the situation by the shore, where a gorilla towering over 12 meters sprang forth, leaping 30 meters in an instant. The water reached its waist. The gorilla shook off the ice clinging to its body and swam rapidly towards the warship. Old Cheng, quickly, set sail, Yi Feng shouted, seizing the machine gun as his legs weakened, rendering him unable to run. Cheng Li Bin trembled on the deck, his legs quaking uncontrollably. Reluctantly, he embraced his knees, inching forward. The colossal gorilla advanced 2 more steps, now a mere 80 meters from the warship. Given its size and speed, it would likely reach the vessel in mere seconds. Boom! The cannon finally roared to life. Yi Feng's shot struck the gorilla squarely in the chest. The beast paused, a gaping hole the size of a water barrel appearing in its torso, blood gushing forth from its back. The searing beast's blood instantaneously melted the ice behind it. Do not relent. Boom, boom, boom. Susan fired 3 consecutive shots. Though the gorilla was indeed massive, it proved woefully vulnerable against the cannon's might. At this moment, its body was reduced to little more than a spine, with 3 enormous wounds marring its chest and abdomen, blood swiftly tinting the river red. Roar! The gorilla emitted a defiant howl before its immense form crashed into the river. Boom! Concerned about the creature's resilience, Yi Feng fired once more, shattering its skull. This was the largest exotic beast he had ever encountered, weighing at least 15 tons. The Ga tribe had suffered the loss of several members to the cold, yet their numbers still hovered around 100. Quickly, it must possess a crystal core, maneuver the warship closer, and secure its carcass with hooks to prevent it from sinking. Yi Feng exclaimed with delight. A 15-ton beast, once skinned and deboned, would yield at least 10 tons of pure meat. A fortune indeed, sparing them the toil of fishing. The warship adjusted its course, gliding to a halt beside the gorilla's remains. Soon, 3 hooks latched onto its body, ensuring it would not descend to the riverbed. Armed with a dagger, Yi Feng descended the rope ladder. On the shore, the remnants of the Ga tribe gathered, eyes gleaming as they gazed upon the massive carcass. Should we take a chance? If we could divide an arm of the gorilla, it would suffice for a month's sustenance, one Ga tribesman proposed. However, the ice is too thin, and the weaponry aboard Yi Feng's warship is far too advanced. To venture forth would be tantamount to courting death. It would be wiser to patiently await the decomposition of the meat, as they would undoubtedly leave the bones behind, remarked another elder of the Ga tribe. Let it be so, for even the bones will provide sustenance for half a month. The consensus was reached. 30 kilometers upstream on the Black Tree River, 14 warships of varying sizes floated downstream. Each vessel bore distinct flags, symbolizing the totems of their respective tribes. Among them were 2 warships belonging to the Snow Mountain tribe. Luo Ying stood at the bow, her expression stern as she surveyed the banks. Great Chief, I have received word that the Yunshan tribe also sent men to purge the Black Tree River region, yet they all perished, with only about 50 returning. It appears the Yunshan tribe seeks to send us to our doom, testing the true strength of the colossal ship. A chief approached Luo Ying. Although both were great chiefs, there existed a hierarchy. Luo Ying not only held the title of Great Chief, but her brother was also the chieftain, naturally placing her above the other chiefs in status. In the majestic Cloud Mist Mountains, a strict hierarchy prevails, with the Cloud Mountain tribe reigning supreme. Their mastery of this system enables them to maintain an iron grip over the entire mountain range. During times of peace, Luo Ying often questions the rationale behind such a structure. Why must we toil so relentlessly when we are all human? Why do the Cloud Mountain people remain perpetually elevated above us? Is their martial prowess truly superior? Perhaps they possess a slight advantage over the isolated tribes, yet. If all the clans of the Cloud Mist Mountains united, the Cloud Mountain tribe would surely falter. Nevertheless, they cleverly manipulate the dynamics of comparison and competition among the smaller tribes, fostering animosity and rivalry. At that moment, the chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe aboard the neighboring warship cast a provocative glance in her direction. Luo Ying, this time, the number of trophies we claim will surpass that of your Snow Mountain tribe. You shall never ascend to the ranks of a first-tier tribe. Bachalu. Let us measure our strengths and see just how formidable the Black Mountain tribe truly is, Luo Ying retorted, her anger ignited, casting reason aside. Behold, all the trophies this time belong to us, the Black Mountain tribe, Bachalu declared, his tone shifting. Luo Ying, as the sister of the Snow Mountain chieftain. If you would consent to be my woman, your tribe would surely ascend to the first tier. What an honor that would be. Luo Ying felt a wave of nausea at the thought. Bachalu, already in his 40s and exceedingly unattractive, dared to propose such a thing. Please, spare me your words. She turned away in disgust. 7 tribes, a total of 14 warships, slowly navigated downstream. The leaders of the tribes exchanged insults, each attempting to assert their prowess and claim a greater share of the trophies. Luo Ying's companions joined in the fray, each unwilling to yield. All striving for the title of a first-tier tribe, vying to become the favored dogs of the Cloud Mountain tribe. Meanwhile, Feng toiled from dawn until dusk, meticulously stripping the flesh from the colossal gorilla. The Gaha people on the riverbank gazed hungrily at the bones, their mouths watering incessantly. Brother Feng, bring back the bones as well. The marrow is undoubtedly plentiful, Shi Zhongliang called out. The deck was already piled high with nearly 10 tons of meat. The Gaha tribesmen gasped in despair. Never mind, the bones are too large, and we lack a saw. Let us cast them back into the river. Feng sighed. The entire gorilla, meat and bones combined, weighed over a dozen tons, and he feared damaging the warship, a non-renewable resource that could not be repaired without the materials from the German steelworks. Chapter 320. Huddled together for warmth wonderful. The bones are ours. Everyone prepare. When Feng returns to the deck, let us rush to seize the bones, one indigenous person exclaimed. Indeed, with so many bones, we could feast for a month. The marrow is a treasure, worth 10 mouthfuls of meat, another added. However, just as they celebrated, a voice interrupted. Brother Feng, if you fear damaging the warship, why not bind the bones with rope and drag them to Hot Spring Island to cut them slowly? Chung Li Bean suggested. Yes, how did I not think of that? Someone, lower the rope. Feng beckoned towards the deck. With a whoosh, a rope was tossed down, one end tethered to the warship while the other was bound to a colossal skeleton. Lift. Chung Li Bean commanded the ship to move, causing the gigantic skeleton to flicker in and out of view within the river's depths. On the shore, the Gaif people stood in stunned silence. A few collapsed under the weight of the revelation. Who could withstand such a sight? As night fell, the temperature in the Heishu River region plummeted to -20 degrees. The Gaif people huddled together like penguins to keep warm, rotating those in the center to the outside whenever their body heat became too intense. On Hot Spring Island, the north wind howled as rain mixed with snow fell outside. Yet, within the expansive greenhouse, for large stoves blazed, maintaining a cozy 15 degrees Celsius inside. This bone marrow is truly a treasure, akin to gelatin. It's undeniably pure wild meat, Chung Li Bean remarked, savoring the gelatinous marrow with an audible smack of his lips. Feng absent-mindedly gnawed on exotic beast meat, his right hand occasionally reaching towards the substantial item nestled in his backpack. Inside lay a crystal core from a gorilla, astonishingly the size of a dog's head, promising a power boost of at least 10,000 pounds upon consumption. However, he knew he must wait until everyone was asleep to secretly return to the couple's quarters and share it with Susan. Brother Feng, doesn't that gorilla possess a crystal core as well? Tuba approached. No. Yifeng quickly tossed the backpack under the table. Impossible. The larger the beast, the bigger the crystal core. It's truly peculiar. Tuba scratched his head, returning to his seat with a furrowed brow. Yifeng's team comprised around 150 members, yet only 20 remained aboard the warship. Among them, 3 were tasked with navigating, while 17 served as patrols, gunners, and sentinels. Wang Zhihai savored the marrow until not a drop remained, patting his belly as warmth surged from his abdomen. Everyone, the tale of Jingping Mei has concluded. Would you care to hear another? In the realm of storytelling, Wang Zhihai's charisma was formidable. With a rustle, 50 indigenous people gathered around. Even Yifeng felt an irresistible urge to join the audience. What are you doing? Susan pulled Yifeng back. I'm going to listen to the story. There's no television on this deserted island. Storytelling is our last source of entertainment, Yifeng explained. Come, return to the couple's quarters with me. That shaman can bear your child. So can I. With that, Susan forcibly led Yifeng back to their room. An hour later, a flushed Susan lay in Yifeng's embrace. Was it enjoyable? She asked softly, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. Absolutely, I feel quite drained. I need a month to recuperate, Yifeng replied, gently stroking Susan's hair. A month? Isn't that a bit long? Susan shook her head. Since experiencing the pleasures of their union, the primal energy within her was uncontrollable, leading to nightly revelries that left Yifeng exhausted. Shaner, I possess a treasure. Let us share it equally. After speaking, Yifeng removed the backpack hanging behind the animal skin pillow. Upon opening the backpack, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Is this the crystal essence of the great gorilla? So large. Susan covered her mouth in astonishment. I'll cut it open, Yifeng declared, and with that, he divided the crystal essence in half, handing the larger portion to Susan. No, you are the head of the household. You should have the larger piece while I am content with the smaller one. I do not wish to outshine you, Susan insisted, pushing the larger piece back to Yifeng. My dear, your thoughtfulness is truly commendable. To have you as my wife is indeed a blessing from a past life. Yifeng gazed at Susan with affection. Do not speak such words. My marrying you is also a fortune from a previous life. Now, let us eat, she replied. After exchanging their sweet nothings, they both partook of the crystal essence. As soon as it was consumed, both Yifeng and Susan sat up abruptly, their faces flushed crimson. Simultaneously, a powerful warmth surged through their bodies, nearly causing their blood to boil. This is bad. We must go outside, or our body temperature will rise too high and we could explode, Yifeng exclaimed, and without hesitation, he scooped up the bare Susan and dashed out of the wooden cabin, plunging into the frigid river. The intense heat finally subsided, yet Yifeng's internal temperature remained elevated. In contrast, Susan gazed at herself with intoxicated eyes, her face as red as an apple. I can't take it anymore. I still feel extremely hot. I must release this heat through this conduit, she declared. Thus, in the icy river, Yifeng and Susan shared another intimate moment. This sensation was indescribable. The icy water enveloped them while their bodies burned with fervor, experiencing both cold and fire. After a lengthy while, Yifeng finally carried Susan back into the cabin. Fortunately, everyone was engrossed in listening to Wang Zhihai recounting stories. Otherwise, their earlier escapade would have been a live broadcast. Feng, that sensation was utterly delightful. I never expected the great gorilla's crystal essence to be so fiery. Next time we find another crystal, we must try it again, Susan exclaimed, leaning against Yifeng. He nodded, reaching for the knife beside him, pinching it between his fingers. In the next moment, with a firm push, the knife snapped with a resounding crack. Heavens! Your strength has increased so significantly. Susan gasped, staring at the broken knife in disbelief. I feel that the great gorilla's crystal essence has unleashed tremendous power, at least enhancing my strength by a third. If I fully digest the essence within me, I might even triple my strength, Yifeng explained, tightening his muscles. Scales of blood began to surface on his body, shimmering with a radiant golden hue, appearing even more robust than before. Try to strike me with your knife. But be swift, Yifeng instructed Susan, eager to test the reaction speed of the blood scales. Aware of Yi Feng's capabilities, Susan drew her knife and swung. Clang! The blood scales rapidly enveloped Yi Feng's arm, bending the curved blade. Indeed, the inferior blade was no match. Schoner, switch to this German-made dagger, he suggested. Another clang resounded as Yi Feng's blood scales effortlessly blocked the dagger. Feng, your blood scales are truly extraordinary. How about we test their reaction speed with a cannon? Susan proposed. What? Yi Feng's expression darkened as he pinched Susan's cheek. Chapter 321. A sense of panic. Are you foolish? The blood scale may be formidable, yet it pales in comparison to the cannon. Even a steel plate half a meter thick would be reduced to mere fragments by its firepower. Surely you have seen that projectile, crafted from tungsten steel, the hardest metal known to man. However, did tungsten steel projectiles even exist during World War II? It is indeed astonishing. Perhaps the Germans had already developed such tungsten projectiles, but kept it a closely guarded secret to achieve an unexpected victory. On the warship, the duty captain for the night was Zhang Zicheng, and the duty officer was Alba. As a native, it was his first time handling the cannon. Is this the power of civilization? Did you witness the last encounter? For battleships were utterly obliterated by the cannon fire. I truly wish I could fire a shot myself. Alba, unable to contain his excitement, rested his hand on the trigger. Don't, Captain. If Feng Good discovers you wasting ammunition, he will have you removed from your position. Cautioned a nearby native. Relax, they are all asleep. I'll just fire a shot towards the shore. It would be good for fishing, Alba replied. The sound of the cannon is so loud that it can be heard from 5 miles away. Do you think Feng Good wouldn't know? Then I'll just say it was an accidental discharge, Alba retorted. At that moment, Zhang Zicheng approached and removed the ammunition belt from the cannon. You truly do not understand the gravity of the situation. Feng Gu trusts you to operate the cannon, and if you waste it, he might not hesitate to strip you of your skin. To be honest, Feng Gu is quite easy to deal with. Deputy Commander Wang Zhihai, however, is another story. Ever since he became the second in command, he has been strutting around with an inflated ego, surely looking to assert his authority over you. Upon hearing Zhang Zicheng's words, Alba reluctantly relinquished his hold on the cannon. 2 kilometers upstream on the main river, 14 warships drifted downstream, propelled by the river's current at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour. Remember this, Luo Ying said, addressing the prominent leaders behind him. That massive ship is significant. Let us not make our intentions known. Once we draw close, we will ensnare it with ropes and climb aboard, ensuring they meet their demise in their slumber. Understood. The high-ranking officials responded in unison. On the other warships, the chieftains of various tribes were quietly conferring, conducting their final pre-battle mobilizations. This was a battle of honor. Should they eradicate the Black Tree River region, they would ascend to the status of a first-class tribe, significantly reducing their annual tributes. On Hot Spring Island, Yi Feng abruptly awoke. After gaining considerable strength, his sixth sense had become exceptionally keen. In contrast, Susan remained sound asleep, one snow-white leg exposed beyond the covers. Outside, the frigid wind howled, yet the room remained comfortably warm, maintained at around 20 degrees Celsius. Something feels amiss, Yi Feng murmured to himself, donning his animal hide and stepping out of their quarters, directing his gaze towards the warship 50 meters away. A savage was operating the cannon, his sharp eyes scanning the banks of the tributary. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Yi Feng chuckled softly to himself. The Gay tribe would not dare attack the warship, as they were barely clinging to life from hunger. As for the Yunshan tribe, having witnessed the cannon's might previously, they would certainly not dare to march towards their own demise. He stretched lazily, preparing to return to the warmth of his wife's embrace, reveling in the blissful simplicity of life. Yet, just as Yi Feng was about to step inside, an instinctive glance turned towards the confluence of the tributary and the main river. On this tranquil, snowy night, he seemed to hear the ominous cracking of ice. But now, the entire Heishu River basin was nearly devoid of life. Could it be the sound of ice compressing against itself? Or perhaps, a beast from the unknown had wandered into this vicinity? A wave of apprehension gripped his heart, prompting him to swiftly board the canoe and paddle towards the warship. Brother Feng, why are you here instead of at home with your wife? Fear not, for Alba is here, and if he proves inept, I, the duty captain, shall assist. Zhang Zicheng exclaimed, inadvertently stepping on Alba in the process. Enough chatter. Lower the rope ladder. I sense something amiss tonight, and shall take watch myself. With a splash, the rope ladder descended, and Yi Feng ascended to the deck with ease. In truth, His strength was sufficient to scale the deck unaided. Yet sometimes it was prudent to conserve energy for when it truly mattered. Upon reaching the deck, he cast his gaze towards the junction of the tributary and the main river. If the Yunshan tribe intended to cause trouble, they would likely approach from that direction. Any other route would require them to navigate dozens of kilometers, rendering their arrival improbable. Rest assured, Brother Feng, no matter how formidable the Yunshan tribe may be, once they witness the might of our artillery, they will surely retreat and not dare to invade again, Zhang Zicheng reassured him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock. From the entrance of the tributary, a multitude of torches suddenly flared to life, twinkling like stars in the darkness. Enemy attack. Yi Feng immediately readied the artillery and ordered the extinguishing of most torches aboard the warship. Have the slaves in the lower hold row swiftly. Luo Ying also spotted the warship. A chief burst into the lower hold, signaling the drummer. The drummer quickly began to beat the hand drum. Each strike indicated that 40 slaves would row once. Each warship housed at least 40 slaves in the hold. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous drumbeats quickened the pace of the slaves rowing. Too slow. Increase ramming speed. The chief lashed the drummer's back with a whip. The drummer, also a slave, gritted his teeth and struck the drum with such fervor that smoke seemed to rise from it, his palms oozing blood. But at that moment, the entire warship trembled violently, and the drummer's body was torn asunder by a tremendous force, his remains splattering against the stern. Simultaneously, torrents of river water flooded into the hold. Startled, the chief staggered towards the deck, but the warship was already beginning to tilt. Luo Ying clung desperately to the mast, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the distant warship. A piercing sound sliced through the air once more, and the entire vessel was cleaved in two from bow to stern. Numerous members of the Snow Mountain tribe plummeted into the frigid waters below. Luo Ying lost her balance and fell into the river as well, her warship being the first to be destroyed. However, the warships behind revved their engines, heedlessly charging towards Yi Feng's vessel. Zhang Zicheng positioned the ship's side against the enemy, allowing the rear-mounted artillery to engage in combat. Observing the approaching fleet from afar, Yi Feng felt a surge of anxiety. On Hot Spring Island, the cacophony of artillery fire roused everyone from their slumber, clad in animal skins. They burst out of their wooden cabins. Some paddled canoes towards the warships, while others plunged into the river, swimming to offer support. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Feng fired 3 rounds at each enemy ship, the formidable artillery obliterating the vessels into splinters. The river echoed with the anguished cries of the indigenous people, their voices merging into a haunting chorus. Yet, 3 stragglers made a beeline for Hot Spring Island. The slaves in the lower deck rowed furiously, propelled by sheer inertia as the warship barreled onto the island. Chapter 322. Quickly, summon Chushue. With a crash, the hatch swung open, and hundreds of Black Mountain tribesmen surged onto Hot Spring Island, ready to engage in battle. Shonen seized a spear, rallying his comrades to form ranks, determined to prevent the enemy from breaking through individually. Susan donned her attire, organizing another group of defenders. Ha! Kill them all. The Black Mountain warriors rejoiced, brandishing curved blades as they charged toward the heart of the island, slaying and igniting fires that set several wooden cabins ablaze. The inferno quickly spread, casting a crimson glow across half the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Feng relentlessly pressed the artillery, finally shattering the 11 warships directly ahead. With a vigorous turn of the lever, he aimed the cannon at Hot Spring Island, where over 100 enemies had already stormed in, many of whom were formidable fighters. Meanwhile, the island's defenders were predominantly women, lacking the capacity to resist. Kill. Ha ha ha. There are women, so many women. Don't kill the women just yet. Take them back as captives. As Yi Feng watched the Gaha women fall victim to the slaughter, his eyes filled with rage. Damn it, get out of my home. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery roared once more, targeting the skilled indigenous leaders. Although Yi Feng dispatched 5 or 6 formidable Black Mountain warriors, the cannons might also demolish the dining pavilion, reducing several wooden cabins to rubble. Tuba, who was nearing the warship upon witnessing the chaos, redirected the canoe towards Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng fired a few more rounds, but hesitated to continue, knowing that his men were now entangled with the indigenous fighters. Risking friendly fire. You all, continue to operate the artillery, guarding the river. I shall head to the island. With that, Yi Feng leapt into the water from the deck. As if propelled by a cannonball, On Hot Spring Island, the din of battle erupted, with Gaha women falling amidst pools of blood. Ha ha ha, I, Baturu, have ultimately achieved a great feat. At the forefront stood the Black Mountain chieftain, a warrior of immense strength, nearly rivaling that of a beast fighter. Such a fair-skinned girl. Baturu's gaze fell upon Ding Tuanshuan, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as his curved blade descended with ferocity. Clang! A heavy spear lunged forward, barely parrying the curved blade. Bachalu looked up, astonished to find that the one who had deflected his weapon was a woman. Sister Chushua. I am terrified. Ding Tuanshuan cowered behind Bai Chushua. Bai Chushua felt a tingling sensation in her hands, although she had deflected the curved blade. She could scarcely hold onto the pure iron spear. Fortunately, having consumed crystal pills twice, she was spared from the devastating impact that could have rendered her arm useless. Such a formidable woman. I declare that you shall be mine henceforth. Come here. Bachalu thrust his curved blade forward at an unusual angle, ensnaring the long spear. In the next moment, Bai Chushua found herself sprawled on the ground, the spear flying far from her grasp. How dare you touch my woman? A menacing voice boomed. Bachalu turned to see a man with bloodshot eyes approaching, brandishing the pure iron spear that he had just sent flying. Brother Yi, be careful. This man is incredibly strong. Ding Tuanshuan shouted anxiously. Ah Feng, you must be cautious, Bai Chushua urged as she shielded Ding Tuanshuan. I understand, Yi Feng replied, suddenly thrusting his spear forward. Bachalu evaded effortlessly, swinging his curved blade toward Yi Feng's head. After 3 exchanges, it became evident that Yi Feng was not a master of cold weapons from an earlier age, and he was struck on the arm by the curved blade. Ha ha ha, is that all you have? Bachalu chuckled momentarily, but his expression shifted to one of shock as he beheld the blood scales on Yi Feng. You? Unfortunately, it was already too late. In the realm of skilled combatants, a single oversight can determine victory or defeat. Yi Feng's spear pierced Bachalu's abdomen, lifting him into the air. Bachalu struggled desperately, but with his legs unable to find solid ground, he could not gain leverage. Boom, boom, boom. On the deck, Zhang Ziqing was also picking off the powerful natives, and the battle was swiftly drawing to a close. Fishing net, bind him, Yi Feng shouted. Tuber flung his hands, casting a net filled with barbed hooks over Bachalu, ensnaring him like a dumpling. The presence of the barbs made escape impossible unless he could somehow peel off his own skin. The sounds of fighting began to subside. The invading Black Mountain men had either been shot or beaten down, resulting in the demise of around 80, with only 20 captured alive in the net. Brother Feng. 5th brother. Chenin approached, his voice tinged with sorrow. Yi Feng was startled and hurriedly laid down his spear, rushing to the hot spring. There, he found Long Wu collapsed, his hands tightly gripping an enemy's neck. A massive wound marred his back, revealing the rapid movement of 2 lung lobes beneath. Such a grievous injury, compounded by Long Wu's lack of divine fruit, appeared nearly insurmountable. 5th brother, he is gone. Release him, Yi Feng said, prying Long Wu's hands apart. The madness in Long Wu's eyes slowly faded, his once rosy complexion turning ashen. Having expended his last reserves of strength to confront the native leader, he succumbed. Lift 5th brother to my room, quickly, summon Chushua. Yi Feng's voice was breaking. At that moment, Xiao Shui approached, her entire body stained with blood. Brother Feng, my sisters, the ones I saved from the gay tribe, many of them have perished. Her voice was tinged with sorrow. Yi Feng paused, gazing at the lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. Do your utmost to save them. Carry those who are still alive to the warm rooms, he commanded, before dashing into his own chamber. Long Wang lay upon his wedding bed. Bai Chushua was stitching up the wounds on his back. Brother Feng, have you come? Long Wu suddenly inquired. 5th brother, refrain from speaking. Allow Chushua to tend to your wounds. It's nothing. These injuries will heal in a few days, Yi Feng softly reassured him, though tears streamed down his cheeks. As one of the first elders he had befriended on the deserted island, Long Wu had secretly aided him and protected the women in the cave. Yet now, was 5th brother also destined to depart? Brother Feng, I implore you for a favor. My daughter, Long Tian, is studying at Jinling No. 1 High School. If you manage to return to civilization, please look after her, will you? Long Wu suddenly sat up with renewed vigor, grasping Yi Feng's hand tightly. Rest assured, should I return, Long Tian will be like my own daughter. She will share in everything I have. Yi Feng replied earnestly, returning the grip. Brother Feng, I believe you will keep your promise. I cough. Long Wu coughed twice, blood spilling forth. Simultaneously, his body seemed to lose its strength, slumping back onto the bed. Chapter 323. It appears he holds a significant identity. One must tread carefully. Fifth brother, do not leave us. Your daughter awaits your return, Feng implored. Shaking Long Wu's body. Get up. As a soldier, I command you not to die. Susan grasped Long Wu's other arm. Fifth brother. Chen approached as well. However, the light in Long Wu's eyes gradually dimmed, and his body began to stiffen. Fifth brother. A flash of inspiration struck Feng. He suddenly drew a dagger and sliced his own wrist. He realized that the crystal core within him had not yet dissolved, and his blood still contained immense energy. Perhaps his blood could sustain Fifth brother's life. Truth be told, among all the men aboard the ship, Long Wu was the one he trusted the most, and he was unwilling to lose this comrade. With a clang, a torrent of blood surged forth, the dagger now marred with nicks. What are you doing? Susan pulled at Feng. Only my blood can save Fifth brother. With that, Feng relaxed his body, drawing the dagger across his wrist once more, leaving a faint white mark. It seemed the blood scales had developed a will of their own, surfacing whenever Feng's skin was harmed. With this thought, Feng slowly closed his eyes, achieving a state of complete emptiness. Finally, a small wound appeared on his wrist. Filled with elation, Feng quickly wedged the dagger into the cut to prevent it from healing. Then, he grasped his left wrist with his right hand, applying pressure to the wound. A drop of fragrant blood fell into Long Wu's mouth. It seems that is still insufficient. Feng yearned to extract a bit more blood, but alas, the wound had already healed. Feng, Fifth brother's complexion seems to have improved somewhat, Susan exclaimed, pointing at Long Wu's face in astonishment. Wonderful. Feng rejoiced, producing a dagger to make another cut on his wrist. However, his excitement caused his muscles to tense up. Thus, he laid the dagger horizontally across his wrist, sawing back and forth in desperation. This won't do. What should I do? I'll carry Fifth brother onto the deck and use the cannon to strike my wrist. After uttering these words, Feng swiftly hoisted Long Wu into his arms. No, Feng, your blood contains energy. Perhaps my blood holds energy as well. Let me attempt it, Susan suggested, her intellect shining through as she surmised that the residual power of the crystal elixir was responsible for Long Wu's revival. Upon finishing her words, Susan made a cut on her own wrist, allowing her blood to flow down, gradually dripping into Long Wu's mouth. Initially, he showed no reaction, but after a brief moment, he began to consciously swallow the fragrant blood. Incredible! Fifth brother is saved. Feng exclaimed joyfully, grasping Susan's hand tightly. Baichushua approached, flipping Long Wu's eyelids outward. This method is futile. It may prolong his life, but unless Sister Susan provides him with a substantial amount of blood daily, it's hopeless. Does Sister Susan have that much blood? Baichushua shook her head. Indeed, as Long Wu's blood supply dwindled, his complexion gradually darkened once more. Fifth brother. Feng sighed deeply, holding Long Wu's hand tightly, memories flooding his mind. He had not anticipated that among the first people he met on the deserted island, only he, Su Yun, and Ding Tuanshuan remained. I am truly useless, claiming I would protect you all and create a safe environment, he lamented while tugging at his own hair. At that moment, Shuang Shui stepped forward, first checking Long Wu's breath before shaking her head. He truly cannot last much longer. Even with Sister Susan's blood, it would only sustain him for a maximum of 7 days. However, I have a method that may keep him alive. Shuang Shui's words struck like thunder, awakening everyone in the room. Thank you in advance, Shuang Shui. What must we do to ensure Fifth brother's survival? Feng grasped Shuang Shui's shoulders. Ouch! Let go. Shuang Shui grimaced in pain as she twisted her shoulder. I apologize. Feng quickly released her, fixing his hopeful gaze upon her eyes. Seek the high priest, and have him transform Long Wu into a Wraith King. However, if he becomes a Wraith King, he will no longer be himself. He will merely be a shell. Furthermore, some Wraith Kings may gradually develop a semblance of self-awareness over time, though the odds are slim, Shuang Shui explained. A Wraith King? Feng's expression darkened. If Fifth brother became a Wraith King, would he still be Fifth brother? The others in the room also appeared hesitant. Feng, it is worth a try. I suspect the High Priest will soon return to demand food from us. At that time, we can use this to negotiate, asking her to transform Fifth brother into a Wraith King, and hopefully, with time, he might regain his self-awareness, Susan proposed. Given the circumstances, there was no other choice. Feng nodded, casting a fierce glance toward the outside. Let us go. Follow me to the warship. Upon finishing his words, a group of individuals emerged from the wooden cabin. The hard-won hot spring island was charred significantly, the ground strewn with bodies in disarray. The group swiftly boarded the warship, and Feng cast his gaze towards the mouth of the tributary. There, numerous corpses of indigenous people floated, yet some still exhaled warm breaths, indicating they were not entirely lifeless. Brother Feng, shall we adhere to the usual protocol and eliminate them all? Shannon inquired. Eliminate them all? Humph. Is it truly that simple? We will retrieve them as captives, chaining them in iron, and I intend for them to toil until they perish from exhaustion. Feng replied through clenched teeth. Indeed, with the wooden cabins of Hot Spring Island largely destroyed, we certainly require these captives for reconstruction. Shannon nodded, leading 30 men to carry out the task. Feng began to tally the casualties. Their contingent, initially numbering 150, had dwindled to approximately 80. Most of the deceased were women of the Gay tribe who had been unengaged at the time of the attack, resulting in their significant loss. In the river, Luo Ying of the Snow Mountain tribe floated, having swum 2 kilometers along the 10-kilometer-wide tributary, her arms now weary and unresponsive, leaving her to drift on her back, hoping for a miracle. And indeed, a miracle occurred, for canoes were engaged in the retrieval of the living. Well, being a captive is certainly preferable to death. As long as I can board that grand ship, with my abilities, Just as this thought crossed her mind, a massive net descended from above, dragging her towards the canoe. And go. This woman bears gold around her neck. She appears of considerable status. Exercise caution, an indigenous man cautioned. Then, as per the deputy commander's orders, for those of higher rank, we shall pierce the peepa bone with a curved blade to prevent any last-minute retaliation, Shannon declared, seizing a curved blade, a weapon they had seized. No, please. Luo Ying wished to protest, but her tongue had become numb from the cold. With a swift motion, the curved blade pierced her peepa bone, and she was unceremoniously tossed into the canoe. Other canoes were also retrieving captives, and those who survived were at least minor chieftains. As for the ordinary indigenous warriors, their inferior physical condition had led to their demise in the frigid waters. This retrieval operation continued from evening until morning, with the 4 canoes returning laden with captives. As the first rays of sunlight graced the deck, the captives had been heaped together, all pierced through the peepa bone and chained at their feet. Among them were Luo Ying, the great chieftain Bada Lu of the Haishan tribe, and several other tribal leaders. Brother Feng, these are the only survivors left, 7 women and 33 men, Shannon reported from the side. Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over this motley group. He yearned for a simple life of farming, yet these miscreants persistently denied him a moment's respite. There was no choice left. He must demonstrate the ruthlessness of his methods. The indigenous people of the Cloud and Mist Mountain Range possess a unique characteristic. The greater the number of tattoos adorning their bodies, the more lives they have taken, and consequently, the higher their status. Strip them of their garments entirely. I wish to examine the extent of their tattoos, commanded Feng. I shall. Wang Zhihai quickly rushed toward the female leaders, soon revealing their skin akin to white jade. Indeed, their backs were covered in numerous tattoos, with none upon their faces. In contrast, the male natives displayed the most tattoos upon their faces and hands, while their bodies bore relatively few. This observation illustrates that the men of the Cloud and Mist Mountain are more ostentatious, whereas the women are more reserved. Alba, escort these men to Hot Spring Island to reconstruct their homeland. Prepare the whips. Should any falter in their movements, let the whip be their reminder, Feng stated coldly. Understood. Alba cast the men into the river, while they boarded canoes as they were driven forth. At this moment, Feng turned his gaze toward the 7 women, who tightly protected their chests and vital areas, meeting his eyes with unwavering defiance. Why are these women not participating in labor? Susan inquired. There are still many areas aboard the ship that require cleaning. Maisie, take them to tidy up. They must do so swiftly and proficiently, adhering to the highest standards without a shred of compassion. Let us not forget that those who perished did so because of them, Feng replied darkly. Rest assured, I shall show no mercy. Maisie nodded in agreement. Brother Feng, these 7 women are quite attractive, after a night of battle. Why not grant us the pleasure of their company? After all, they are destined for waste, Zhang Ziqiang suddenly suggested, casting a heated gaze at the 7 women. Luo Ying crouched on the deck, startled. As the esteemed leader of the Snow Mountain tribe, she was pure and virtuous, with a future potential to become a priestess. No, I would rather die than allow these inferior Blacktree River people to defile me. With that thought, Luoying glanced at the dagger at Yifeng's waist. Silence. I have made it clear. Even captives are not to be coerced into servitude, Yifeng coldly admonished Zhang Zicheng. Brother Feng, I shall not dare again. Zhang Zicheng retreated in fear, for Yifeng's gaze had seemed lethal. Luoying exhaled in relief. As long as she could survive and retain her purity, she would endure like a dog, awaiting reinforcements from the Cloud Mountain tribe to redeem her honor. Wang Zhihai Susan. I shall be away for a time to seek the high priest at the shore. During my absence, remain vigilant. Yifeng addressed the two key figures. I understand. Go forth with confidence, for only this path will save Brother Wu. Susan nodded. Brother Feng, with Susan and me here, you need not worry, Wang Zhihai reassured. Patting his chest, Yifeng then proceeded to Hot Spring Island, wrapping Long Wu in a large beast hide. Brother Yi, will you carry Brother Wu alone? Allow me to accompany you. Ding Tuanshuan approached. You would be of no assistance. I cannot afford to wait for you. Yifeng shook his head. Then let the little lapdog accompany you. Its size allows it to bear Brother Wu. Ding Tuanshuan suggested once more. Yifeng suddenly remembered the little liquor, almost forgetting about it. After several months, it had grown into a formidable creature, perfect for carrying burdens. After a while, Ding Tuanshuan went to the dining hall and called out the soundly sleeping little liquor. As soon as it emerged, it began to lick Yifeng's feet. Stop licking. We have an important mission this time. As the pack animal, you must help me carry Brother Long properly. Do not let him fall off the bear's back. Yifeng patted its silly head. The little liquor, almost anthropomorphically, nodded in understanding, seeming to comprehend Yifeng's words. Thus, the trio, a man, a bear, and a liquor, boarded a canoe, with Yifeng rowing vigorously. Upon reaching the shore, Yifeng secured Long Wu onto the little liquor's back, wrapping him tightly in a fur coat to shield him from the cold. The quest for Duoyan Hina was fraught with uncertainty, yet he felt compelled to try. Even if he failed, he would find solace in having made the effort. Some endeavors, despite their slim prospects, must be undertaken. It is a testament to the spirit of commitment. If one persists, even if such efforts seem futile at first, over time, the team will coalesce into an indomitable unit, as resilient as iron. One could imagine that for Long Wu's very survival, Yifeng was willing to embark on this quest for hope. Others would recognize that if they were to find themselves in peril, Yifeng would undoubtedly come to their aid as well. Through prolonged trust, they would develop unwavering faith in the team, ensuring that treachery never took root. Historically, many seemingly powerful teams have crumbled from within. External forces cannot dismantle a group without bearing consequences. After walking 2 kilometers into the woods, Yifeng was struck by the harshness of winter. The temperature plummeted alarmingly. Even the slightest exposure of skin felt as if pierced by needles. Startled, he covered Long Wu's face with fur. However, the frigid air posed no challenge for the little liquor, its thick fur providing ample protection, and the warmth it exhaled could be seen wafting visibly in the icy air. After another kilometer, Yifeng hesitated. Was Duoyan Hina still among the Gay tribe? If not, where could she possibly be? Deciding to check the Gay tribe first, he urged the little liquor into a light jog, soon entering a narrow tributary. The small stream had completely frozen over, allowing Yifeng to proceed without detours. The once bustling black woods had transformed into an eerie silence, devoid of animal sounds. Yifeng felt as though he were the last human alive. The little liquor sneezed, extending its long tongue to lick its nose, then sneezed again. Yifeng tore a piece of burlap to fashion a mask for the little liquor, which curbed its sneezing. The moisture in the air had crystallized into tiny ice shards, which could damage lung membranes if inhaled. Chapter 325. Yifeng's capital. Yifeng estimated that the temperature had dropped to a chilling -40 degrees Celsius. Although he was not afraid of such cold due to his strength, he still covered his mouth and nose with fur. An hour later, Yifeng arrived at the riverbank, a place both familiar and foreign. A thick layer of snow blanketed the ground, and occasionally, a frozen corpse could be seen. Had the Gay people ceased to build their homes along the riverbank? Perhaps they resided within the tribe? Contemplating this, Yifeng made his way toward the dilapidated settlement. The area bore the scars of his previous bombardment. The walls were riddled with holes, and the wooden structures lay in ruins, some having been dismantled entirely. Before long, he stood before the temple, where a towering statue lay toppled, the effigy of a spear-wielding man shattered into several fragments, leaving only a head rolling on the ground. Despite its disarray, the stone figure emanated a faint aura of dominance. Who could this be? Yifeng cast a wary glance at the statue. After a brief moment, he moved aside 2 fallen stones and entered the temple's interior. Inside, a few dilapidated cages remained. And Yifeng recalled that his first encounter with Duoyan Hina had taken place here. Time had altered the landscape, and he found himself feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Let us go, little pup, and search elsewhere, he mused, then exited the stone sanctuary and ventured towards the adjacent forest. Delving 20 meters into the woods, Yifeng discovered a new settlement, encircled by countless trees. With a powerful punch, he breached the perimeter wall and stepped into the heart of the new tribe. An eerie silence enveloped the area, devoid of any sound. Upon pushing open the first wooden door, he was met with the sight of a frozen corpse curled upon the bed, the ashes of the firewood long since reduced to dust. Yifeng nudged the body and glanced at its abdomen. How tragic. This individual had not succumbed to the cold, but rather to starvation. In the Black Tree River Basin, it was impossible to freeze to death, for an abundance of firewood was readily available. Yet, starvation was a very real threat. Having opened 5 or 6 houses, he found that each contained the frozen remains of gay people. In one dwelling, a mother clutched her child tightly, her arm bearing scars of a recent wound. A significant portion of flesh missing. Yifeng noticed the boy's lips stained with brown blood. It was clear that this mother, unwilling to let her child perish from hunger, had resorted to sacrificing her own flesh to feed him. Yifeng straightened his posture, bowing at a 90-degree angle before the corpses, then proceeded to dig a grave on the spot to honor the sacrifice of this remarkable mother. With no food available, it seemed that the entire gay population had perished, leaving only Azur and a few others by the warship's shore. Yifeng then turned his attention to Long Wu's complexion, swiftly drawing a dagger. The little pup's fur bristled in alarm. Yet, in the next moment, Yifeng pressed the dagger to his wrist, forcing a few drops of blood to nourish Long Wu, enabling him to endure a bit longer. Little pup, do you think we should go upstream or downstream? Yifeng leaned against the little pup's side, seeking warmth from its body. However, the little creature tilted its head, puzzled by Yifeng's words. Never mind, let us let this dagger decide. Yifeng tossed the dagger into the sky, and it landed with a thud, its tip pointing upstream. If he chose to head upstream, he would only distance himself further from Duoyan Hina. Picking up the dagger, he hesitated briefly before gesturing downstream. My fortune has always been rather unfortunate, hence, I shall take a contrary approach. With that said, Yifeng proceeded downstream. At that moment, the sudden sound of footsteps crunching on the snow ahead startled him, prompting him to prepare for battle. Before him, 5 or 6 vengeful children trudged forward, their eyes a ghastly green, their bodies emaciated to mere skin and bones. However, upon spotting Yifeng, the green light in their eyes intensified, and they charged towards him in unison. Die! With his current prowess, Yifeng effortlessly dispatched several of the vengeful children. As he ventured further downstream, the temperature plummeted, compelling Yifeng to don an additional 2 masks to alleviate the strain on his lungs. Meanwhile, the river's surface was nearly entirely frozen, with only the center, where the current flowed swiftly, remaining unfrozen. This meant that the once 30-kilometer wide Heishu River had shrunk to less than 20 kilometers. Should the temperature drop further, the entire river would freeze over, allowing for free passage along its banks. What is this? Yifeng exclaimed, lowering his spear as he beheld a small tree before him. The tree had been transformed into an ice sculpture, adorned with 3 white fruits hanging from its branches. He had assumed such fruits would vanish in winter. Yet here they were, unexpectedly present. Elated, he quickly plucked the 3 white fruits, stowed them in his bosom to thaw, and subsequently crushed one to feed to Long Wu. There was little reaction from Long Wu's body, indicating that the medicinal effects of the white fruit had yet to manifest. He then fed the second fruit to Xiao Haizi, while he himself consumed the last one. After ingesting the white fruit, Yifeng felt a slight warmth within his body. Given his current strength, the enhancement from the white fruit was negligible. Unless he encountered silver or golden fruits, the benefits would be minimal, even if he could not locate the high priest. Finding a golden fruit might very well save Wu Ji's life. Muttering to himself, Yifeng commenced a search throughout the forest. From dawn until dusk, he tirelessly sought, ultimately uncovering 9 white fruits. He, Xiao Tiango, and Long Wu each received 3. Long Wu consumed a total of 4 white fruits, and to Yifeng's surprise, His complexion showed a hint of improvement. Upon checking Long Wu's pulse, he noted it was stronger than before. "We shall not return tonight. Let us rest here," he declared. With that, Yifeng retrieved a flint from his pocket and gathered some dry twigs, fashioning a small fire pit. The temperature was frigid, causing the flames to flicker erratically, as though they might extinguish at any moment. Xiao Tiango snuggled closer, exposing its belly, inviting Yifeng and Long Wu into its warm embrace. Now nearing a ton in weight, it had no difficulty accommodating both men. As the cold wind howled, Yifeng slowly closed his eyes. Yet, Xiao Tiango remained vigilant. Its ears perked and its bear-like eyes scanning the surroundings. Upstream, on the deck of a warship, Wang Zhihai stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Observing the laborers on Windspring Island working late into the night, a sense of superiority welled within him. With Feng Go absent, I, Wang Zhihai, am the true leader here. Over 100 individuals were wholly at his command. If Feng never returns, I could perpetually dominate the entire team. No, I, Wang Zhihai, am unwaveringly loyal to Feng. How could I entertain such thoughts? He is an astute individual, and the reason the team heeds his words is entirely due to Yifeng's esteem for him. Should he entertain even a hint of treachery, those who once obeyed would surely turn against him, particularly the heads of various departments: Susan, Su Yun, Raimai, Ding Tuanchuan, Cheng Libin, Zhang Zicheng, and especially that fellow Chunin, who is a staunch supporter of Yifeng. Unless I can elevate some lower-ranking individuals to positions of trust, I would lack the leverage to contest with Yifeng. Chapter 326. Tonight, you shall stay in the largest wooden cabin. Deputy Leader, shall we compel them to continue working? I fear that if we do not provide them with sustenance, they may perish from hunger, and if they do, we shall be forced to toil ourselves. Suddenly, Alba stepped forward. Wang Zhihai remained with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the hot spring island. After a moment, he turned, a semblance of a leader's smile gracing his face. "Alba, you are performing admirably. Were I Feng, I would certainly promote you to the third in command." Wang Zhihai patted Alba on the shoulder. "Ha, I lack such capability. Even as the third in command, it would surely be Susan, Maisie, and Bai Chu Xue," Alba replied, scratching his head with an innocent smile. "No, their abilities do not compare to yours. Primarily, their proximity to Feng has afforded them such status. Were I Feng, perhaps their skills would not warrant their current positions," Wang Zhihai said tentatively, his gaze fixed intently on Alba's eyes. Deputy Leader, what do you mean by that?" Alba inquired. "Nothing of consequence. I merely feel that Feng deserves better. He ought to select individuals of greater capability for significant roles," Wang Zhihai replied with a smile. "I understand." Alba nodded and made his way downwards. "Susan, I have something to discuss with you." In the lower deck, Alba found Susan. "What is it?" "It's regarding the deputy leader. He just made some peculiar remarks." Doi and Henna, wrapped in thick animal pelts and wearing a leather mask, still felt cold. The waterfall had entirely frozen, transforming into a white silk ribbon. Wind Shadow approached with a wooden cup, carrying a steaming cup of freshly boiled water. "Great Priest, please have a sip of hot water. On behalf of the mountain tribe, I thank you for guiding us. The terrain here is excellent, and the temperature is quite low. So I trust the enemy will not discover this place." He offered the hot water. Doi and Henna disdainfully glanced at the wooden cup, turning her head aside. Wind Shadow curiously peered into the cup. What was once boiling water had now turned to ice. "Wind Shadow, did you elect your new chief last night? Who has assumed leadership within your tribe?" Doi and Henna asked, her keen eyes scanning downstream, seemingly filled with concern. "Yes, I have been elected as the new chief." Wind Shadow responded. "Ah, I see. You may leave now." Just as Doi and Henna finished her words, her gaze shifted back downstream once more. Chieftain, there is a bear. How splendid. We shall feast upon fresh meat," exclaimed an indigenous man at the foot of the mountain. The Highland tribe erupted in excitement, and in a swift motion, Wind Shadow leapt downwards, leading the charge downstream. Indeed, it was a bear, yet upon its back rode a person. The little pup, feeling anxious, tucked its tail tightly and retreated nervously, ultimately revealing Yifeng, who had been hiding behind. With a thud, Wind Shadow's curved blade clattered to the ground as he gazed in astonishment at Yifeng. "Brother Yifeng." Wind Shadow?" Yifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the Highland tribe had settled in such a frigid locale. Observing the stream upstream, it appeared that their construction was quite orderly. Crash! Two bodies collided, and the two men heartily patted each other's backs. "Brother Yifeng, Our rations will last for a while longer. Thank you for bringing us a living bear. Wind Shadow then called out to those behind him, Brothers, skin this bear and prepare the meat. Tonight, we shall honor Brother Yi Feng with this gift. Huh, Wind Shadow, don't you remember? That's little pup, our pet from the warship, Yi Feng reminded him. Ah, my apologies. I didn't recognize it at first, Wind Shadow chuckled awkwardly, reaching out to pat little pup's silly head. However, little pup lifted its head high, letting out a slight grunt. Wind Shadow withdrew his hand sheepishly and placed his arm around Yi Feng's shoulder. Come, let us head to the tribe and warm ourselves. The two hastened upstream. As Wind Shadow looked up, he noticed Duoyan Hina had vanished from sight. He chuckled to himself, choosing not to disclose the truth. In fact, he had recognized Duoyan Hina upon their first encounter. She was the woman seeking food by the riverbank, carrying Yi Feng's child within her. Yet, Duoyan Hina had not discerned the highland tribesmen on the deck. Thus, Wind Shadow had been diligently assisting Yi Feng in caring for Duoyan Hina, and more accurately, nurturing the little Yi Feng growing within her. Brother Yi Feng, let us first indulge in some wine. Here, we have acorns, and our tribe boasts a master brewer. Wind Shadow said with a smile. Ah, you should have mentioned it sooner. I have long tired of drinking the saliva wine brewed by Shi Zhongliang. Yi Feng exclaimed with joy, promptly darting into the wooden hut. Brother, our wine is also made from saliva, Wind Shadow remarked. Huh, Yi Feng's face instantly darkened. Fear not. The wine I shall serve you is definitely crafted from the saliva of maidens, Wind Shadow quickly reassured him. Yi Feng's expression lightened somewhat, though he still wore an air of skepticism. After all, who could know if Wind Shadow and his companions might mix up the concoctions? If he were to drink the saliva wine from an elderly woman, it would be utterly revolting. Although the Highland tribe's food supplies were scarce, they had prepared a considerable amount for Yi Feng's visit, much of it being dried meat he had brought along, roasted jerky and meat vegetable soup. After all, Yi Feng was their benefactor, and should they find themselves in need in the future, they could always seek sustenance from him. Naturally, they were determined to present their finest offerings to their esteemed benefactor. The Wind Shadow brothers, I have discovered that the Heishu River Basin likely harbors numerous fruits, those that can enhance one's strength upon consumption. Have you seen any recently? Yi Feng inquired. Are you referring to the extraordinary fruits? Wind Shadow asked. I am uncertain. All I know is that there are white, silver, and golden varieties, Yi Feng replied. Then it must be the exotic beast fruits. When wild beasts consume such fruits, they transform into extraordinary beasts, which is why we refer to them as extraordinary fruits. However, we have not encountered any here, Wind Shadow stated candidly. Have you not ventured beyond the brook since settling here? Yi Feng asked again. Wind Shadow nodded. Since they had taken up residence, they scarcely had time for leisurely strolls. They had been occupied with felling trees and constructing wooden houses, or else they would not have achieved their current scale. You ought to explore more and seek out some extraordinary fruits. It could also lead to the emergence of more experts among the High Mountain tribe. Upon finishing his words, Yi Feng drained the fruit wine in his hand. Regardless, when in Rome, one must adapt. If others can drink, why should I, Yi Feng, abstain? It was not until the deep of night that Yi Feng concluded his reminiscing with the High Mountain tribe members. Brother Yi Feng, tonight you shall stay in the largest wooden house. It is warmed by charcoal and holds a surprise for you, Wind Shadow said with a beaming smile. What surprise? It wouldn't be a beautiful woman, would it? I, Yi Feng, am a man of principle. If you arrange for me 10 or 8 beauties, that would be quite a predicament, Yi Feng said, raising his hands in a gesture of seriousness. Go on, and you shall find out. As for this injured brother, I will consult the tribe's wise elder. Perhaps he can be healed. Wind Shadow gestured towards Long Wu. Then, I appreciate your efforts. I must retire for the night. Yi Feng yawned and made his way toward the largest wooden house. As he reached the doorway, a delightful fragrance wafted toward him, reminiscent of some exotic spice. After all, the tropical rainforest is a treasure trove. In the days of civilization, 90% of spices originated from such rainforests. It is only natural that the High Mountain tribe could find spices here. With this thought in mind, Yi Feng pushed the door open. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as a curved blade swung at him from an acute angle, aimed directly at his vital points. Clang! The blood scales manifested, shielding Yi Feng from harm. What the who are you? Yi Feng managed to utter before he recognized Duoyan Hina within the room. With a swift motion, the blade reversed course, targeting Yi Feng's lower abdomen. Is this never-ending? He grasped the blade bare-handed, and, with a forceful motion of his arm, sent Duoyen Hina colliding toward him. No. Yi Feng was taken aback, fearing for the safety of her unborn child. He extended his arms and caught Duoyen Hina, cradling her gently. Their eyes met. A tapestry of emotions interwoven. The freshness of Duoyen Hina's breath intoxicated Yi Feng, while he, having consumed the crystal elixir, emanated an equally enchanting aroma. He swallowed hard, his lips inching closer. "Release me," Duoyen Hina protested, writhing in his grasp. "Do not move. You might harm my child," Yi Feng cautioned, hesitant and cautious, ultimately placing Duoyen Hina gently on the ground while he retreated a few steps. "Regardless, the child within you is mine. How about this? You shall sleep in the bed tonight, and I will merely take refuge in the corner," Yi Feng earnestly declared. Duoyen Hina, initially vigilant, felt a subtle easing in her heart upon hearing his words. In truth, she was already 5 months along and capable of engaging in intimate relations. Yet she was resolute in preventing Yi Feng from gaining another advantage. Proud as she was, her identity as the high priestess of the Gay tribe was not to be trifled with. Even the high priest of the Yunshan tribe would not dare to impose upon her. The only entity capable of truly dealing with her was the divine temple. "Are you certain?" Duoyen Hina turned her back, presenting a delicate silhouette. Yi Feng yearned to rush forward and embrace her. "I have been searching for you, do you understand? Although I may have taken liberties with you last time, it was you who harbored ulterior motives, seeking to turn me into a vengeful king. How about we settle this? Come back with me to the warship, bear the child first, and if you wish to remain aboard, we can live as husband and wife." This time, Yi Feng spoke with sincerity. Strangely, while he had been with other women, none had conceived, except for Duoyen Hina, who carried his dragon seed. Perhaps their physiques were inherently suited for procreation. Duoyen Hina remained silent, her back still turned to Yi Feng, which filled him with hope. He took a measured step forward, now only 5 meters away from her. "In fact, not only do I possess a warship, but I also own a small island with hot springs where you can relax when weary. I, Yi Feng, may have once been unworthy of you as a high priestess, but now I stand as a formidable sovereign. The last time the Yunshan tribe sent hundreds to attack me, I vanquished them without a trace." At this point, he was merely 3 meters from her, and he could almost sense the alluring fragrance emanating from her. Typically, women lack a natural scent. If he could detect hers, it signified that his genes had chosen her. Duoyen Hina still said nothing, instead taking a few steps forward. She was not only aloof, but also somewhat haughty. Yi Feng scratched his head, pondering whether his approach was flawed. Did women not appreciate sincere men? It appeared a shift in strategy was necessary. "Duoyen, my little treasure. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was deeply enamored. Will you return with me to the warship?" Yi Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. This tactic was surprisingly effective. The results were evident. Duoyen Hina suddenly recoiled several steps, her expression resembling one who had swallowed a fly. "Men are truly repulsive. Leave my room at once, or else." With that, she retrieved a dagger from beneath her pillow, pointing it at her own abdomen. In truth, behind this room was another, containing 2 vengeful kings, one golden and one black. Duoyen Hina had initially refrained from summoning them, choosing instead to confront Yi Feng herself. This indicated that deep within her heart, she still wished to afford Yi Feng a chance. Who would have guessed that he would utter such nauseating words, provoking her complete eruption? "No, no, I will leave," Yi Feng exclaimed in astonishment, hastily retreating. "Exit my room," Duoyen Hina admonished firmly. "Please, do not harm yourself. Let us converse amicably." With a creak, Yi Feng swung open the door. Suddenly, Feng Yingzi and a group of men from the Highland tribe tumbled into the room. "Brother Yi Feng, I was concerned for your safety, which is why I waited outside. My intentions were entirely benign." Feng Yingzi brushed the snow off his backside as he rose from the floor. "I trust you had no ulterior motives," Yi Feng sighed, retreating to another room for rest. The night passed uneventfully, and dawn arrived swiftly. Yi Feng was the first to awaken, making his way directly to Duoyen Hina's dwelling. Dragon Wu's temperature was alarmingly low. He seemed on the verge of collapse. "Great priest, I beseech you for a favor. My brother has sustained grave injuries. Please transform him into a Wraith King. A wretched existence is preferable to death. All I ask is for his survival. Whether or not he retains human consciousness is of little consequence." Yi Feng called from outside the door. After a prolonged wait, the wooden door creaked open, revealing Duoyen Hina, bundled tightly, flanked by 2 Wraith Kings, one golden and one black. The golden Wraith King tilted its head upon seeing Yi Feng. Wraith Kings, akin to beasts, would lean their heads when they contemplated. This caused a flicker of apprehension in Yi Feng's heart, quickly followed by a glimmer of hope. Could it be that Lu Ku remembers his past? It seems that Shuangxue was indeed correct. Under certain circumstances, Wraith Kings can recall their former lives. Where is he? Duo Yanhina inquired. Right next door, Yi Feng replied, promptly leading the way. The two men and the wraiths entered the wooden cabin, where Dragon Wu, though unconscious, continued to cough persistently. His physique was undeniably robust, and his willpower commendable. However, the creation of a Wraith King necessitated a sacrifice. Whose life will you offer? Duo Yanhina remarked, casting a glance at the little sycophant. Yep. The little sycophant curled into a ball. It certainly cannot be him. Yi Feng took a couple of steps back to shield the little creature. Chapter 328. Is this the sensation of flight? Could it be you? Duo Yanhina asked again. This? Of course, it cannot be me. Is there no way to proceed without a sacrifice? Yi Feng inquired. No, the transformation into a Wraith King is governed by the immutable law of life for life. Return when you have found a powerful sacrificial offering. Remember, the greater the offering, the higher the success rate of the transformation, Duo Yanhina stated before slowly making his exit. Could I use the two Wraith Kings by your side as a sacrifice? Yi Feng posed another question. Certainly not. They can hardly be classified as living beings. Duo Yanhina retorted without turning back as he departed. Yi Feng felt a throbbing headache. In the Black Tree River Basin, nearly all creatures had been annihilated. Where could he find a sacrificial offering? Was there not a plethora of captives aboard the warship? He would simply capture the strongest leader among them. Without hesitation, Yi Feng decided to leave the little sycophant and Dragon Wu behind in the Highland tribe. Brother Fengingzi, please take good care of Wu Go. I shall return within 2 days at the latest. During my absence, you must ensure that he does not perish. Rest assured, I will not allow him to die. Fengingzi nodded. Yet Yi Feng remained uneasy. He forcefully cut his wrist, providing Dragon Wu with a generous supply of his own blood. Regrettably, the crystal elixir had been nearly fully absorbed, and the potency of the blood had diminished significantly. I am leaving. Without hesitation, Yi Feng surged upstream. Upon reaching the beach, he opted not to traverse the forest but instead raced along the icy surface of the main river, a decision that saved him considerable time. After an indeterminate duration of running, Yi Feng encountered the first tributary. Though both banks were frozen, a 5-kilometer-wide flow of water remained in the center, presenting a dilemma. I must take a detour. He was compelled to sprint towards the tributary's end. After 4 continuous hours of running, he finally arrived. A golden fruit? In a grove at the terminus, a resplendent golden fruit lay, frozen by the frigid temperature. Haha, I have struck gold. Once I revive fifth brother, I shall return with the entire troop to harvest these fruits downstream. Yi Feng severed the fruit and placed it directly into his mouth. Waves of energy surged through his entire being, igniting his blood with fervor. Suddenly, a piercing shriek pierced the air, and Yi Feng glanced skyward. A massive bird descended from above, its iron claws mere 20 meters away. At its diving speed, it would grasp Yi Feng in but a second. You again? Realizing there was no time to evade, he gritted his teeth and thrust his spear with all his might. Thud! The spear struck its claw and was deflected. Simultaneously, Yi Feng felt a tightening at his waist as the colossal bird seized him. The chilling wind rushed into his ears as he soared upwards. Clutching the bird's iron claws, Yi Feng found himself in a precarious situation. Damn it! Are you relentless? Recalling the torment he had previously endured, Yi Feng steeled himself, tightening his muscles. To his astonishment, his current strength allowed him to pry open the bird's claws slightly, granting him some mobility. The giant bird sensed the shift and ascended higher. It possessed intelligence. The higher it flew, the less likely Yi Feng would dare to act recklessly, lest he plummet to the ground and be reduced to a mere smear. Yet, Yi Feng's leg became ensnared around one of the bird's toes, creating a strangling force. With a resounding crack, the creature emitted a mournful cry as its longest toe was brutally snapped by Yi Feng. Having consumed the crystal elixir and the golden fruit, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Meanwhile, the giant bird, still recovering from the severe wounds inflicted by Yi Feng's previous attacks, found itself facing an unexpected resistance from its captive. In disbelief, Yi Feng gazed at his arms. The crystal elixir was indeed a remarkable substance. Resolute, he seized the bird's other toe. Snap! The bird's shrieks filled the air, a cacophony of anguish. After 3 of its toes had been broken, it could no longer contain its fury, thrashing its legs in an attempt to dislodge Feng from thousands of meters above. However, Feng was determined not to succumb. He swiftly climbed along its foot to its abdomen, grasping its feathers as he continued his ascent towards its back. The colossal bird soared through the sky in a furious display, determined to shake Feng off and send him plummeting to his demise. Do you wish to extinguish my life? I shall not relinquish my grip, even in death. With clenched teeth, Feng persevered, crawling resolutely towards the bird's back. After significant effort, he finally ascended to its dorsal region and began to navigate toward its neck. Soon, I shall become a dragon knight. Feng's eyes sparkled with determination as he steadily advanced towards the bird's neck. Once he mounted it, he could command the creature to descend. At such dizzying heights, he was uncertain if the blood scale would safeguard his life. The immense bird ascended further, swiftly passing over Hot Spring Island. Unable to resist, Feng glanced downward, observing wisps of smoke rising from the island below, while the warships appeared as mere ants in his sight. Is this the exhilarating sensation of flight? At that moment, Feng gained a newfound understanding of his own abilities, as well as the strength of the colossal bird. The formidable adversary he once feared seemed rather trivial now. Its strength was minimal, and it appeared exceedingly clumsy. The dark forest rushed past beneath him, and he spotted a towering spruce tree, the very site of the grand sacrifice by the goddess Yihina. Soon after, an endless expanse of marshland came into view, devoid of life, with only muck strewn across the ground. Just then, Feng squinted. He thought he glimpsed a long shadow slipping into the mud. However, the colossal bird swiftly carried him over the marsh, emerging into a realm where grasslands met forests. After 10 minutes, they traversed several dozen kilometers northward, entering a mountainous region. Are you intending to deliver me to the Cloud Mountain tribe for my execution? Feng felt a surge of urgency. If the bird continued its flight, when would it end? Meanwhile, the frigid winds at such heights turned his lips a ghastly blue, cracking them painfully. He crawled a few more meters, finally situating himself upon the bird's neck. Although it was indeed a neck, its diameter was at least 2 meters, perched atop it. Feng nearly split apart in a wide straddle. Turn around, he commanded, delivering a punch to the bird's neck. With a sharp squawk, the bird's eyes glowed red with fury, yet it was unable to dislodge Feng, who clung to its rigid feathers like a vice. To the left, Feng struck the right side of the bird, compelling its head to turn left. This tactic proved effective wherever the bird's had aimed. It would inevitably alter its flight path. Further left. In Chapter 329, Imprisoned, Feng delivered another punch to the right, shouting for a full left turn, mimicking the commands of Chung Li Bin. The bird executed a magnificent maneuver, veering downstream along the Black Tree River. Marshlands, spruces, and forests blurred past him, and he caught sight of Hot Spring Island once again. Descend, descend. Feng pounded and kicked at the bird's neck, yet it bore no fruit. The colossal creature merely spun midair, refusing to land. Damn it! Feng drew forth his dagger and plunged it forcefully into the nape of the colossal bird. A sharp thud resonated as the blade sank deep. This maneuver proved effective once more. The giant bird, in agony, retracted its wings, plummeting towards the Black Tree River like a dart. I have discovered the means to control you. From now on, you shall serve as my steed. Feng laughed heartily. The immense creature seemed to grasp the essence of his words, emitting a resigned shriek. As the sovereign of the skies, it could traverse the entire Black Tree River region with ease. Yet now, this most formidable of aerial beings found itself burdened by an inferior creature upon its neck. Suddenly, Feng realized the gravity of the situation. The giant bird was not merely descending, but was in a dire state of free fall, its wings still tightly folded. Open your wings. Hurry. We are about to meet the ground. Feng exclaimed in panic atop the bird's neck. At last, mere meters from the icy surface, the bird unfurled its vast wings, but only after enduring the intense pain inflicted by the dagger lodged in its neck, which had kept it from spreading its wings. With a resounding flutter, it managed to open its wings, yet its body still crashed through the thick ice, soaking its underbelly feathers in the frigid water. Goodness, that nearly gave me a heart attack. Feng took a moment to regain his composure, pausing atop the creature's neck for several seconds. The landing site was approximately 5 kilometers downstream from Hot Spring Island, a location Yi Feng vaguely recognized. Once the giant bird hit the ground, it appeared lethargic, the brilliance in its eyes gradually dimming. Yi Feng leaped from the giant bird's back, realizing it was over 6 meters high, a testament to the creature's enormous size. However, the dagger remained firmly embedded in its nape, preventing it from fully extending its wings. While you are incapacitated, I shall restrain you. With determination, Yi Feng dashed toward the nearby woods, soon emerging with a long, ancient vine. Having previously tested the creature's strength, he noted it had considerably weakened. The vine would suffice to bind it. After experiencing the thrill of aerial escapades, Yi Feng felt both exhilarated and nostalgic. He devised a plan to secure the giant bird in place, return to summon a warship, and ultimately transport it back to Hot Spring Island for confinement, nurturing it akin to training a falcon, with the hope of it eventually recognizing its master. After considerable effort, Yi Feng managed to bind the nearly lifeless giant bird's legs. "Stay here and be obedient. I shall return with assistance," he declared. Just as he uttered these words, a thunderous noise echoed from upstream. Glancing skyward, he beheld 2 plumes of smoke rising into the heavens. How considerate! Moments later, a warship arrived in Yi Feng's section of the river, its deck teeming with onlookers. Chunin was the first to spot Yi Feng. "Wow, Brother Feng is over there. Look, it's Brother Feng," Chunin exclaimed, bouncing about on the deck. "Yidagu, how are you?" Ding Tuanshuan waved eagerly in Yi Feng's direction. They had initially come to witness the giant bird's crash, hoping to harvest a meal, only to discover Yi Feng instead. As Yi Feng had been riding the giant bird, the people on the deck had only seen the creature and not him. "Quickly, bring the warship closer. We are in for a windfall." Yi Feng waved from the shore. The colossal bird seemed to sense something, writhing desperately. Yet it had been weakened by Yi Feng's earlier blow, rendering it unable to even climb out onto the ice. Moreover, its abdomen was soaked, doubling its weight. Finally, the warship arrived at the site of the giant bird's fall, and everyone gazed in astonishment at the enormous creature, their mouths agape. "Brother Feng, how shall we deal with this giant bird? Should we bombard it with artillery?" Chunin inquired. "No, I previously mounted it and found it quite agreeable. Let us capture it alive, tend to its wounds, and train it like a falcon, so we can not only have a navy but also an air force." Yi Feng shouted from the shore. "Huh?" Chunin gasped, his mouth wide open. "What do you mean, huh?" "Have Wang Zhihai organize a team to haul it onto the deck. Then secure it with iron chains and bring it back to Hot Spring Island to train it slowly," Yi Feng commanded. "Are you referring to Wang Zhihai?" "But he has already." Chunin hesitated. Ultimately, Susan led the team to drag the giant bird onto the deck with iron chains, and Yi Feng stepped onto the deck over the shattered ice. The bird was bound by thick iron chains, its curved beak ensnared, rendering it incapable of causing harm. Bai Chuxue, accompanied by her medical team, climbed onto the bird's back to tend to its various wounds. "Brother Feng, where have you taken fifth brother?" Chunin asked. "I almost forgot. I have located Duoyen Hina. She has agreed to transform fifth brother into a vengeful king. But on one condition, we must find a powerful creature to sacrifice." "Chunin, I sense you have been growing stronger lately," Yi Feng remarked, patting Chunin's shoulder with a mischievous grin. "Please, Brother Feng, I am your devoted fan. Why not offer Wang Zhihai as the sacrifice instead, since he is already under house arrest?" Chunin retreated in fear. "What? House arrest? Never mind. Steer the warship toward Hot Spring Island. I wish to select a few strong individuals from the island. Let us discuss this as we go." The warship navigated upstream for 5 kilometers before veering back to the center of Hot Spring Island's tributary. Simultaneously, Yi Feng uncovered the reasons behind Wang Zhihai's house arrest. "Alba, did Wang Zhihai truly say those things?" Yi Feng asked, somewhat incredulous, as Wang Zhihai's capabilities within the team were well recognized. Having him as the second-in-command made tasks significantly easier. "Absolutely. I informed Sister Susan, and she subsequently confined him to a cell," Alba replied. "I understand now, Alba. I appreciate your loyalty. Once I have dealt with fifth brother's matters, I will return to address Wang Zhihai's situation," Yi Feng concluded. Descending the rope ladder to Hot Spring Island, the captives were undeniably of leader caliber. Although their scapulae had been pierced, their endurance far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The war-torn Hot Spring Island was gradually recovering, even becoming sturdier than before. "You 3, accompany me on an official assignment. During this trip, you 1T have to work, and there will be food provided." Yi Feng casually pointed to 3 robust natives. The trio, elated, promptly set down their tools and obediently stood beside Yi Feng. The indigenous people of the Cloud Mist Mountains exhibit a more reserved form of pride, coupled with an understanding of endurance. Had it been the God tribe, they would have already unleashed a torrent of curses. Chapter 330. She was confined aboard the warship. Upon disembarking, Yi Feng sprinted after the 3 captives who surged ahead, maximizing their speed. In merely 2 hours, they had covered 20 kilometers. This was despite the rainforest's dense trees and intricate tributaries. Otherwise, their pace would have been even swifter. Yi Feng was deeply concerned that Longwu might falter. Thus he disregarded the 3 men as mere humans and unleashed their potential. After running another 10 kilometers, the 3 suddenly halted, turning slowly to face him. "What's the matter?" Yi Feng squinted. Why should we run?" "Yi Feng, today marks your demise." With that, they lunged at him simultaneously. Bang! Their fists collided forcefully. Blood scales erupted from Yi Feng's knuckles, sending the lead indigenous man flying 10 meters away, his arm shattered, proving to be no match for him. The other 2, initially charging forward, retreated upon witnessing Yi Feng's prowess. "This man is exceedingly powerful. We must flee." One dashed upstream, while the other bolted downstream. Trying to escape, Yi Feng swiftly seized a stone and hurled it at the fleeing indigenous man downstream. Boom! The rock made brutal contact, transforming the man into a gruesome mess. However, the other had already sprinted over 100 meters away. Yi Feng picked up another stone but hesitated to throw it recklessly. If he were to eliminate the last indigenous man, what would he have left for a sacrifice? "Do not run." Yi Feng's figure flickered as he pursued upstream. The indigenous man, though lacking in strength, possessed an abundance of escape experience. With every few meters he ran, he would tug at branches, releasing them as Yi Feng drew near, causing the branches to lash against him and blood scales to erupt forth. Damn it! Yi Feng seethed with rage. He was on the verge of capturing his quarry when the man consistently managed to evade him. Thus, they raced upstream for 5 kilometers. The indigenous man didn't follow the riverbank, but instead ventured deeper into the dark woods. Frustrated, Yi Feng picked up a stone, aiming for the man's back. Since capturing him seemed futile, he resolved to kill him and then spend some time searching for another sacrifice on Hot Spring Island. Yet, this would significantly delay him. "Brother Wu, you must hold on." With that, Yi Feng launched the stone. Whoosh! The stone flew like a cannonball toward the fleeing figure. Boom! Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A shadow emerged from the woods, intercepting the stone with a single punch, shattering it to pieces. "Ah, Chief, you have finally come to our rescue." The fleeing indigenous man knelt in joy upon seeing the newly arrived figure. Yi Feng took a cautious step back. The man stood there clad in pristine white fox fur, barehanded, his eyes sparkling with an extraordinary light, unmistakably a master of remarkable caliber. "Which tribe do you lead?" Yi Feng inquired, scrutinizing the man. He could not fathom the true strength of this man and dared not act recklessly. "You must be Yi Feng? Quite impressive to have captured our Snow Mountain tribe's chief alive. In turn, I shall capture you to exchange for my people." Upon finishing his words, the man transformed into a series of afterimages. Although his speed did not quite match that of the wind shadow, it was nonetheless swift and formidable. "Die!" Yi Feng unleashed a punch at the afterimages. Boom! His fist struck the air, causing him to stagger forward a few steps. Utterly feeble. Yi Feng heard a voice behind him, and suddenly, a sharp pain erupted from his back as a large area of blood scales manifested. Your blood scales possess a golden hue?" The chief stepped back, nursing his injured fist, clearly having sustained some damage himself. "Your footwork is commendable, yet alas." Yi Feng coldly smirked and charged forward. The 2 engaged in a tumultuous battle, rolling and grappling. After exchanging dozens of blows, though Yi Feng did not land a hit on the chief, his blood scales consistently protected him at critical moments. The chief's fists had swollen, yet he could not breach Yi Feng's defenses. "So, you are the chief of the Snow Mountain tribe. Indeed, you are far superior to the chief of the Gate tribe." Despite enduring numerous punches, Yi Feng remained unscathed, even finding the time to mock the chief of the Snow Mountain tribe. "You possess some skill. No wonder you were able to capture my sister." Upon uttering this, the Snow Mountain chief suddenly launched another attack at Yi Feng. "If your fist can withstand it, then come. I shall oblige." Yi Feng, feeling somewhat overconfident, allowed the Snow Mountain chief to strike him, confident that his blood scales would absorb the blows. A few more punches and he would ensure the chief's hands would be rendered useless. Clang! The fist struck Yifeng's chest with a resounding metallic clash. The golden light of the blood scales easily absorbed the force of the blow. You truly are stubborn. Is this all you are capable of? Yifeng placed his hands on his hips. Aware that he could not match the chief's speed, he resorted to a provocation strategy, allowing the chief to strike him until his fists were broken. Otherwise, if the chief attempted to flee, Yifeng would be unable to pursue him. Do you think I am as foolish as the Black Treant? You have fallen for my trick. With that, the chief suddenly transformed his fist into a palm and pressed forcefully against Yifeng's chest. What are you doing? Yifeng furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. In the next moment, the golden hue of his blood scales turned crimson, then white, and frost began to form upon the scales. A chilling force penetrated through the scales, directly invading Yifeng's body. Yifeng felt as if his heart had ceased beating, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. This was no ordinary cold. It was an icy chill emanating from within, freezing his vital channels. Yifeng gasped for breath, yet his body gradually stiffened, for with his heart no longer beating, his blood could not circulate throughout his body. The Snow Mountain chief retracted his hand, coldly observing the rigid Yifeng. Fortunately, it is the height of winter. My extraordinary ability can unleash full power. In summer, I truly could do nothing against you. Upon finishing his words, he gently pushed Yifeng. With a crash, Yifeng's body collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, his blood scales were frozen, rendering them unable to protect him. Chieftain, quickly take him to save the great leader. Your sister is imprisoned aboard the warship and may have already suffered indignities. The leader knelt before the chieftain of the Snowy Mountains. If my sister, Luo Yun, is dishonored, she will take her own life. You need not worry. I can sense she is still alive. If she were dead, I would know. It turned out that the chieftain of the Snowy Mountains was named Luo Yun. Carry him on your back and follow me to exchange for her, Luo Yun instructed. Yes. The leader promptly hoisted Yifeng onto his back and hurried after Luo Yun. Yifeng's lips turned purple, his heart spasmed erratically, unable to beat normally, resulting in insufficient blood supply to his brain and temporary paralysis of his limbs. No, I cannot sit idly by. The only thought in Yifeng's mind was this. After walking 2 kilometers, he suddenly felt his heart resume its rhythm, gradually quickening. Simultaneously, his body regained some warmth. However, what he could perceive, Luo Yun could undoubtedly sense as well. Put him down, or you too will suffer frostbite, Luo Yun warned the leader. Understood. The leader nodded and set Yifeng down on the ground. In the next moment, Luo Yun pressed his hand against Yifeng's chest once more. A wave of icy cold seeped through Yifeng's skin, freezing his heart once again. After completing this, the three resumed their journey. Yifeng was bewildered by this peculiar ability, reminiscent of the icy energy of Zhuo Lungchan from television dramas, capable of freezing his heart's meridians. Could this be a world of ancient martial arts? Had he merely glimpsed the power without witnessing its essence? It cannot end like this. If my heart ceases to beat, my limbs will soon suffer frostbite. Even if my heart thaws, my limbs will be rendered useless. I refuse to become a mere puppet. The overwhelming will to survive caused Yifeng's skin to contract. An extraordinary sight unfolded as the frost upon Yifeng's chest began to melt gradually, absorbed entirely by his skin. Simultaneously, this potent suction slowly affected his heart. The frozen heart began to beat once more, akin to the melting of snow under the warm spring sun. No, this is not merely a blood-sucking technique. It seems to absorb everything, even the freezing technique. Yifeng was both astonished and elated, yet he could not rejoice too soon. After all, his heart had just thawed, his body temperature had yet to recover, and his limbs remained stiff. Should Luo Yun notice any irregularities and strike him again, he could not be certain whether the blood-sucking technique would still be effective. Chieftain, if we circumvent this tributary, we shall reach the location of the colossal ship. However, there is a problem. Their giant vessel is anchored at Hot Spring Island, 5 kilometers from the shore. Even though there are several hundred meters of ice along the shore, it remains too far from the giant ship, the leader explained. Luo Yun furrowed his brow, directing his gaze upstream. Pu Hong, how long have you served as leader of my Snowy Mountain tribe? Yet, Luo Yun chose to divert the conversation. 4 years, chieftain, why do you ask? Pu Hong, sensing a hint of menace, instinctively took a step back while still carrying Yifeng. Only 4 years. There is no other choice. The existence of my extraordinary abilities must remain a closely guarded secret. The Yunshan clan would never permit the emergence of formidable warriors from other tribes. I can only apologize for the predicament I have put you in. After speaking, Luo Yun slowly raised his right palm. Chieftain, I am unwaveringly loyal to you. Rest assured, I would never disclose this matter. I am also a member of the Shueshan tribe. In a state of terror, Pu Hong dropped Yi Feng and repeatedly bowed on the ground. The reward is too bountiful. To expose an extraordinary individual, the Yunshan clan would reward you with membership among them. No one can resist such temptation. You might as well resign yourself to death. Upon concluding his words, Luo Yun delivered a powerful strike. Boom. Pu Hong was obliterated, his blood splattering all over Yi Feng's face. After eliminating one of his own, Luo Yun turned his attention to Yi Feng. Foreigner, you have heard what was said. Thus, I must blind you, deafen you, and sever your tongue. As he spoke, Luo Yun drew forth the dagger from Yi Feng's waist, gradually directing the blade toward Yi Feng's eyes. Damn you! At last, Yi Feng erupted, delivering a forceful blow to Luo Yun's chest. Boom! Luo Yun was sent flying back 5 meters, clutching his chest and spitting blood. You? He was taken aback, suddenly tearing at his own hide. On his chest appeared a dark blue handprint, surrounded by a layer of frost. You? You too possess extraordinary abilities? And you wield the power of ice and snow? Luo Yun's lips trembled, fixated on Yi Feng. Extraordinary abilities? Yi Feng glanced at his palm, unaware of possessing such powers himself. He had merely struck out casually. However, your abilities are too feeble. They cannot freeze my vital points. Luo Yun's figure flickered, transforming into a series of afterimages as he charged toward Yi Feng. Yet, to Yi Feng's eyes, this individual seemed significantly slower than before, at least half as slow. Yi Feng was able to discern his true form amidst the afterimages. Perhaps this fellow was merely putting on a brave front. In reality, his heart must have been somewhat frozen, rendering his limbs stiff and ultimately slowing his movements. Boom! Yi Feng accurately intercepted Luo Yun, landing a solid punch against him. Luo Yun staggered back 5 or 6 steps, gazing at his fist, which was encrusted with frost, nearly rendering his fingers immobile. Yi Feng also examined his own fist, similarly adorned with frost. In the next moment, he felt a tightening sensation in his skin. The frost began to rapidly dissolve, or rather, it was absorbed into his skin. You? Luo Yun stared at Yi Feng's fist, as if witnessing a ghost. Who on earth are you? Are you an envoy from the temple? How can you neutralize extraordinary powers? Luo Yun couldn't help but step back, clenching his left fist. His right hand was no longer capable of functioning normally. Ah, indeed. Congratulations on your correct assumption. I am, in fact, an envoy of the temple. Yi Feng's eyes flickered, seizing the opportunity to play along. Luo Yun trembled slightly, tightly grinding his teeth. Yi Feng could discern that he held a profound fear of the temple, perhaps even surpassing his fear of the Yunshan clan. However, merely 3 seconds later, he suddenly erupted into laughter. Haha, Yi Feng, you truly startled me just now. If you were indeed a messenger of the temple, the Yunshan clan would not dare to lay a hand on you. It seems you are merely an impostor. With that, Luo Yun took 2 steps back and suddenly crouched low, diving directly into the thick snow. Tushing son. Yi Feng was taken aback and hurriedly leaped onto a large tree. Yet, it was too late. A palm struck his back. A chilling wave seeped through his skin, penetrating his heart veins, causing him to plummet from midair. In the next moment, Luo Yun emerged from the snow, looking down upon Yi Feng from a vantage point. Tell me, otherworldly being, how did you neutralize my ice abilities? If you do, I will spare your eyes, but I shall sever your tongue, Luo Yun inquired nonchalantly. At this moment, Yi Feng stood frozen in place, yet his skin was absorbing the frost from his heart veins. You. Luo Yun noticed Yi Feng's peculiar condition. Just moments ago, Yi Feng's lips had turned a bluish purple from the frost, but now, they had regained their normal hue. Still seeking to resolve this? He struck towards Yi Feng's head with a palm. Yi Feng's eyes widened in shock, as a hand rapidly enlarged within his vision. He forcefully broke free from his constraints, returning the strike with equal force. Boom. Their hands collided. In the next instant, his blood-sucking technique activated. Each pore of Yi Feng's palm seemed to draw in, firmly bonding Luo Yun's hand to his own. You? Luo Yun was taken aback, feeling his abilities being siphoned away by Yi Feng. He swung his arm backward, attempting to free himself from Yi Feng's grasp. However, it was too late. Their hands had frozen together, encrusted in frost. Chapter 332. Nothing can be hidden from her. Moreover, An enigmatic force created a dual restraint. Release. Luo Yun's other hand came crashing in. Boom. Yifeng intercepted with his other hand. They remained locked in a stalemate. In mere moments, Yifeng's lips returned to their natural color. In contrast, Luo Yun's lips remained a shade of bluish-purple, a layer of frost creeping up his wrist to his arm, swiftly paralyzing his upper body. You? Luo Yun managed to utter 2 words before frost enveloped his neck. Conversely, Yifeng had only a trace of frost on his palm, which was absorbed by his skin before it could ascend further. After a minute, Yifeng relaxed his skin, ceasing the blood-sucking technique. Fall. He pushed forward, and Luo Yun's body stiffly collapsed onto the ground. Now, Luo Yun lay rigid, with only his terrified eyes darting around. You have delayed me for so long. Now I shall take you to accomplish a significant task. If fifth brother is already dead, you shall accompany him in death. With that, Yifeng hoisted the frozen Luo Yun onto his shoulder and sprinted downstream at an incredible speed. Ahead lay 3 tributaries, which forced Yifeng to detour 5 times the distance. This cannot continue. If this persists, fifth brother will perish. I must traverse this tributary. Yifeng made up his mind, shedding the beast's skin he wore and carefully wrapping it in a layer of waterproof cloth. This cloth had been salvaged from the previous encounter with the cannon, and Yifeng was certainly not one to waste resources. It was now proving invaluable. He took a deep breath and plunged into the water. The tributary spanned approximately 9 kilometers, with each bank frozen for a kilometer, leaving 7 kilometers to traverse. Taking a detour would require an additional 30 kilometers, leaving him with no choice but to swim across the 7 kilometers. After all, he was protected by his blood-scaled armor, which would merely cost him some energy. However, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. As Yifeng's foot made contact with the water's surface, a layer of ice rapidly formed beneath him. Could it be that my blood-sucking technique has appropriated this power? Yifeng's excitement surged. If he could harness the ice and snow abilities beneath his feet and run swiftly across the water, wouldn't that allow him to glide like a character from a martial arts novel? He could cross the river with his own flesh and blood. He had to give it a try, otherwise, his brother Wu would perish. With that thought, Yifeng severed a vine from a tree and securely bound Luo Yun to his back. Preparing himself, he stepped back a few paces on the ice, gathering momentum for a leap. Boom. Splash. Water sprayed over 2 meters high, nearly stealing his breath away. It was cold, excruciatingly cold. The water skiing experiment had failed. Gasping for breath, he opted for the most primal approach, paddling towards the opposite bank like a dog. The icy river water felt like countless steel needles piercing through his bones. Yet Yifeng pressed on. He lost track of time until, with a final effort, he scrambled onto the ice on the opposite side. His skin had turned the color of pig liver, his eyes glazed, and his lips trembled. Meanwhile, Luo Yun, frozen solid, resembled a statue of ice, with only wisps of steam escaping from his mouth after reaching the shore. Hiss! Just moments ago, he had not felt the chill in the water, but once ashore, the biting river wind felt like 1,000 knives raking across his skin. He hurriedly unfurled the waterproof cloth and retrieved the beast's skin. Unfortunately, the cloth had aged and developed several cracks, rendering the interior beast's skin damp and rigid. No matter, he had to wear it, as it would at least provide some protection against the wind. Yifeng donned the beast's skin, transforming it into a suit of ice armor. He grasped Luo Yun's leg and began to run downstream at a sluggish pace. As he continued, his joints regained their vitality, his speed increased, and warmth flooded his body. His pores opened, and beads of sweat dotted his skin. The heat gradually softened the beast's skin armor. At last, the vast ocean came into view. If he could just climb over that gentle slope and traverse another 10 kilometers through the woods, he would reach Duoyanhina. Suddenly, a large shadow leaped down from the slope, landing at Yifeng's feet. Little licking dog, you silly creature, what brings you here? Is the Gay tribe out of food? Yifeng exclaimed in delight as he beheld the large black bear before him. The little licking dog, having lavished attention on Yifeng's feet, then turned to lick his hands, nuzzling his head against Yifeng's embrace. Is that you, brother Yifeng? Yifeng raised his gaze and beheld a man standing atop a gentle slope, none other than Feng Yingzi. Following him, a dozen members of the Gaoshan tribe gradually emerged, accompanied by 2 litters. Beside one of the litters stood 2 vengeful kings. Brother Feng Yingzi, what brings you upstream? Could it be because of fifth brother? Yifeng's heart sank. After enduring countless hardships, he was on the brink of success, and he fervently hoped his efforts would not be in vain. Indeed, fifth brother is nearing his end. The high priestess sensed your approach downstream and instructed us to head in your direction. Serendipitously, we have found you, Feng Yingzi replied. Leaping down from the slope, Yifeng looked up and noticed one of the litters had been opened, revealing the figure of Duoyan Hina. Her breathtaking beauty was partially concealed by a hide, revealing only her enchanting eyes. Quick, lower fifth brother, I will catch him, Feng Yingzi commanded. A flurry of activity ensued as the group hastily lowered Long Wu's litter beside Yifeng. Subsequently, Duoyan Hina was also brought down by the two vengeful kings. Her figure was striking. Despite her pregnancy and the heavy hide draped over her, she exuded an unmatched elegance and an air of regal sanctity. Is this the sacrifice? Came Duoyan Hina's voice from behind the hide. Yes, he is still alive, Yifeng affirmed. Is he from the Snow Mountain tribe? Duoyan Hina inquired. Her gaze fixating on the tattoo on Luo Yun's chin, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Do you know him? Yifeng retorted, concerned that if Duoyan Hina recognized him, it could jeopardize their plans, as she might refuse to cooperate. I do not know him personally. Yet this totem signifies that he is of the highest rank among the Snow Mountain tribe. You Haven-T captured their chieftain, have you? Duoyan Hina pressed. Yifeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Duoyan Hina was astute beyond measure, and nothing could remain concealed from her. Can he become the sacrifice? Yifeng countered, unwilling to discuss Duoyan Hina's concerns, prioritizing fifth brother's rescue instead. He is quite robust, and there are other energies within him. Could he be an ability wielder? Duoyan Hina crouched down, intensely scrutinizing Luo Yun's eyes. Luo Yun's pupils constricted slightly. It was noteworthy that few could perceive his abilities at a glance. Not even the high priestess of the Yunshan tribe, let alone the emissaries of the temple. Could this woman truly possess such insight? I beseech you, please proceed with the ritual. I fear fifth brother may not endure much longer, Yifeng urged, glancing anxiously at Long Wu in the litter. Chapter 333. I promise you all right. Ultimately, Duoyan Hina nodded, retrieving a dagger from her bosom. She began to chant an ancient incantation, positioning the dagger against Luo Yun's neck. Yifeng hurriedly leaned closer, eager to witness the entire sacrificial process. Though he could not comprehend the words of the incantation, he sensed the emotions embedded within it: devotion, solace, resentment, joy, and compassion. It appeared that the incantation was not bound by a fixed form. The essence lay in the tone. Indeed, it must be the tone. The emotions conveyed within it were the crux of the incantation. Yifeng felt as if he had stumbled upon a profound realization. As the incantation reached its climax, an urgency permeated the air, intensifying the terror reflected in Luo Yun's eyes. With a swift motion, a dagger sliced through, and blood gushed forth. Yet, Duoyan Hina's spell remained unbroken. She extended a finger and dipped it into the searing blood. After performing this act, she approached Long Wu once more, presenting her bloodied finger. A crimson worm emerged from her sleeve, and as it wriggled, the blood on her hand vanished entirely, transforming into a verdant creature that swiftly entered Long Wu's nostrils. Suddenly, the previously unconscious Long Wu opened his eyes wide, and his skin flushed a deep crimson. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted to a vibrant green. Then came the most bizarre scene. From the stumps of his severed legs, two jets of blood erupted, intertwining and writhing as if something were striving to emerge from the severed limbs. Would Brother Wu regrow his legs? Yifeng felt a surge of joy. Duoyan Hina, however, had no time to respond, as the urgency of the spell escalated. Time became indistinct, and soon, Long Wu was enveloped in dark fur. The fur shimmered silver, then gold. Downstream of the Black Tree River, a thunderous roar resonated. A magnificent golden beast stood upon the riverbank, its green pupils brimming with ferocity, as if it were poised to devour anyone in its path. Vengeful king, come forth, Duoyan Hina beckoned to Long Wu. At that moment, he had undergone a profound transformation. Towering 3 meters tall, his new legs had sprouted, still tender, yet it was evident that, in due course, they would become robust. Long Wu let out another roar, finally settling obediently beside Duoyan Hina. Brother Wu. Yifeng approached, fixing his gaze upon Long Wu's eyes. To his astonishment, Long Wu emitted a sound reminiscent of a vengeful child, his emerald pupils devoid of any emotion. Sighing, Yifeng lamented, alas, Brother Wu has ultimately passed away. Duoyan Hina's complexion paled, her body swaying as if she might collapse at any moment. Be careful not to fall, Yifeng urged, stepping forward. With a sudden roar, Long Wu positioned himself protectively in front of Doyen Hina. Do not harm her, Doyen Hina cried out. The green light in Long Wu's eyes dimmed, and he retreated to the side. Only then did Yifeng move to support her. You should rest in the palanquin if you are weary, do not strain yourself. Yifeng spoke gently. Although Brother Wu was no longer the same, there remained a flicker of hope that he might recover his memories over the passage of time. Thus, Yifeng felt deeply grateful for Doyen Hina's significant assistance. Yifeng, I wish to accompany you to the warship, Doyen Hina declared, her demeanor shifting dramatically as she grasped the back of Yifeng's hand. Yifeng's mouth gaped in astonishment. Are you unwilling? Doyen Hina's tone turned icy. No. I am willing, of course. The warship has an abundance of delicious food, enough to sustain you through the long winter, Yifeng stammered, bewildered by Doyen Hina's sudden clarity. In truth, Doyen Hina was reluctant to board the warship. However, the harsh conditions of the Gaoshan tribe left her apprehensive about her ability to sustain the life within her. Congratulations, my brother. You shall finally live together, Feng Yingzi approached with a sincere smile. Although Doyen Hina's departure would cause his tribe to lose a wise high priestess, he felt no regret, but rather genuine happiness for Yifeng. Brother Feng Yingzi, why not invite your Gaoshan brethren to my warship? The hot spring island will soon be completed, ample enough to accommodate 200 of you, Yifeng suggested as he clasped Feng Yingzi's hand. However, Feng Yingzi shook his head with a smile. If we were to live together, would the Gaoshan tribe still be the Gaoshan tribe? We take pride in our identity. Yet this time, I am prepared to borrow some provisions from you, he replied. To each their own aspirations, I understand. Let us proceed upstream together. And I shall have Old Cheng navigate the warship directly to the beach, so you needn't endure the arduous journey to transport the supplies, Yifeng proposed. Thank you. With that, they set off upstream, accompanied by a sizable contingent of 70 from the Gaoshan tribe. Since Doyen Hina had no intention of returning to her tribe, her 3 Wraith Kings were to remain aboard the warship. After walking 10 kilometers upstream, Doyen Hina suddenly lifted the curtain. Yifeng, come inside, there is ample space. She beckoned. Is that appropriate? I fear I might crowd you, Yifeng replied. Come in, I have something to discuss with you, she insisted. Ultimately, Yifeng complied and squeezed in beside Doyen Hina. As the sedan continued its journey, Doyen Hina lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. Hina, do you have something to say? Yifeng boldly used an affectionate address. Doyen Hina's body stiffened momentarily. She was unaccustomed to such familiarity. Yifeng, upon your worship, I require an entire clean floor, with food delivered to my chamber by the Wraith Kings. No one else is permitted to enter. Can you agree to this? Doyen Hina inquired. This. Yifeng glanced at her abdomen, eventually nodding. I agree. Very well, you may go now, she replied, turning her head away. Yifeng felt as though he were merely a tool for her convenience, to be used and discarded, which left him feeling quite displeased. May I listen to the sounds within your belly? I shall do so through your clothing, without touching your skin, Yifeng asked, yearning to hear the stirrings of the future child. Doyen Hina's body tensed, her exquisite profile seemingly frozen in place. She neither nodded nor shook her head, as if granting silent consent. Taking a deep breath, Yifeng pressed his ear against her abdomen. It felt so soft, and then he heard various sounds of movement. Is it done? Doyen Hina asked, her voice no longer cold. When Yifeng placed his ear against his own belly, she experienced an unexpected sense of happiness. It's done. Is the child causing you any discomfort? Yifeng inquired with concern. You may go now, she replied. After Doyen Hina spoke, she turned her gaze towards the curtains outside. Yifeng nodded with a hint of melancholy and lifted the carriage curtain. Chapter 334. All right, I will listen to Brother Feng. At that moment, Doyen Hina suddenly uttered a phrase, not painful. Though these 2 words were brief, they ignited a spark of hope within Yifeng. It seemed that this icy beauty was gradually thawing, perhaps softened by the warmth of maternal love. I understand now, dear Hina, Yifeng thought, teetering on the brink of recklessness. The return journey went smoothly, without any hindrances. After night fell, a colossal warship finally came into Yifeng's view. Hey, Chenin, tell Old Cheng to bring the warship over, quickly, Yifeng called out, igniting a torch on the shore. The warship soon responded, with thick plumes of smoke billowing from its stern. Just then, Yifeng's expression shifted as he glanced towards the upstream forest. One by one, expressionless Gaer people emerged, their parched eyes fixed on Yifeng. Not good, stay alert. Feng Yingzi exclaimed, swiftly grasping her spear. The Gaer people showed no signs of retreat despite Feng Yingzi's readiness for combat, continuing to stare at them with vacant eyes. Forget it, brother. They're already half dead and pose no threat. Yifeng pressed down on Feng Yingzi's spear. After a while, the warship approached, and Yifeng first helped Duoyen Hina aboard, followed by 70 members of the Highland clan. 2 hours later, in the warship's dining hall, the 70 Highland clansmen feasted heartily. Duoyen Hina remained silent in her chair, closely guarded by 3 resentful kings. Yifeng sat opposite her, but beside him were Susan, Su Yun, Rai Mai Zi, Bai Chuxue, and other women. They wore cold expressions, occasionally casting glances at Duoyen Hina and her belly. Susan, regardless of circumstances, Hina is now my wife. You must accept it, whether you agree or not. Yifeng stated with difficulty. Humph. Susan scoffed before leaving the dining hall. Bai Chuxue and Su Yun stood up, haughtily following Susan out. Yifeng, you should be careful, Rai Mai Zi remarked before also exiting the dining hall. The women were clearly envious, astonished that Yifeng had indeed brought Duoyen Hina onto the warship. Brother Feng, you must be cautious. This woman is a calamity. Cheng Libin sighed heavily before departing. Yifeng's team collectively opposed Duoyen Hina, yet she remained unfazed, entirely dismissive of their discontent. The resistance she faced did not alter her demeanor in the slightest. Zhang Ziqing and Tuba exchanged glances and shook their heads at Yifeng before leaving the dining hall. Big brother Yi, confine her to a cell. I will take guard. Ding Tianquan suggested. Little Tianquan, from now on, you must call her sister Duoyen. When the child is born, you will be the aunt, Yifeng replied. No, I won't call her sister. I only have one sister, Susan. However, I can be the child's aunt, Ding Tianquan retorted, freeing herself from Yifeng's grasp and departing the dining hall. Finally, Yifeng cast a pleading glance at Chun and brother Feng. I support you, Chunin affirmed. Chun En's words filled Yifeng with immense joy. After all, his team operated on a shared ownership basis, and to bring Duoyen Hina aboard the warship, he needed the consent of several individuals. Chunin, it's you. Yifeng felt deeply moved. In this critical moment, Chun En was supporting him. I support your decision to capture her. As for what comes next, I suggest confining her to the second level. The iron door there is quite sturdy. However, there is a complication. We must deal with the 3 vengeful kings by her side. If they were to unleash their fury someday, who knows if they might cause harm. Chunin spoke gravely. Just leave. Yifeng kicked Chunin away. Once Chunin departed, a significant space in the restaurant became vacant. The indigenous people retreated to the far side of the restaurant, isolating Yifeng and Duoyen Hina. Strictly speaking, they feared the 3 vengeful kings. I'm sorry, I can't persuade them, but they aren't inherently bad. I believe that in time, they will come to accept you, Yifeng reassured her. There's no need for that. I care not for anyone's opinions. Have you arranged a place for me to stay? Duoyen Hina inquired. Just knowing you think that way is enough. I've arranged a wooden cabin for you on Hot Spring Island. The warship sways continuously, and I fear that after the child is born, they might struggle to walk steadily. Unlike me, who is grounded, Yifeng stated seriously. The corners of Duoyen Hina's mouth twitched as if she wanted to smile, but she quickly regained her composure. Yifeng was nearly mesmerized. He had never witnessed Duoyen Hina smile. In that fleeting moment when she almost laughed, she was breathtakingly beautiful, as if the world around them had faded, leaving only her eternal smile. Then take me to Hot Spring Island, right now. I wish to avoid contact with anyone. Just deliver my food and water daily, Duoyen Hina declared. Upon finishing her sentence, the 3 squatting vengeful kings stood up simultaneously, nearly bumping their heads against the deck. Very well. Subsequently, Yifeng arranged for Duoyen Hina to reside near the hot springs, where the ground temperature was higher and less likely to cause her to catch a chill. As for the captives on the island, Yifeng held no concern for them posing a threat to Duoyen Hina. The 3 vengeful kings were formidable, and moreover, the captives had been subdued, their strength significantly diminished. Having settled Duoyen Hina, Yifeng returned to the warship and made his way to Bai Chuxue's laboratory. Chuxue, are you inside? Yifeng knocked on the door. Creak. The iron door opened, revealing Bai Chuxue lazily leaning against the doorframe. What is it? Her tone was indifferent. Chuxue, I know you harbor reservations about her. But when the child is born, I still hope you will act as the obstetrician to ensure a smooth delivery, Yifeng pleaded. grasping Bai Chushue's arm with an almost desperate tone. Bai Chushue's eyes flickered, and she playfully asked, "If I assist you, how will you repay me?" "Me? How could I repay you? What do you desire as a reward?" Yi Feng retorted. "Just come in and lock the door," Bai Chushue said with a hint of flirtation. Bang! The door was locked behind them. A fierce battle ensued until the following morning, and Yi Feng left the laboratory feeling refreshed. The moment he stepped outside, he collided with Chun and brother Feng. Wang Zhihai is still locked up in his cell. Sister Susan asks if you want to summon him for questioning. Chunin inquired. "Summon for questioning?" Yi Feng pondered deeply, nodding his head. "Bring Wang Zhihai to Hot Spring Island. Since we are establishing a comprehensive society, let us conduct a tripartite trial, ensuring that no innocent person is wronged, while also not allowing any guilty individual to escape justice. A robust legal system must commence with this trial. Brother Feng, our little society has fewer than 100 members. Do we really need laws?" Chunin remarked. "Indeed, the numbers are rather scant. A tripartite trial lacks significance. How about this? Summon all the brothers from the Highland tribe to observe, and bring the captives along as well. That should lend it some weight," Yi Feng suggested. "All right, I shall heed Brother Feng's words." Shortly thereafter, Chunin set off to gather individuals from various locales to attend the trial on Hot Spring Island. Chapter 335. Inability to produce evidence. Luo Ying was tidying up, yet tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Great Chief, what troubles you? You have never cried before," a female leader from the Snow Mountain tribe asked. "I don't know. I just feel an overwhelming urge to weep," Luo Ying replied, perplexed, as tears continued to fall onto the floor. At that moment, Raimai entered the room. "You 7 captives need not clean anymore. Brother Feng has ordered that you all proceed to Hot Spring Island for the tripartite trial." With that, Raimai led them out by their chains. On Hot Spring Island, 20 stoves were set up inside the dilapidated shed, yet cold winds still seeped in from outside. Yi Feng was surrounded by nearly 100 individuals, 70 from the Highland tribe and 37 captives, filling the shed to capacity. With a clap, Yi Feng struck the wooden block used during storytelling. "Bring forth the suspect, Wang Zhihai." Chun In and Zhang Zicheng escorted Wang Zhihai into the shed. He had been imprisoned for several days, his Mediterranean hairstyle disheveled, and he kept his head lowered, unable to meet Yi Feng's gaze. "Today, we express our gratitude to our friends from the Highland tribe for their support, as well as to our friends from the Yunwu mountain range. You are all witnesses to the inception of our laws. Now, we invite the prosecution to present their case." Yi Feng gestured towards Susan. Susan nodded and stood up. "Wang Zhihai, please state what you said to Alba in Brother Feng's absence." I said nothing. I only expressed my admiration for Brother Feng and his efforts." Wang Zhihai adamantly denied. "Alba, please repeat what Wang Zhihai said that day," Susan instructed, pointing to Alba. "Certainly," Wang Zhihai stated. 5 minutes later, Alba concluded his testimony. "Thank you, witness." "Wang Zhihai, do you have any rebuttal?" Susan queried. "Preposterous. Alba, tell me, was there a third person present when we spoke? Are you envious of my position as vice captain, commanding you all, and thus seizing this opportunity to slander me? You wish to oust me from my position?" Wang Zhihai regained his confidence. After all, among those present, he possessed the highest qualifications, and in terms of eloquence, he could easily outshine Yi Feng and his entire team. "Wang Zhihai, do you dare to quibble? Alba is an honest man. Would he wrongfully accuse you?" Yi Feng struck the wooden block again. "Brother Feng, your words imply that while one may know a person's face, they cannot know their heart. If you so hastily conclude my guilt, you might as well execute me directly. Why bother with a trial? Yet, should you choose to dispose of me in such a manner, it would seem that the laws of One Spring Island are utterly meaningless, allowing anyone to falsely accuse another at will." Wang Zhihai swiftly regained the fervor he displayed during his storytelling, provoking intense fury in Yi Feng. Luo Ying gazed in astonishment at Wang Zhihai, then turned her incredulous eyes upon Yi Feng. She never imagined that Yi Feng, the highest authority in the team, could be rendered speechless by a mere prisoner, unable to retaliate. In her tribe, if the chief deemed someone guilty, they would be executed without a moment's hesitation, leaving no room for rebuttal. Yet this team exhibited an oddity, seemingly embodying a fairness beyond her expectations. Not only Luo Ying, but other captives also began to whisper among themselves. Some found Yi Feng's method of judging offenders peculiar, noting that he lacked the imposing demeanor of a great leader, appearing no different from an ordinary individual. However, others perceived Yi Feng's approach as more humane, seemingly transcending the relentless law of the jungle. Wang Zhihai, I demand to know what words you spoke at that time. And at what moment? Leave no detail unexamined, Susan inquired with a composed countenance. In truth, to condemn Wang Zhihai, Feng merely needed to give a nod. Yet he insisted on upholding just laws, complicating the process. At that moment, I proclaimed, "Long live Brother Feng and Sister Susan." But Alba countered, "You two lack fairness. Let him toil on the island while you enjoy yourselves aboard the warship." Wang Zhihai fabricated with the intent to obfuscate. "Cursed be it. I, Alba, challenge Wang Zhihai to a duel." With that, he charged forward, delivering a hefty blow to Wang Zhihai. "Tuba, maintain order." Feng forcefully struck the wooden board. Tuba and his men swiftly restrained Alba. "Wang Zhihai, what evidence do you have for your claims?" Feng, suppressing his fury, demanded. He was on the verge of losing control, yet for the sake of cultivating his envisioned society, he could only endure. "And what proof exists for the accusations made against me by Alba?" Wang Zhihai responded with an air of confidence. He had begun to grasp the dynamics. As long as he argued logically, Feng could not touch him. However, this judge believes Alba does not strike one as a liar. His character is straightforward. "Whilst you are glib of tongue and adept at fabricating tales," Feng stated, "Brother Feng, you are being excessively dogmatic. If I were to feign ignorance like Alba, could I not also falsely accuse you, claiming that you, Brother Feng, indulge in privileges, hoarding several women for yourself?" Wang Zhihai's remark not only insulted Alba, but also implicated Feng. "You?" Feng clenched his teeth. Suddenly, a straw sandal was hurled from below, striking Wang Zhihai squarely on his bald head. "Release me. I demand a duel with him." Alba struggled against Tuba and his 5 men, nearly breaking free. "Prosecution attorney, do you have anything to say?" Feng was compelled to pass the ball to Susan, for he truly was not a match for Wang Zhihai. "Wang Zhihai, confess the truth at once, or else." Susan faltered. "Or else what? Shall I be subjected to severe punishment?" If one were truly to impose punishment. The laws of Hot Spring Island are utterly nonsensical, bearing no distinction from those of a feudal county magistrate. Wang Zhihai scoffed disdainfully. "Chenin, do you have anything to say?" Feng turned his gaze toward Chenin. "I, Brother Feng, believe we should abandon this legal charade. A simple beating would suffice to extract the truth," Chenin advised. Wang Zhihai felt a heavy weight in his heart, anxiously observing Feng. Feng did not respond to Chun An's suggestion immediately. After a lengthy pause, he resolutely shook his head. "No, while Wang Zhihai's words may be harsh, he is not entirely incorrect. If we disregard the law in this initial public trial, our team will inevitably decline into moral decay. We must uphold fairness and justice." Feng articulated slowly. Wang Zhihai let out a sigh of relief. "Brother Feng, your wisdom is commendable. However, if you cannot present evidence, I demand my immediate release. After all, even if I spoke ill of you, it would amount to no more than a verbal offense, warranting merely a week of confinement. Hurry up. If you lack evidence, I must be released at once." Wang Zhihai pounded the table, turning the threat upon Feng. The members of the Highland tribe gaped in astonishment at the absurdity of the trial. Yet, for reasons unknown, Feng Yingzi felt that this very trial embodied the essence of fairness and justice. Not only he, but the captive Luo Ying also widened her eyes, a spark igniting within her previously lifeless gaze. Such a peculiar tribe. Their laws seemed to empower the ordinary against their formidable chief. Chapter 336. How could such thoughts arise? Feng stood as the supreme authority of this tribe, yet the prisoner dared to speak insolently to him, wearing a smug expression. In contrast, although Feng was seething with rage, he refrained from executing the prisoner. Had this occurred within his own tribe, Wang Zhihai would have perished countless times over for such insolence, perhaps even leading to the annihilation of his entire family. In that moment, the mindset of the captives began to shift. Feng Yingzi and several other prominent leaders began to converse in hushed tones. "Wise Black Wind, I believe we can adopt Feng's approach within our Highland tribe. Chieftain, if you feel this way, let us return and gradually implement it to see if it proves effective." Feng struck the wooden surface once more. "The trial is concluded. All rise." Everyone stood in unison. "This court finds that the charges of treason against Wang Zhihai are unsubstantiated due to insufficient evidence. Therefore, Wang Zhihai is hereby released. Tuba, please remove his shackles," Feng declared with solemnity. "Humph." Tuba nodded and liberated Wang Zhihai from his chains. "Ha ha, Brother Feng, your legal system is remarkable. I, Wang Zhihai, am in awe of you." With that, Wang Zhihai bowed to all present. Brother Feng, I am now exonerated. May I inquire if I still hold the position of deputy leader? Wang Zhihai turned to Yifeng once more. All right, you may continue, Wang Zhihai. Reinstated to your previous role as second in command, Yifeng pronounced with a hint of resignation. Alba's expression darkened as he sank to the ground. How would he manage now that Wang Zhihai remained in his position? Just then, a captive suddenly rushed forward. Feng, Brother Feng, I am Robin. May I join your tribe? Robin had just witnessed the entire trial conducted by Yifeng and realized that this represented the ideal civilized society he had envisioned in his dreams. Far superior to his own Huangshan tribe. Within his tribe, if a superior deemed an inferior guilty, there would be no trial. The punishment would be administered on the spot, without regard for the time of hundreds, ultimately allowing the condemned to rise again and even reclaim significant positions. If such a society truly existed, he would be willing to betray his own race to join it. Do not forget, you are our prisoner. Do prisoners qualify to join our ranks? Chunin stated coldly. Indeed, prisoners lack the right to join our team, others concurred. Brother Feng, what do you think? Am I allowed? The prisoner looked at Yifeng with anticipation. Such a transgression. Here's the deal. To demonstrate that our team embodies absolute freedom and fairness, if you, Robin, can create immense value for our team in the future, I will initiate a vote among all members. If more than half approve of your inclusion, you will be a part of our team and enjoy all our benefits. Yifeng proclaimed. Rest assured, I can fight valiantly. If anyone seeks to harm you, I will be the first to charge forward, Robin replied. It is not solely about combat. You can join my team through other means as well, such as providing new inventions or intelligence we are unaware of. All these contributions will accumulate, and once you have 10 members of my team vouching for you, I can initiate a vote, Yifeng elaborated. Very well. I shall ponder what our team might still lack. I am certain I can come up with something, Robin said, gripping his head tightly, forcing his mind to churn. At that moment, another prisoner rushed forward and knelt before Yifeng. Brother Feng, I am called Huya, and I too wish to join your team. Huya was a robust man with dark skin, belonging to the Black Mountain tribe. Yifeng sighed and addressed everyone. Prisoners, listen closely. If you wish to become members of my team, time will be required for you to prove yourselves, and you must demonstrate sincerity, showing me that you have truly severed ties with your former tribe. Vice Captain Wang Zhihai, from now on, the responsibility for these prisoners will be yours. However, do not entertain thoughts of forming cliques. Should I discover any disloyalty, I will send you to prison. Yifeng emphasized his final words. Yes, Brother Feng. I will devise a perfect plan to ensure they do not become traitors. Wang Zhihai nodded. I, Yifeng, hereby declare the court adjourned. A group of individuals left the tent in silence, returning to their respective tasks. Yifeng also made his way toward the canoe. Brother Feng, what a failure. Not only did you fail to take down Wang Zhihai, but you also acquitted him and reinstated his position. Chunin followed closely behind. Failure? Huh. Yifeng smirked cunningly. On the surface, it appears we lost to Wang Zhihai. Yet in truth, our team has taken a significant stride towards civilization. Just think, in the future, these Highlanders, these prisoners, may return to the Yunshan Mountains and advocate for the fairness and justice within our team. As time passes, one must ponder. Surely there must be some oppressed individuals among the Yunshan tribe? Upon hearing of our team's commitment to fairness, should they encounter injustice within their ranks, they would undoubtedly seek refuge with us. In merely a decade, our team would grow exponentially, ultimately becoming the preeminent force within the Misty Mountains. In this manner, we would ascend to dominance on this desolate island without shedding a drop of blood. Wouldn't such an approach be far more effortless? Yifeng chuckled. Brother Feng, I had no idea your vision was so grand. I, Chunin, have been rather short-sighted. Nonetheless, we possess machine cannons, so we need not fear retaliation from the Yunshan tribe, Chunin replied. The ammunition for the cannons is limited. Perhaps they can safeguard us for the next 10 years, but what then? The warships will decay, will they not? The cannons too will succumb to rust, and the bullets will become damp. These external means can only offer temporary protection, but it is the core value of fairness within our team that will ensure our enduring stability. By promoting justice and equity, we will naturally attract a continuous stream of individuals who are willing to dedicate their lives for our cause. Yifeng's words resonated with truth. At present, members of his team, such as Alba and Tuba, stand ready to lay down their lives for the collective. What a splendid team it is. with both the leader and second-in-command elected by the members. Every individual wields equal power, and an abundance of food flows in, complemented by the sanctuary of Hot Spring Island. Who, I ask, would wish to see such a team falter? On board the warship, Luo Ying busied herself with cleaning. Yet, her mind was in turmoil. The recent assembly led by Yi Feng had left an indelible mark on her. If such principles could be implemented within the Shueshan tribe, it is certain that within 5 years, they would emerge as the largest tribe in the entire Misty Mountains. However, would the Yunshan tribe allow them to flourish? Only Yi Feng's warship could stand against them. Perhaps she too could join Yi Feng's team. But no, as the sister of the Shueshan tribe's chieftain, how could she entertain such notions? Chapter 337. Is it this cold today? Hot Spring Island remains under construction. Hence most individuals continue to spend the night aboard the warship. Yi Feng knocked on the door to his and Susan's quarters, only to find it locked. Shaner, open the door. It is your husband. Shaner, be a good girl and unlock the door. The iron door remained steadfast. Why not go sleep on Hot Spring Island? Isn't there a stunning beauty waiting for you there? Susan's sultry voice wafted from within. Ah, that is merely a temporary arrangement. Once the child is born, you shall remain the principal wife. For now, as she carries our child, we must accommodate her and ensure her spirits are high. Yi Feng coaxed from outside for 2 hours. And only then did Susan reluctantly unlock the door. Daring to keep your husband outside. Yi, shall implement the household rules today. Before long, cries from the dormitory echoed. An hour later, Susan nestled tenderly in Yi Feng's embrace. 3 days without discipline, and the roof is about to cave in. I ask you, have you surrendered? Yi Feng gazed at the rosy hue on Susan's cheeks, a smug look upon his face. How vexing. Haven't I submitted already? However, we have an agreement. From now on, I shall remain the foremost, while she, Duoyen Hina, must take a subordinate role, Susan said playfully. Only before Yi Feng does she show such a demeanor. In the presence of others, she is a formidable iron lady. Of course, you are the primary wife, and our team adheres to a monogamous system. You shall always be my original partner, Yi Feng replied earnestly. Susan, are you truly at ease with Wang Zhihai? After this trial, his power will only escalate. And I cannot shake the feeling that he is destined for great trouble, Susan expressed with concern. There is little we can do. I too wish to dispel Wang Zhihai. Yet given the constraints of our small society, we must abide by the law. When time permits, we shall convene to establish a unique legal framework for our island, ensuring absolute fairness and justice. As for the treatment of the captives, it would be prudent to enhance their conditions. I have heard from Chun and that these individuals are not from the Yunsan tribe. They too are pitiable victims of Yunsan's rule. And our greatest adversary remains the Yunsan tribe, Yi Feng stated. I shall heed your words. Tomorrow I will elevate the captives' treatment, allowing them to work only 10 hours a day, with ample provisions for 3 meals and a midday respite, Susan replied softly. Indeed, while they were manipulated by the Yunsan tribe to assault my vessels, they must still face some repercussions. I propose a 5-year sentence for each, with those exhibiting good behavior released in 3 years, and the best among them potentially regaining their freedom in as little as 3 months to return home, Yi Feng continued. Susan looked up, astonished at Yi Feng's proposition. Yi Feng, is this not excessively merciful? They are captives, and they have taken many of our lives. Susan questioned, her expression filled with doubt. Rest assured, I have long-term plans. Once these captives experience the fairness and justice of our laws, they will advocate for me upon their return. Before long, those with special skills from other tribes will seek to join my team, and it will be unstoppable. Consider this, while our artillery is formidable, it will eventually exhaust its ammunition. With our mere 100 members, once the artillery is depleted, the Yunsan tribe could swiftly annihilate us. Thus, before we exhaust our artillery, our team must grow robust, at least to ensure our self-preservation, Yi Feng asserted earnestly. Yi Feng, I had not anticipated your vision to be so expansive, contemplating future matters in such detail. I truly cannot compare, Susan replied sincerely. It is late. Let us retire for the night, for tomorrow holds many tasks, Yi Feng said, gently pinching Susan's cheek. The following morning, Yi Feng was the first to rise. Luo Ying and 6 female captives were tidying the corridor as part of their daily duties. Upon seeing Yi Feng, her lips parted as if she had something to say. Yi Feng had long noticed Luo Ying among the 7 female captives. She was the most beautiful, possessing a physique and poise that rivaled Susan, though she still fell short of Duoyan Hina. Good morning, Feng. Chenin approached him. Chenin, summon the one adorned with flowers on her shoulder to the dining hall for a meeting, Yi Feng instructed. Indeed, he is poised to enact a series of policies favoring captives. It is Feng, and among the prisoners, there is a man who claims to be a master blacksmith and the finest weapons artisan in their tribe. The curved blades he forges are regarded as the best within the entire tribe. Behold, this is the curved sword he has crafted. After Chenin spoke, he handed the blade to Yi Feng. Yi Feng seized the sword and, with a powerful swing, struck it against another curved blade. With a sharp clang, the inferior blade shattered into two pieces. A fine weapon. While it may not compare to the daggers produced in Germany, it is undoubtedly among the finest steel available here. What is his name? Yi Feng inquired. His name is Robin. He was contemplating joining us just last night. Chenin replied. Well, since he is a skilled blacksmith, convey to him that upon the completion of 100 curved blades, I shall grant him his freedom. However, his desire to join my team may require more than that. Yi Feng stated. Understood. I shall call them for a meeting. Chenin departed to summon them. Yi Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, ascended to the deck to admire the scenery. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, a biting cold wind struck him, nearly leaving him breathless. What ghastly weather is this? Is it truly this cold today? Yi Feng tightened the fur coat around him. His intention to grant Robin freedom was not due to a willingness to part with such talent, but rather a necessity for Robin to promote his offerings and benefits among other tribes. Once the word spreads effectively, his team could experience rapid growth, aiming for a population of 2,000 within 5 years. While 2,000 may still be insufficient to contend with the Yunshan tribe, combined with his artillery and the newly developed gunpowder, it would at least instill a sense of caution in the Yunshan people, even if they remained formidable opponents. Deep within the misty mountains, in a grand stone hall, the chief addressed his gathered kin. Chief, our food reserves in the Mode family are dwindling. Chief, the reserves of my Hare family are also running low. If the harsh winter persists for more than 3 years, even our large families may face starvation. At the highest position sat a young man, the great chief of the Yunshan tribe. Esteemed elders, regarding the food crisis, we can demand tributes from the smaller tribes. They would not dare to refuse. Our current dilemma lies in the fact that our authority has been challenged by the foreign invaders from the great ship, who have defeated us twice in succession. Should we suffer another defeat, the smaller tribes may also question our authority and cease their tributes. Though this young man appeared youthful, his voice bore the weight of age, reminiscent of a man in his 60s. Chapter 338. A glimmer of hope. The chief is correct. With the Gao Mountain tribe leading a rebellion and the foreign invaders having bested us twice, the news of our defeats is known throughout the misty mountains. It is time to bring about the downfall of these invaders. An elder rose to express his support for the chief. The Yunshan tribe operates under a familial structure, with each family represented by an elder who wields absolute authority over the indigenous people sharing their surname. Moreover, the higher echelons of the Cloud Mountain clan are invariably required to originate from illustrious families. Otherwise, they lack the qualifications to assume positions such as the Great Chief, Beastmaster, Priest, or Divine Envoy. You are indeed correct, Hall Family Patriarch. Thus, the task of exterminating the alien tribes shall be entrusted to your esteemed lineage. I shall command the Snow Mountain clan and the Black Mountain clan to each dispatch 300 individuals at your disposal, proclaimed the chief of the Cloud Mountain clan. The Hall Patriarch fell silent, his eyes twitching with trepidation. The Hall family ranks fourth among the Cloud Mountain clan, boasting 3 great chiefs, 2 beastmasters, and 1 priest within their ranks. In essence, the clans of Cloud Mountain flourish predominantly through sheer numbers. Any family that amasses a significant population is bound to produce adept warriors and prodigies. Should they engage in an offensive against the alien tribes, their own kin would undoubtedly incur losses, and an excessive depletion of their ranks would diminish the likelihood of nurturing exceptional talents. Chief, to eradicate the alien tribes and restore the authority of our Cloud Mountain clan is my solemn duty. However, I have a stipulation. If we vanquish the alien tribes, to whom shall the great vessel belong? Inquired the Hall Patriarch. Naturally, it shall belong to our Cloud Mountain clan. However, your Hall family shall be granted exclusive hunting rights upon the vessel for 1 year. This grand vessel will certainly navigate the heart of the Black Tree River, allowing you to capture an abundance of fish species during that time. The chief of Cloud Mountain responded. Agreed. The Hall Patriarch finally nodded in acquiescence. For a family to flourish, the acquisition of resources is paramount. Food, being the most crucial resource, would enable their lineage to expand effortlessly into the thousands, even tens of thousands, thus establishing themselves as the foremost family within the Cloud Mountain clan. With the first predicament resolved, the Hall Patriarch would confront the alien tribes. Now, let us address the second issue. The Black Mountain clan has now grown to 7,000 members, and it is time to impose sanctions upon them. Their failure to seize the great vessel presents an opportunity. I propose demoting them to a 7th-tier tribe, compelling them to tribute 100 cartloads of fish, 300 cartloads of fatty meat, and 50 healthy women of childbearing age within 3 months. Within 3 years, we shall reduce the population of this inferior race to approximately 1,000 individuals. They are mere beasts, inherently destined to be exploited by us, and we must not allow them any hope of resurgence. Upon the chief's declaration, the assembled patriarchs unanimously raised their hands in approval. After all, the exploitation of inferior tribes benefits all families within the Cloud Mountain clan, and this comprehensive proposal was wholeheartedly endorsed. Subsequently, they commenced deliberations on the distribution of these tributes. In the misty Cloud Mountains, population is fundamental. For instance, a poor tribe, once it reaches a population of 10,000, will naturally progress, fostering innovation and creativity. With such a vast population base, even if the proportion of geniuses is merely 1%, it would yield 100 adept warriors. These 100 warriors would then plunder resources from other tribes, and over time, their prospects would only improve. The earlier demand for 50 healthy women of childbearing age from the Black Mountain clan was, in fact, a method of population exploitation. One must ponder, with the Black Mountain clan's population at merely 7,000, the feasible number of childbearing women would be scant, roughly around 50. Thus, they have effectively stifled the population growth of this generation within the Black Mountain clan. As time swiftly passes, 7 days elapse in the blink of an eye. Feng, accompanied by a group of individuals, is conducting an inspection. Observing the gradually completed hot spring island, he is filled with profound reflections. The construction is sturdier than before, with the foundations of certain buildings comprised entirely of stones weighing nearly a ton each, ensuring they withstand even the fiercest gales. The greenhouses have also been erected, crafted from timber as thick as a man's waist, nearly strong enough to serve as fortress walls. The captives are diligently undertaking the final touches. However, their future remains a dilemma once the hot spring island is fully realized. Keeping them aboard the warship is impractical, as Feng lacks sufficient space for their accommodation. Releasing them poses a challenge, given their criminal pasts. Chenin, summon Robin, Feng commands. Understood. Chenin strides into the group of captives and brings Robin forth. Upon seeing Feng, Robin immediately kneels before him. Do not kneel, rise and speak. Do you consider this a barbaric and backward place like the Yunshan tribe? Feng reprimands. Yes, 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 Robin responds, standing up with an expression of anticipation directed at Feng. Robin, in the past few days, you have forged 100 curved blades for us. By our customs, you are now a free man. Tuba, remove his shackles, Feng declares solemnly. Very well. Tuba proceeds to unlock Robin's chains. Once liberated, Robin feels as though he is in a dream, struggling to grasp the reality of his newfound freedom. Previously, captives possessed no rights. Capture was tantamount to a death sentence, and before their demise, their value was thoroughly extracted. The other captives are invigorated, gazing at Robin with envy. Chenin, take 5 individuals and send Robin ashore with a canoe, providing him with 10 days' worth of provisions for his journey home, Feng deliberately announces. Ensuring all captives over here. No, Brother Feng, I wish to remain here. You possess a colossal ship and the divine cannons aboard. You are the only race capable of contending with the Yunshan tribe. To Feng's surprise, Robin steps back, displaying an unwillingness to depart. Although he holds a position of leadership among the Shuashan tribe, his status is not as elevated as one might think. He endures bullying from the tribe's chieftains, and elders, while also facing oppression from the Yunshan tribesmen, devoid of any human rights. Yet, Feng's domain is different. Having spent several weeks as a captive, Robin understands that Feng's team elects its leader through a voting system. This means that by becoming a member of the team, he too could have the opportunity to be elected, ascending to a position akin to that of a chieftain in his own tribe. Very well. If you wish to remain in my team, you must accept the voting process. Given your contributions in crafting weapons for us, I, Feng, shall vouch for you. I will initiate a vote among my 100 team members on your behalf. Should the majority favor your inclusion, you shall become a citizen of our team, enjoying all the benefits, including voting rights and eligibility for election. Upon concluding his statement, Feng's team promptly mobilizes. The voting assembly is convened within the greenhouse, allowing the captives to witness the voting process, an opportunity Feng deliberately provides to showcase the advantages of his team. As anticipated, only 6 votes are cast in favor, and Robin fails to join Feng's team. Nevertheless, even with just 6 votes, a glimmer of hope emerges for Robin. Chapter 339. I thought you were dead. I believe that as long as I endeavored to win the favor of the majority within Feng's team, I could secure my citizenship on Hot Spring Island. Robin, you should return. If you truly wish to join our island, you must make significant contributions to our team, such as providing intelligence, introducing innovative inventions, or making great sacrifices for our cause, Feng stated. Yes, Brother Feng. Robin nodded regretfully as he boarded the canoe under Chun En's guidance. After Robin departed, the captives could hardly contain themselves. At that moment, a woman stepped forward. Brother Feng, I am from the Snow Mountain tribe. Our population consists of 4,720 individuals, including 1,800 males, with approximately 600 of them being elite warriors. Does this count as intelligence? She inquired. You? Luo Ying glared at the woman in disbelief. I'm afraid such information holds little value for us, yet your intentions are commendable. Chunin, award her 2 points. Once she accumulates 100, she shall obtain her freedom, Feng instructed. Understood. Chunin took up a feather quill and marked a 2 on the animal hide. Brother Feng. Another native stepped forward. Brother Feng. The Cloud Mountain tribe is constructing a pyramid to withstand the catastrophic events that occur every 80 years. 5 quarries are supplying them with stones. I know of 2, one located to the north of the Snow Mountain tribe and another to the south of the Black Mountain tribe. A pyramid? A calamity that occurs once every 80 years? Feng's gaze sharpened, intrigued by the mention of a disaster he had often heard of yet never understood. He had previously suspected it might be the goo worm disease, but given the current circumstances, no one aboard their ship had fallen ill. Perhaps it was some other unknown catastrophe. Do you know what this disaster entails? Feng countered. No, I do not. Then, there's nothing we can do. Chunin, record 6 points for him. Once he reaches 100, grant him his freedom, Feng declared. Subsequently, a continuous stream of captives came forth, revealing the secrets of their tribes, leaving Feng feeling somewhat numb. On the shore, Chunin confided to Robin, to be honest, I just cast a vote in favor of you, but the others still harbor animosity toward you. Keep striving for merit. You will eventually join Hot Spring Island. He patted Robin on the shoulder. Brethren, I will return immediately and seek ways to provide intelligence for Hot Spring Island. I shall not disappoint Brother Feng, nor the others, for your tribe is the finest I have ever encountered, and Brother Feng is the best leader I have known, Robin responded earnestly. Go, and be cautious on your journey. Do not freeze to death, Chunin advised as he paddled the canoe toward the ship. Robin watched Chunin depart, a hint of longing in his eyes. When he had first been captured, his existence had been akin to that of a pig or a dog. However, since Feng's return, his life had improved significantly, with abundant meals provided daily without the need for relentless struggle, far surpassing the conditions of his Snow Mountain tribe. Returning home, back to that backward place, I shall recount the matters concerning Feng Gu to the tribespeople, so they may understand that this land indeed harbors a paradise. Having spoken, Robin set forth with determination. The injury to his pelvis was nearly healed, and his strength had recovered to around 80%. He moved swiftly across the snowy terrain. After running 20 kilometers upstream, Robin suddenly halted. Before him lay the riverbank, where 20 warships were anchored, and wooden cabins had been erected, adorned with 3 distinct flags. The largest was that of the Yunshan tribe, followed by the Heishan tribe. Finally, he spotted the flag of his own Shueshan tribe. This is troubling. Are they planning to assault Feng Ji's Hot Spring Island? Instinctively, Robin contemplated returning to send a warning. If successful, perhaps others would cast their votes in his favor. Resolute, he began to retreat slowly. Just then, he heard faint footsteps behind him. A figure descended from the sky, blocking his path. Who are you? Robin, is that you? The individual immediately recognized Robin. Is it you, Chief Lore? Robin's expression darkened. How wonderful, Robin. I thought you had perished. Come, Follow me to the tribe. Lore grasped Robin by the shoulder, guiding him toward the riverbank. As they approached, Robin was taken aback. At least 800 people were stationed there, not including the warriors aboard the 20 warships. Would Feng's hot spring island be able to withstand this assault? No, I must find a way to send a warning. I cannot allow paradise to vanish. Otherwise, what hope remains for our Yunwu Mountains? Must we forever live in the shadow of the Yunshan tribe? Chief, after my narrow escape from the last battle with Feng, I have become quite familiar with the terrain by the Heishu River. Now, I can take you to scout the lay of the land near Feng. What do you think? Robin proposed. Robin, let us set aside the terrain scouting for now. I bear unfortunate news. The chief's soul lamp has extinguished, and according to the tribe's priests, he has departed this world. Lore replied gravely. Ah, the chief is gone. Robin's eyes darted around as he forced out a tear. Strangely, upon hearing of the chief's demise, he felt no sorrow, but rather a sense of schadenfreude. In his heart, he had already come to regard Feng's domain as his true home. Even captivity there would be preferable to life among the Shueshan tribe, where he would not be sent to face certain death. Wait, captivity? I could join the Shueshan warriors in their assault on Feng's hot spring island. If I were captured, I could use that time to establish good relations with the island's natives. In the next election, I could become a citizen of the hot spring island. Robin was struck by his own cleverness. Just then, an indigenous person burst into the wooden cabin. Chief, the Hao family wishes to convene for an important discussion. Very well, I understand, Lore nodded. Robin furrowed his brow. The one leading this venture is, astonishingly, a member of the Hao family? Indeed, the patriarch of the Harl family has staked the prowess of his lineage. Should they fail to seize the great ship this time, their family shall descend to the status of a second-rate clan beneath the Yunshan tribe. Lore nodded in understanding. Let us convene then. Subsequently, the two made their way to Harl's wooden cabin. Inside, for bonfires flickered, maintaining a temperature just above 10 degrees. Nevertheless, the rotund and jowly Harl remained swathed in 2 layers of animal hide. Nestled within his furs were 2 youthful and comely native women, warming his feet. Is everyone assembled? Harl inquired, extending a chubby hand to pinch the cheek of one maiden. We, the Snow Mountain tribe, are present, Lore affirmed. And our Black Mountain tribe's leader has also arrived, added Maoru, another prominent chief of the Black Mountain tribe. Chapter 340. Very well, what matters are at hand? Harl began. We have rallied 1,500 warriors, with the primary objective of commandeering the great ship. I have received intelligence that the vessel requires no oarsmen and surpasses our warships in speed. Thus, we shall retain the craftsmen aboard to ascertain how the ship is operated. The males will be sent to the quarry as laborers, while the young, healthy women of childbearing capacity will be taken to the tribe as tools for procreation. Harl issued his succinct commands. Patriarch, the ships of the other tribes are fortified and well-armed. Are we to expend lives in such a manner? Is there no method that allows us to vanquish our foes without sacrificing our own? Lore inquired, unable to restrain himself. We, the Yunwu Mountains, have ample numbers, Lore. You must exhibit the courage and pride of your Snow Mountain kin and be the first to charge the great ship. Are you truly so fearful of death? Harl retorted with a scornful glare. Nay, I fear not death, nor am I a coward. However, should our Snow Mountain warriors lead the charge, the losses would be grievous. I seek a more prudent approach to secure the great ship, Lore hastily clarified. Silence. If you lack the courage to be first, then go to the lower decks and row. Let those slaves assume the mantle of leadership, Harl mocked. In this impending assault, Feng harbored intentions of depleting the fighting strength of both the Snow Mountain and Black Mountain tribes, allowing these 2 races to lead the charge while the Harl family observed from a safe distance. Unbeknownst to Feng, he was oblivious to the looming conflict. As he engaged with senior members including Wang Zhihai, Susan, Ramaiko, Su Yun, Bai Chuxue, and Cheng Li Bin in refining their laws. Brother Feng, I believe we should abolish the law regarding priority in capturing prisoners. If other tribes see us treating captives leniently, they will surely assault us en masse, and over time, we shall not endure. Wang Zhihai pointed to the 71st article inscribed on the animal hide. It cannot be rescinded. We must adhere to the Geneva Conventions. During combat, we may strive to eliminate our enemies, but once they can no longer defend themselves, we must not mistreat them. We are obligated to provide 3 meals a day and ensure that their labor does not exceed 10 hours. Feng countered with a veto. And what of this matter regarding investment attraction? What business acumen do the natives possess? Their very essence is steeped in savage plunder, and they possess no understanding of mutual benefit. Wang Zhihai indicated towards the 92nd article. Could we gradually tame them, much like a young puppy, who initially appears as a wild beast? Yet, through our nurturing, it has now learned to serve as a steed, has it not, little Tuan Tuan? Yifeng glanced at Ding Tuan Tuan beside him. Indeed, indeed, Ding Tuan Tuan absent-mindedly nodded. All right, let us refine it to 92 points for today. Chushua, has the injury of that giant bird healed? Yifeng inquired. It has healed. It is currently recuperating on Hot Spring Island, Bai Chushua replied. Good, when treating it. Be cautious. Ensure the iron chains are secured tightly to prevent its escape. Yifeng yawned and declared, I hereby announce the meeting adjourned. Today's work has surpassed 8 hours. And we must not let this happen again. Just then, Tuba burst in from outside. Brother Feng, come quickly and take a look. What is it? The indigenous people's worship. All hands prepare for battle mobilization. Yifeng was taken aback and rushed to the deck first. Before him, a warship appeared upstream, on which stood a prominent indigenous figure, as indicated by the tattoos adorning his face. Susan, ready the machine gun. At my signal, fire. Understood. Susan raised the machine gun, aiming at the enemy vessel. Are ye Yifeng? Shouted the indigenous man from the warship. Indeed, what is the matter? Yifeng replied nonchalantly, his gaze scanning the banks of the tributary. He suspected that the indigenous people would not send merely one warship to their demise. Our esteemed elder of the Hala family has proclaimed that if you come forth and kiss his venerable feet, he shall spare your lives and grant you the honor of becoming a slave of the Hala family. Boom. Before he could finish, Susan fired a shot that blasted a gaping hole in the hull, icy river water flooding into their beleaguered ship. This is bad, Chief. Our hold is taking on water. An indigenous man hurriedly rushed to the deck. As the water surged in, the entire warship began to tilt ominously. Curse it, those damned outsiders. Fire the cannons and let the Hala family launch an assault. The chief paced anxiously on the deck, while some astute warriors leaped into the water, swimming towards the icy surface. For soon, when the warship sank, whirlpools would emerge, dragging them into the river's depths. Boom. A burst of flames shot into the sky. Susan, who permitted you to fire? Are you not aware of the value of ammunition? Yifeng chided. You actually allowed him to demand a kiss on his feet. Could you endure that? Susan retorted. Well, it's done now. Let them come at us. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, warships began to appear around the bend of the tributary, the leading vessel adorned with several large flags, depicting a totem of an eagle capturing a serpent. Do you recognize that totem? Yifeng asked the captives behind him. That is our Snow Mountain tribe. Luo Ying exclaimed joyfully. We are finally to be rescued. Soon, all the warships rounded the bend, coming into view of Yifeng and the others. Simultaneously, the warships echoed with the indigenous people's war cries. Chun-Li Bean, turn the starboard side of the ship to face forward. This way, both machine guns can unleash their might, Yifeng commanded. Yes, sir. The warship emitted a thunderous roar, turning halfway beside Hot Spring Island. Yifeng made his way to the stern and seized another machine gun. Previously, his reluctance to use ammunition had allowed several warships to storm onto Hot Spring Island, resulting in a massacre. This time, however, Yifeng resolved to be unyielding. Susan, target the bilge, breach the hulls of each warship, and prevent them from reaching Hot Spring Island. Upon finishing his command, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom. The leading Snow Mountain tribe's warship was struck, leaving a gaping 1-meter square hole, through which the river rushed in, freezing the enslaved rowers into solid ice. Boom, boom, boom. Susan was even more ruthless. The bullets pierced through the front of the warship and emerged from the bottom, effectively creating 2 openings with a single shot, causing the enemy's vessel to sink at an accelerated pace. Quickly, row with all your might. Roar shouted from one of the warships. The bilge resounded with a rapid drumbeat, as the slave's arms moved in rhythm, propelling the warship at a speed of 5 kilometers per hour. Roar was pleased with this velocity and turned his gaze toward the Snow Mountain tribe warriors on the deck. Listen carefully. Once the warship approaches the giant ship, throw your grappling hooks and secure them tightly. Then, we will ascend the ropes and let your curved blades quench their thirst for blood. Roar raised his curved blade high. Chapter 341. Remove the wet garments. Kill, kill, kill. The warriors on the deck raised their curved blades and grappling hooks, chanting in unison. Just then, a loud bang reverberated. The entire warship shook, and the warriors on the deck stumbled. Roar was the first to rise and look toward the front of the warship. An enormous hole had been blasted open, and torrents of river water were gushing in. Where's Robin? Robin, quickly tell me, what weapon are they using? How can it possess such tremendous power? Roar anxiously turned his head, scanning the deck for Robin's figure. However, Robin had already leapt from the ship, clutching a piece of wood. Anticipating the battle's outcome before it even commenced, he had jumped into the water as soon as Feng sank the first warship, utilizing the buoyancy of the wood to paddle toward Feng's hot spring island. Thus, he could once again become a captive on Hot Spring Island. Yet, after swimming just a dozen meters with the wood, 7 drowning warriors appeared ahead. Spotting the plank, they rushed over in a frenzy, eager to seize Robin's floating object. Get away! Robin dispatched 2 of them, but more continued to swarm onto the plank. Brothers, the Snow Mountain tribe is faltering. Now it's our chance to shine. Let the slaves in the bilge row the ship. If we get close to the giant ship, we can climb aboard. Behind the Snow Mountain tribe's warship, Maoru waved his curved blade, eyes gleaming as he gazed at Feng's vessel. Boom! A cannonball struck true, catapulting Maoru 3 meters into the air, nearly sending him into the river. What weapon is that? A crossbow? Maoru stared in shock at the large hole in the ship's bow. As the river water rushed in rapidly, Great Chief, we must hasten to abandon ship. There is still a chance to swim to shore. If we delay until the warship sinks, we shall all be dragged beneath the waves. An indigenous man rushed over, offering him a plank of wood. Me? Ah, but I, Maoru, have yet to achieve anything. Must I flee now? Maoru raised his hands to the heavens, seething with rage. Do not hesitate. The ship is already half submerged, the indigenous man exclaimed before leaping into the water with the plank. With a fierce stomp of his foot, Maoru had no choice but to grasp the plank and jump overboard in search of salvation. Boom, boom, boom. Susan's marksmanship was indeed impeccable, her shots finding their targets with deadly precision. In but a short time, the 10 warships ahead were utterly decimated, 5 of which had already sunk completely. Those 2 cowardly to abandon ship were swept away by the whirlpool into the depths below. It was a tragic fate for the slaves rowing in the hold. Their feet were shackled, and none survived. The remaining 10 warships now belonged to the Yunshan clan's horde family. Horde forcefully pushed aside 2 beautiful women, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed ahead. What manner of weapon is this? Master, we must retreat at once, or we too shall be sunk, cried a fellow chief as he rushed towards him. Me? Horde clenched his teeth, unwilling to divert his gaze from Feng's colossal ship. With such a vessel, they could fish in the heart of the main river, ensuring a steady supply of food even during a decade-long winter. But charging forward now could lead to their own demise. Boom! At that moment, a massive hole was blasted into the warship beside Har. The 15-meter-long ship tilted perilously, and several warriors from the Har family plunged into the water. They barely managed a few desperate strokes before their bodies stiffened from the frigid water. Har's corpulent form quivered. Quick, turn back. No, retreat. We must flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom. The warship shuddered, and Har was hurled directly into the river, the splash soaring over 3 meters high. The leaders of various clans, in truth, possessed little martial prowess. Their strength lay in their cunning and ruthlessness. Quick, save the master. Several loyal indigenous men leaped into the river, dragging Har onto a plank. Thankfully, his robust physique, fortified by ample fat, prevented him from succumbing to the cold. Otherwise, he would have quickly frozen solid. The ship's artillery continued its relentless assault. Susan had expended 30 rounds, while Feng had used only 5, lacking Susan's accuracy. Brother Feng, the battle is over. We have triumphed, Chunin exclaimed, gazing with delight at the confluence of the tributary and the main river. There, numerous shattered planks bobbed in the water, and countless enemies struggled in the current. There are far too many captives. Should we not let them freeze to death? Tubba remarked, approaching with surprise at the sight of the enemies in the river. Nay, adhering to humanitarian principles, we must offer assistance. Chun-un, Tubba, take the 4 canoes and do your utmost to rescue the strong ones, Feng instructed. Brother Feng, the hot spring island is nearing completion. What use do we have for so many prisoners? There is no work for them, Chun-un replied. No, given the abundance of captives and our ample food supply, we shall elevate the construction of Hot Spring Island to a more luxurious standard. All houses will be built as 2 or even 3 stories, allowing for greater accommodation of individuals. As for those captives who find themselves without work, let them assist by gathering timber along the shore to produce charcoal. However, upon their rescue, we must ensure that their phalanges are pierced to prevent any potential uprising. Yi Feng issued the command. Understood. 2 men set forth in 4 dugout canoes to retrieve the captives. Yi Feng, not idle, maneuvered the warship forward, striving to salvage the more robust captives. Shannon, wielding a fishing net, gazed eagerly at the river's surface. That woman has a pleasing appearance, he thought. With a swift cast, a female captive from the Snow Mountain tribe was drawn aboard the canoe. Brethren, that one is even more beautiful. Quickly, net her. Very well, I shall. Shannon focused solely on retrieving women, while Tuba dutifully adhered to Yi Feng's orders, specifically targeting the stronger natives for rescue. Brother, save me. I am Robin. Robin lay on the plank, finally encountering the rescue team. Huh, why are you back again? Shannon was taken aback, hastily hauling Robin onto the canoe. It's freezing. Brethren, I was bound to a war chariot, intending to return with news, but they set off immediately. Robin shivered as he spoke. Take off your wet clothes and wear mine. Shannon draped his fur cloak over Robin. Brother, let me assist you in the rescue. I am stronger than you. Robin declared, joining Chun and in the endeavor. The salvage operation continued until nightfall when Yi Feng ordered a halt, as those natives left unretrieved had succumbed to the cold, rendering any further effort futile. On the deck, Yi Feng assessed the outcome. Shannon, how many captives do we have? Yi Feng, seated, surveyed the densely packed captives on the deck. A total of 329, though regrettably, only 40 are women, and merely 10 are truly beautiful, Shannon lamented. Chapter 342, A Ship Full of Women. Susan, how many warships have we sunk in total? Yi Feng inquired, directing his gaze towards Susan. 18 warships were sunk. 2 turned and fled, and I did not pursue them, Susan replied. Excellent. Bring them all to Hot Spring Island. Secure them with iron chains, and pierce their phalanges. Yi Feng stated coldly. In response, the deck was filled with anguished cries. Tuba strictly enforced the command, piercing the phalanges of all captives with a dagger. Though the wounds would eventually heal, until then, their combat capability would dwindle to less than a tenth. Luo Ying and the seasoned captives stood frozen, witnessing the torment inflicted upon the newcomers, their bodies trembling involuntarily. In a fleeting moment, Luo Ying recognized a familiar face. Ah, Brother Luo Air, is that you? Luo Ying looked upon the kneeling Luo Air, her heart a tumult of emotions. It was astonishing how formidable Yi Feng's warship was, having vanquished 20 vessels. It seemed only the high priest of the Yunshan tribe could pose a genuine threat to Yi Feng. Luo Ying, it appears you are indeed alive. I bear unfortunate news. Your brother, his soul lantern has extinguished. Ah, just as this was spoken, Luo Air was pierced through the peepa bone. Feng Go, it is I, Robin. I have already been pierced once. I implore you, let there not be a second time. At this moment, Robin, among the captives, burst forth. Oh, why do you persist in attacking me? Truly, you are oblivious to your fate. Shannon, take him away and pierce his peepa bone anew, declared Yi Feng with a grim countenance. Feng Go, do not act thus. Robin was compelled to board the warship against his will. I suggest we grant him an opportunity. Shannon urged. Very well, Robin, did you hear? With Chun and advocating on your behalf, I shall spare you this time. However, you are to endure 2 years of labor reform, after which I shall restore your freedom, Yi Feng stated. What? Merely 2 years? Might I serve a longer sentence? I would not mind languishing for 10 or 8 years. If need be, sentence me to life, Robin pleaded. To be a captive on Yi Feng's Hot Spring Island, with abundant food and warmth in the evenings, was infinitely superior to his former dwelling in the Snow Mountain tribe. This prison he would gladly inhabit for a lifetime. He had no desire to return to that leadership role. You? Yi Feng shrugged, declaring absurd. The law is the law. Not a single word may be altered. You shall serve 2 years, and upon completion, return home obediently. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Robin's countenance fell. Shannon quickly approached, patting his shoulder and whispering in his ear, Fear not. As your term nears its end, lead a strike. This will extend your sentence. Do not attribute this advice to me. Brethren, is that truly feasible? I am immensely grateful to you, Robin exclaimed, tears streaming down his cheeks. How dare you pierce my peepa bone? Step aside. Do you know who I am? At that moment, a discordant voice arose among the captives. The man, frozen and stiff, nonetheless managed to push away Yi Feng's subordinates. Yi Feng's expression darkened as he swiftly approached. Before him stood a towering figure, 2 meters tall, glaring fiercely. striving to maintain an imposing presence. If you remain disobedient, I shall cast you into the river once more, Yi Feng warned coldly. I am Mao Ru, the great leader of the Haishan tribe. Have you not heard of my name? Mao Ru endeavored to uphold the dignity of his title. Though Xiang Shui was blind, her hearing was keen. Upon hearing Mao Ru's name, she instinctively recoiled, seeking refuge in Yi Feng's embrace. What troubles you, Xiang Shui? Is he truly renowned? Yi Feng inquired. Mao Ru is a once-in-a-century genius of the Haishan tribe, with strength comparable to that of a level 2 beastmaster, Xiang Shui replied. Huh, did you hear that, Yi Feng? Release me at once, or should you dare pierce my peepa bone, you shall face the vengeance of the Haishan tribe. We boast 7,000 warriors, capable of leveling rivers and mountains. Do you believe your great ship can withstand the might of my forces? Mao Ru boasted proudly. Feng Ge. In truth, the Haishan tribe's total population is but 7,000, with the number of warriors not exceeding 800, Xiang Shui whispered discreetly. Slap. Chunin dashed forward, delivering a resounding slap across Mao Ru's face. Bring a few more people and hold him down. I intend to pierce both of his peepa bones. Before long, the deck echoed with Mao Ru's roar. I have something to say. Yi Feng, come over here and speak with me. At this moment, another voice emerged from among the captives. A rotund figure stepped forward. It was the infamous Ha Er family member. You want me to come over and talk to you? Yi Feng assessed the ample figure before him. Such girth undoubtedly indicated an important adversary. I am Ha Er, and you must send someone to the Yunshan tribe to find my kin, Ha Er Bula. He will exchange goods for my release, Ha Er declared. What makes you so significant? Yi Feng inquired. Brother Feng, I know, Robin interjected. The strength of the Yunshan tribe lies in its numerous great families. And the Ha Er family is among the foremost, wielding considerable power. Ah, I see. It resembles a feudal society, Yi Feng mused. However, what valuable resources can the backward Yunshan tribe possibly offer? He glanced at the hefty individual, unable to resist pinching his cheek. Ha Er's eyes blazed with fury. As a dignified member of a prominent family, being subjected to such indignity was a profound humiliation. What do you desire? He asked. Let me think. Everyone, speak up about what our warship lacks. Yi Feng directed at his senior officers. Sulfur, charcoal, iron, salt, women, they each voiced their needs. Ha Er, did you hear that? I demand 500 tons of sulfur, 500 tons of charcoal, 500 tons of iron, 500 tons of salt, and 500 women, Yi Feng boldly proclaimed. What is a ton? Ha Er asked, bewildered. Brother Feng, we usually measure in ships or carts here, Robin reminded him. Right? It's 500 ships of sulfur. 500 ships of charcoal, Yi Feng reiterated. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Our entire Yunshan tribe does not possess 500 ships of iron. Yi Feng, you lack sincerity. Ha Er vehemently shook his head. Robin, come here. I have some questions for you. Yi Feng placed a hand on Robin's shoulder, leading him to the bow of the ship. How much sulfur, charcoal, and iron do you think the Ha Er family can provide? Yi Feng inquired. Let me estimate, Robin replied. After 10 minutes of discussion, Yi Feng had a clearer understanding of the resources the Ha Er family could offer. He returned to Ha Er, 10 ships of sulfur, 10 ships of charcoal, 8 ships of iron, 1 ship of salt, and 1 ship of women, Yi Feng stated. Is that so? Then send someone to the Yunshan tribe to find Ha Er Bula. He will provide you with these goods. But I hope you will also keep your promise to release me. Chapter 343. Guard the house, allow no one inside. Ha Er was terrified for his life and was willing to deplete his entire family's resources to save himself. Very well. Who among you is willing to journey to the Yunshan tribe? Yi Feng surveyed the crowd behind him. Everyone recoiled in surprise, stepping back in unison. At that moment, Tuba bravely stepped forward, declaring, It seems I am the only one. No, you cannot go. Yi Feng shook his head. Tuba was one of his most valued warriors, and he could not bear to part with him. Brother Feng, although I am your captive, I am willing to serve as an envoy to the Yunshan tribe. As I am well acquainted with the route, Robin declared, stepping forward. Excellent, Robin. If this mission proves successful and we acquire resources, I, Yi Feng, shall publicly acknowledge your contributions within the team and initiate a vote to determine your eligibility for citizenship on my hot spring island. Yi Feng replied gravely, his sincerity evident. The mission to the Hall family posed significant dangers, yet Robin was prepared to risk his life as an envoy. Yi Feng even contemplated granting him citizenship despite the unconventional circumstances. May I select 2 individuals to accompany me? Robin inquired once more. Certainly. You may choose freely from among the captives, Yi Feng responded. Rida, Hawala, step forward. Robin quickly selected 2 captives from the Snow Mountain tribe, confident in their loyalty. Brother Feng, they are members of my family. If the mission succeeds, can we initiate a vote for their citizenship? Robin asked. That is not permissible, as they are passive participants while you are active. I harbor concerns regarding their loyalty. Yi Feng shook his head in refusal. Very well. I shall depart now. And go. I kindly request that you ferry me to the shore in a canoe. Of course. Immediately, Chunin escorted the 3 individuals off the warship. The cries of agony on the deck persisted, as the piercing pain of the Peepa bones was excruciating and blood stained the surface. Now it was the Hall family's turn. Yi Feng, you cannot wear my Peepa bones, for I am a distinguished member of the Hall family. Otherwise, you shall not receive the resources you rightfully deserve, Hall asserted. Resources, you say? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, not only are you prohibited from donning my Peepa bones, but during this time, you must cater to my whims. Each night, 2 beautiful women must warm my feet, and the 2 by your side are quite suitable, Hall indicated towards Susan and Baichushua. How dare you? You presume to negotiate with me, a ranked war criminal? Seize him. I demand to wear his Peepa bones this instant. The deck echoed with anguished screams, and soon, Hall's arms hung limply by his sides, his face as pale as parchment. Transport them to Hot Spring Island. Once Hall's bones have healed somewhat, they shall be made to labor, Yi Feng commanded coldly. Understood. The captives were promptly divided and transported to Hot Spring Island. Upon arrival at the prison on Hot Spring Island, it was time for the Tiger Claw to assert his dominance. Previously, he had sought to join Yi Feng's team alongside Robin, but had been mercilessly rebuffed. Now, as a seasoned captive, he was determined to assert power over the newcomers. In the dark prison cell, the new captives lay in a state of weakness. You rise. I have questions for you, Tiger Claw ordered, dragging the barely conscious Hall out with his lackeys. What do you want? I am a noble member of the Hall family. Hall's lips quivered with rage as he glared at Tiger Claw. Newcomers must learn their place. I represent Brother Feng and shall educate you, Tiger Claw proclaimed. Strip him of his clothing and leave him at the door to freeze for the night, he commanded. Meanwhile, in the greenhouse on Hot Spring Island, Yi Feng was hosting a celebratory banquet. Shi Zhengliang and his apprentices prepared an abundance of exquisite dishes. Boiled wild vegetables, braised turtle, steamed pomfret, bamboo tube tender meat, and fresh marinated small crabs. Of course, one cannot overlook the fruit wine meticulously crafted by Shi Zhengliang. The 7 female captives, including Luo Ying, were equally fortunate to serve dishes and pour drinks in the dining hall, assuming the role of attendants. At this moment, they were truly enlightened by the welfare provisions on Hot Spring Island. Was this still a tribe? It was nothing short of paradise. Not only were there feasts and drinks, but Wang Zhihai also regaled them with stories. His eloquence was remarkable, captivating even Luo Ying. The other women were utterly engrossed, nearly forgetting their duties of pouring wine. The dining shed was crammed, and occasionally, a hand would slap against their backsides, yet they remained unfazed. As long as they could work in this place, they would gladly endure even the most menial tasks. Waiter, please pack this fish, this bear paw, and this lobster, Yi Feng commanded Luo Ying. Yes, Luo Ying's awareness grew, hastily assisting Yi Feng in wrapping the food. With her brother deceased, she felt it was impossible to rival Yi Feng. Shaner, it's too hot in here. I wish to go outside for some fresh air. Yi Feng then cast an ingratiating glance at Susan. Luo Ying paused, inexplicably feeling a pang of jealousy. Just moments ago, Yi Feng had spoken to her in a frigid tone, yet he now appeared obsequious before Susan. If Yi Feng could treat her with such kindness, perhaps she might genuinely betray the Snow Mountain tribe. Spare me. You merely want to pack for your Duoyan Hina, right? Go ahead. Such matters need not be discussed with me in the future, Susan said coolly. As you say, I truly intend to step outside for a breath of fresh air. I'm off, Yi Feng replied, carrying the packaged food to Duoyan Hina's wooden hut. Hina, you must still be awake, right? I've brought you some food. Please open the door and spare me from the wrath of the 3 vengeful kings, Yi Feng whispered from outside. After a moment, a vengeful king opened the wooden door, extending its hands to receive the food from Yi Feng's embrace. I'm coming in, Yi Feng chuckled, stepping inside the hut. Bang! The door was slammed shut violently. Ouch! Yi Feng recoiled, clutching his nose and staggering back for a moment before regaining composure. His nose lacked the protective scales of blood, and now he found himself bleeding. It seemed that Duo Yen Hina was not easily swayed. Breaching her psychological defenses would undoubtedly require more than mere persistence. Inside the hut, Duo Yen Hina surveyed the food on the table and tossed the bare paw to the three vengeful kings. "Guard the house. No one is to enter," she commanded. The three vengeful kings turned stoically, securing all entrances to the wooden hut. Yet at that moment, the black vengeful king hesitated, showing signs of uncertainty. "Hey, guard the entrance," Duo Yen Hina emphasized. The black vengeful king paused, finally stiffly taking its position. Once it departed, Duo Yen Hina's complexion paled. "I can no longer hold on. The child is about to be born, and I have lost control of the three vengeful kings." She then extended a finger. In the next moment, a green insect crawled out from her sleeve. Duo Yen Hina clasped her hands over her chest and began to chant an incantation. The insect appeared to be under the spell's influence, swiftly departing the wooden cabin and making its way towards the greenhouse. Chapter 344. Are you foolish? Inside the greenhouse, a festive atmosphere prevailed as the indigenous people from Yi Feng's team drank excessively, while those from civilized society remained only slightly tipsy. After all, in civilized society, they consumed high-proof liquor with an alcohol content of 40 to 50%, whereas even the finest fruit wine among the indigenous people had an alcohol content that did not exceed 5%, illustrating the stark contrast. One indigenous man suddenly jolted, touching his nose. "Something just crawled into my nose," he remarked. However, his voice was quickly drowned out, and no one paid him any mind. After checking his belly and head for abnormalities, he rejoined the revelry. The 7 female attendants of Luo Ying were also forcibly pulled into the dance by members of the team. The banquet continued late into the night before everyone returned to their respective homes. On the deck, the duty officer for the night was Chunin. Come on, come on." At that moment, a female captive emerged from the cabin, extending a long leg and beckoning to Chunin Gulyalu. Chunin swallowed hard. Since arriving on the deserted island, he had yet to indulge in any pleasures. However, Feng had instructed him that the duty officer must adhere strictly to his responsibilities and not wander about. Just then, a piece of animal hide was thrown onto Chun An's face, carrying a potent scent of female hormones. Chunin twitched his nose, his eyes instantly turning crimson. "You woman, just wait until I deal with you today." With that, he dashed into the cabin, howling. Once he left, only 10 indigenous people remained on the deck. Seeing that there was no leader to supervise, they all huddled in a sheltered spot to take a nap. Ding! An iron claw gripped the ship's railing. "What was that sound?" one indigenous man inquired. "Just the wind. Stop talking nonsense. While Ngu is off playing, let's catch a quick nap. We have a long night ahead," another indigenous man replied. As soon as he finished speaking, his mouth suddenly gaped open. A short sword protruded from within. Not good. Enemy attack. The remaining indigenous people were alarmed and jumped to their feet. Unfortunately, it was too late. Dozens of shadowy figures surged forward, wielding curved blades in rapid succession. In less than 5 seconds, the sentinels among the indigenous people were entirely wiped out. Had they even allowed one person to stand and look towards the hot spring island, such a fate could have been avoided. "Bachalu, splendid work," Maoru remarked. "Maoru, great chief, let us not waste time. Let us set sail with this large ship," Bachalu said, as he began to search about the warship. "What? You don't know how to operate a ship?" Maoru questioned. They had already conspired to use a female captive to seduce Chun and under the cover of night, aiming to seize the ship in one swift motion. The insurgents comprised the elite among the captives, nearly 40 individuals in total. I don't know how to operate it. Perhaps we should check the lower deck? They will surely need rowers," Bachalu suggested. "All right, hurry." A group of individuals rushed into the lower cabin, only to find 2 boiler workers dozing off. With a swift motion, 2 knives were thrust, and the workers perished instantly. Maoru's piercing gaze swept across the entire lower cabin. "Quick, search for their oars." Such a large vessel must have oars at least 5 meters long. Could it be that the 2 we just killed possessed immense strength to maneuver such a grand ship? However, a spark of insight glimmered in Bachalu's eyes as he gazed at the colossal steam engine systems. "I comprehend now. This must be an altar. Whenever they wish to activate the grand ship, someone stands upon the altar to chant incantations. The 2 we eliminated were the priests." After articulating this revelation, Bachalu gestured towards the steam engine system. What shall we do now? None among us possesses the skill of spellcasting. Can you recite incantations? Maoru was taken aback, regretting not having spared a priest to assist with the chants. Well then, I shall attempt it, Bachelor declared, stepping barefoot onto the steam engine. A horrified scream erupted as he tumbled down, clutching his burned feet in agony. What happened, Brother Bachelor? Maoru hurried to support him. This altar is extraordinary. It is scorching hot, evidently retaining some divine power. Let us all chant together. Perhaps our collective will can set this grand ship in motion. Bachelor, with his hands clasped over his heart, assumed a reverent posture. Ship, rise and sail forth. The others joined in unison. Ship, rise and sail forth. For 5 continuous minutes. The vessel remained immobile. The incantation is incorrect. I believe we should hasten our departure. They have left 4 canoes at the northern side of the ship, Maoru urged. They had already spent considerable time, and it was conceivable that the people aboard the warship had sensed something amiss. Indeed, scarcely had he finished speaking when a cacophony of shouts erupted from Hot Spring Island. Not good. There is an assault on the warship. Hurry, summon Feng. We must not allow the artillery to fall into enemy hands. Chaos ensued on Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng emerged clad only in his shorts, disregarding the cold as he plunged into the water, swimming towards the rope ladder with the speed of a shark. Upon reaching the deck, he discovered the dismembered remains of the night watchman in a corner. Chunin, Yi Feng bellowed, searching through the remnants for Chunan's parts. Chunin was his most trusted confidant. Their relationship transcended mere hierarchy, resembling that of brothers. Should Chunin be dead, Yi Feng could scarcely fathom how he would endure the days to come. Chunin, no, you cannot die. Do not worry, I can bring you back. Yi Feng began to clear away the bodies, the hides stained with blood. Brother Feng. At that moment, a voice filled with anguish emerged from the direction of the cabin door, belonging to Chunin Ha. Yi Feng spun around, fixing his gaze intently on Chunin. Brother Feng, I allowed so many brothers to perish. I cannot face you. Chunin dared not meet Yi Feng's eyes, involuntarily stepping back. You? Are you foolish? Yi Feng rushed forward and embraced Chunin tightly. My dear brother, they are not as important as you. Not even 100 lives could compare to yours. For you are my true sibling, Yi Feng reassured him. Chunin was already in tears, having thought that Yi Feng would hold him accountable as the night watch captain. Instead, he was met with such heartfelt words. Brother Feng, if there were 101 people, would that mean my life is worth less? Chunin asked earnestly. Yi Feng pushed Chunin away, his gaze shifting towards the dark expanse beneath the warship. With no moon or stars illuminating the night, the area below was shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Hand me the torch. Yi Feng extended his hand, and Chunin passed him a torch. With a swift motion, Yi Feng hurled the torch into the water. As it descended, he glimpsed 4 canoes swiftly paddling toward the shore. Damn. Chapter 345. Yi Feng. Consider it my misfortune to fall into your hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng dashed to the bow and readied the cannon. However, the darkness was overwhelming. Visibility was reduced to mere inches even at 50 meters, and the canoes had already advanced hundreds of meters ahead. Yet, Yi Feng faintly recognized the faces of Mao Ru and Ba Tu Lu. Who was responsible for Mao Ru and Ba Tu Lu? Yi Feng's expression turned icy. Tu Ba. Summon the personnel on duty at Hot Spring Island. Understood. Tu Ba leapt into the water via the rope ladder. With their 4 canoes lost, they could only swim between the warship and Hot Spring Island. Brother Feng, why not ram the warship into them? Their canoes can't possibly be faster than our ship, Chunin suggested. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Yi Feng positioned himself at the bow, took the helm, and pulled the rope 5 times. Have the 2 boiler workers fallen asleep again? Why aren't they responding to commands? Yi Feng seethed with anger. After a while, a native emerged from the lower deck. Brother Feng, all the boiler workers in the hold have perished. Sighing deeply, Yi Feng relinquished the helm, having wasted several minutes. It was likely that the captives had already reached the shore. Yi Feng could not risk pursuing the enemy on land. What if it was a trap? His strength lay in the warship, and once he stepped ashore, a mere 100 men would be insufficient against the Yunshan tribe. Brother Feng, the personnel on duty at Hot Spring Island have been brought here. These 3 fellows were hiding and sleeping all night. Tu Ba pointed to 3 drowsy individuals. Damn, each of them shall receive 30 lashes, not a single one less. Yi Feng declared furiously. Before long, the deck echoed with their anguished cries. Chunin turned pale, as though he himself were receiving the punishment. After the ordeal, These 3 natives would need to rest for half a month. Establish a point system for these 3. Grant them 2,000 points initially, allowing them to rest for half a month. They can only use points to purchase food, drink, and entertainment, Feng instructed, gesturing toward the 3 groaning figures. Understood. Tuba led the others to drag the 3 away. Brother Feng, please punish me with 30 strikes as well. It is all due to that woman who seduced me. I could not restrain my baser instincts. Chen stepped forward proactively. Feng narrowed his eyes. Who is the woman that seduced you? He inquired. Moments later, a female native was brought forth. She was the leader of the women they had captured. What a coincidence. You just happened to seduce my brother, and Mao Ru and Bachelor managed to escape? Feng regarded the female leader. The others gasped, promptly aiming their spears and bows at her. Indeed, this was a plan we had long discussed. Feng, it is unfortunate that I have fallen into your hands. The female leader met Feng's gaze without flinching. Take her out and behead her for all to see, Feng commanded coldly. I shall do it. Tuba, accompanied by 2 others, dragged her to the stern of the ship. With a sickening thud, the leader's head rolled into the river. I declare that from this moment forth, anyone who dares to neglect their duties will not merely receive 30 strikes. Rather, they will share the same fate as that woman, their heads severed from their body. Feng's piercing gaze swept across the entire deck. His crew averted their eyes, too intimidated to meet his stare. Even Wang Zhihai felt a chill in his heart. He had thought that grasping the law would grant him impunity, but witnessing Feng's ferocity, he realized that when the moment of truth arrived, one would not be met with legalities, but rather swift and decisive action. All is well now. Return to your posts. Chenin, you need not stand watch tonight. Let Tuba take over. Feng instructed. In an instant, the individuals on the deck returned to their respective duties. In the mountainous region, a group of Black Mountain tribesmen stood on the ice, wielding stone hammers. They struck the thick ice layer repeatedly, and after 2 hours of toil, they finally broke through. Fish immediately surged towards the hole, gasping for oxygen. Quick, the fishing net! One of the men exclaimed with delight, casting the net into the water. That's enough. Pull the net up. There must be at least several dozen pounds of fish. However, as he spoke, he felt the net grow heavy. Oh no, the ice we just broke has frozen over again. Then keep smashing. Thus, the 30 Black Mountain tribesmen spent an entire day capturing less than 50 pounds of fish. This meager amount could scarcely sustain them for a day, let alone serve as tribute. The cavalry of the Yunshan tribe had already surrounded their village, demanding a substantial tribute within 10 days. As darkness fell, one of the leaders suggested, should we not return home? No, with so little food, we cannot even feed ourselves. Let alone offer tribute to the Yunshan tribe, responded another leader. Alas, the Yunshan tribe has left us no way out. Knowing the scarcity of food in winter, they still force us to pay tribute, lamented a Black Mountain tribesman. Just yesterday, the Yunshan tribe had taken away 90% of their food supplies, leaving the remaining 10% for the upper echelons, while those at the bottom had to fend for themselves. Regrettably, the temperature has plummeted to a chilling -40 to 50 degrees. The woodlands lie devoid of any wildlife, and even the river's surface is encased in ice. To catch fish, they must brave the perilous waters, risking their lives. A moment's inattention could result in them becoming frozen like popsicles. Thus, the inhabitants of Black Mountain persist in their relentless efforts to break through the icy crust. However, as night falls, the temperature drops further, just as they glimpse the water. It becomes refrozen, compelling them to continue their arduous task. As for starting a fire on the ice, the flames are quickly extinguished by the biting river winds. They decide to return to their tribe and ponder alternative strategies. Additionally, on their way back, they should strip more bark from the trees. According to the elders, the last winter endured for 3 long years, during which survival relied upon consuming tree bark. Chief, why don't we venture to the middle of Black Tree River? The current there is strong, making it the only area that hasn't frozen over, and consequently, the sole source of food. Oh, but you know that in areas with swift currents, the ice will naturally be thin. Can you guarantee that you won't break through the ice while fishing? With heavy hearts, the group trudges back to the Black Mountain tribe, passing through a small grove where they use their daggers to strip bark from the trees. Chewing it raw, the meager fish they managed to catch must be returned to pay taxes. After all, food must first be supplied to the higher-ups of the Black Mountain tribe, with only the remainder available for themselves. How bitter it is. Were those elders deceiving them? The bark is nearly impossible to swallow. One young man spat it out. You don't understand. The bark must be taken back, fried, ground into powder, and then washed down with water, the chief explained. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Who goes there? The chief hastily drew his curved blade. However, upon recognizing the faces of the newcomers, his spirits soared. Ah, it is Chief Maru and Chief Bachalu. Indeed, it is us. Chapter 346. A multitude appears on the ice. Maru and Bachalu approached, embracing the chief. After enduring countless hardships, they had finally returned to the misty mountain range. During their escape, they had lost over 10 companions to starvation and freezing. On one occasion, desperate from hunger, they had risked fishing in the treacherous currents, resulting in the drowning of 2 comrades. As for ice fishing, while it is a viable method, it demands an immense expenditure of time and bodily warmth. The effort expended is hardly proportional to the food obtained. Finally home. Do you have any fish here? Come quickly, let us eat. It feels so good to be back. Maru and his group devoured dozens of pounds of fish. Ah, this? The chief was taken aback, struggling to find words, yet hesitating to voice his thoughts. Let us feast when we get home. It has been 11 days since we escaped from Hot Spring Island, and this is the best meal we've had, Maru exclaimed, spitting out fish bones. He had assumed that the tribe still possessed a substantial food reserve. Chief Maru, I fear the tribe may be out of food as well. Here's the truth. The Yunshan tribe came yesterday and took our provisions. He proceeded to divulge the grim reality to Maru and Bachalu. What? The Yunshan tribe, fully aware that this winter would last for several years, has taken our food as tribute? Maru's eyes blazed with fury. Let it be. We cannot contend with them. Bachalu advised. Ultimately, a group returned to the tribe, only to find it devoid of sustenance. Their only recourse was to dry the tree bark, grind it into powder, and mix it with water to quell their hunger. Initially, it provided a semblance of satiety. However, by midnight, the group was jolted from their slumber, clutching their bellies. The bark, upon contact with water, swelled dramatically, nearly rupturing their intestines. The most dreadful aspect was its utter lack of nutrition, leaving them unable to relieve themselves, causing their stomachs to distend further. Quick, remove your trousers and moisten your fingers to extract what's inside, shouted an experienced elder. Maru found himself in a gruesome struggle with his wife, both grappling in a filthy and bloody endeavor. This torment persisted for 10 days. Maru, unable to endure any longer, rushed to the ice layer, striking it with a hammer. Yet, as soon as he breached the surface, he was met with the freezing temperatures. Overcome by hunger and weakness, he collapsed onto the ground, surrounded by approximately 6,000 to 7,000 of his fellow Black Mountain tribesmen. The task of breaking the ice, once begun, could not be halted. The meager food they had managed to gather was insufficient to replenish the energy expended. Continuing this way seemed akin to waiting for death. At least they could prolong their existence for a few more days. Chief, if we wish to preserve the essence of the Black Mountain tribe, only one person possesses food. But he likely harbors a deep resentment toward us. I cannot ascertain whether he would offer us sustenance. Maru weakly approached the elder chief. Speak quickly, who possesses food? If he is willing to share, we would comply with any conditions, the elder chief urged, seizing Maru's arm, smearing him with filth. Maru and Bachalu exchanged glances, both turning toward the location of Hot Spring Island. Sure, your culinary skills have waned of late. You've overseasoned this braised fish, Feng remarked, discarding the entire fish into the trash. Luoying immediately swallowed hard. Since the previous incident, Feng had resolved not to allow the captives to feast too lavishly, for a full belly would incite them to devise schemes. Therefore, for the past fortnight, these captives were limited to 2 meals a day, with the evening meal often left meager. Nonetheless, their plight was far superior to that of the indigenous people of the Cloud Mist Mountains. Since yesterday, apart from the Yunshan tribe, members of the Snow Mountain, Black Mountain, and Yellow Mountain tribes had begun to perish from starvation. As the dominant force, the Yunshan tribe had monopolized the food supplies of the various tribes, although still somewhat lacking. With careful rationing, they could endure the protracted winter. Unless their granaries were set ablaze, they would continue to reign supreme in the Cloud Mist Mountains. Little Tuan, you have become increasingly finicky. You refuse to eat fatty meat. Feng scolded the nearby Ding Tuan. No, I'm on a diet. I don't wish to become a corpulent woman, Ding Tuan pouted. Very well, you may have the lean meat. As for the fatty portions, they shall be given to you. As Feng spoke, Luo Ying and the other 7 female captives widened their eyes in anticipation, gazing expectantly at him. Confusion enveloped them. How could Yi Feng's kind refrain from indulging in fatty meat in favor of lean cuts? What nourishment could the lean meat possibly provide? Little sycophant, catch! Yi Feng flicked his chopsticks, and the little sycophant leapt up with a thud, swallowing a piece of fatty meat whole. Old Sure, you've slimmed down lately. You ought to eat more, Yi Feng encouraged. I lack an appetite. Day after day it's either meat or wild vegetables. Right now, all I desire is a bowl of Lanzhou beef noodles, Shi Zhenliang declared as he discarded the meat from his plate into the trash. However, we are unable to cultivate wheat. This truly poses a dilemma, Yi Feng sighed, rubbing his forehead. At that moment, an elderly man stepped forward. Brother Feng, I have been diligently researching hybrid plants. If these 2 species were to crossbreed, there exists a chance of yielding starchy foods. With starch, we can produce flour. The old man held up 2 frozen plants. Excellent. Focus your efforts on these 2 specimens. We must cultivate starchy food, Yi Feng affirmed, patting the old man's shoulder. However, the current weather is too harsh for planting. To cultivate, we must employ a greenhouse, and the terrain on Hot Spring Island is not conducive to farming. Perhaps we should clear a section of frozen ground by the shore and erect a greenhouse over it, complete with a furnace inside? The old man suggested. That sounds feasible. After all, we have hundreds of captives, and they are subsisting on plain rice daily. I would be inclined to release them, allowing them to serve as laborers. Yi Feng declared, slapping the table. The warship can navigate freely through the turbulent river, thereby continually capturing fish. Due to the frigid weather, many large riverine fish have migrated to the Heishu River, resulting in an abundance of fish to catch. However, smaller vessels struggle to traverse the river due to inadequate power, which leaves them vulnerable to being capsized by massive fish. The warship, on the other hand, boasts a hull with steel plating over half a meter thick. Not even the mightiest fish could breach such formidable armor. Oh no, Brother Feng, there are numerous people. A crowd has appeared on the ice. Tuba shouted from the deck. Quickly, to battle stations. Yi Feng's expression shifted as he rushed his team onto the deck. He had anticipated an attack on the warship due to food shortages. But the assault had come sooner than expected. Upon reaching the deck, Yi Feng squinted at the sight before him. On the ice by the shore stood throngs of indigenous people, their emaciated forms gazing at the warship with hollow eyes. Chapter 347. Ah Feng. Why waste time conversing with him? The old chieftain remarked. Do you see that warship 3 kilometers away? That vessel can fish. And there lies a small island 4 kilometers distant, where I was once a captive and witnessed their granaries overflowing with countless provisions, even the flesh of exotic beasts. Maoru acted as the interpreter. Very well, relay my orders. Everyone, swim towards that mighty ship. Once we seize it, we shall utilize it for fishing, and no one shall ever perish from hunger again, commanded the old chieftain. They journeyed from the Black Mountain tribe to the Island of Springs, enduring the bitter cold that claimed the lives of over 70 individuals and left more than 100 perishing from starvation. Yet, the corpses served a grim purpose, sustaining the survivors for a while longer until they finally reached their destination. Attack the warship? Maoru and Ba Tu looked at each other in disbelief. How ludicrous. The last time, with 20 warships, they could barely withstand 2 hours before being completely sunk. Now, without a single warship to their name, were they to swim to the military vessel? It was likely that after floundering just a few meters in the frigid water, they would be reduced to mere ice pops. It seemed the old chieftain's wisdom had been frozen solid. What are we waiting for? Relay my command. Gather all the knights of the Black Mountain tribe and charge towards that colossal ship. The Black Mountain people, now little more than mere shadows of their former selves, mechanically surged towards the warship upon receiving the order. Splash! More than 100 individuals leaped into the water. After a few frantic strokes, their bodies succumbed to the cold, transforming into frozen sculptures, carried downstream by the river's current. Yi Feng watched the natives' bizarre actions unfold. What are they doing? Is this a form of suicide, or perhaps some sort of sacrificial rite? Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired of Tu Ba, as the Black Mountain people's behavior was indeed perplexing, leaving him utterly bewildered. It seemed as if they were attempting to jump into the river. Tu Ba's face mirrored his confusion. They are attacking our warship, Chenin declared. His proclamation was met with derisive laughter from the crowd. You're killing me. The ice layer is still several kilometers away from our warship. Do you think the Black Mountain people are fools? Indeed. Just because they are indigenous does not mean they lack intelligence. Chenin, you are far too naive. Chun immediately recoiled in embarrassment. Feng Ge. It seems they have ceased their jumping. One of them appears to be shouting something. Tu Ba pointed towards the ice layer 2 kilometers away. Did you hear that? Yi Feng perked up his ears. I couldn't make it out. The sound is too faint. Tu Ba shook his head. Lao Cheng, bring the warship closer. Stop about 500 meters from the shore. I want to hear what these barbarians have to say, Yi Feng commanded. Understood. Chun Libin promptly adjusted the ship's course. Moments later, the warship was a mere 500 meters from the Black Mountain people on the ice layer. There stood an imposing elder, clad in white animal skins. Meticulously crafted without a single stray hair, a testament to the craftsmanship of dozens of indigenous women who must have toiled for a month to create such garments. What were you saying earlier? Yi Feng cupped his hands to form a makeshift megaphone. I am the chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe. I now command you to surrender your great ship to us, or else my thousands of warriors will launch a fierce assault, leaving your people utterly annihilated. The old chieftain bellowed. Yi Feng cleared his ears. Chunin, did I hear him correctly? Did he just threaten to leave us in ruins? You heard right. I can't hold it in any longer. I'm going to burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Chunin clutched his stomach, laughing heartily. The people on deck also broke into grins, unable to contain their amusement. I am truly terrified. However, this warship is our very foundation. I fear we cannot relinquish it. If you choose to attack, then come. Yi Feng leisurely reclined against the ship's railing, observing with keen interest the individuals atop the ice. How infuriating. Everyone, heed my command. Charge together. The old chieftain brandished his curved blade forward. Charge. Advance, I say. Fear not death. Our numbers far exceed theirs. The Black Mountain tribesmen howled, yet hesitated to leap into the river. Yi Feng had initially grasped the machine gun, anticipating that the Black Mountain tribe possessed formidable warriors capable of swiftly vaulting onto the deck, only to realize it was mere bluster. Have you all had your fill of games? Yi Feng's gaze turned icy as he aimed the machine gun at the leading elder. However, in the next moment, he lowered the weapon. Ammunition was precious, and even the life of the Black Mountain chieftain was not worth a single bullet to him. Moreover, Yi Feng observed that these individuals were nothing but skin and bones. Even without firing a shot, they would not endure beyond 10 days or half a month. Cowards. You spineless cowards. The old chieftain stomped his foot in frustration, glaring at his tribesmen with disappointment. The Black Mountain tribe, second only to the Cloud Mountain tribe in the Yunwu mountain range, had proven to be so fearful of death. Brother Feng, I recognized two familiar faces. Aren't those the fleeing Mao Ru and Batu Lu? Chun Libin handed Yi Feng the binoculars. Upon taking a look, Yi Feng indeed spotted two figures with their heads bowed in the crowd, unmistakably those two fugitives. Black Mountain chieftain, is it not food you seek? Stop pretending. I can provide sustenance for you. Yi Feng spoke calmly. Outsider, is your statement true or false? The old chieftain's expression shifted, though he maintained what little pride he had left. It is indeed true. With the fishing speed of our warship, we merely need to work 8 hours a day to catch enough sustenance for 10,000 people. Food is of little consequence to us, Yi Feng replied with a smirk. As the leader of a major tribe, the old chieftain possessed a modicum of intelligence. Rather than responding immediately to Yi Feng's words, he summoned his higher-ups. Chieftain, there must be conditions, Maoru cautioned. Yi Feng's voice echoed from the deck. Certainly, I have a condition. The Mao Ru and Batu Lu of your tribe have slain 12 members of my team. Bear in mind, these 12 were noble individuals from Hot Spring Island. Therefore, you must surrender the 41 murderers who fled, to be dealt with by us of Hot Spring Island. What? Mao Ru and Batu Lu exchanged glances, their hands instinctively reaching for their blades. Yi Feng, do you think we will simply hand them over? We are the proud Black Mountain tribe. What does the death of a mere dozen mean to us? Furthermore, can you truly consider yourselves noble? You are but a despised race. My words remain unchanged. If you do not relinquish the giant ship, I shall rally all the warriors of my tribe to annihilate your people without mercy. The Black Mountain chieftain remained obstinate, showing no regard for Yi Feng. In his eyes, only the Snow Mountain tribe, Yellow Mountain tribe, and the other 6 major tribes were worthy of comparison, with only the Cloud Mountain tribe deserving his respect. As for Yi Feng and his newly emerged tribe, he had never heard of them and thus held them in disdain. Ah Feng, why waste words with him? Just use the machine gun, suggested Susan. Chapter 348. Rest assured, I am fully aware no. The entire tribe combined is worth less than a single bullet of mine. Unless faced with imminent danger, one must refrain from wasting ammunition. Yifeng shook his head and turned his gaze towards the members of the Black Mountain tribe on the ice. Chief of the Black Mountain tribe, if you intend to attack, now is the time. If there is nothing else, I shall return to the warmth of the dining hall, for it is exceedingly cold on this deck. You? The chief's eyelids twitched, unable to relinquish his pride. Nearby, the Black Mountain warriors tightened their tattered animal skins upon hearing the mention of warmth. They were not chiefs, adorned in newly tailored furs, and their means of staying warm were not comparable. At that moment, Shi Zhengliang unexpectedly directed the kitchen staff, each carrying a portable stove onto the deck. Each stove was accompanied by a cast-iron pot. Old Shi, what on earth are you doing? Yifeng inquired. Brother Feng, it's too cold on the deck, so I specially prepared hot pot and brought it out here for you to eat, allowing you to warm up a bit, Shi Zhengliang replied with a smile. You truly are thoughtful. Brothers, why are you standing there? Gather around the stove for hot pot. Eating hot pot while watching the Black Mountain tribe prepare to attack. What a splendid affair. Yifeng laughed. Indeed, everyone, please take a seat. Thus, a group of individuals clustered together, enjoying the steaming hot pot on the deck. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. 500 meters away on the ice, the stomachs of the Black Mountain warriors echoed the sounds of an empty city, soon harmonizing into a chorus, as if serenading Yifeng. As Yifeng savored the hot pot, he glanced at the emaciated figures of the Black Mountain tribe on the ice, feeling a twinge of compassion. To the barbarians listening, while I cannot provide you with food, I can perform a trick with a fish. Chenin, bring the fish to my mouth. Yifeng tilted his head back. His mouth agape. Here I come. Chenin hurriedly shoved the fish towards Yifeng's mouth. Ah! The Black Mountain tribesmen all craned their necks, their mouths salivating profusely. See, I devoured a fish in just 2 bites. Yifeng wiped his mouth, a playful smile gracing his face. I'm so hungry. One of the Black Mountain warriors mumbled. The chief slowly turned his head, casting a cold glare at him. You're hungry? Very well, then swim over. With that, he kicked the man into the river. Help, help! The unfortunate Black Mountain warrior barely managed to utter 2 cries before freezing into a popsicle, swept downstream by the river. Having dealt with the traitor within his tribe, the chief restored his authority. He thundered, this is the consequence of betraying our own. We are the proud Black Mountain tribe. We will procure our own food and shall not accept their charity. Do you understand? Understood. The Black Mountain warriors replied weakly. Yet their gazes inadvertently drifted toward the hot pot feast on the deck. Everyone, leave the ice and return to the woods. The Black Mountain warriors stumbled back into the forest. Mao Ru, Batu Lu, summoned the other chieftains. We must devise a strategy. Tonight, under the cover of darkness, we will take down the foreigner's colossal ship and demonstrate the strength of the Black Mountain tribe, commanded the chief. Understood. On the deck, the live broadcast was interrupted. With the audience gone, let us return to the restaurant for our meal. 20 individuals will remain on the warship, taking turns every half hour to prevent freezing into popsicles. After this, a group of people carried stoves and iron pots, retreating towards the restaurant. Susan, Tuba, we 3 will be on duty on the deck tonight. Yifeng said gravely. Do we all have to stand watch? Why? Susan inquired. Did you not see? The Black Mountain tribesmen are incredibly hungry. They cannot afford to delay. Thus, I surmise they will make their move tonight, attempting to assault our warship. During our watch, we will feign sleep while secretly monitoring the ice surface. When they approach the ship, we will suddenly steer the vessel towards the center of the river. Imagine, they will be unable to board the warship and will be left in the frigid winds of the river, freezing within mere minutes. Yifeng explained. Brother Feng, that tactic is quite devious, but I like it, Chenin praised, giving a thumbs up. In the afternoon, the Black Mountain tribesmen commenced their actions. They wielded curved blades, felling sturdy trees, and thousands worked together to hollow out the trunks, crafting primitive canoes. By nightfall, they intended to paddle these canoes to Yifeng's warship. The grappling hooks were ready. Once they neared the vessel, they could easily ascend and unleash chaos. Cheng Libin tended to the fire on the deck, occasionally glancing towards the shore through binoculars. Trees fell one after another. It was apparent to all that the Black Mountain tribesmen were up to something. Go tell Brother Feng that the natives have begun logging for canoes. He must be cautious. Understood. Cheng Libin's apprentice dashed into the cabin. If the Black Mountain tribesmen were well-fed and full of energy, they would venture further into the woods to harvest timber, ensuring they did not alert their prey. However, now, Their minds were nearly frozen, their wit reduced to insignificance. Furthermore, venturing deep into the forest was beyond their dwindling strength. As time passed, night fell swiftly. Chieftain, we have crafted a total of 40 canoes. Although they are not hollowed out deeply enough, each canoe can accommodate at least 10 individuals, which is sufficient for 400 of us against Yi Feng's 100, reported Mao Ru. Moreover, once we reach Hot Springs Island, we can release the captives. The Black Mountain chieftain cast a sharp gaze towards the warship, exuding an air of confidence. After all, the Black Mountain tribe had always emerged victorious in battles within the Misty Mountains, having only suffered 2 defeats against the Yunshan tribe. Thus, in his mind, Yi Feng's team was merely a disorganized mob, easily vanquished. Simultaneously, he underestimated Yi Feng's intelligence. With Mao Ru and Bachilu able to escape from Yi Feng's ship, how intelligent could Yi Feng truly be? The north wind howled, and the night deepened. Yi Feng remained hidden behind the gun platform, using binoculars to observe the position of the ice. The ice, being white, was quite conspicuous in the darkness. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed. Yi Feng's pupils dilated as countless shadows propelled their canoes out of the woods, gliding swiftly across the icy surface. The Montenegrins were mobilized before the battle, fully aware that seizing the warship would grant them an endless supply of food. Thus they exerted every ounce of their strength. Before long, dozens of canoes were launched into the water. The indigenous warriors in the forefront paddled vigorously towards Yi Feng's warship. Old Cheng, Yi Feng signaled to Cheng Li Bin with a glance. Once the first indigenous warrior climbs aboard, steer the vessel towards the center of the river, Yi Feng instructed. Rest assured, I have it all under control, Cheng Li Bin replied, moving to the captain's cabin to pull the ropes 5 times. Chapter 349. Re-recruiting the young men and women on the river's surface, 40 canoes swiftly approached the bottom of the warship. This was their prearranged strategy, to draw close to the warship before launching a sudden attack, lest they be pushed into the river one by Yi Feng's men. The chieftain of Montenegro did not engage directly, but entrusted the task to Mao Ru. 3, 2, 1. Quickly, throw the grappling hooks, Mao Ru commanded, swinging the grappling hook in his hand before throwing it forcefully onto the deck of the warship. Clang! The hook struck the ship's side, but fell into the water with a splash. What is going on? Mao Ru exclaimed in surprise. Not good, great chieftain. It seems the massive ship is moving, heading towards the center of the river, a Montenegrin warrior reported. Quickly, throw all the grappling hooks. Mao Ru, startled, took a deep breath. The winds at the river's center were particularly fierce, slicing against him like a blade, causing stiffness in his arm joints. Whoosh! One by one, the grappling hooks were hurled towards the deck, yet only 2 managed to latch onto the ship's side, as the warship had already fully powered up, gliding 20 meters towards the river's center. At this distance, their grappling hooks were inadequate. Don't let the ship escape, row faster, Mao Ru shouted, seizing a paddle and propelling himself forward. Each time he approached the warship, it accelerated suddenly, maintaining a distance of 20 to 30 meters. In no time, the warship, accompanied by 40 canoes, reached the middle of the river. The winds intensified here, causing several Montenegrins to freeze and tumble into the water. There is no turning back now. I, Mao Ru, must confront the great ship alone. With that, Mao Ru connected 2 grappling hooks and flung them fiercely towards the warship. Clang! The hooks seemed to latch onto something, bringing a surge of joy to Mao Ru. He tugged on the rope to ensure its security, then leaped into the air towards the warship, his feet momentarily drenched by the river water. The river's temperature hovered around -2 to 3 degrees Celsius. Yet as his feet broke free from the water's surface, the biting river wind transformed them into ice sculptures. The sensation was excruciating, nearly prompting Mao Ru to scream. Bang! His body crashed heavily against the bottom hold of the warship, leaving him suspended in midair. Once I ascend the warship, I can halt its progress, allowing my kin from the 40 canoes to surge onto the deck, bringing about Yi Feng's demise in his slumber. Mao Ru, frozen and muttering to himself, realized that speaking was the only means to distract himself from the blade-like agony in his feet. After climbing 10 meters upwards, the ship's gunwale came faintly into view. With just a bit more effort, he could surge onto the deck and eliminate the 10 sentinels. At that moment, a torch suddenly ignited on the deck. Mao Ru squinted his eyes. You possess remarkable strength. Are you eager to join us on the deck? Yi Feng's voice emerged from behind the flickering light. Soon after, a cacophony of footsteps resonated on the deck. Brother Feng is indeed astute, foreseeing the imminent attack of these savages on the warship, Tuba remarked, followed by the uproarious laughter of Chun and others. One by one, torches illuminated the vicinity, casting brilliance over 100-meter radius, simultaneously revealing the 40 canoes under the glow. Maoru trembled, suspended in midair, caught in a dilemma. Ascending would surely result in his capture by Yi Feng, and given that he had slain 12 of Yi Feng's men, being taken alive would be a fate worse than death. Descending? Below lay the frigid river water. Should he fall in, even with his strength, he would succumb to hypothermia within 2 minutes without rescue. What to do? Hanging there, Maoru's eyes darted rapidly. Brother Feng, why waste time? Just kill him, Chenin suggested. Indeed. Bring me the spear, Yi Feng commanded, extending his hand for the weapon to be handed to him. I'll strike. The spear pierced Maoru's shoulder, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. With a swift motion, the spear was withdrawn and thrust into his back. Let me, Chenin declared, lifting a stone and crashing it down upon Maoru. With a thud, Maoru's head sank, and his hands could no longer grasp the rope, plunging him into the river. He managed only a few desperate dog paddles before his joints became frozen, followed by the coagulation of his blood. The unfortunate Maoru was swept downstream like a lifeless corpse. After rounding a bend, he was carried into the main river channel, where the wind howled even more fiercely. He felt an icy layer forming on his exposed body, though the water beneath was slightly warmer. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his last ounce of strength and dove beneath the surface. At that moment, a large dark shadow lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his upper body. A torrent of crimson erupted at the water's surface. This is bad. The chief has been slain. We must retreat. One of the indigenous men stammered. Yes, let us return quickly. It's not too late. The panicked tribesmen began to row frantically. However, they were now in the heart of the tributary, where the currents were fierce. Their arms, too, had become numb, and after only a few strokes, they were swept downstream, swiftly merging into the larger, wind-lashed main river channel. Yi Feng had barely lifted a finger, yet the 40 canoes of indigenous men were utterly decimated. Amen. Elian, wrapped in thick animal pelts, drew a cross over her chest. Once, little Elian had hardly spoken to anyone, but under the influence of Yi Feng's team, she had finally emerged from the shadow of her lost parents, blossoming with the vibrant spirit of a young girl. In the forest by the shore, the chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe collapsed onto the ground. My fleet, which I labored so hard to build, and my great leader, just like that, gone? He lamented, before rolling his eyes and fainting. Leaf Maple had much to attend to. He first instructed Chung Li Bean to steer the warships closer to the shore, then ordered the torches on the deck to be ignited. By dawn, the Black Mountain tribe no longer possessed the capability to launch a second wave of assault. Brother Feng, the Black Mountain warriors cannot breach our warships. They must have surrendered. We should return to Hot Spring Island and enjoy ourselves, Chenin advised. The swaying of the warship was far from the comfort of Hot Spring Island. No, there are still many of these Black Mountain tribesmen. I must utterly crush their spirits and resolve, ensuring their complete submission. Afterward, I will recruit the young men and women, as well as skilled artisans, Leaf Maple declared. His team now numbered fewer than 90 individuals, although there were 300 to 400 captives on Hot Spring Island. They could not be counted as allies. He believed that among the Black Mountain tribe, there were indeed peace-loving individuals, and it was these people he sought to recruit, not the warmongers. Isn't it better to eat and drink? Why must there be fighting and killing? The Black Mountain tribesmen refrained from approaching the ice but remained hidden in the woods, seemingly concocting some grand scheme. Brother Feng, the Black Mountain people want to return to their homeland, right? After all, they cannot breach our warships. They must be going back, Chenin remarked. Impossible. If the Yunwu Mountains had provisions, they would not have traveled all this way to Hot Spring Island. I suspect they are merely holding on. But I believe that within 3 days, they shall come to beg me, Leaf Maple asserted confidently. Within the woods by the shore, the chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe fell ill, with 2 young maidens providing warmth with their bodies. Chieftain, there is truly no food left. This is powder made from tree bark. You should mix it with hot water, Bachelu approached, clutching a handful of bark powder. No, consuming this will rupture my intestines. The chieftain shook his head, his eyes glimmering from hunger. It's all right, just eat a little less at a time. Don't be like others who devour too much at once, ending up with their bellies swollen as if pregnant, Bachelu advised. Very well, I shall eat a little. The chieftain propped himself up, stuffing the bark powder into his mouth and washing it down with hot water. Indeed, it provided a semblance of satiety. But such is human nature. Once one savors a taste of relief, it becomes impossible to stop. He took another bite, and then another, consuming 3 large mouthfuls. Preparing for a fourth. No, chieftain, you cannot eat any more. Bachelut tucked the bark powder away. I, as your chieftain, command you to feed me the bark powder. Otherwise, you shall no longer hold the title of great leader. No, I cannot bear to watch you burst your belly. As the first day passed, 37 members of the Black Mountain tribe succumbed to the cold and hunger. However, their bodies were not wasted. On the second day, 97 more perished from the same fate. Their bodies too were not wasted. Yet, they numbered in the thousands. Only a few hundred leaders were fortunate enough to partake in the flesh. Do not consume the brains, lest you fall prey to a ghastly affliction. An elderly man, his face etched with deep wrinkles, cautioned. However, those driven to madness by hunger paid no mind to such warnings. They seized whatever they could find to eat, and even after satisfying their ravenous appetites, their eyes, glistening with an insatiable green hunger, turned toward their living kin. On the 6th day, calamity struck. Many were roused from their slumber in the dead of night, suddenly suffocated by a hand clamped over their mouths and noses. By the 10th day, Feng peered through his binoculars at the women and children fleeing across the ice, pursued by men whose eyes glowed with a malevolent green light. It was a harrowing sight. Feng felt a genuine pang of compassion. Listen, people of the Black Mountain tribe, he bellowed, his voice echoing across the expanse, summon your kin to the ice. His shout momentarily stilled the pursuers. Yet, after a brief pause, they resumed their chase of the vulnerable. Cease your pursuit. I urge you to gather your kin upon the ice to collect provisions. Feng declared forcefully. This tactic proved effective. The men abandoned their chase of women and children, hastening back into the woods. Soon, a cacophony arose from the forest. Feng is distributing food. The foreigner is providing for us. Hurry to the ice. A multitude of Black Mountain people surged onto the ice, gazing across the river at Feng. In the woods, however, a faction of diehards clung to their defiance. The Black Mountain chieftain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, shouted angrily at his tribe, "Return. Come back to me. I am your chieftain. Why do you heed Feng?" In a moment of desperation, he seized one of his tribesmen. Suddenly, a blow from behind rendered him unconscious, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Baturu hastened to support the chieftain. "Chieftain, awaken. Our people are fleeing." "Indeed, chieftain, please awaken. Chieftain, devise a plan, or our Black Mountain tribe shall cease to exist." A cadre of leaders encircled the chieftain, their anxieties palpable. In the blink of an eye, the Black Mountain people had vanished from the woods. Feng affixed a fish to his bow and shot it towards the shore. In an instant, the fish was snatched up in a frenzy. "Everyone, follow my lead and shoot the fish to the shore." Feng commanded. "Brother Feng, that is our food. Why must we share it with them?" Shunan protested. "They are merely ordinary Black Mountain tribesmen, victims of exploitation. There is no need for total annihilation," Feng replied, sending another fish soaring toward the shore. Driven to madness by hunger, some desperate individuals even dared to rush toward the arrows to snatch the fish, resulting in several being struck down. "Old Cheng, the arrows are too slow. Can you maneuver the ship closer?" Feng inquired. "I will try. As long as we do not touch the bottom, everything should be manageable." Cheng Li Bin responded, gently adjusting the ropes to slow the ship's pace. After a series of attempts, he managed to halt the vessel 50 meters from the shore. "Quickly, abandon the arrows. Simply throw the fish to the shore," Feng instructed, launching a large fish with remarkable force. With his strength, tossing the fish 100 meters was a trivial feat. Others who had consumed the ginkgo could also hurl fish 60 to 70 meters. However, the ordinary individuals lack such capabilities. They must exert every ounce of their strength merely to toss the fish ashore. Ha ha ha, there is food, there is food. The members of the Black Mountain tribe consumed the fish raw, for the low temperatures have eradicated any parasites within, rendering it safe for consumption. Particularly, the fat on the fish is their most cherished delicacy. Consuming it generates a certain amount of oil, which aids in expelling the bark from their stomachs. Otherwise, their intestines risk bursting from the pressure. Feng had nearly depleted all the provisions aboard the warship, an astonishing 10-odd tons of fish. Fortunately, the Black Mountain tribe has dwindled to less than 2,000 souls, barely managing to sate their hunger. From an original 7,000 who arrived at the Black Tree River Basin, only 2,000 remain, while 3,000 languish in the woods, unable to come to the ice to gather fish due to their debilitating hunger. As for the remaining 2,000, they have perished due to calamities. At last, they have found sustenance. What delectable fish! I never anticipated it would be so exquisite. The Black Mountain tribespeople rejoiced atop the ice. Yet, moments later, their cheers transformed into wails of sorrow. In the preceding days, in their desperate struggle for survival, they had taken the lives of many of their kin, most of whom were their nearest relatives. Oh, my wife, I have wronged you. My child, I have failed you. Father, mother, I am not a good son. Their lamentations continued for a long while, and it was nearly an hour before they could fully express their grief. One man pushed through the crowd and solemnly addressed the worship. Fellow tribesmen, the chieftain, the great leader, lacks the means to provide us with sustenance, yet demands our continued loyalty to the Black Mountain tribe. However, the foreign individuals aboard the great ship have provided us with food without requiring our allegiance. The foreigners represent the benevolent side, while the chieftains embody the malevolent. Upon finishing his declaration, the man resolutely knelt before the worship. His act appeared to be contagious, and soon, layers of Black Mountain tribespeople were kneeling upon the ice. Chapter 351. 3 more months of domestication rise. I do not harbor idlers here. From this moment forth, you shall venture into the woods to fell trees and clear a vast expanse of land. When the time is ripe, I shall send individuals to the shore to instruct you in the ways of agriculture and the construction of greenhouses. Feng proclaimed loudly from the deck. Will you provide us with food while we fell trees, foreigner? The man inquired. Is that not a redundant question? I require you to work. Naturally, I shall provide sustenance. Feng sighed. Splendid. We shall have a stable supply of food henceforth. The Black Mountain tribespeople erupted into wild dances upon the ice. Feng felt an immense weight of pressure. After all, this was a contingent of 2,000 individuals. Henceforth, his worship must engage in fishing for at least 3 hours each day to support such a substantial populace. Just then, a group of 40 to 50 individuals emerged from the woods, adorned in luxurious animal skins, bearing the Black Mountain chieftain. These individuals, belonging to the upper echelons of the Black Mountain tribe, represented the ruling class. The dance upon the ice abruptly ceased, as the Black Mountain people, gripped by fear, parted to create a path. After all, they had long been subjugated by this group, and the authority had deeply entrenched itself in their hearts, not to be altered in a fleeting moment. All of you from the Black Mountain tribe, kneel before me. Bachelou commanded with a sharp tone. With a rustle, the Black Mountain people instinctively dropped to their knees, without a hint of hesitation. On the warship, Feng's expression darkened. Brother Feng, it seems these fellows are determined to fight us to the bitter end. Perhaps we should obliterate them with artillery? Shannon suggested. How many times must I reiterate? Artillery is akin to a nuclear weapon in civilized society. It must not be employed unless absolutely necessary. The Black Mountain tribe is but a minor nuisance. Our true adversary is the Cloud Mountain tribe, and the main antagonist has yet to reveal himself. Do you wish to exhaust our trump card? Feng shot a glare at Chun, and very well. I shall refrain from mentioning artillery henceforth. Chun conceded with a nod. Feng, do you wish to annihilate my people? I assure you, that is an impossibility. My Black Mountain tribe has borne 47 generations of chieftains, and we shall not perish under my watch. The chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe taunted defiantly from behind his thick shield. Feng had calculated the point of his spear for a precise strike, but now he had to reconsider. I am saving your Black Mountain tribe. Were it not for the provisions I provided earlier, they might have starved to death. Tell me, as an outsider, I can offer them sustenance. What have you, as their chieftain, done for your people? Feng's words pierced like steel needles into the chieftain's heart. Silence. You think one meal will win their loyalty? Unlike you. In my 9 years as chieftain, I have elevated the Black Mountain tribe from a third-rate clan to a first-rate one. Do you realize that there are only 2 first-rate tribes in the entire Cloud Mist Mountains? The chieftain boasted with pride. Indeed, as soon as he uttered these words, the eyes of the kneeling Black Mountain people flickered. Over the past 9 years, their tribe had indeed progressed, becoming the favored clan of the Cloud Mountain tribe. Ha ha, do you take pride in being a mere dog? The Cloud Mountain tribe may have granted you the title of a first-rate tribe. But I ask you this, why do you now lack even the most basic provisions? Why has the Cloud Mountain tribe not provided their own loyal subjects with food for the winter, allowing you to fend for yourselves? Feng mocked coldly. You? The Black Mountain chieftain was left speechless, his eyes darting about in confusion. The Black Mountain people, lying on the ice, exchanged glances once more. Indeed, the distinction between a first-rate and second-rate tribe was merely a title. When winter approached, the Cloud Mountain tribe not only failed to assist the Black Mountain tribe, but also confiscated nearly all of their winter provisions. Was this not a clear indication of their intent to eradicate them? Yi Feng, do not attempt to sow discord between the Black Mountain tribe and the Cloud Mountain tribe. It will not be long before the Cloud Mountain tribe launches an attack on your warship, and your laughter will soon be silenced. The chieftain's words weighed heavily on Yi Feng's heart. The true master had yet to make an appearance, but he had already heard whispers of their name from the captives. The Yunshan tribe boasts a formidable warrior count of over 3,000, complemented by a powerful beastmaster and the yet-to-appear chief. Most fearsome of all is the tribe's high priest, whose prowess is nearly omnipotent, akin to that of a deity, capable of striking foes from miles away. While rumors may embellish the truth, Yi Feng, having witnessed Duo Yanhina's abilities, harbors a degree of belief in these tales. Very well, I shall not engage in a war of words with you. If the common folk of the Haishan tribe wish to dine again, they must promptly seek me on the ice. I shall continue to provide sustenance for you. However, upon your next meal, I require you to clear the entire forest, transforming it into a flat expanse, for I desire an unobstructed view, Yi Feng stated coldly. The ordinary Haishan people on the ice quivered slightly, none daring to respond to Yi Feng. Clearly, they were tempted to comply. Yet the fear of their chief deterred them from openly aligning with him, knowing that such actions could lead to their demise. Whoever dares heed Yi Feng's commands shall be deemed a traitor to the Haishan tribe, and I will have them torn asunder, the chief of Haishan bellowed. As expected, the Haishan people prostrated themselves upon the ice, not daring to stir. Bazi, having served as chief for 9 years, had already instilled a deep-seated authority among his people, who were too frightened to even contemplate rebellion. Obey my orders and return to the forest. No one shall set foot on the ice without my command, or they shall face death, commanded the Haishan chief. The Haishan folk exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mix of reluctance as they trudged back into the woods. Soon, only the upper echelons of the Haishan tribe remained on the ice. Yi Feng, what do you think? Bazi cast a triumphant glance at Yi Feng before retreating with his leaders to the forest. Brother Feng, it matters not. This way, I want to have to fish daily, Chenin remarked cheerfully. Brother Feng, we provided food for the Haishan people, but what have we gained in return? Tuba added. Yet Yi Feng merely smiled calmly. Rest assured, I believe that within 3 days, a revolution will unfold within the Haishan tribe. With that, he departed the deck without a backward glance. The Haishan chief spoke eloquently, yet he failed to address the fundamental issue. Without food, even the most authoritative figure would find their people desperate enough to venture onto the ice to beg. At that juncture, it would be intriguing to observe how that boastful individual resolves the dilemma, whether to eliminate his own kin or to turn a blind eye. Should he opt for the latter, I, Yi Feng, shall seize the opportunity to mock him on deck, diminishing his authority. At that point, these 2,000 Haishan people would be mine to command. With 3 months of training, I would select a group of those who made significant contributions to reside on the deck, setting an example for the others and winning their hearts to my side. Chapter 352. A significant power shift night enveloped the battleship, illuminated by bright lights. With the dining hall alive with song and dance, Yi Feng, microphone in hand, serenaded the crowd with "Today is a good day." Within Yi Feng's team of 80, some indulged in meat, others danced, while a few listened to Wang Zhihai narrate stories. In this small team, a vibrant array of talents flourished. Upon reflection, the Black Mountain tribe by the shore appeared enveloped in a pall of despondency, their spirits dampened and their demeanor melancholic. A stark contrast emerged between the somber atmosphere on the shore and the imposing warship. After Yi Feng concluded his song, a collective sigh of relief escaped the audience, who hastily discarded the microphone out of the window. I hereby declare that the female attendants in the restaurant are now free to go, he announced with authority. Suddenly, Yi Feng summoned the 7 female captives, including Luo Ying. Brother Feng, I haven't had my fun yet. Are you really going to set them free? Chenin expressed his dissatisfaction. Fun? What nonsense. Tuba, remove their shackles, Yi Feng commanded. Tuba nodded, though he was puzzled by Yi Feng's intentions. Nonetheless, he trusted his brother's judgment. With a clatter, the chains binding the 7 captives were released. Lao Shi, Prepare some provisions for them to return to their tribe. Yi Feng instructed. Yes, responded Shi Zhengliang, who hastened to the kitchen. Initially, upon hearing of their freedom, Luo Ying felt a flicker of joy. However, once her shackles were removed, confusion clouded her expression. In this frigid winter, the duration of the cold was uncertain. Even if they were free, where could they possibly go? After a while, Shi Zhengliang returned with 7 bags of food. Rimaizi also provided them with thick bearskin coats. Ladies, you have served us aboard the warship daily, and I have witnessed your dedication. Now, I return your freedom, hoping you will lead honorable lives and refrain from attacking my vessel in the future. Do you understand? Yi Feng concluded, adjusting Luo Ying's collar. He recognized that these women were coerced by the Yunshan tribe to assault him. They were not the masterminds. Luo Ying hesitated to speak. At that moment, one of the captives interjected, Yi Feng, or rather, Brother Feng, I wish to stay here. Could you continue to detain me? Yi Feng felt a surge of delight within, yet maintained a stern facade. That would not be appropriate. The law is the law, immutable in its nature. You have demonstrated good behavior and earned an early release, so it is best for you to leave, he replied, turning slightly away. Chunin, elated, stealthily approached the captive and whispered in her ear, if you wish to extend your sentence, feel free to create some disturbances. How should I cause trouble? The captive queried. For instance, engage in some vandalism, or strike someone, or deliberately create chaos. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Chunin staggered back, clutching his nose. Glaring furiously at the captive. How dare you? Lock her up. I hereby announce that this woman's sentence is extended by 2 years. Yi Feng turned around, pointing at the captive in indignation. Thank you, Brother Feng. The captive exclaimed joyfully. Tuba promptly led her away to the cell. The remaining 6 captives exchanged glances, their eyes darting toward Chunin. What are you scheming? Chunin asked, startled, as he grasped his spear tightly. A cacophony of sounds ensued, thuds and clashes. 2 minutes later, the 7 captives retreated, revealing a bruised and battered Chunin. Damn it. Why are you all ganging up on me? Tears streamed down Chun-An's face, with blood from her nose staining her chin. This was utterly unacceptable. She must be re-equipped with leg shackles and compelled to serve aboard the warship until she truly reformed. Yi Feng slammed his hand on the table. Then he turned to Chunin. Really, Chunin, how utterly ineffectual you are. Unable to even best a woman? Brother Feng. These women possess formidable skills. They even resorted to using their teeth. I care not. Henceforth, I shall impose upon you the punishment of 500 push-ups daily until you attain a physique as robust as mine. Within the warm confines of their cell, Luo Ying and the 7 female captives sat huddled together. They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. He, Chief Luo Ying, from now on, whenever our sentence is served, let us give Chun-An a beating, thus ensuring we remain prisoners here forever. Indeed, to be incarcerated under Yi Feng's watch is far preferable to returning to the tribe. Have you witnessed the plight of the Black Mountain tribe's people? Though they are free, they can scarcely find food, and I suspect our own tribe fares no better. Yes, it is indeed more favorable to be captives here. At least we are provided with 2 meals a day. By the way, that bald man last time mentioned he would trade 2 fish for my first time. Are you referring to Wang Zhihai? Luo Ying inquired. Yes, he is Yi Feng's deputy, wielding considerable power. I see. The deputies within Yi Feng's team cannot coerce women, which speaks volumes about the strictness of their laws. Were we captives among the Yunshan tribe, even a mere commoner could violate us with impunity. Luo Ying's eyes sparkled. Was this not the paradise she had long envisioned? Chief Luo Ying, I yearn to become one of them. Yet, Brother Feng has stated that our time aboard the warship is insufficient. We must wait until a certain period has passed before he permits our joining. Then let us bide our time a few more years. During this interval, we shall perform admirably. Should an enemy attack the warship, we shall bravely assist in repelling them, thereby enhancing our chances of becoming citizens. Agreed, it is settled. All 7 women's conversation was overheard by Yi Feng, who listened intently from outside the door. It was a deliberate strategy of his to assign the 7 women as servers in the dining hall, allowing them to assimilate into the culture of the team. The results were finally evident. They had been thoroughly assimilated, harboring not a shred of nostalgia for their former tribe. Yi Feng hummed a tune as he left the cell and sought out Tuba in the dining area. Tuba, tomorrow. Select 7 male natives from Hot Springs Island and have them serve as waitstaff in the dining hall tonight. Understood, Brother Feng, Tuba nodded. One must not assimilate too many captives at once. Otherwise, these captives might inadvertently reverse the process, leading to the assimilation of Yi Feng's own men. The next day arrived swiftly, and Yi Feng stood upon the deck, gazing at the ice layer along the shore. Not a single Black Mountain tribesman was in sight. Evidently, they dared not defy the chieftain's orders. Tuba, cast these leftovers onto the ice and see if any Black Mountain tribesmen come to scavenge, Yi Feng instructed. Yes. Before long, a multitude of fish was tossed upon the icy surface. Yi Feng stood silently on the deck, disbelief etched on his face. Could it be that these members of the Black Mountain tribe would rather succumb to starvation than defy the commands of their chieftain? In the forest, countless eyes were fixated on the food atop the ice. A young native could not resist the urge to stir, only to be restrained by an elder. Chapter 353. Facing icy peril, do not go. Even if one must, do not be the first. We require an opportunity, when all can no longer endure. We shall rush forth together. The chieftain cannot eliminate us all, the wise elder advised. I understand, father. The young native retreated, gazing longingly at the tantalizing food on the ice. How splendid it would be to savor even a few bites. The previous night, he had consumed some tree bark, which had proven ineffective in alleviating his plight, as only greasy sustenance could provide the necessary lubrication to expel the coarse bark from his system. Otherwise, his belly would swell while his limbs grew increasingly frail. Chieftain, the situation is spiraling out of control. A prominent leader approached, gesturing towards the restless tribesman. Bob Basie propped himself up, directing his gaze towards his kin. The Black Mountain tribesmen were all fixated on the ice, poised to break free from the forest at any moment. If his authority failed to rein them in this time, the consequences would be catastrophic, the complete disintegration of the Black Mountain tribe. I have a plan to summon them all, Bob Basie declared, struggling to rise. Two prominent leaders quickly supported him. Before long, the refugees of the Black Mountain tribe had gathered around him. My people, I have just spoken with Yi Feng, and he has agreed to provide you with sustenance. Go now and partake. Remember, if I do not intervene, Yi Feng will not supply you with food. Upon hearing this, the Black Mountain tribesmen erupted into a cacophony, rushing towards the ice. Starving from a night without food, they descended upon the ice, devouring hungrily. Some, in their haste, found the frozen fish and meat too much for their stomachs, leading them to regurgitate on the ice. Yet, almost immediately, their vomit was snatched away. Bob Basie then moved to stand behind the Black Mountain tribesmen, locking eyes with Yi Feng on the warship with a cold gaze. Thank you, chieftain. Thank you. The great chieftain Bob Basie. Once they had feasted, the Black Mountain tribesmen knelt before Bob Basie in gratitude. Rise. Bob Basie waved his hand, and the tribesmen assisted one another to their feet. Yi Feng was left bewildered. It was he who had provided the food. Yet they expressed their gratitude to that old chieftain after filling their bellies. Truly, they were a group of uncultured barbarians, incapable of discerning right from wrong. Brother Feng, why do they eat our provisions yet thank the Black Mountain chieftain? Chinani, filled with indignation, stepped forward. I cannot fathom. Perhaps their minds have been frozen? Yi Feng sighed, sensing that these Black Mountain tribesmen were beyond redemption. Let them fend for themselves. He could be a good person, but he would not be a fool. No. Just then, Chung Li Bean suddenly emerged. He was aged and seasoned, swiftly discerning the crux of the issue. Although I remain ignorant of the methods employed by the chieftain of the Black Mountain, it is evident that he has usurped your merits, effectively deceiving his own people, remarked Chung Li Bean sagely. What should we do? Yi Feng inquired. It is simple. Inform the Black Mountain tribesfolk that there will be no food for the next meal, and observe the chieftain's reaction, Chung Li Bean responded. He suspected that the chieftain had resorted to trickery, yet the specifics eluded him, necessitating Yi Feng to probe further. Yi Feng cupped his hands to form a megaphone. Listen, people of the Black Mountain, there will be no food for your next meal. His voice resonated far and wide, ensuring that over 2,000 individuals could hear him. The Black Mountain people were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, and then cast pleading looks toward their chieftain. Bob Basie's expression shifted slightly, and with a quick glance, he stepped forward. Yi Feng, you have granted me one favor, which I shall remember. However, since you refuse to extend a second, prepare to face the wrath of the Black Mountain tribe in the future. His words were laden with double meaning. Yi Feng listened in confusion, sensing no significant fault. Yet the Black Mountain people interpreted his words as affirmation that their chieftain had indeed secured food for them. Yi Feng squinted, grasping the core of the dilemma. To the tribesfolk, whoever spits at your chieftain shall receive a fish. With that, he picked up a frozen fish from the deck. Swiftly, thousands of gazes converged upon Babezi's face. The Black Mountain people were utterly perplexed. Hadn't Feng just favored their chieftain? Why did he suddenly treat him thus? Moreover, why had he offered the chieftain a favor in the first place? Their simple minds struggled to comprehend, leading to a throbbing headache. Who dares? Several prominent leaders hurriedly shielded Babezi. The Black Mountain people bowed their heads, knowing that offending the chieftain was utterly unacceptable. Otherwise, they would be torn to shreds by the leaders. I shall increase the stakes. Whoever spits at your chieftain will receive 5 fish. Upon concluding his statement, Yifeng picked up 4 more fish, displaying them to the tribesfolk below. Some Black Mountain individuals could not resist glancing at their chieftain, but quickly averted their eyes once more. Brother Feng, if they spit, they may be executed on the spot unless you provide them with an escape route, Chung Libin murmured. I understand. Yifeng proclaimed. Listen, if you spit at the Black Mountain chieftain, the first 3 to do so will be welcomed aboard my warship, where you shall have endless food and warm quarters to sleep in. As these words left his mouth, the previously subdued Black Mountain people raised their heads, directing piercing gazes at Babezi. What are you planning? Babezi, startled, placed his hand upon the hilt of his knife. Bah! One Black Mountain individual spat, then swiftly darted forward. Seize him and behead him. Babezi was filled with fury, pointing his curved blade forward. Simultaneously, 3 formidable chieftains charged forth. The Black Mountain man, upon reaching the edge of the ice, found his path obstructed by the rushing river. Yifeng, you promised to let me board the warship. What am I to do? He exclaimed, pacing anxiously along the shore. Fear not. Simply leap into the river. I shall retrieve you. Yifeng replied, brandishing a rope and swinging it in the air. Me? The Black Mountain man gazed at the approaching chieftains, gritted his teeth, and with a splash, plunged into the river. He had barely swum 5 meters when his hands became numb and unresponsive. The 3 chieftains stood on the bank, regarding him with derision. Do you see? This is the fate that befalls those who disrespect the chief. Frozen into a lifeless ice corpse, one of them jeered, using the Black Mountain man as a cautionary tale. The Black Mountain man, his entire body frozen, yet his mind still functioning, was consumed by regret and anger. Had he known better than to heed Yifeng's words, he would not now face the prospect of freezing to death, his very blood congealing. Chapter 354. Adjusting his garments, witnessing the plight of his kin. The Black Mountain man lowered his head once more, secretly relieved he had not acted impulsively, for he could have met the same grim fate as Minaldo, a minor chieftain among them who had fallen into the river. Finally, Yifeng managed to untangle the rope, and with a powerful throw, he cast it more than 40 meters, ensnaring Minaldo. Pull! Everyone rallied together, and within 2 minutes, they had hoisted Minaldo onto the deck. Yet his body remained stiff, with only his eyes still moving. Quickly, surround him with 8 stoves. Remove his wet clothes and drape him in dry animal skins. A group gathered around Minaldo, rubbing his skin vigorously. In a short while, the circulation of his blood resumed, and his lips ceased to tremble. Prise open his mouth, instructed Shi Zhongliang, pouring hot broth into it. A wave of warmth surged into Minaldo's stomach, and he felt some sensation return to his body. On the ice, the Black Mountain men craned their necks, each silently hoping Minaldo would survive, for then they too could become the next to speak. Time passed slowly, and half an hour later, Yifeng and Chun helped Minaldo to his feet, positioning him at the edge of the deck. Minaldo, greet your kin, Yifeng smiled. Indeed, foreign tribesman, Minaldo raised his right arm, waving it toward the Black Mountain men on the ice. I am well. I just had hot meat soup. And I am no longer frozen, he called out. The warship was a mere 50 meters from the ice, and most of the Black Mountain tribe heard him. Wonderful. Brothers, what are you waiting for? A burly man rose to his feet. He tilted his head back, producing a guttural sound. Moments later, an ancient phlegm lodged in his throat. Bah! The phlegm launched over 7 meters, striking the Black Mountain chief Babezi squarely. Ah! Babe's expression contorted with discomfort as he pointed his curved blade at the burly man. Chop him down, he commanded. A dozen formidable leaders surged forward, teeth gritted in determination. Yet, the robust man stripped off his animal hide and plunged into the icy water with a resounding splash. Hope flickered within him. The river seemed less frigid, and he miraculously swam nearly 20 meters before succumbing to the cold. Suddenly, a rope ensnared him with precision, drawing him back onto the deck. Shonen and the others swiftly administered cardiopulmonary resuscitation and fed him hot broth. The man, possessing remarkable physical resilience, stood up almost immediately after consuming the warm liquid and donning the animal hide, taking less than 5 minutes to regain his strength. Ha, I'm back, brothers. I'm the second one. There's still one spot left. You all keep pushing. He laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. The stubbornness of the chieftain had led to the starvation of his entire family. Bah, bah, bah. I spit. A group of individuals spat at the Black Mountain chieftain, and after their act of defiance, they leaped into the river. On Yifeng's side, chaos ensued as over 20 people were simultaneously tugged on one rope. The Black Mountain chieftain found himself drenched in saliva. Furiously wiping his face, he pointed forward, commanding his top leaders to eliminate every one of these traitors without exception. Just then, one of the prominent leaders spat at him and hurriedly jumped into the river. The Black Mountain chieftain seethed with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. At this moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The forest erupted with a cacophony of sounds, mingled with the delighted shouts of the Black Mountain tribesmen. Then, the frozen grass beside the woods collapsed under pressure. A knight on a goat emerged, clad in thick armor, wearing deer-hide gloves, carrying a curved bow on his back, a curved blade at his waist, and wielding a heavy spear. Following him were more knights, one after another. The ice groaned underfoot as a substantial number of Cloud Mountain warriors, at least 400 strong, emerged from the woods. Leading them was a man in black armor, his face encased in protective gear, revealing only a pair of fierce triangular eyes. Babe was taken aback and glanced at the flag in the knight's hand. The Cloud Mountain tribe, the emblem of the Hal family? Indeed, the elite forces of the Hal family had appeared at the edge of the Black Tree River. Due to the freezing of all rivers in the mountainous region, they were unable to sail their warships to the Black Tree River basin and had to gallop across land with 400 cavalry. Under normal circumstances, no terrestrial creature could traverse the Great Marsh. However, at this temperature of minus 40 to 50 degrees, the marsh had solidified, capable of bearing the weight of the knights. These are the people of the Cloud Mountain tribe. Susan, you operate the ship's rear artillery, Feng instructed before sprinting towards the bow. On the shore, over 1,000 Black Mountain tribesmen stood aside in awe upon witnessing the knights of the Cloud Mountain tribe. In contrast, the Black Mountain chieftain composed himself and approached respectfully. May I inquire which esteemed member of the Hal family is leading the charge? Babe asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy gun pierced through his chest. Emerging from his back, blood stained the icy surface of vivid crimson. Babezi could hardly believe the reality of the situation. He grasped at the air with both hands, as if attempting to seize back his power. With a resounding thud, his lifeless body collapsed onto the ice, and a goat trampled over him. 400 cavalrymen swiftly approached the riverbank, led by a figure who removed his mask, casting a grim glare towards the deck. Feng, release our man, or I shall methodically dismember the 3 envoys you have sent, declared the leader of the knights. As he gestured to 3 captives being brought forth, none other than Robin and his 2 kin. Robin? Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at the pitiful sight of Robin on the ice. What now, Feng? Inquired the knight leader. Who are you? Feng responded, fixing his gaze upon the leading knight. I am Halbula, the eldest son of the Hal family, he replied. I see. Since you are his eldest son, have you prepared the sulfur and iron? Feng's tone grew increasingly frigid as he handled the machine cannon. Observing the lightly equipped knights, he inferred they had not brought the necessary supplies. We possess the items, but by what right should our esteemed Hal family offer tribute to you? Halbula's gaze remained fixed on the machine cannon in Feng's hands. A clever man. He likely surmised that his father's fleet had most likely met its demise at the hands of such weaponry. There is no other choice. Bring that rotund man to the deck, Feng commanded. Understood. Moments later, the significantly thinner Hal family patriarch was brought to the deck, where he and his son could see each other across the river. Bula, hurry and rescue me, even if it costs the entire family's provisions. I am the very soul of the Hal family. I cannot perish, the patriarch called out to the ice. Father, how have you become so emaciated? Chapter 355. This is entrusted to us 3 sisters. On the back of the goat, Halbula trembled all over. Bula, what are you waiting for? Quickly, trade me back. By the way, what about the supplies you prepared? Only then did the patriarch notice that there were only 400 knights on the shore, with no slaves carrying provisions. Upon hearing this, Halbula lowered his head. Father, sulfur, salt, and women can be overlooked. However, they demand an excessive amount of iron. If we surrender this iron, how shall we forge armor and curved blades for the Hal family in the future? At a time like this, you are still concerned about such matters? Just get me back. I have ways to maintain the Hal family's status. Hurry. Here, I can only eat 2 meals a day, and there are no female slaves to warm my feet at night. My life has become unbearably miserable, lamented the patriarch, his voice tinged with desperation. Father, do not worry. If they do not release you, I will kill these 3 envoys, Halbula declared, leaping off the goat and placing the curved blade against Robin's throat. Yi Feng, I will count to 3, otherwise, I shall sever the envoy's ears. With that, he began to count. Yi Feng's expression turned icy as he aimed the machine cannon at Halbula. However, that fellow was closely pressed against Robin, and with the devastating power of the machine gun, a single shot could easily spell doom for both. Yi Feng relinquished the machine gun and drew a dagger, positioning it against the ear of the esteemed member of the Hal family. Should you dare to sever his ear, I will retaliate by taking your father's ear. The knights of the Hal family were instantly incensed, buzzing with agitation along the shore. The esteemed member held a high status within the family, and many of these knights had been personally promoted by him. Thus, to them, he was akin to a second father, deserving of profound gratitude. In the Yunshan clan, to ascend to the rank of knight, one must possess wealth and a family recommendation. After all, knights are the most resource-intensive warriors in the Yunshan clan. First, there is the armor. Crafting a single suit requires 10 blacksmiths and half a year's time. Then come the 3-piece weapon set, bow, heavy spear, and curved blade, which also demand the artisan's time, resources that accumulate over time. The Goat Knights hold a prestigious position within the Misty Mountains, surpassing ordinary Yunshan warriors, regular clansmen, and even the 7 great tribes, as well as smaller tribes. Once one attains the knighthood, they are often besieged by lovely maidens, granting them preferential mating rights. Brother Feng, do not worry about me. I can manage a few days on your warship. I, Robin, am content. You should wield that weapon and eliminate them all. At that moment, Robin suddenly shouted from the deck. No sooner had he finished speaking than a blood-curdling scream echoed. Halbula severed his ear and cast it into the river. Damn it! Yi Feng swiftly slashed with his dagger, and both of Hal's ears fell to the ground. Ah, you incompetent son, you have caused me to lose both ears. Hal's anguished wails reverberated across the banks. With a sickening thud, Robin's head soared into the air. Robin! Yi Feng roared in fury, wielding his dagger with ferocity. Hal's head rolled onto the deck. Father! With a swift motion, Robin's kin also lost their heads. Enraged, Yi Feng discarded the dagger and strode purposefully to the machine gun. You scoundrels, I initially intended to refrain from using the machine gun, but this time, I shall reduce you to mere scraps. With that proclamation, he pulled the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. The machine gun unleashed its wrath upon the cavalry on the ice, leaving no room for doubt. The 400 horsemen scattered in panic, their once proud armor torn apart as if it were mere parchment. At the ship's stern, Susan was also firing, swiftly claiming the lives of 100 individuals. Halbula narrowed his eyes, charging towards the warship on his goat. The goat leaped into the air, soaring 10 meters before crashing into the water. With a deft push off the goat's back, Halbula seized the rope ladder of the warship with a resounding thud. Other knights, seemingly inspired by their leader, abandoned their retreat and began to form ranks, leaping towards the warship in imitation of their chief. The sound of splashing echoed incessantly as the knights fell into the water. Their strength formidable, yet 80% succumbed to the icy depths, instantly frozen. Nevertheless, over 30 managed to grasp the protrusions of the warship, swiftly making their way to the deck. Yi Feng was taken aback by the ferocity of the Yunshan tribesmen and hastily handed the machine gun to Raimai Zi. Raimai, once they board the deck, open fire but be careful not to damage the ship. I shall engage in close combat. With that, Yi Feng brandished a curved blade and charged forward. Boom. Raimai Zi discharged a cannon, eliminating a knight that had climbed aboard. Yet, from other directions, several more knights ascended. Their prowess was remarkable. Upon arrival, they unleashed a massacre. Brothers, shove these Yunshan people into the river. Chun and led a few natives into battle. Seeking death, a knight wielding a heavy spear swept through, sending Chun and his companions flying. 2 natives were cleaved in half. This is a master of beast taming? Chun En's spear was lost, lying uselessly on the deck. Zhang Ziqing stood atop the cannon platform, drawing his bow to aim at a knight. Thud! The arrow failed to pierce the knight's armor. He swiftly nocked another arrow. Release. The knight narrowed his eyes and dashed towards the cannon platform, swinging his curved blade. Thud! Zhang Ziqing clutched his abdomen as his entrails spilled forth. Thud! The knight struck again, severing Zhang Ziqing's head from his body. Old Cheng! Tuba roared in fury, lunging at the knight. The clash of two curved blades resonated. Clang! Tuba's blade shattered, leaving his ring and little fingers severed, just as Yi Feng dispatched a knight. He caught sight of Tuba. Get back! Yi Feng's curved blade whistled through the air, slicing through the knight's breastplate with tremendous force, tearing through to his back. Yet the knight, a beast master, withstood the excruciating pain, raising his blade high to strike down at Tuba. The fierce wind left Tuba with no chance to evade. Boom! The knight's body erupted. Raimai had no time to admire the violent beauty, redirecting the machine gun towards other enemies. Meanwhile, Chunin was sheltered by 10 natives as they retreated. Yet those two knights were too powerful. With each strike, a native fell into a pool of blood. Just then, the sound of sliding chains echoed, as Luo Ying and two female captives shielded Chunin. They brandished their weapons, calling out, Chunin, leave this to us three sisters. You must retreat. What? Chapter 356 left him gasping for breath. Chunin's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected these captives would come to his aid in such a critical moment. With no time to ponder, he hurried towards the cabin. A piercing scream as one female captive was cleaved in two, blood splattering across Luo Ying's face. I will fight you to the end. Luo Ying lunged forward, wielding her curved blade with precision. Clang! The blade struck the knight's armor, embedding itself only half an inch before becoming ensnared. Is that not Luo Ying of the Snow Mountain clan? How could you betray us? The knight recognized her and swiftly removed his visor. I have not betrayed anyone. This is my home now, and I shall not allow you to destroy it. Luo Ying withdrew her blade and charged once more at the knight. Is that all you've got? The knight laughed heartily, bringing his hands together to unexpectedly trap Luo Ying's blade. Their strengths were clearly not on the same level. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was engaged in a fierce battle against two knights, one of whom was Halbula. Alien, you will not die swiftly. I intend for you to suffer slowly. Halbula's movements were elusive, rendering Yi Feng defenseless. Yet, his weapon could not breach Yi Feng's blood scales. At the ship's stern, Susan operated the cannon, her gaze fixed intently on Halbula. However, his speed was disconcerting, and she feared hitting Yi Feng by mistake, so she remained focused on her aim. Raimai fired another round. One knight was blown apart, fragments of his armor scattering everywhere. Wang Zhihai clutched his right eye. A shard from the exploded armor had struck him. Raimai was unconcerned. If she could not swiftly eliminate the knights on the deck, one could easily infiltrate the ship, leading to significant losses. Boom. 2 more cannonballs were fired, and 2 additional knights met the same fate. The others quickly ducked on the deck, fearing shrapnel. Boom. The final cannon shot rang out, staining the deck crimson. Meanwhile, only 2 foes remained aboard the ship, Halbula and another skilled adversary, circling Yi Feng. He had finally discerned the weaponry aboard the ship, realizing it was fired from a pipe at the bow. Everyone, clear the way. Just then, Bai Chushua stepped forth, holding a metal pipe. After speaking, she aimed it at a knight and ignited the front with a torch. Boom. A tongue of fire erupted from the pipe. The knight had no time to react, being propelled 5 meters backward, his chest armor caving in. Sister Chushua, is this the new gunpowder you developed? Its power is astounding. Chunin quickly helped Bai Chushua up. Although she had sent the knight flying, the tremendous recoil had caused her to fall to the ground. Clear out, Bai Chushua said, retrieving another pipe from her waist, continuing to aim at the knight. Boom. The knight had yet to regain his composure when he was struck again. A torrent of iron sand blasted through the openings of his visor, searing and painful. My eyes, my eyes. Boom. Meanwhile, the battle on Yi Feng's front had reached a stalemate. Halbula's speed was overwhelming. Even when Yi Feng occasionally landed a blow, Halbula would leap away before the force of the punch could dissipate. As he toyed with Yi Feng, he also found time to eliminate those surrounding him. Everyone disperse. Yi Feng bellowed, his fists creating afterimages. Susan, wielding a machine gun, scanned the area with her eyes but failed to catch a glimpse of Halbula. I once thought your warship was formidable, yet with just my presence aboard, all of you shall meet your demise, Halbula declared, swiftly retreating 10 meters away. Another native fell victim to his onslaught. Damn it! Yi Feng's eyes blazed with fury, yet he could not seize Halbula's figure. In a fit of rage, he transformed his fists into palms, channeling all his strength into them. The next moment, a bizarre phenomenon unfolded. The force of Yi Feng's palm struck the air, morphing into a veil of frost. Halbula's agility was indeed remarkable, but the breadth of Yi Feng's palm wind was extensive. In his moment of carelessness, Halbula's arm was swept by the chilling gust. Instantly, an icy sensation coursed through his armor, causing his skin to contract and his joints to stiffen. What is this? An ability? Halbula's countenance shifted dramatically, shedding his mocking demeanor. Yi Feng felt a surge of elation and unleashed both palms once more, this time employing a force of 12 layers. The gust propelled through the air, freezing the oxygen into crystalline ice. These ice crystals seemed to possess an infiltrating quality. Ouch! Shunin cried out, inadvertently caught by the palm wind. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground, his legs encased in frost. Halbula's face turned ashen as he finally drew his curved blade. Previously, he had not exerted his full strength against Yi Feng, but now he was compelled to wield a weapon. The blade struck fiercely against Yi Feng's back. With a clang, Yi Feng's blood scales deflected the blade, sending it flying over 5 meters before it crashed onto the deck. The others had retreated to the edge of the deck, observing the duel between the two masters, who moved like phantoms. With each strike from Yi Feng, a cold wind enveloped a 5-meter radius ahead, instantly freezing anything it touched. He resembled a bulldozer, sweeping aside all in his path, turning everything that came into contact with him into ice. Halbula's movements were swift. He darted left and right, desperately evading Yi Feng's palm winds. However, such agility demanded a significant expenditure of stamina, and as time passed, he could not withstand Yi Feng's overwhelming force. In the relentless chase, Halbula's energy finally waned beyond half. One misstep, and Yi Feng's chilling wind struck his right leg. In an instant, frost enveloped his leg, hindering his agility. Halbula quickly rolled to evade Yi Feng's next strike. After another 5 or 6 palm strikes, he faltered again, the gust striking him squarely in the face. The frigid air nearly froze his features, leaving him gasping for breath. Bang! Yi Feng's palms landed solidly on his chest armor, and the frost rapidly infiltrated Halbula's heart. He barely swung his blade, forcing Yi Feng to retreat. Yet, in the next moment, he felt his blood supply dwindling to his limbs, and with a thunderous crash, he collapsed onto the deck. Gasping for breath, Yi Feng was equally exhausted from the previous battle, nearly spent. Nevertheless, he approached Halbula, reaching out toward his arm. With a strained effort, Halbula swung his blade once more. But this strike was agonizingly slow, akin to a snail's pace. Yi Feng seized the edge of his weapon directly. In the next instant, frost spread along the blade and enveloped his fist. Chapter 357. A convulsion go die. Halbula's right hand was immobile, and he swung his left fist at Yi Feng. However, his limbs were now rigid, and the punch carried no force. Yi Feng's expression turned icy as he grasped Halbula's left hand and executed a reverse joint lock. 2 streams of frost encased his armor, thoroughly freezing his arm. "You two have met your match," he exclaimed, driving his knee into Halbula's arm. With a crack, Halbula's arm and gauntlet were shattered, yet not a drop of blood spilled from the severed ends. Halbula merely felt a slight lightness in his arm, devoid of pain. "My arm? You have ruined my arm?" Halbula wished to roar, yet his breaths grew increasingly labored. Yi Feng showed no mercy and delivered another palm strike to his chest. The chilling energy completely froze his heart's meridian, causing him to topple over onto the ground. Now, the only knight still alive aboard the warship was Halbula. The others surrounded him, restraining him with their spears to prevent any movement. "You two have met your match?" Shunin rushed over and delivered a fierce kick to his armor. Ouch! He leaped over 2 meters high, clutching his foot and howling in agony. "Brother Feng, this man's armor is exquisite, meticulously crafted by the artisans of the Yunshan tribe." Luo Ying approached, wielding her curved blade. Blood splattered across her attire. Yi Feng had witnessed her performance in its entirety. "Bring chains and bind him," Yi Feng commanded. "No, Brother Feng, this Halbula is at least a level 4 beastmaster. Chains will not hold him. He possesses immense strength," Luo Ying countered. Yi Feng was taken aback. He had indeed experienced Halbula's power firsthand, recognizing the potential for escape. "Then what should we do? If the chains cannot restrain him, shall we simply kill him while he is incapacitated?" Tuba suggested. No, this man is formidable. I may find use for him. Lao Shi, go to the kitchen and fetch a bucket of boiling water, Yifeng instructed. Right away, Shi Zhenliang replied, rushing into the kitchen with his apprentice. Shortly, he returned carrying a bucket of boiling water. However, by the time the water was transported from the kitchen to the deck, it had cooled. Pour. The entire bucket was dumped into Halbora's armor. In an instant, the armor fused with Halbora, rendering him utterly immobile, unable to move even a finger. Ha ha ha, this trick is brilliant. He can't move. Shunan praised, giving a thumbs up. First, bind him to the cannon and let the river breeze chill him to the bone. Do not provide him with any sustenance. Otherwise, should he regain even a modicum of strength, he will spell disaster for our entire warship, ordered Yifeng. A group of men secured Halbora to the cannon. As the river wind swept over him, Halbora shivered, his skin feeling as though it had been sliced by a blade. Brother Feng, Zhang Zicheng, he is dead, Tuba said, cradling Zhang Zicheng's severed head as he approached Yifeng. Sighing deeply, Yifeng gently closed Zhang Zicheng's eyes. Set course for Hot Spring Island. We shall erect a tombstone for Zhang Zicheng, allowing him to rest in peace. Yes, the warship slowly began to move. Yifeng stood on the deck, casting his gaze upon the ice layer. Several large holes had been broken into the ice, revealing countless frozen corpses beneath. Among the dead were warriors of the Yunshan tribe, as well as innocent souls from the Haishan tribe. The living had all fled into the woods, having witnessed the might of Yifeng's artillery. They dared not present themselves as targets in the open any longer. Wait, do not set sail just yet, Yifeng suddenly commanded. Cheng Li Bin promptly halted the ship. Gazing curiously at Yifeng, Brother Feng, do you intend to go ashore and slay those Yunshan tribesmen? Be wary. You may become their prey, Chenin cautioned. There should still be around 100 riders on the shore, many of whom are skilled. I cannot allow them to remain unchallenged, Yifeng replied, narrowing his eyes. The Yunshan people clearly possessed superior intellect and martial prowess compared to the Haishan tribesmen. If left to observe the warship from the shore, they would undoubtedly discover a weakness. Brother Feng, do you have a plan? Wang Zihai inquired. Having witnessed Yifeng's formidable ice energy, he had completely abandoned any ulterior motives. Yifeng did not answer Wang Zihai. Instead, he shouted towards the woods along the shore. To the Haishan people, if you desire sustenance, eliminate all the Yunshan tribesmen in the woods. Bring me their severed heads, and I shall offer you long-term employment, ensuring your future provisions. Yifeng's voice carried far and wide, projecting with such force that it reached several kilometers. On the shore, there were still over 1,000 Haishan tribesmen, while only 100 Yunshan warriors remained. Let them turn upon one another, a brutal struggle for survival. If the Haishan tribe could indeed eradicate the Yunshan, they would suffer heavy losses themselves, leaving only the elite behind. At that point, these elite warriors could seamlessly integrate into his ranks, initially as part of an external team. And once fully assimilated, they would be granted legitimate status. Brother Feng, the Haishan are so feeble. Would they dare confront the Yunshan? Luo Ying cautioned. Yifeng glanced at the iron chains binding Luo Ying's feet. Tuba, remove Luo Ying's shackles. In my capacity as the commander, I hereby declare that Luo Ying and the remaining women shall be freed from captivity, officially becoming citizens of Hot Spring Island. Endowed with the right to vote and participate in elections, Yifeng proclaimed solemnly. Luo Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as she stood frozen in place, allowing Tuba to unlock her chains. Congratulations, Susan approached and embraced Luo Ying warmly. In truth, over these recent days, Susan has keenly observed Luo Ying's demeanor and actions, recognizing her genuine desire to submit to the warm Spring Island. Just moments ago, when the Yunshan tribe attacked the deck, Luo Ying demonstrated her utmost sincerity. If we fail to welcome her into our ranks at this juncture, I fear she may resort to irrational actions out of despair. Congratulations, Luo Ying. Raimai embraced her warmly, followed by Ding Tuanshuan, by Chu Xue, and other women. Congratulations indeed. Chunin, limping, approached Luo Ying with open arms. A radiant smile graced Luo Ying's face as she reciprocated with open arms. In the next moment, she leaped into Yifeng's embrace. Congratulations. Chunin could only clasp his hands awkwardly, offering a few bows. The shackles of the other female captives were also removed, while Raimai diligently recorded their names, ages, and other essential details. Wang Zihai, how many of our people have we lost this time? Yifeng surveyed the lifeless bodies on the ground. a pang of anguish striking his heart. It was rather severe. 11 brothers and 17 sisters perished. We initially numbered 80, and now only 50 remain. Thankfully. With the addition of Luo Ying and her 5 sisters, Wang Zhihai remarked. Among the 7 female captives, 2 had also fallen in battle, reducing their number from 7 to 5. We must reinforce our ranks and expedite the process of assimilation. Chapter 358. Very well, what is your name? Henceforth, we will employ 7 female servers and 7 male servers in the dining hall, bringing a total of 14 individuals at once. Yi Feng instructed Raimai. Understood. I shall take note of that. Raimai nodded. Yi Feng believed that within the supportive atmosphere of his team, the assimilation rate could reach 80%, meaning that in one go, 10 individuals could be integrated. Each batch of 10 would require 2 months. Thus, in 20 months, we could assimilate 200 indigenous people, allowing them to blend into our society and become part of our team. However, mere atmospheric assimilation would evidently not suffice. Su Yun, at your school, take 7 captives daily to audit classes. During their attendance, they need not work, and treat them kindly. Yi Feng added. Understood. Su Yun nodded in agreement. Lao Cheng, set sail for Warm Spring Island. Yi Feng commanded. The warship slowly began its journey towards the island. Wang Zhihai sat on the deck, while Bai Chushua delicately extracted a shard of metal from his eye. Dr. Bai, is there still hope for my eye? Wang Zhihai's voice trembled with emotion. At that moment, Shunan approached, glancing at Wang Zhihai's mangled right eye. Fear not. This strange island may hold secrets. Perhaps the high priest can perform sorcery to transplant the eyes of other creatures for you. Shunan reassured, patting Wang Zhihai's shoulder. Is that truly possible? Wang Zhihai, though highly intelligent, now blinded in one eye, was aware that Shunan was merely offering comfort. Nevertheless, he chose to believe in the comforting fib, for it provided him with a glimmer of hope. Absolutely, when the time comes, you might even receive the eyes of an owl, granting you night vision. Furthermore, who knows? Perhaps that high priest could transplant wild boar bristles to your scalp, transforming you into a strikingly handsome figure. Shunan spoke earnestly, his expression conveying a profound sincerity. Thank you, Shunan. In the past, I held biases against you, but I never anticipated your emotional intelligence to be so remarkable, Wang Zhihai expressed genuinely. Following the recent upheaval, although Yi Feng's team had lost 2 or 3 dozen members, the bonds among the remaining members had grown considerably stronger. On Hot Spring Island, over 300 captives were engaged in arduous labor, constructing a second layer for each dwelling. As for the guards, Yi Feng retained only 5. Even with such a small contingent, the captives dared not revolt. After all, should they attempt insurrection, the naval ship would respond. And even if they were to eliminate the 5 guards, they would be unable to swim to safety. At last, the warship docked at Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng and the senior officers excavated a deep pit on the northern side of the island, wrapping Zhang Zicheng's body in several animal skins. His head was sewn back onto his neck. Once the gravestone was erected, Yi Feng led everyone in kneeling before Zhang Zicheng's grave. Brother Zhang, may you journey well, he said, and all bowed before the marker. After these solemn rites, Yi Feng reconvened the meeting in the large shed on Hot Spring Island. With the recent addition of 5 women from Luo Ying, all of whom had previously held leadership positions, although their strength did not quite match that of Beastmasters. They constituted a formidable contingent of iron-willed women. Wang, please assign them to some important roles, as they are now among us, Yi Feng suggested. Very well. Let me consider which positions are vital, Wang Zhihai replied, adjusting his eye patch and scratching his balding head. Luo Ying, effective immediately, you shall serve as the daytime security captain, responsible for interacting with the captives, delivering food, and preventing any escape attempts, Wang Zhihai announced. Yi Feng nodded in silent approval from the side. The daytime captain would hardly stir any trouble, for during the day, Yi Feng, Susan, Wang Zhihai, and Shunan, these key figures, would be awake. Even if Luo Ying had intentions of mischief, they could swiftly quell any nascent plans. Despite accepting Luo Ying, Wang Zhihai remained cautious. A prudent approach that won Yi Feng's admiration. As for the others, Yali, Lofier, and Benfa Longli Geli, your names are rather lengthy. From now on, I shall only refer to the first 4 syllables. Is that agreeable to everyone? Wang Zhihai proposed. Some indigenous names were excessively long, as length often signified the honor one had amassed among their people, making them more impressive. Yet, Yi Feng's team valued simplicity and directness. In the woods along the shore, Over 90 Cloud Mountain cavalrymen sat. They had embarked on this journey with a month's worth of provisions, of which only 10 days remained, necessitating a frugal rationing to return home. However, given the current trajectory, their return seemed a futile endeavor. After all, this mission not only failed to rescue the family members, but also resulted in the capture of the eldest son. Therefore, upon their return, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Chapter 359. Submission to circumstances. Tie and wash. You now hold the highest rank among us. What course of action shall we pursue next? A knight inquired. There remains but one course of action: to unite these Montenegrins and construct 100 canoes, then, under the cover of night, launch an assault upon the great ship. Otherwise, should we return in our current state, the Hal family will ensure our demise. Even if they were to show leniency, the Beastmaster would not spare us. Remarked the Fire Serpent. The knights fell into a contemplative silence, each one longing for their wives and children back home. If they failed to return as scheduled, their families would suffer dire consequences. Though they were knights of the Cloud Mountain tribe, they were, in essence, part of an oppressed class. Yet they found solace in their ability to bully the indigenous people of the 7 great tribes, which bestowed upon them a sense of superiority. Let us organize these Montenegrins. Their chieftain is dead, and they must now heed our command. Indeed, I shall take the lead. In the dead of night, 10 great bonfires blazed within the woods, and over 1,000 Montenegrins stood obediently beside the flames, awaiting the Fire Serpent's inspection. Your chieftain is no more. Now, you shall heed my instructions, the Fire Serpent. Construct canoes for us, and if we succeed in seizing the great ship, it holds an abundance of food and the means for fishing. Henceforth, you shall be esteemed as benefactors of the Cloud Mountain tribe. I will duly report your contributions to the High Priest and Chieftain, granting you legitimate status within our tribe. The Fire Serpent deftly lured the Montenegrins with the prospect of belonging to the Cloud Mountain tribe. Indeed, the prominent leaders among them displayed a flicker of interest, their eyes gleaming with ambition. Who among the denizens of the Cloud Mist Mountains would not desire to join the Cloud Mountain tribe? Once they became Cloud Mountain people, they could justly intimidate members of other tribes. As for Yi Feng's team, they had only heard whispers of the benefits, never having experienced them firsthand. Naturally, their allegiance lay with the Cloud Mountain tribe, which held greater prestige. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I will instruct them to commence logging immediately to prepare for the assault on Yi Feng's great ship. One of the prominent leaders of the Montenegrins knelt before the Fire Serpent. Excellent. What is your name? Inquired the Fire Serpent with a smile. In response to the esteemed elder, I am called Bopyra. Bopyra, your people are now without a chieftain. Henceforth, I declare you the chieftain of the Montenegrins, proclaimed the Fire Serpent. To him, the other tribes were hardly regarded as equals. In times of great calamity, they would be the first to be sacrificed. Ah, thank you, esteemed elder. Bopyra rose, casting a glance towards his fellow Montenegrins. Have you all heard? From this day forth, I, Bopyra, am the chieftain of the Montenegrins. I command you to labor through the night, felling trees and hollowing them out, to prepare for the great battle of the Cloud Mountain tribe. Bopyra raised his curved blade high. However, the other prominent leaders regarded him with discontent, feeling unjustly subordinated despite their previous equality. As for the ordinary Montenegrins, they lacked even the strength to raise a hand. Respected new chieftain, we are currently famished and weak. Would you kindly request some sustenance from the elders of the Cloud Mountain tribe? Otherwise, without food, we cannot work. A Montenegrin timidly stepped forward. Bopala's expression darkened as he turned to face his formidable ally, the Fire Serpent. Indeed, the Fire Serpent wore a displeased countenance, and in that instant, Bopala grasped the sentiments of his superior. Are you suggesting that one must consume sustenance before finding the strength to labor? With a smile, Bopala approached, gently pulling forth the leader of the Black Mountain tribe. Yes, indeed. The Black Mountain leader felt a sinking sensation in his heart, an ominous premonition creeping over him. Very well, your proposal is quite commendable. Without warning, Bopala drew his curved blade, and with a swift motion, a severed head tumbled to the ground. The face frozen in astonishment even in death. He could not comprehend why his newly appointed chief had resorted to such lethal measures without affording him a chance. After dispatching his kin, Bopala triumphantly raised the severed head aloft. This individual claimed he needed to be well fed to prepare canoes for our esteemed leader. What are you all waiting for? This is your meal. With that, he cast the head at their feet and cleaved it in twain with his blade. His brutal actions left the prominent leaders of the Black Mountain tribe pale with dread, their fury stifled. As for the common tribesmen, their reactions varied widely. Some were ashen. Others recoiled in terror, some had bloodshot eyes, and others remained mute. Work hard, or this will be your fate. Bapala gestured to the headless corpse on the ground. The Black Mountain tribesmen exchanged blank stares, resigned to obediently grasp their blades. Chapter 360. Descending into madness in the snowy forest under the cloak of night. Mighty trees fell one after another, accompanied by the weary and famished laborers of the Black Mountain tribe. When calamity struck, their lives were worth less than vermin. Strive diligently. Before dawn, we must construct 100 canoes for our esteemed leader's warfare. Furthermore, we must stand at the forefront to shield our leader from the weapons aboard the great ships. Bapala barked commands amidst the throng, exuding an air of arrogance derived from his alliance. Some spirited Black Mountain tribesmen gritted their teeth, yearning to rend him limb from limb. Yet deterred by the presence of 100 soldiers from the Cloud Mountain tribe at his back, they refrained from rash actions. In stark contrast, the Cloud Mountain soldiers lounged by the fire, adopting various comfortable postures, laughing and chatting, entirely dismissing the Black Mountain tribe as inconsequential. Bapala, come here. The fire serpent beckoned to the newly appointed chief of the Black Mountain tribe. Yes, esteemed leader. With an erect posture, Bapala hastened over, bending slightly as he approached. This piece of meat is a reward for you. You have performed admirably. Continue in this manner. The fire serpent patted him on the shoulder. Indeed. It is my utmost fortune to serve our esteemed leader, Bapala replied, clutching the roasted meat, tears streaming down his face unbidden. He felt as though he had ascended into high society. Surely, after this ordeal, he would gain legal status among the Cloud Mountain tribe, becoming a nobleman of the Cloud Mountain people. The dawn soon broke, and Feng navigated the warship to the shore, gazing curiously at the forest. Could it be that the Black Mountain people were so spineless? They lacked any semblance of bloodlust. Feng's face was a mask of incredulity. Brother Feng, let it go. Since the Black Mountain tribe lacks the courage to resist, it is better to let them perish. We cannot hold their hands through everything, can we? A race must rise on its own. If you forcibly drag them upward, they will label you as an invader, Cheng Li Bean advised. Is it really that serious? Feng responded. Do you recall the history of our civilized society? Before MacArthur entered the island nation, its people united in hatred, wanting nothing more than to tear him apart. Yet, when he truly arrived, they revered him as a father. Do you know why? Cheng Li Bean inquired. I am not well versed in that history, Feng admitted. It is because MacArthur shattered the people's worship of the emperor, revealing that he too was merely human, small in stature, not a divine reincarnation. Brother Feng, if you attempt to aid them, it may cost us dearly. Should you fail, they will still brand you as an invader. MacArthur was revered as the father of the island nation only because he succeeded. What do you seek? Cheng Li Bean explained. What you say seems to hold some truth. Very well, let us wait on the warship for 2 days. If after 2 days, they still do not dare to resist the Yunshan tribe, then there will be no need to support them. Let them face extinction, Feng concluded, taking a seat at the ship's railing. On the shore, 20 members of the Black Mountain tribe were dragged out. At Bobira's command, 20 heads rolled onto the ground. These are the slowest workers from last night. You failed to complete the task assigned by the Lord of the Upper Tribe. So I demand you forego sleep and continue crafting the canoes, Bobira shouted from atop a stone. These Black Mountain individuals had labored through the night, yet the following day, they were deprived of food and rest. Some gripped their curved blades tightly. What are you staring at? Keep working. We must complete the Lord of the Upper Tribe's task. Bobira pointed his blade toward the trees. Bobira, you traitor of the Black Mountain tribe. You have betrayed your own kin. At that moment, a woman emerged. Having worked through the night, now unable to stand. Bobira's expression turned cold. You wretched dog of the Yunshan tribe. To curry favor with them. You torment your own people like cattle. You are unworthy of being our chief. I curse you. May maggots crawl from your eyes, your nostrils, and your mouth. The woman spat, her words laced with madness. Not good. She has consumed the brains of her own kin. She has contracted that vile disease. A native stepped back in terror. Chapter 361. Kneeling before Feng. What? The soldiers of the Yunshan tribe stood up, distancing themselves from the woman. Bobira was equally taken aback. Quickly, kill her and bury the body. We must prevent her from infecting others. As he spoke, Bobira retreated incessantly, as though a foul stench lay before him. Whenever a significant natural disaster occurs, this peculiar affliction manifests, a phenomenon that the inhabitants of the cloud mist mountains have come to anticipate. However, others shun it entirely, daring not to approach the woman in question. Suddenly, an arrow shot from a distance, ending her life abruptly. The fire snake withdrew his bow, his expression darkening ominously. Black Mountain Chief, instruct them to continue their labor. He commanded. Yes, esteemed one, replied Popala, pointing his curved blade. Procure timber and construct canoes. We must craft 100 vessels before nightfall, otherwise, execution awaits all. Yet, this time, his words fell on deaf ears. Over 1,000 Black Mountain tribesmen stood resolutely, their unwavering gazes fixed upon Popala. Brothers of the Black Mountain, cleanse the traitors. A prominent chieftain leaped forth, unsheathing his curved blade with a sharp sound. Where there was one, there soon followed others. Within moments, more than 40 rallied behind him. These individuals still possessed some mobility, whereas the rest struggled to walk, rendering any notion of rebellion utterly implausible. Popala might manage to contend with 1 or 2 chieftains, but against such a multitude of Black Mountain warriors rising in revolt, he found himself utterly powerless. Esteemed one, please assist me in quelling this insurrection, he implored, gradually retreating into the throng of the cloud mist people. You are utterly inept, unable to control even your own kin, the fire snake scoffed, though he nonetheless ordered his 90 knights to form ranks. Charge! The Black Mountain warriors, stirred by fervor, surged forth like an onrushing tide towards the armored legion. Their curved blades struck against armor, bending upon impact, while even high-quality blades splintered. Yet, the armored soldiers of the Cloud Mist tribe merely needed to swing their right arms lightly to claim the lives of Black Mountain warriors. The disparity in their armaments was of such magnitude that describing it as a dimensional assault would not be an exaggeration. Tribal kin, unleash the pride of the Black Mountain. Even in death, we must eradicate these demons of the Cloud Mist. A chieftain's rallying cry was abruptly silenced as his head fell to the ground. The iron torrent of 90 men swept through all it encountered, leaving a bloody path in its wake. Some Black Mountain tribesmen fought while retreating, quickly emerging from the woods onto the ice. On the deck, Feng observed the battlefield through a telescope. Indeed, the Black Mountain people possess some spirit. They have finally clashed with the Cloud Mist tribe. Feng handed the telescope to Chun and Brother Feng. Those Cloud Mist warriors are clad in armor, wielding heavy firearms, and mounted on horseback. Once on the ice, the cavalry's might will reach its zenith. I fear that those 1,000 Black Mountain warriors stand no chance against a mere 100 Cloud Mist cavalry, Chun remarked. Chun Libin took the telescope next. Chun is right. Cavalry can unleash their full combat potential in open terrain. Now that the Black Mountain warriors have retreated onto the ice, are they not destined for slaughter? Perhaps we should assist them with artillery? Just 3 shots could decimate half of the 100 cavalry. The remaining can be dealt with by the Black Mountain warriors, Tuba proposed, haunted by memories of the time when the Ga tribe slaughtered their own kin. No. Feng shook his head firmly. I have reiterated countless times that unless the enemy poses a direct threat to our lives, not a single round from the cannon shall be fired. Just look at them. Even if they were all bound together, their worth would not exceed that of a single cannonball. Although Feng's words may seem harsh, they are indeed the truth. Cannonballs are a non-renewable resource, whereas the indigenous people can reproduce ceaselessly. Thus, their values are fundamentally incomparable. Furthermore, after the battle on the deck, they have expended over 50 rounds, leaving them with a limited supply. Very well. Tuba nodded, aware of the preciousness of the cannon. As long as we possess this weapon, even the most formidable foe will be reduced to mere fragments. At that moment, Baichushua approached. Brother Feng, look at the firearm I have developed. With that, she handed a tube to Feng. Upon inspection, Feng realized it was merely a steel pipe, with gunpowder placed at the bottom and iron sand atop. It was even more rudimentary than the most primitive firearm. Can this be used? Feng inquired. It is over 70 meters from the shore. You may give it a try, Baichushua replied. Feng nodded, shouldering the steel pipe like a rocket launcher. Baichushua ignited the fuse with a torch. With a sudden puff, Feng felt a jolt in his shoulder as flames erupted from the firearm. However, this weapon was only effective in close combat. For although its destructive range was considerable, its effective distance was tragically short. It could only slay foes within a 10-meter radius. The farther away, the weaker its impact. Was this not a primitive shotgun? Moreover, it required 2 operators, one to aim and another to ignite, which was quite laborious. It needed refinement in due time. Feng cast the firearm aside. "Brother Feng, try this next," Bai Chushua said, handing him a round ceramic jar. "What is this?" Feng asked, bewildered by the jar, which was larger than his fist. Inside were gunpowder and sharp pebbles, along with a fuse. "Ignite the fuse and toss this jar into the cavalry ranks. It will disrupt their formation," Bai Chushua explained. Let me give it a go." Feng ignited the fuse and swung his right arm in a wide arc whoosh. The jar landed squarely on the ice. A soldier glanced down at the hissing jar, unable to resist picking it up to inspect the smoking section. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted. My face, my eyes, my hand." The soldier screamed in agony, tumbling off his goat and rolling desperately on the ice. Was this all? Feng was greatly disappointed, having expected to shred the cavalry, only to see it merely injure the man's face. The explosive power was insufficient, and the jar's lack of airtightness prevented the rapid release of greater energy. Bai Chushua regarded the other handmade grenade in her possession. "With time to study, I believe our gunpowder will eventually reach the level of grenades." After saying this, Feng turned his gaze once more to the chaotic chase on the ice. The Black Mountain people were utterly defenseless, forced to flee frantically across the ice. Yet, they had scarcely covered a few dozen meters before the pursuing cavalry turned them into mere pulp. How tragic! Feng shook his head. Though he was not a malevolent individual, he was certainly no pushover. If the Black Mountain tribe proved to be so feeble, he deemed it unnecessary to recruit them. 5,000 sheep could not rival 5 mighty lions. Feng sought lions, not the meek sheep of the Black Mountain tribe. Feng, please save us. We beseech you." At that moment, a Black Mountain tribesman rushed to the riverbank and knelt before Feng. Chapter 362, The Current is Swift. "Alien, please save us, or our Black Mountain clan shall face annihilation." Another tribesman knelt at the river's edge. Feng recognized him as a prominent chief who had once aided in the slaughter of his kin. Remarkably, within a mere day, he found himself kneeling before Feng. "Alien, rescue us, and we shall pledge our allegiance to you." Yet another chief knelt by the riverbank. "I regret to inform you that I lack the capacity to assist. At most, I can release a few arrows," Feng replied, gesturing ahead. The individuals on the deck immediately lined up, drawing their bows towards the heavens, prepared to launch projectiles in a parabolic arc to strike the cavalry of the Yunshan tribe behind. Release. Dozens of arrows ascended into the sky, only to descend upon the cavalry's encampment. With a cacophony of clashing metal, the arrows were thwarted by armor, leaving the cavalry unscathed. After all, Feng utilized stone-tipped arrows, which were incapable of breaching the cavalry's protective gear. However, a hapless goat was struck in the eye, collapsing to the ground in convulsions, causing its rider to tumble off in a most undignified manner. The cavalry, undeterred, surged towards the riverbank, unleashing a massacre that stained the waters crimson. Some Black Mountain tribesmen, gritting their teeth, leapt into the river, swimming towards Feng's vessel. Yet, after just a few meters, they were frozen stiff, swept downstream by the current. "Keep going. If you can reach within 20 meters of the ship, I will throw you a rope," Feng exclaimed, grasping the rope, which was a mere 20 meters long. Beyond that distance, he could do little more. The Black Mountain tribesmen appeared to glimpse hope, shedding their hides and plunging into the river. "Go, Black Mountain tribe, go!" Ding Tuanshuan, accompanied by Xiao Ilian, took on the role of cheerleaders on the deck. One chief, displaying commendable strength, managed to swim within 50 meters of the vessel. However, as he attempted to move his arms, he discovered his joints had frozen. "Why, Feng, I have made it," the chief called out. But the river's current soon swept him away. "All right, I shall save you." Feng vigorously tossed the rope, but his aim fell short. "My apologies, I missed you," Feng said, a look of regret etched upon his face. "Feng, you?" Despair flickered in the chief's eyes as he allowed the river to carry him downstream. Time flowed slowly, and though 70 Black Mountain tribesmen leapt into the water, none reached the ship. They perished, frozen in their futile struggle. Meanwhile, the slaughter on the riverbank drew to a close. The cavalry of the Yunshan tribe mercilessly overwhelmed the Black Mountain tribesmen. Some were slain on the spot, while others fled into the woods. Some ran upstream, and others downstream. Before long, only 90 knights of the Yunshan tribe remained on the ice, alongside the new chieftain of the Haishan tribe, Bobila. Of course, there were still a few Haishan people in the woods. but they had succumbed to hunger and were rendered incapable of movement, waiting helplessly for death. Old Cheng, let us return to Hot Spring Island. The Haitian tribe has been annihilated. Feng sighed deeply. At that moment, a knight suddenly approached on the ice. Upon reaching the riverbank, he removed his helmet, revealing long hair. To Feng's astonishment, it was a female knight, her gaze sharp and penetrating, even more so than Susan's, exuding an aura of lethal intent honed through years of combat. Feng, we cannot return to the Yunshan tribe. If you provide us with food, we shall protect you. The female knight called out to the deck. Feng could scarcely believe his ears. Chunin, did I hear her correctly? Did she say they would protect me? Feng inquired of Chunin. Ha, indeed. They actually wish to protect us? Chunin laughed, clutching his stomach. Once Feng was certain he had not misheard. He shouted back at the ice, thank you for the Yunshan tribe's kindness, but I am doing quite well at the moment, with food, drink, and even a warship. I do not require protection, and I fear I cannot afford to hire you as bodyguards. As he concluded, Feng spread his hands in a gesture of finality. Laughter erupted among those on the deck. The female knight, clearly lacking in eloquence, pondered for a moment before responding. Feng, the Yunshan tribe's retaliation will not cease. This time, we number 400 knights, but next time, it is likely the great beast master will personally intervene, and you will not be able to withstand him. Only by supporting us, the 200 cavalry, will you possess the strength needed. 200 cavalry? Feng's expression was one of skepticism. At that moment, Luoying spoke up, Brother Feng, do not listen to her nonsense. The Yunshan people are fond of exaggeration. They may claim to be thousands strong when, in fact, they are merely hundreds, primarily for intimidation. I see, akin to Cao Cao's claim of an army of 800,000, when in reality it is fewer than 100,000. Feng grasped the situation, realizing that the strategic thinking here was still rooted in the late Eastern Han dynasty. If the great beast master wishes to come, let him come. I am unafraid. As for your 200 cavalry, I fear I cannot afford to support you. You should return whence you came. Upon finishing, Feng instructed Cheng Li Bin to turn the warship around. On the shore, the female knight watched Feng depart, only to ride back into the woods atop a goat. As she entered the forest, she found the Tianhua snake waiting for her. Harmukyu, what did the outsider say? The Tianhua snake inquired. The outsider was quite arrogant, unwilling to provide us with food or accept our protection, Harmukyu replied. Humph. The Tianhua snake paced beside the fire with arms crossed behind his back. How much food do we have left? He asked again. Great chief, the remaining jerky, if rationed, will last for 3 days, came the response. Only 3 days of rations left. We have no choice. Gather everyone. We must devise a strategy to seize the outsider's great ship within 3 days, or we shall have to return and face punishment. Thus, a large group of armored warriors gathered around, with Bobila squeezing in as well. Just moments ago, he had received the Tianhua snake's acknowledgement, officially becoming a member of the Yunshan tribe. I find it rather impractical to row to the island across the ice. The current is too swift, and we might be swept away by the waters before we even reach the hot spring island. I concur, and even if we managed to reach the island, we would have exhausted a significant portion of our strength, leaving us uncertain of the presence of formidable foes there. What shall we do then? Tianhuash glanced at his advisors. Perhaps we should travel upstream along the tributary for 5 kilometers, utilizing the momentum of the current to surge directly onto the island. By the time they react, we would already have landed, and with our prowess, as long as half of our number reaches the shore, the foreign tribesmen would be unable to resist. Furthermore, we could liberate those imprisoned on the island. A knight proposed this suggestion. Badenov, your suggestion is excellent. Let us carry the canoe upstream under the cover of night to deceive the eyes of the foreign tribesmen, Tianhuash declared, rising to his feet. In truth, there were still some Black Mountain tribesmen lurking around the forest, but they were mostly too famished to be of any use. Without further ado, over 90 knights hoisted 20 canoes and made their way upstream. Chapter 363. Can we not sleep in vain? Nightfall arrived swiftly, and a party commenced in the large pavilion on the hot spring island. Luoying and 4 other women also joined the festivities. Unlike before, when they served as waitresses responsible for pouring wine and serving dishes, this time was different. 7 other female captives had taken their places, attending to their needs. Moreover, there were 7 robust male captives, their mouths watering as they gazed at the array of delicacies in the pavilion, nearly drooling. Occasionally, when they carried leftover food to the kitchen, they could sneak a few bites. Was this life not far superior to that in the tribe? Meanwhile, Xiao Feng entered the gathering of heroes, causing an instant stir among the renowned figures, who parted to create a path for him. However, to their astonishment, the Khitan warrior Xiao Feng was cradling a gravely injured maiden in his arms. Wang Zhihai, with fervor, recounted the tale of Xiao Feng's battle at the gathering of heroes. The natives listened with hearts ablaze, their eyes wide as saucers. The 14 captives in the pavilion were equally captivated, deliberately squeezing into the crowd to serve drinks while keenly attuned to the story. Wang Zhihai had been narrating demigods and semi-devils for several evenings, and tonight was poised to reach its climax. Even Yi Feng pushed his way into the throng, eager to learn Wang Zhihai's atmospheric techniques. What an enchanting tale! Xiao Feng is indeed a true hero, more admirable than the bravest warriors in our tribe, remarked one native. No, I perceive not only Xiao Feng's bravery but also his tenderness. Such a man is truly worthy of respect, chimed in another native. Wang Zhihai struck the wooden board with emphasis. The three brothers were the first to engage, yet they were no match for Xiao Feng, who swiftly dispatched them with ease. Inside the room, Zhu listened to her beloved fighting for her, unable to contain her emotions as she opened the window, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, someone attempted to harm Zhu, but how could Xiao Feng allow this? He leaped into the room without hesitation. He understood that even if he knelt and pleaded for mercy, those individuals would not spare him or Zhu. Thus, Xiao Feng cradled Zhu in his left arm, raised his right palm, and stepped steadily towards the outside of the manor. Amidst a flurry of blood and flesh, Xiao Feng, fueled by rage, astonishingly fought off 100 foes single-handedly. Eventually, several masters joined forces against him, causing Xiao Feng to expel a mouthful of blood. Wang Zhihai's eloquence stirred the emotions of the indigenous people to a fever pitch. Luo Ying was already in tears. Zhu was so fortunate to have a man willing to battle the world's heroes on her behalf. No, please don't let Xiao Feng die, she cried. Indeed, how could such a hero perish? A captive shouted involuntarily. Swiftly, dozens of gazes turned towards him. Startled, he lowered his head, realizing he was merely a servant. If only I were a citizen of Hot Spring Island, I could join them in shouting for Xiao Feng. The male captive gazed enviously at the citizens of Hot Spring Island gathered in the pavilion. All of this was keenly observed by Yi Feng, who felt an increasing sense of hope for the days to come. Once the time was ripe, he planned to assign these 14 assimilated captives to undertake perilous tasks. Upon their success, he believed they could be integrated into his team. Perhaps their mindset was still somewhat rigid, but that was of little concern. They could be gradually assimilated within the group. Well, that concludes today's tale. To learn what transpires next, please await the next installment, Wang Zhihai declared, slamming his palm down on the table, signaling the end of the session. Hey, me? You can't do this. You must finish the story. Did Xiao Feng survive the encounter at the Gathering of Heroes Manor? The captive interjected urgently. Do not forget your position. You are merely our captive and have no authority to demand I continue, Wang Zhihai retorted, picking at his teeth. At that moment, Shannon approached, saying, Deputy Leader, everyone is thoroughly engrossed. You should continue the tale. Chun En's words carried significant weight. Very well. Since Chun En is a citizen of Hot Spring Island and has made a strong request, I shall complete the account of the Gathering of Heroes Manor. Wang Zhihai resumed his narrative. The captives quickly gathered around, listening intently to the story. Upon its conclusion, a group of over 10 captives convened, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. Truly, one must possess citizenship. Look at how a single word from a citizen prompted Wang Zhihai to launch into the next chapter. While we remain utterly disregarded, they resolved to seek out Feng Ge and inquire if there were any expedient means to obtain citizenship, willing even to slay their own kin if necessary. Hot Spring Island was simply too wonderful, akin to paradise. Just as this group of captives was plotting, Shi Zhengliang suddenly approached, holding the hand of a tall woman. Feng Ge, Sister Susan, Deputy Leader, today I have joyous news to announce. This is Angelia, and I wish to marry her, making her my wife. Upon finishing his declaration, Shi Zhengliang tightly grasped the indigenous woman's hand. The two had been together for some time, and they were finally reaping the fruits of their love. Yi Feng hurried over to embrace Shi Zhengliang. Congratulations, Shi. And to you, sister-in-law, my heartfelt congratulations. Yi Feng expressed sincerely. After establishing a family, these men can finally settle their hearts. Sure, congratulations to you, and to your sister-in-law as well. Susan also extended her warm wishes. It was now Wang Zhihai's turn to speak. Feng sure is one of us, and it is essential to host a wedding for them. Only through this ceremony can their offspring become citizens of our Warm Springs Island. What do you think? That's a good point, but we lack the essentials here. No pastor, no church, no flowers, no wedding dress. Yifeng shrugged. Simple. We shall leave that to us women. Susan remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Yifeng, causing him to hurriedly lower his head. After cohabiting with Susan for so long, it seemed only right to provide her with some clarity. It wouldn't be fair to take advantage of her, would it? Chenin was filled with excitement. Even Shizheng Liang had found a wife. He too must strive for the same. But whom should he pursue? He took a step towards Qiu Shui. Qiu Shui, are you free tonight? Come to my room. My bed is quite large and comfortable, Chenin said with a greasy smile. A sharp slap echoed as it connected with Chun An's face. Not only him, but the other men also began to seek their lifelong partners. Captain Tuba, would you like to join me for a drink? A female wildling grasped Tuba's hand. I may not have time for a drink, but for other activities, I am available. Before long, the two had retreated to a room. Shuang Shui sat in the corner sipping her drink, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yifeng. After seeing Susan take the bride away for preparations, she approached quietly. Feng may I? Shuang Shui's eyes sparkled as she nodded toward her room. Yifeng, enticed by her alluring fragrance, could not deny the stirring within him. However, he was now nominally married to Susan, although they had not yet completed the wedding ceremony. Such conduct felt inappropriate. I, Yifeng, am an upstanding man. You ought to seek someone else, he said with great difficulty. Come on, I know what you're thinking. Your eyes have betrayed you, Shuang Shui insisted, pulling Yifeng toward her room. Women are sensitive creatures. Over the past few days, Yifeng had stolen glances at Shuang Shui's silhouette, and her keen intuition had picked up on it. Hesitantly, Yifeng entered Shuang Shui's room, and his true nature soon revealed itself. Moments later, the room was filled with all manner of sounds, accompanied by Shuang Shui's blissful cries. Since her husband, Luke, had been transformed into a vengeful king, she had remained in mourning for quite some time. Thus, her desires were intense, granting Yifeng an unprecedented experience. In the corner, Nair Maisie sat alone, having witnessed Yifeng and Shuang Shui enter the room, yet feeling unable to intervene. At this moment, she thought of her husband, Masakong. Although she sought to leverage Masakong for her own financial independence, the bond they shared through their child still lingered. In the Yunwu Mountains, Masakong knelt at the entrance of the Yunshan tribe, draped in a thick bear skin. Since Duoyan Hina departed from the Gehe tribe, he has been devoid of support. To preserve his life, he could only flee upstream, leading a feral existence. Now, his beard nearly reaches his chest, his disheveled hair cascades to his shoulders, and his eyes are dim and lifeless. He traversed from the Black Tree River to the Misty Mountains over the course of 2 full months, inquiring along the way until he finally located the Yunshan tribe. During his journey, he passed through several small tribes, yet their inhabitants had mostly vacated. For the entire Misty Mountains and Black Tree River region had been stripped of sustenance. It was rumored that only the Yunshan tribe still possessed provisions. Should they refuse to share, the people of these small tribes would have no choice but to venture further north. This world is peculiar. The farther north one travels, the warmer it becomes, while the south grows increasingly frigid. A member of the Yunshan tribe approached, gazing at the kneeling Masakong. Which tribe do you hail from? You do not appear to be from the Misty Mountains. This little leader possessed some discernment. I am not of the Misty Mountains. I have heard of your defeats against the Yifeng of the Black Tree River. I am a kin of Yifeng, yet now I find myself his adversary. Provide me with food, and I shall reveal to you how that great ship was able to set sail, Masakong weakly stated. Oh, bring him to meet the great Beastmaster, was the response. Shortly thereafter, Masakong was mounted upon a goat, making his way toward a stone hall. How do you feel? Shuang Shui lay atop Yifeng's chest, exuding a potent fragrance. I feel quite well, and you? Yifeng gently inhaled the scent of her hair. The woman was indeed captivating. I feel even better, Yifeng. Would you consider making me your wife? I have been the chief's wife before and know how to lead a team. Shuang Shui whispered into Yifeng's ear. Yifeng was instantly jolted awake, pushing Shuang Shui away. Are you jesting? If I were to make you my wife, wouldn't Susan incite chaos in the backyard? Your intentions are quite clear. If that is your aim, you would do well to tread carefully, for I cannot reign in Susan. Yifeng warned, his tone cautious. Fear not, I merely spoke in jest. If you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. I only hope you can grant me joy once every 5 days, Shuangxue replied, once again throwing herself upon Yi Feng. Is that so? Then I may still acquiesce to your request. Yi Feng sighed in relief. By the way, what time is it now? Yi Feng glanced toward the window, where darkness enveloped the outside world. You and I have been in this room for 7 hours. In 2 hours, dawn will arrive, Shuangxue informed him. She, too, had attended classes with Su Yun and could now converse in the language of civilized society. Then let us rest a while longer. Otherwise, we shall lack energy for tomorrow. Yi Feng chuckled, wrapping Shuangxue in animal hides. Just then, he suddenly perked up. Shuangxue, did you hear any unusual sounds? Yi Feng inquired. No, did you? Shuangxue countered. Wait, I shall go investigate. With that, Yi Feng donned his animal hide, armed himself, and stealthily exited the room. Pushing open the door, he found himself in a long corridor, where a fire pit was positioned every 5 meters, ensuring a warm atmosphere within. As Yi Feng traversed the corridor towards the dining hall, he momentarily paused. To his astonishment, the sentinels on duty this evening were soundly asleep within the dining area, one of them even wrapped around a woman. Cursing under his breath, Yi Feng was about to charge forward when a sudden thought struck him. He quickly gathered some snowflakes from outside and hurled them directly at the necks of the slumbering guards. Hiss! Oh, it's so cold! The 3 sentinels and the indigenous woman jolted awake simultaneously. You 3, how dare you bring a woman during your watch? Get outside and patrol immediately. Tomorrow, I shall inform your captain to deal with you appropriately, Yi Feng admonished angrily. Yes, Brother Feng, we shall depart at once. The 3 men hurriedly opened the dining hall door, a gust of cold wind sweeping in, causing Yi Feng to shiver. After securing the door, the indigenous woman unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Yi Feng's neck. Brother Feng, could you bring me joy? I apologize, but I must inspect the various posts. As for matters of pleasure, let us discuss them when I have the time, Yi Feng replied, pushing her away and stepping onto the snow-covered ground to patrol the hot spring island. On a low hill, there was a lookout post. Its elevated position offered a panoramic view of the entire island. He promptly ascended the wooden ladder. Before him stood a long spear adorned with a hide, resembling a sentinel from a distance. Damn it, have these indigenous people learned to be lazy? Surely, this is Chunan's influence. Yi Feng fumed, storming into the wooden hut and tossing the slacking indigenous guard outside. Brother Feng, I apologize. 2 female captives sought me earlier, and I couldn't keep up. So I dozed off for a moment. The guard stammered, hurriedly donning his hide. He feared Yi Feng would revoke his tribal membership, as being a part of Hot Spring Island was far superior to his previous tribe. Here, not only did they work a mere 8 hours a day, but his status as a citizen also led many female captives to willingly offer their affections. He felt as though his previous life had been in vain. You lazy good-for-nothing. Report to Susan tomorrow for 30 lashes. Yi Feng glared at him, his gaze surveying the entirety of Hot Spring Island. The island had nearly completed its construction. Any further developments would necessitate raising the height of the structures. Suddenly, Yi Feng's eyes widened in alarm. Beneath the azure sky, countless canoes were drifting downstream, their speed reaching 5 knots per hour. An enemy attack, Yi Feng bellowed. On the deck, the dozing cannon operator instantly awoke and frantically grabbed his binoculars to survey the surroundings. Upstream, you fools, upstream. Alba hurriedly adjusted the cannon, aiming it toward the upstream position. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon at the bow fired 3 shots, igniting a frenzy across the entire Hot Spring Island. The canoes could not withstand the onslaught of the cannon fire. Each shot almost capsized a canoe, which carried 4 to 5 riders from the Yunshan tribe. Lazy bums. Row harder. The sight of the few riders plunging into the water made Tian Hua's heart bleed, forcing him to vent his frustration upon Bobila. Being an indigenous person, it was Alba's first time operating the cannon, resulting in 2 shots missing their mark. In that fleeting moment, countless canoes collided with the edge of Hot Spring Island, while some veered away, rushing downstream. With a resounding crash, a multitude of Yunshan tribe knights stormed onto the island, brandishing their curved blades. Yi Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily fled northward. Cries for help echoed in a cacophony. The fire serpent dispatched 2 foes with lethal precision, forcefully kicking open a cell door. Inside the cell, 2 stoves flickered warmly, the surroundings impeccably tidy, accompanied by more than 20 double-decker wooden beds. A clattering of iron chains filled the air as 50 captives simultaneously rose, gazing vacantly at the fire serpent. "Are you captives of Yi Feng?" the fire serpent inquired, though the chains around their ankles rendered the question redundant. "I shall sever your chains," he proclaimed, charging forward with 5 subordinates, their high-quality curved blades slicing through the shackles with ease. In a matter of moments, all 50 captives regained their freedom. "I am a knight of the Hal family from the Yunshan tribe, currently acting as the chief. I command you to eradicate the indigenous people on this island and seize the great ship. Success will earn you the respect of our tribe. Elevating you to an esteemed clan," the fire serpent declared loudly. However, the 50 captives exchanged glances, and in unison, they lunged at the fire serpent. Bang! Before the fire serpent could react, a powerful blow struck his chest. "You? Have you all gone mad?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "We are not mad, Yinshan scum. We were perfectly content as captives on Hot Spring Island. Why did you come to rescue us? Let us eliminate these Yunshan wretches, then we shall reattach our chains." The captives shouted as they surged forward. "Kill them without mercy," the fire serpent roared, engaging in a fierce battle with his 5 subordinates against the 50 captives. While he was formidable, these captives were elite fighters, and the clash was evenly matched. Elsewhere, the Yunshan Knights opened other cells. Over 300 captives were confined across 8 cells. This strategy had been devised before their departure, upon storming Hot Spring Island. Their first task was to liberate the captives and have them fight alongside Yi Feng's forces, while the elite would secure the grand ship. Yet, to their bewilderment, these captives suddenly turned against their rescuers. All 8 cells were emptied, and in a synchronized manner, the captives attacked the knights. Yi Feng, armed with a spear, watched in shock as this absurd scene unfolded. "What in the world? This is utterly ridiculous." After a moment, Susan and others joined him, equally astonished by the chaotic spectacle. "Brother Feng, have these captives lost their minds? Why are they battling the Yunshan people?" Chunin tightened his animal hide cloak. "Indeed, they must have lost their wits." Tuba nodded in agreement. This time, Yi Feng's forces refrained from intervening, as the 350 captives engaged in a skirmish with the Yunshan warriors, the captives gaining the upper hand at a ratio of 7-3. After all, there are only 90 knights from Yunshan, and a portion has been decimated by the artillery, while another segment has been swept downstream by the water. The true number of knights who have managed to ascend to Hot Spring Island is merely a modest 40. 350 elite soldiers against a mere 40 knights from Yunshan presents almost no suspense, especially considering the captives are unarmed. The battle continues to escalate, with some of the Yunshan people setting fires in an attempt to reduce Hot Spring Island to ashes. However, the captives refuse to comply. Upon encountering flames, they promptly send half of their number to extinguish the fire, fearful of incinerating their own cells. Dawn has finally passed, and the day has broken. The flame serpent gasps for breath, his curved blade riddled with chips and the edges curled in many places. He is utterly exhausted. He had just single-handedly battled 15 captives, managing to slay 3, yet the others employed a rotating tactic that drained his last reserves of strength. The other knights have long since collapsed to the ground. Were it not for their armor, they might have already been lifeless corpses. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yi Feng issued a command. "Capture them." The forces of Hot Spring Island surged forth, wielding their spears to subdue all the surviving knights. "Bring them to the center and make them kneel in a line," Yi Feng commanded. The captives instantly understood and dragged the 30-odd surviving armored men to Yi Feng's feet. However, each knight was breathless, their helmets fallen, and they lacked the strength to stand. The heavy armor, while protecting their bodies, was rapidly sapping their energy. "Who is the leader?" Yi Feng inquired, gazing at the group of new captives. The flame serpent clenched his teeth and remained silent. "Are you the esteemed Yi Feng?" One among them, the leader of the cavalry, identified himself as the flame serpent. Just then, a figure clad in animal skins leaped forth. "Bapala. And who might you be? You are unarmored and do not resemble the seasoned captives of Hot Spring Island." Yi Feng scrutinized Bapala. In truth, I hail from the Black Mountain tribe, coerced into attacking Hot Spring Island. However, I seized the opportunity to slay a knight. Thus, I have rendered service to Hot Spring Island." Bapala, with a glint of cunning, shifted all blame onto the knights. "What utter nonsense, Bapala, you spineless coward. You were the one who willingly aided us in the assault on Hot Spring Island." The flame serpent, seething with rage, struggled to his feet, seemingly intent on dispatching Bapala first. "Do you still wish to kill me?" Bapala, invigorated as he had been lurking at the back during the skirmish, finally saw an opportunity. He charged forward in a swift motion, delivering a fierce kick to the flame serpent's chest, pinning him beneath his foot. However, the flame serpent, being a master of beast taming, would not be so easily subdued. He seized Boppala's ankle and pressed it firmly to the ground. Clang! Chun struck the flame serpent's curved blade from his grasp. If you wish to fight, it must be without weapons. That would be fair. Deprived of his weapon, the flame serpent could only respond with his fists against Boppala. The two soon became entangled in a brawl, devoid of any semblance of martial finesse. This is utterly outrageous. Throw a few more punches, Tuba. Pierce through their phalanges, and then bind their feet with iron chains. Feng stifled a yawn and cast his gaze upon the group of seasoned captives. Chapter 366. No room for rebuttal. The captives felt a jolt of alarm and hastily squatted down to secure the iron shackles around their ankles. Brother Feng, this is not our doing. It was those individuals who severed the chains. However, we resisted temptation and did not flee. We are willing to remain your captives, declared a tall captive. A flicker of joy sparked within Feng, yet he recognized that the law was immutable. No part of it could be altered. At a crucial moment, you did not join in the massacre of the people on Hot Spring Island. Therefore, from this moment forth, you are free. Tomorrow, I shall have the kitchen prepare provisions for you, along with animal pelts to keep you warm, and then you shall return home, Feng stated solemnly. No, I refuse to go back. Brother Feng, I implore you, allow us to remain on Hot Spring Island, pleaded another. Indeed, there is food and drink here, and the cells are clean and warm, far superior to my tribe. I would rather die than leave. This group of captives had resorted to stubbornness. Silence. The law is the law. Although you previously attacked Hot Spring Island, you have now performed a meritorious act, balancing the scales of justice. Thus, I must send you home. Feng reiterated, shaking his head. At that moment, Chen's eyes flickered with a thought as he approached Wang Zhihai. Deputy Commander, the time has come to win the hearts of the people. Secretly tell those captives to commit minor offenses. This will extend their sentences, and they will surely be grateful to you, Chen whispered. Indeed, Chen, I shall remember this favor. Wang Zhihai nodded and ventured into the cluster of captives. Do not plead with Brother Feng. He is our authority and will not alter the law. However, I have a way for you to remain here. Simply commit small infractions, such as striking someone or causing minor disturbances. Bang! Ouch! You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? Wang Zhihai exclaimed, clutching his nose, astonished by the actions of the indigenous people. Charge! Over 300 captives converged, swiftly transforming Wang Zhihai's visage into a swollen mess. Ha ha ha! Oh my, this is too much. I can't breathe, my sides hurt from laughter. Chun guffawed, leaning against a spear. Just then, a fist came soaring from a distance, striking him squarely in the eye. The audacity of his laughter warranted a share of the punishment. The captives once again surged towards Chun, and 10 minutes later, they dispersed, leaving behind 2 battered individuals. Feng turned around, his expression one of exasperation as he regarded the captives. This is utterly unacceptable. Someone, take these captives back into confinement and extend each of their sentences by 2 years. Understood. Tuba responded, promptly executing the order. The captives rejoiced as they returned to their cells, though sleep eluded them. They needed to reattach their leg irons, striving to restore them to their former state. Broken chains could not suffice for Feng's captives. As dawn broke, Feng, accompanied by Logistics Minister Raimaizi, began assessing the damage from the battle. Only a few wooden huts had been destroyed, and the doors of the cells were also damaged. Arrange for the craftsmen to repair the locks on the cells. Feng instructed. Very well. Rimiko diligently took notes with a feathered quill. At that moment, a captive volunteered. Fenggu, allow me to handle the lock. The last one was utterly flimsy. It opened with just a gentle kick. This time, I plan to employ 3 locks to secure the cell completely. Very well. Proceed with it, and should you succeed, I shall restore your freedom, Feng replied, patting the captive on the shoulder. The captive was momentarily taken aback. By noon, the damage report was finally available. Fortunately, there were no significant issues, and Hot Spring Island was functioning normally. Additionally, they had seized 11 canoes. Let us head home. Feng yawned, returning to embrace Susan for a refreshing slumber. Upon awakening, it was already around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. The sky was a dull gray, with only a solitary, frigid sun hanging above, devoid of warmth. Summon those with flowers on their shoulders for a meeting, Feng instructed. After dinner, He gathered the senior staff in the newly established conference room adjacent to the dining area. The room featured a long table, with Feng seated at the head, Wang Zhihai at the leftmost position, and Susan at the rightmost. Following them were Cheng Libin, Shi Zhengliang, Rimiko, Bai Chuxue, Chunin, Tuba, and others. I believe there is no need to add a second floor to Hot Spring Island. Otherwise, the elevated structure would obstruct the view. However, we must find tasks for the over 300 captives. They cannot remain idle, Feng remarked. How about having them produce charcoal? Wang Zhihai suggested. Agreed. Let us assign 50 individuals to the shore to make charcoal. Susan, please take the minutes, Feng commanded. Understood, Susan nodded, picking up the quill. As Feng's personal secretary, only he had the authority to instruct her. What about the remaining captives? What tasks shall they undertake? Everyone. Consider if there are any further improvements needed, Feng inquired. Feng Gu, why not construct an additional auxiliary boat? We still have 300 captives who are not otherwise occupied, and there are towering trees along the shore. If our warship were ever destroyed, we would have an escape route, Chunin suggested, raising his hand. Silence. Wang Zhihai thundered, slamming the table. Am I mistaken? The warship is our foundation. Such ominous talk is unacceptable. His one eye blazed with fury, as if he wished to devour Chunin. All right. Deputy Commander Wang, please restrain yourself. Chunin is not entirely wrong. With only one warship at our disposal, it is indeed prudent to construct another vessel, Feng decisively announced, leaving Wang Zhihai no room for rebuttal. However, the ship we build this time must be substantial. Lao Cheng, with 300 laborers at your command. How large do you believe you can construct it? Feng inquired. Let me think. I recall there being a spruce tree upstream, large enough for several people to embrace. If we fell it entirely and used its trunk for the hull, we could create a ship over 40 meters long. While it may not rival a warship, it would certainly surpass the vessels of the Yunshan people, Cheng Libin replied. Why not construct an 80-meter-long ship, given that the spruce trees reach heights exceeding 100 meters? Chunin inquired. You must not have studied this subject, nor do you comprehend the principles of mechanics. An 80-meter vessel necessitates an iron keel. Otherwise, upon a mere collision with an iceberg, it would shatter into two parts. A 40-meter ship is preferable, as it is less prone to breakage, and its structural integrity would be considerably enhanced. In this regard, Cheng Libin possessed greater authority, leaving Feng to merely listen. The 40-meter hold must be crafted from solid timber, subsequently hollowing out the center of the spruce tree, atop which a deck would be laid, treated with oil, and an upper level constructed alongside the mast and sail preparations, while the bow would require reinforcement with a durable material. Chapter 367, An Unseen Encounter. When confronted with the warships of the Yunshan tribe in the future, a direct collision would suffice to shatter their vessels. Cheng Libin envisioned a splendid blueprint, captivating even Feng's attention. By the way, Old Cheng, what will power the 40-meter wooden ship? It cannot rely solely on manual rowing, can it? Feng queried. If that were the case, their newly constructed ship would hardly differ from the warships of the Yunshan tribe. No, a 40-meter vessel can indeed accommodate a steam engine. Our warship is equipped with 4 steam engine systems, and we shall utilize just 2 of them. We can simply dismantle one and install it onto the auxiliary ship, gradually restoring it afterward. The auxiliary ship is lighter, and even a single steam engine system would enable it to surpass the warship in speed, Cheng Libin replied. Excellent. Feng led the applause, the room resonating with the sound of flesh striking flesh. That evening, Feng hosted a grand banquet on Hot Spring Island for over 300 captives. After all, they had accomplished something noteworthy. A celebration was imperative to motivate their future endeavors. I hereby announce that the captives' dinner privileges are reinstated. Please, indulge yourselves without reservation, he declared. Upon hearing Feng's words, the captives could scarcely believe their ears. Eventually, the first captive began to eat, savoring every morsel. Shi Zhengliang sat beside Feng, visibly displeased. Brother Feng, does this not mean an increase in our kitchen workload? You must assign more personnel. We currently have only 10 in the kitchen, he remarked. Rest assured, I will select an additional 10 individuals from among the captives to serve as laborers, Feng assured him. That is more acceptable. Shi Zhengliang raised a goblet of fruit wine and downed it in one gulp. Brother Feng, you must try this. It bears a unique fragrance. Crafted from the foot of the frost and snow, Wang Zhihai suggested. What? From now on, this wine is exclusively for me. You are all forbidden to drink it. Yi Feng declared, cradling the entire barrel in his arms. Ah, I understand now. We shall refrain from drinking it in the future, Shi Zhongliang, astute in worldly matters, quickly discerned the underlying message. Once satiated, the captives had their shackles removed and filled the dining hall with song and dance. However, the majority gathered around Wang Zhihai, who had recently garnered a larger audience, necessitating that he raise his voice during storytelling to ensure all could hear. Let me tell you. As Yi Zhiping ventured into the wilderness, he beheld the serene figure of the little dragon girl, frozen in place. He realized that his divine muse had been rendered immobile by acupoint manipulation. With her back turned to him, she mistook him for Yang Guo and softly inquired, "Guo, have you returned so soon?" Yi Zhiping, hesitant to speak, yearned to respond but feared recognition. Instead, he retrieved a handkerchief and gently placed it over her face. A tumult of emotions surged within him. I shall have Yi Zhiping's head. I must have his head. He raged inwardly. He has sullied the purity of the little dragon girl with his presence. The captives, filled with righteous indignation, cast sharp glances at Wang Zhihai to discern what unfolds next. One must await the subsequent chapter. Tuba, swiftly escort me back, Wang Zhihai exclaimed, terrified of the wrath from the captives. Yi Feng took Wang Zhihai's place and addressed the captives. Good evening, esteemed captives. Tomorrow, I shall facilitate your return to shore. Fear not, for I do not intend to abandon you. Rather, I have a significant task for you. Upon completion, I shall select 30 individuals to vote, granting them the opportunity to become citizens of Hot Spring Island. As for the others, I shall draft contracts ensuring you no longer bear shackles. Every 3 years, you may choose to renew or depart, and your wages shall remain unaffected. Once I establish the currency, even if you leave Hot Spring Island, you may utilize the hot spring coins to procure food and engage in various transactions with me. The captives erupted with excitement, realizing they could remain here indefinitely. Initially, they had feared that upon completing their labor on Hot Spring Island, they would be deemed worthless and expelled by Yi Feng. Now, however, a more significant mission awaited them. Celebrations persisted until midnight, when Yi Feng instructed the captives to return. They lined up obediently, akin to ducks, dutifully entering their cells and ensuring the doors were securely locked to prevent any unauthorized exits. Yi Feng, however, could not afford to rest. In comparison to the Yunshan tribe, he remained in a position of stark disadvantage. At this juncture, he could initiate the issuance of currency and subsequently exert control over this bountiful land through credit, currency, and finance. Brother Feng, what shall we use to create the currency? We possess neither gold nor silver here, Chenin inquired. Brother Feng, I discovered a peculiar white stone beside the hot springs. When I broke it open, it revealed no impurities, and such stones are absent elsewhere. At least in the Heishu River region, Tuba remarked, placing a piece of the white stone on the table. Yi Feng examined it closely. Indeed, it was as pure as jade, with no trace of impurities at the fracture. He then handed the stone to Luoying. Luoying, as a native of the Yunwu Mountains, have you encountered such stones there? Luoying scrutinized the stone before passing it to her sisters. Never have I seen such a thing, she replied. None of us have, echoed her companions. The following day, Tuba was assigned to gather the white stones and break them into smaller pieces. In the future, the system would establish that 1 gram of white stone would equate to 1 hot spring coin. 10 hot spring coins could purchase 20 pounds of fish, 2 pounds of beast meat, or a large beast skin coat. Furthermore, 1 gram of hot spring coin could buy 5 pounds of iron, as well as salt and labor's wages, which would also be settled in hot spring coins. Yi Feng promptly outlined the task, although practical implementation would require considerable time for development. His primary objective was to exchange stones for iron, a scarce resource in this land. Once iron was secured, he could forge a fleet, craft weapons, and manufacture artillery and firearms. Naturally, trading stones for the Yunshan tribe's iron would not be readily accepted, but by linking the white stones to food, the trade could naturally extend to other domains. In essence, once the financial system was established, these seemingly worthless white stones could be exchanged for the most prized possessions of others: women, beast skins, meats, iron, gold, and labor. All could be settled with stones. The following morning, a warship arrived at the shore, carrying 300 captives. Chung Li Bin led them into the woods. On board, the artillery stood ready, prepared to provide immediate support to the shore in the event of danger. In the conference room, Wang Zhihai presided over the meeting. As Yi Feng had just been taken away by Shuang Shui, Chapter 368. Enveloping the entire valley from now on. I shall not only serve as the vice commander, but also as the minister of propaganda. The white stone, inherently devoid of value, must be heralded far and wide as something precious. It should be proclaimed that a man marrying a wife must present a fist-sized white stone as a testament to his sincerity. Additionally, the white stone symbolizes, the white stone endures through time, a legacy everlasting. We will start with our hot spring island. Shizhengliang. You are to prepare a white stone as part of the wedding trifecta: white stone, beast skin, and food for your future wife. Wang Zhihai gradually organized the chaotic information. How amusing. A mere stone has been elevated to divine status by your exaggerations. Does it also have aphrodisiac properties? Chenin mocked. You previously deceived me, and now you oppose me? I did not. I merely find your actions intolerable. There's no choice. I must strike you today. Guards, take Chenin outside and give him 20 lashes. Wang Zhihai slammed the table. Huh? Who dares? I am Feng Ji's confidant, and he recognizes me as his true brother. If you harm me, Feng Ge will seek retribution and may even dismiss you from your position, Wang Zhihai. Chenin retorted, unfazed. What are you all standing there for? Take him out and deliver the punishment. Before long, several natives dragged Chenin onto the deck, administering blows to his backside. Discipline reigned within Yi Feng's team. Wang Zhihai remained the vice commander and was the most powerful individual aside from Yi Feng and Susan. Even though Chenin was a confidant, he still fell under Wang Zhihai's jurisdiction. Duo Yin Hina sat within the wooden cabin, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the three vengeful kings, particularly the black one, whose emotional fluctuations had recently become erratic, teetering on the brink of chaos. It is imperative that I speak with Yi Feng. It would be best to exile them beyond Hot Spring Island. After Duo Yin Hina finished speaking, she leaned against the wall to stand up. Her belly had grown considerably, making it somewhat difficult for her to walk. Upon reaching the door, she spotted Yang Li. What are you doing here? Duo Yin Hina inquired. I don't know, Yang Li replied, glancing at the ominous figure of the Black Wraith King behind her. The Wraith King seemed to sense something, his dark eyes scrutinizing Yang Li from behind his mask. It felt as though an invisible force connected the two. Go, summon Yi Feng. I have questions for him, Duo Yin Hina commanded. Humph. Considering your condition, I will fetch him for you, but do not act so superior. Truly believing you are the mistress of Hot Spring Island? I only recognize Sister Susan, and you shall not take Brother Feng away. With that, Yang Li stamped her foot and boarded the canoe. The cloud mist mountains were entirely frozen, the rivers encased in ice, and the entire range was shrouded in silence. Barely a sound to be heard. Yet on that day, a faint noise emanated from the upstream, causing the entire ice layer to tremble. A dark mass of riders approached from upstream, clad in heavy armor and mounted on colossal goats, moving slowly across the ice as if they were deathly knights risen from the depths of hell. However, atop one of the goats sat an ordinary man, devoid of armor, wrapped tightly in a fur coat, with only his eyes visible. The leading knight tugged at his reins, his gaze sweeping across the ice expanse. Rest assured, great Beastmaster, I am familiar with the structure of that colossal ship. Once aboard, I shall instruct them on navigation and the operation of the artillery, said Massey Kong cautiously. The leading knight neither nodded nor shook his head, sitting atop his goat as if he were the sole being in existence. After a moment, he extended his right hand, clad in deerskin gloves, and pulled back his mask. A handsome visage was revealed to the air. This man was none other than the great Beastmaster of the Cloud Mountain clan, hailing from the most prominent family in the Cloud Mist Mountains, the Vandy family. Although the Cloud Mountain clan comprised numerous families, the three most powerful individuals within the tribe were the High Priest, the Chieftain, and he, the Great Beastmaster. Vandy Ming glanced at the sky before turning to Massey Kong. You mentioned that Yi Feng's colossal ship is laden with an abundance of food. Is that information reliable? He was not particularly concerned with Yi Feng's warship, but rather with its fishing capabilities. This harsh winter was becoming increasingly frigid, and the High Priest had deduced that it was the longest winter in nearly 3 centuries, potentially lasting 6 years, or even 10. Should it endure for that long, it would likely have the population of the Cloud Mountain clan, unless they dared venture northward. Fear not, the food supply is inexhaustible, and the ship's power can easily navigate the river's currents. It is the sole vessel capable of fishing in the river, Massey Kong assured him. Indeed, the great Beastmaster Vandy Ming reattached his mask and continued onward toward the Black Tree River Basin. In truth, the ice layer was thick enough to withstand the cavalry's weight, yet Van de Meng, ever prudent, urged the riders to proceed slowly. After walking for a while, one of the knights suddenly collapsed onto the icy surface, his body beginning to convulse violently. In this narrow valley, even the slightest sound would be magnified infinitely, soon echoing back from the surrounding mountains. This is bad. Dallo has contracted that disease. The cavalry hastily withdrew in a circle, leaving the afflicted knight behind. Clop, clop, clop. Van Timong approached the knight on his goat. After a brief sniff, he swiftly drew a bamboo tube from his waist and poured its contents over the knight's body. In the next moment, a torch was hurled forth. Boom. Flames soared over 3 meters high, engulfing the convulsing knight. Ugh. The piercing screams reverberated throughout the valley. Just then, on one of the snow-capped peaks, a flurry of snow began to tumble downwards. This seemed like a signal. As the snow cascaded, it quickly transformed into a snowball. Creak, creak. The sounds gradually crescendoed, soon merging into a collective roar that enveloped the entire valley. An avalanche. Quickly, escape this riverbed at the fastest speed. Upon uttering these words, Van Timong yanked the reins, and his goat bolted towards the valley's exit like an arrow. The avalanche finally took shape. It began as a slow slide, but, over time, gained momentum, reaching a velocity of 50 kilometers per hour within an hour. The swirling snow and fog resembled a stampede, fiercely closing in on the knights behind. Run uphill, keep up, Van Timong declared, abandoning the goat. His body launching like a cannonball, soaring 20 meters away in an instant. His toes barely grazed the snow, propelling him another 20 meters upwards. Incredible. Mars Kong's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Even the martial arts masters in television dramas cannot match such agility. Achieving the ability to leave no trace upon the snow. A gentle push could propel him 20 meters, if he were on solid ground. Could he leap to the moon? Chapter 369, Diving into the Water. These 3 vengeful kings are utterly loyal to you. Are you certain you wish to banish them? Yi Feng had already settled in the room of Duo Yanhina. As for the 3 vengeful kings, they had been sent outside to enjoy the breeze. I have now bestowed all my abilities upon the child. Only by giving birth can I regain my powers. As Duo Yanhina spoke, she gently caressed her belly, a genuine smile of happiness gracing her face for the first time. Yi Feng stared in awe. This woman is simply breathtaking. I have never encountered anyone so exquisitely lovely. It seems as though heaven has bestowed all its beauty upon her, her allure, grace, figure, eloquence, and intelligence. If only her heart were as admirable. If it matched that of Susan and her companions, Duo Yanhina would be the most perfect woman in the world. Can we keep the vengeful king of 5th brother on Hot Spring Island? At worst, I could bind him with iron chains. Yi Feng still could not let go of Long Wu. He hoped that with time, Long Wu could regain his humanity. The iron chains cannot contain it. The strength of the vengeful king surpasses that of even the beast fighters, and it is devoid of pain. Should it spiral out of control, it would spell disaster for the entire Hot Spring Island, potentially resulting in grave losses. Duo Yanhina remarked. Very well, I shall position them by the shore. But your personal involvement is required, Yi Feng responded. The 3 vengeful kings heeded only Duo Yanhina's commands, leaving Yi Feng powerless to direct them. I will manage to get them onto the canoe. You arrange for them to be taken to the shore. Leave it to me. Yi Feng nodded and prepared 2 canoes beside the small island. In just 5 minutes, the 3 vengeful kings lined up to board the canoes, as if being herded like ducks. However, one of the black vengeful kings frequently cast its gaze toward the battleship above. Upon reaching the battleship, they swiftly climbed onto the deck, displaying a puppet-like obedience. It seemed they secretly yearned for freedom and were reluctant to be controlled by Duo Yanhina. The vengeful kings appeared to possess simple, primal instincts. On the deck, Ding Tuanshuan was busily walking back and forth on her little pet. Brother Yi, are you going ashore to repair the ship? I want to go to land too. I'm growing weary of either being on the battleship or Hot Spring Island every day. Ding Tuanshuan suddenly grasped Yi Feng's hand. What are you planning? The battleship and Hot Spring Island are the safest. The land is perilous. What if those from Yun Mountain cause trouble again? Yi Feng gently patted her head. Ding Tuanshuan, now standing at 1 meter 60, had a round face and a chubby appearance, yet her body was as slender as a reed. No, I want to go ashore. I want to go ashore? Ding Tuanshuan began to pout. All right, you may play by the shore for an hour, but after that, you must return to the battleship. Yi Feng indulgently pinched her cheek. His affection for Ding Tuanchuan lay somewhere between that of siblings and romantic partners. Okay, I'm going ashore now, Ding Tuanchuan exclaimed, seizing the rope ladder. Just then, her little pet suddenly caught hold of her clothing, preventing her from descending the battleship, emitting urgent whines. Do you wish to go ashore too? Stay on the battleship. I'll return shortly to play with you. Ding Tuanchuan patted its head. Yet, the little pet dashed back and forth across the deck, alternately tugging at Ding Tuanchuan's clothing and Yi Feng's. Tuanchuan, you should remain on the battleship. I will take you out to play tomorrow. Yi Feng's expression grew serious as he cast a keen gaze toward the shore. Near the edge of the ice, Cheng Li Bin was directing 300 captives in constructing a framework. Only by establishing the framework could they proceed upstream to retrieve the spruce tree. No. I want to go to the shore. I want to go to the shore. Ding Tuanchuan cried out, increasingly agitated. Do not act recklessly. You must listen to me today, Yi Feng asserted, then turned his attention to Susan. Observing Yi Feng's gaze directed at her, Susan raised her chin, adopting an air of pride. Shaner, remain on the deck. Something feels amiss today. First, load the cannon's ammunition, Yi Feng instructed. Understood. Susan nodded. Yi Feng cast another glance at the confluence of the tributary and the main river, finally grasping the rope ladder. 5 minutes later, Yi Feng and the 3 resentful kings ascended the shore. Brother Feng, this structure needs to be at least 12 meters high. Once we haul the spruce tree back, we can commence work directly. Cheng Li Bin approached, holding a blueprint crafted from animal hide. Be cautious by the shore, if danger arises. Be the first to board the canoe, Yi Feng advised. Brother Feng, have you sensed something? Cheng Li Bin's heart skipped a beat. Nothing of great concern. Merely a routine reminder to prioritize safety, Yi Feng replied with a smile, not wanting to impose undue psychological pressure on Cheng Li Bin, lest he falter in his focus on the construction. Then I shall rest easy. However, I did experience a fleeting sensation of unease just now. It seems it was merely a trick of the mind, Cheng Li Bin chuckled. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng too felt a pang of anxiety. Directing his gaze towards the depths of the forest. I will release the 3 resentful kings. You concentrate on your work, he stated before making his way into the woods. Yet, before he could reach the trees, the 3 resentful kings simultaneously ventured deeper into the forest without a moment's pause. Yi Feng's eyes shifted to the distant hot spring island. It must be that Duoyan Hina had remotely severed the control over the 3 resentful kings. Otherwise, they would have behaved like obedient puppets. 10 kilometers upstream along the tributary, over 1,500 knights had established encampments. Van Meng, clad in armor, stood among a group of beastmasters, accompanied by a cavalry commander. Time slipped by when a goat knight galloped back from downstream. How is it? The beastmaster inquired. Downstream, at a distance of 10 kilometers, their ships are massive and remain stable even in the turbulent waters. We cannot approach, the knight knelt before him. 10 kilometers? They possess large vessels? Asked the cavalry commander, adding, and artillery, I presume? Indeed, the artillery possesses tremendous power, far exceeding that of a crossbow. Not only armor but even your warships would be instantly perforated by its bombardment, the cavalry commander elaborated. So it is. Van Meng paced back and forth, the ice beneath him creaking with each step. He paused, casting a calm glance downstream. Ager, step forward, he commanded. A knight emerged, standing at attention. Remove your armor. And shed your undergarments, Van Meng ordered. The cavalry commander's brow furrowed. In such frigid weather, why would the beastmaster demand his men disrobe? Would they not succumb to frostbite? Yet, to his astonishment, the knight obediently stripped off his armor and swiftly discarded his clothing, standing bare against the biting wind. Jump into the water. Van Meng commanded once more. Chapter 370. Brother Feng, what shall we do? The cavalry commander stepped back in fear. Jumping into the water in this cold? Will he not freeze into a popsicle? The knight, with no hesitation, leaped into the icy waters with a splash, his face turning a deep shade of purple from the cold. Van Meng began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 147. As the count reached this point, the knight could no longer endure, collapsing into the river, his body drifting downstream, frozen solid like a popsicle. Great Beastmaster, shall we rescue him? Ma Sikong could not resist interjecting. No need. Norton Shi, step forward, commanded Vandeman once more. Another knight emerged, devoid of fear, his face alight with fervent admiration for the great Beastmaster. Remove your armor, shed your fur and linen garments. This knight, too, leaped into the icy water. Vandeman resumed his counting. When he reached 151, the knight finally succumbed to the cold, swept away by the current. After testing several individuals, Vandeman came to a halt. An ordinary knight could only withstand the frigid water for 2 to 3 minutes. Thus they must leap into the fray only when within 100 meters of the warship. Do you understand? Vandeman inquired. Understood, great Beastmaster. The Beastmasters behind him nodded vigorously. Ma Xikong gasped for breath. This great Beastmaster was astonishing, at his age. He should not be capable of such admiration for anyone, yet his charisma was undeniable. Great Beastmaster, shall we construct a canoe next? One of the Beastmasters asked. That would be a waste of effort. The ice near the riverbank is thin. Let them come and break it all apart. We shall use the floating ice as our vessel, drifting downstream to reach our destination. Moreover, the area of the floating ice is extensive. Even if Yefeng's artillery is powerful, it can only shatter the ice into chunks but cannot obliterate it entirely. We merely need to ensure we do not fall into the water. Furthermore, if the surface is covered with floating ice, it will serve as our foothold, allowing us to step across the ice and board Yefeng's massive ship. Remember, only eliminate those capable of resistance. Spare the craftsmen, for we must learn from their advanced techniques, Vandeman instructed. Yes, great Beastmaster. The Beastmasters gazed at him in awe. Go. In an instant, that group of Beastmasters led over 1,000 men to commence breaking the ice. By the riverside, only Ma Xikong and Vandeman remained. Why are they so obedient? Knowing it leads to death, why do they still jump into the river? Ma Xikong could no longer hold his tongue. Vandeman glanced at Ma Xikong before directing his gaze downstream. Do you wish to know why they heed my command? Indeed. Please, great Beastmaster, enlighten me on your formidable charisma. Ma Xikong knelt before him. To become a ruler, first, you must possess the ability to discern truth from falsehood with absolute certainty. I ask you, can you distinguish between truth and falsehood with complete accuracy? Vandeman queried. I can. But with absolute certainty, I fear I cannot, Ma Xikong replied honestly. Secondly, one must possess the ability to discern good from evil with the same certainty. Do you possess this ability? Vandeman inquired again. Aye. What defines good and evil? Ma Xikong questioned. What benefits me is good, what harms me is evil. That is the correct discernment. Vandeman spoke slowly. He sensed that Ma Xikong's intellect was formidable, thus he prepared to thoroughly conquer this man for his own purposes. I comprehend. Is there more? Mars Kong, unashamed in his inquiries, yearned to possess the allure of a grand beast master, a charisma that compels all to willingly sacrifice themselves. One must inherently embody a spirit and a grand vision. Otherwise, what reason would others have to follow you? Vandy Meng remarked. A grand vision? To amass wealth. To ensure everyone enjoys a prosperous life, indulgence in luxury, and endless pleasures. Mars Kong replied. No, there are matters you fail to grasp. Elements of the spirit that your foreign kin seem inept at understanding. Vandy Meng shook his head, disappointment evident. 1,500 cavalry were diligently chiseling through the ice with various tools. As vibrations coursed through, the ice began to crack gradually. Yi Feng had exiled 3 vengeful queens and returned to the warship once more. For reasons unknown, he had felt a sense of foreboding since yesterday. Brother Feng, you do not appear well. Have you overexerted yourself last night? Chenin stood beside Yi Feng. Be cautious in the coming days. Remain vigilant regarding the shore. Yi Feng advised. Brother Feng, you are overly concerned. Even if enemies appear on the shore, our machine guns are not to be trifled with, Chun and reassured. Yi Feng nodded, stroking the machine gun, his tension gradually easing. Indeed, on a deserted island, what issue could not be resolved with a single shot? Even in the face of a horde of exotic beasts, they would be reduced to mere pulp, let alone mere humans. Brother Feng, do you see that in the water? Is that a person? At that moment, Chenin pointed towards the water. Yi Feng hurried to the ship's railing. From this vantage point, it indeed appeared as though an ice sculpture lay submerged, and encapsulated within was a completely naked human figure. What a tragedy! It must be one of the Black Mountain tribe. Yi Feng sighed deeply. Yet, shortly thereafter, 2 more ice corpses came tumbling down the river. One of them surged with alarming speed, colliding against the ship's bow with a clang. Yi Feng's eyes widened as he glanced upstream. There, an innumerable quantity of fractured ice floes surged towards their warship. Due to the inertia of the water, these ice floes moved at several kilometers per hour. In the blink of an eye, they crashed against the hull of the warship, producing a relentless cacophony. Is it warming up? Otherwise, Why would there be so many melting ice flows upstream? Yi Feng exhaled. He felt the temperature was even colder than the day before. Why would there be ice flows upstream? A sense of impending doom washed over him. If all the ice upstream melted, would it not generate an impact force of billions of tons? While the warship might withstand a few ice flows, an overwhelming number could surely deform it. No, this threat is not of that nature. Yi Feng paced the deck. A revelation struck him. As the quantity of ice flows increased, they would fill the tributary, leading to one consequence. Skilled adversaries could easily traverse the ice flows, leaping onto the warship. Brother Feng, what should we do? Bai Chushua approached. Many who were resting in their quarters also emerged onto the deck, astonished at the floating ice blocks on the water's surface. Just then, upstream, even more ice flows began to appear. They surged forth like an army of thousands, dispersing downstream in the wake of the rushing water. On the shore, Cheng Libin took notice, his face paling as he stood upright. What should we do? Brother Feng, these floating icebergs could damage the warship. Chunin inquired urgently. Quick, bring the warship to the shore. Once all these icebergs have drifted downstream, we can return to the center of the river, Yi Feng shouted. The crew at the bow hastily pulled the ropes, executing a leftward maneuver. Chapter 371. No more killing. The warship emitted a tremendous creaking sound as it approached the shore. Clang. A floating iceberg, measuring over 200 square meters, collided with the side of the warship, causing a violent jolt that sent everyone sprawling. Hurry! Bring the warship to the shore, Yi Feng urged. Clang, clang, clang. The icebergs relentlessly battered the warship, producing an unending cacophony. Yi Feng and his companions clung tightly to the ship's railing, striving to avoid being thrown off balance. Why haven't we reached the shore yet? Yi Feng bellowed. Brother Feng, there are too many icebergs. Several are obstructing the bow, Cheng Libin's apprentice replied. This is dire. Yi Feng seized the machine gun and shattered the obstructing icebergs into fragments. The warship finally nestled against the shore. Numerous icebergs had already appeared in the center of the river, some spanning hundreds of square meters, while others were merely a few dozen or even just a few square meters. However, this only represented the volume visible above the water. Their submerged mass was far more substantial. That was close. We are finally ashore. Let's wait for these icebergs to rush downstream before we head back to the center of the river. Tubo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Yi Feng maintained a serious expression, suddenly directing his gaze towards the shore. Old Cheng, get on the ship, Yi Feng commanded. Why? Cheng Libin retorted. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth from the thicket, piercing through Cheng Libin's back and pinning him to the ice. Not good. More arrows rained down from the forest, startling the 300 captives, who scrambled to take cover behind the framework. Susan, hurry and operate the other machine gun, Yi Feng shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous sound erupted from the woods. Agile goats leaped from the trees, each bearing a member of the Yunshan tribe upon their backs. With their heavy guns held steady, they charged and decimated the captives along the shore. Fire! Yi Feng clenched his teeth, observing the densely packed Yunshan tribespeople. At this moment, he disregarded whether the Yunshan tribe had mingled with the captives. It was a matter of indiscriminate destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The machine gun roared to life, blasting holes into the ice. Some Yunshan cavalry formed ranks, only to be effortlessly torn apart by the gunfire. Among them, dozens charged directly towards the warship, and as they neared, they suddenly drew flying tiger claws from their waists and hurled them at the vessel. Thud, thud, thud. Several flying tiger claws latched onto the deck. Quick, sever these flying tiger claws, Tubo exclaimed, slicing through one of the claws with his blade. It was utterly futile, as yet another 100 riders charged toward the warship, discarding their heavy firearms and hurling their flying tiger claws onto the deck or through the windows. Once assured of their grip, these cavalrymen ascended the warship without hesitation, displaying a reckless valor that far exceeded that of the Black Mountain tribesmen. Boom, boom, boom. The ammunition for the machine guns was limited, and Yi Feng could only target areas where the enemy was densely clustered. If the adversaries dispersed, he could not afford to expend a single round of cannon fire to eliminate one knight. Quickly, steer the warship to the center of the river. Hurry, Yi Feng shouted at the top of his lungs. Understood, the temporary captain replied, but suddenly, an arrow shot forth from the forest, piercing through his chest. Yi Feng's eyes widened as he was about to speak. Clang! A massive arrow struck Yi Feng, sending him flying backward, blood splattering from his chest. What? Although Yi Feng was protected by blood scales, The force of the arrow was overwhelming, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. In the woods, Ma Sikong operated the colossal crossbow, glancing at Vantiming. Heavenly fire cannon, Vantiming declared, and a knight fired a shot into the sky. With a thunderous roar, Yi Feng, enduring excruciating pain in his chest, managed to steer the warship a slight distance toward the river's center, yet a considerable amount of floating ice obstructed their path. "I'll take care of it," Alba shouted, operating the machine guns to shatter the obstructing ice. "Don't waste the bullets. Just break the ice," Yi Feng thought, torn between the scarcity of ammunition and the necessity of navigating the warship to the river's center. Crack! The first knight leapt onto the deck, prompting Susan to swiftly man the rear machine gun. Boom! The knight was obliterated before he could swing his blade. Yet, more knights clambered onto the deck. Kill! Tuba led the charge. On the shore, the 300 captives were already in disarray, mercilessly slaughtered by the knights, their screams nearly piercing the heavens. "Stop the slaughter. I am also a member of the Yunshan tribe." One captive kneeled, only to be impaled and tossed aside by a heavy spear. The warship drifted further from the shore, and the knights could no longer surge onto the deck in droves. At that moment, they suddenly dismounted, shedding their armor and animal skins, plunging into the frigid river. In no time, several knights clung to the bottom of the warship. "Release arrows. Do not let them board." Yi Feng gripped the helm, his gaze fixed on the shore. The center of the river was now choked with floating ice, nearly filling the entire stretch of waterway. For every meter the warship advanced, dozens of pounds of charcoal were consumed. Thud! Ah! A scream pierced the air behind him. Shuang Shui had tilted her head and collapsed. A knight wrenched a curved dagger from Shuang Shui's lifeless body and turned toward Susan. Boom! Alba blasted the knight to pieces. Thud! Another crossbow bolt soared from the forest. Before Alba could react, he was flung 20 meters back, crashing onto the deck with a resounding thud. "Alba!" Yi Feng's eyes burned with fury. "You come here and take the helm." Yi Feng summoned a native to his side. Suddenly, an arrow shot from the shore, striking the native dead. "Let me take over." Chunin approached and seized the helm, granting Yi Feng a moment to engage in battle. With a resounding crash, Luo Ying was hurled 5 meters away by a knight, his body sliding off the battlements. The warship had finally drifted over 200 meters from the shore. Yet below, a dozen knights, bare-chested, clung desperately to the ship's railing. Moments ago, they felt little chill in the water, but now, clinging to the ship's side, the icy river breeze rendered their bodies rigid, unable to move even a finger. With a swift stroke, Yi Feng severed one knight's arm, casting him into the river. However, a dozen armored knights remained on the deck, rampaging with no resistance from Yi Feng's team. Boom! Bai Chushua fired a musket, sending one knight flying. The deck was slick with congealed blood, making footing treacherous. Haha! A beastmaster charged at Yi Feng, a wicked grin upon his face. Yet in the next instant, Yi Feng struck out with a palm. The force of his blow transformed the air into ice crystals, freezing upon the beastmaster's face. Thud! The beastmaster's body fell stiffly upon the deck. Not yet satisfied, Yi Feng delivered another strike, severing his head. Two beastmasters recognized Yi Feng's formidable strength and rushed at him simultaneously, but he countered with 2 more palm strikes, sending them crashing to the ground once more. "Indeed, Brother Feng, this is our only opportunity. Brother Feng, trouble is brewing." 2 knights have dashed to the lower hold. Tuba stumbled over, an arrow protruding from his back. "Damn it!" Yi Feng roared, sprinting towards the lower hold. The cramped space was unsuitable for the other crew to confront the armored knights. Only his icy true energy could deal with the 2 knights without damaging the hold. "Brother Feng, don't head to the lower hold just yet. Look upstream." Chunin, at the helm, pointed ahead. Yi Feng squinted and beheld a mass of knights standing atop 2 enormous ice floes upstream, bows drawn yet unloosed. Some road goats, leaping from ice floe to ice floe, swiftly closing the distance to the warship, now only 200 meters away. "Do not conserve ammunition. Shatter those ice floes." Yi Feng bellowed. Boom! Boom! The machine guns unleashed a barrage, sending ice shards flying. Though the cavalry wore armor, exposed skin was struck by the splintering ice, eliciting cries of pain. "Break their armor." Yi Feng commanded the nearby gunners while simultaneously fending off 3 beastmasters. Their tactics were cunning, circling around him, wary of confronting his icy true energy directly. However, upstream, several knights had reached the bow of the ship. Just as they were about to hurl their flying claws, they were pulverized by the warship. The knights behind them quickly filled their positions, continuing to launch their claws, only to meet the same fate. At last, a contingent of knights secured the flying tiger claws at the bow of the ship. Suddenly, Yifeng felt the sharp sting of a blade slicing into his arm. The Beastmaster, seemingly aware of the Bloodscale's vulnerability, refrained from utilizing slashing or stabbing motions and instead employed a gliding technique. Instantly, a gash appeared on Yifeng's arm. And as blood flowed, the Bloodscale manifested with a startling sound. The Bloodscale only emerged swiftly under immense impact. However, since the gliding method lacked the requisite force, its reaction was delayed. The realization dawned: avoid slashing or stabbing, employ gliding instead. No sooner had the Beastmaster articulated this than Yifeng suffered further cuts on the back of his hand and chest. As blood trickled forth, his skin absorbed it almost immediately. Enraged, Yifeng leaned against the cannon, extending both palms toward the horizon. With a resounding boom, a wave of icy energy radiated from him, affecting the three knights and slowing their pace significantly. At the bow, one knight had just scrambled up when Tuba, accompanied by 4 others, sent him crashing back down with a massive log. Even so, that knight clung tenaciously to the ropes, displaying a resilience far superior to that of his fellow cavalrymen. With a decisive strike, Yifeng finally severed the throat of one Beastmaster. Hesitating for a mere moment, he plunged his entire hand into the gaping wound. In an instant, the Beastmaster's blood surged forth, replenishing Yifeng's energy. Within a mere 3 seconds, his fatigue vanished. And revitalized, he charged towards the remaining 2 Beastmasters. "Brother Feng, we cannot navigate upstream. There are numerous ice flows ahead," Shunan shouted urgently. "Steer the battleship downstream toward Hot Spring Island, using it as a shield against the ice," Susan called out. "Understood." The rear of the battleship belched thick smoke as it executed a sharp turn. After realigning, Susan braced herself to confront the knights on the ice floes alone. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 successive cannon shots, yet another ice floe shattered, sending at least 30 knights tumbling into the river, where they were instantly frozen into solid icicles. Bai Chuxue ascended to the deck, clutching for firearms. She refrained from firing immediately, waiting until the knights were nearly aboard before unleashing her volleys, sending them tumbling back into the frigid waters below. Gradually, the enemies on the deck were subdued, leaving only 2 Beastmasters circling Yifeng, employing his vampiric technique. Whenever Yifeng felt his strength waning, he dispatched an ordinary knight to siphon their vitality, restoring his energy and emboldening him further in battle. In stark contrast, the 2 Beastmasters, now panting heavily, had lost considerable speed. With a powerful gust of energy, the 2 Beastmasters collapsed, their hair and faces encrusted with frost. In swift succession, Yifeng pierced their major arteries with his fingers. As blood gushed forth, it was immediately absorbed by his palm. This horrifying spectacle left the large Beastmaster on the shore utterly dumbfounded. This individual possesses supernatural abilities? Vandy's eyes twitched at the corners. Within the entire Yinshan tribe, comprising nearly 100,000 members, it could take 5 years to yield a single supernatural being. Yet, on this battleship, amidst so few souls, one had already emerged. Unbeknownst to him, Yifeng possessed not only the extraordinary ability of blood-sucking, but also the power of icy true energy. The warship, mingling with floating ice, sped downstream, its pace quickening, soon surpassing Hot Spring Island. "Do not exceed Hot Spring Island. Just anchor at its rear," Yifeng commanded. "That is not feasible. The increased ice above will inflict greater damage on the warship as we navigate upstream," Shunan shouted. "But there are still our people on Hot Spring Island." Yifeng thought of Duoyen Hina. Although this woman did not merit salvation, she was carrying his child. A portion of the knights on the floating ice had already surged onto Hot Spring Island, unleashing a massacre. The air was filled with chilling screams echoing through the sky. "Brother Feng, forget about Hot Spring Island. Let us navigate the warship out of the tributary and directly into the main river channel. No amount of floating ice can fill the entire main channel," Chinnen advised. "Indeed, Brother Feng, this is our sole opportunity. If we remain near Hot Spring Island, not only will the warship be damaged, but the enemy can also ascend from the island to attack us. We will all perish." Wang Zhihai concurred from the side. Yifeng hurriedly dashed to the stern, his gaze fixed upon the knights on Hot Spring Island. In a short while, those knights would storm into Duoyen Hina's wooden cabin. This could not be allowed. She was with child. At that moment, the black smoke at the stern began to thin. indicating that no one was stoking the furnace in the lower cabin. This is bad, Brother Feng. Those two Yinshan men must have breached the lower cabin. Hurry. Chen An's voice pierced through, laced with fear. Once the steam engine in the lower cabin was destroyed, it would be irreparable, meaning they would lose their foothold. Heavens! Yi Feng roared, sprinting towards the lower cabin. Along the way, he encountered the bodies of 5 or 6 Gaha women, likely slain by the two knights. There was no time for sorrow as he rushed into the lower cabin at breakneck speed. Indeed, 2 boiler workers lay in a pool of blood. The 2 Yinshan tribesmen were striking the steam engine system with curved blades, seemingly analyzing it. Damn it, die! Yi Feng struck with a ferocious punch, his fist adorned with bloody scales. Boom! One knight's breastplate shattered, sending him flying 5 meters away, his body encased in frost. Next was the second adversary. Chapter 373. One must also account for one's own fate. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's might, the knight hastily sought refuge within the steam engine system. Come out. Yi Feng seized one of his legs, encasing it in icy true energy. With a forceful tug, the individual was dragged forth. Yi Feng showed no mercy, his fingers like iron hooks plunging into the knight's major artery. Moments later, the man was reduced to a desiccated corpse, devoid of any color in his face. After dispatching the 2 knights, Yi Feng urgently ascended to the deck. Brother Feng, have you resolved it? Shannon inquired. It has been dealt with. Send 2 more individuals to the lower cabin to ensure the warship does not come to a halt. Yi Feng gazed at the increasingly distant hot spring island. His heart twisted with thoughts of Duoyan Hina and the child she carried. Susan, Wang Zhihai, Shannon, I must rescue my child. You stay with the warship here. Once I save Duoyan Hina, I will return on the ice immediately. Without waiting for their consent, he leapt from the deck, landing heavily on a floating ice floe. With a loud crack, the ice was riddled with fissures. Yi Feng, come back. Susan's voice carried a sob from the deck. Brother Feng, don't act impulsively. Wang Zhihai shouted from above. Yet, Yi Feng could think of nothing else. If he could not protect his own child, what sort of man was he? He focused on another ice floe, launching himself into the air and landing precisely upon it. The floes drifted downstream, but Yi Feng endeavored to traverse against the current, the exertion taxing beyond measure. Though the hot spring island lay merely hundreds of meters away, after countless leaps, he found no closeness gained. The gaps between the ice floes were not contiguous. At times, he had to wait for another floe to approach before daring to jump. At that moment, he looked up to see a knight rushing to the entrance of Duoyan Hina's chamber. You cannot enter, you mustn't. At that critical juncture, Yi Feng unleashed his latent potential, his legs propelling him toward the water like a motor. What followed was astonishing. He found himself walking on water, swiftly landing on another ice floe. Ah, have I finally mastered walking on water? A glimmer of joy flickered within him. He discovered that while running on the surface, his steps must be small and rapid to maintain his buoyancy. Previously, he had attempted to run with long strides, which only resulted in a plunge into the river. Splashing vigorously, he leapt onto another ice floe. Now he was a mere 20 meters from the southern edge of the hot spring island. I jump. With all his strength, he propelled himself into the air, his body soaring like a cannonball in a parabolic arc toward the island. Simultaneously, the knight kicked open Duoyan Hina's door. Die! A stone flew forth, forcing the knight to stagger back. You are Yi Feng? The knight removed his helmet, excitement etched across his face. But Yi Feng had no time for idle chatter. He charged forward and struck with his palm. Bang! The force was feeble, merely pushing the knight back a step. Yet, in the next instant, a layer of frost emanated from his palm, encasing the knight in ice. Clang! The knight collapsed to the ground, his body enveloped in frost. The anguished cries from Hot Spring Island continued, with Yi Feng's 5 guards and over 50 captives still there. Under the circumstances, he could only afford to save Duoyan Hina. Brother Feng, save me. A captive rushed forward. Yi Feng turned a blind eye and dashed into the room. You have finally arrived? Duoyan Hina sat calmly on the bed, her face devoid of any panic. Hurry, I will hold you as we drift downstream on the floating ice. The warship will rendezvous with us. Upon finishing his words, Yi Feng grasped Duoyan Hina's hand. Alas, it was too late. The sound of clanging metal echoed around the wooden shack, and the area was besieged by members of the Yunsan tribe. You face away from me. I will bind you to my back. Today, I shall carve a bloody path through our foes. With that, Yi Feng tore apart the beast's skin, intending to secure Duoyan Hina to his back. Suddenly, The wooden shack splintered apart. A dozen Yunsan warriors retracted their flying tiger claws, having violently dismantled the structure. Die! Yefeng seized a piece of wood and charged into the cavalry ranks. Boom! 2 cavalrymen were sent flying several meters. He swept the wood left and right, sending another 5 cavalrymen sprawling, their armor contorted. Scatter! Commanded the Beastmaster, exposing Yefeng in the center. Was scattering sufficient? Yefeng plunged back into the fray. 2 cavalrymen swung their sabers, only to be struck down heavily by Yefeng's wood, their bodies twisted from the impact. However, the surrounding cavalrymen multiplied rapidly, soon numbering in the hundreds. Phew! The wood swung twice more before being ensnared by 5 or 6 flying tiger claws. With a forceful pull, the wood shattered, leaving Yefeng defenseless. He swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, coldly surveying the increasing throng of Yunsan tribesmen. Yefeng, so this is your fate? The crowd parted to reveal a strikingly handsome man approaching, accompanied by a familiar face. Masakong, I can't believe you are still alive. Yefeng gripped his dagger tightly, retreating in trepidation. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the handsome man, a power he had never encountered before. Seize him. The man waved his hand, and over 20 cavalrymen charged forward, drawing their curved blades to strike. Clang, clang, clang. Blood scales emerged as Yefeng's energy rapidly waned. He managed to slay 7 or 8 foes before suddenly unleashing a forceful gust. A chilling wind surged forth, causing cavalrymen to collapse one after another, rendered immobile. Indeed, an ability user? Vandy Meng mused, stroking his chin, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Gasping for breath, Yefeng slowly turned his head toward Doyen Hina, a pale smile gracing his exhausted visage. Hina, I'm sorry. With those words, Yefeng leapt into the air, landing on a piece of floating ice, directing it downstream. He had done all he could. Lingering further would mean his own demise. Boom. At that moment, Vandy Meng struck. His body seemed to follow Yefeng's movements. The instant Yefeng landed on the ice, he too descended upon it, delivering a powerful palm strike toward Yefeng. Boom. Yefeng felt as though his insides were about to rupture, blood scales enveloping his entire body, even his face. With a cough, a mouthful of blood erupted from Yefeng's lips. Yifeng endured the excruciating pain and, with a swift motion, grasped Vandy Meng's wrist. A layer of frost began to creep upward along Vandy Meng's arm. Vandy Meng frowned, a tremor coursing through his entire being. Stumbling backward, Yifeng fell onto a floating ice slab. Chapter 374. His throat seemed to erupt in flames. How intriguing. With that, he raised his leg and sent Yifeng flying over 20 meters. In the same breath, he shifted his form and caught Yifeng midair before he could descend, transporting him back to Hot Spring Island. This terrifying speed and agility drove the Cloud Mountain people to madness. Great Beastmaster! Great Beastmaster! The chants echoed incessantly. Vandy Meng looked down at Yifeng, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. Pooh! Blood spilled from Yifeng's mouth, and even the corners of his eyes bled. The earlier strike from Vandy Meng had thoroughly shaken his internal organs, surpassing any adversary he had previously faced. You are indeed remarkable. To have defeated our Cloud Mountain clan thrice, and even caused the demise of that Hal family member. After uttering these words, Vandy Meng suddenly struck down upon Yifeng's shoulder. Crack! Yifeng's right arm dislocated instantly. Bang! Another strike, and Yifeng's other arm followed suit. Cursing inwardly, Yifeng steeled himself and propelled himself upward from the ground. As he did so, it felt as though his insides were being stirred by a stick, causing his vision to darken. Now grievously injured, and with both arms rendered useless, he could only rely on his teeth. If he could just bite through this man's throat, he might drain his blood, perhaps facilitating a swift recovery of his internal injuries. Yet, Yifeng underestimated Vandy Meng. Just as he leaped a meter into the air, Vandy Meng's foot landed squarely on his abdomen. Pooh! Yifeng coughed up another mouthful of blood. This time, he truly found himself at a loss. Turning his gaze towards the imposing figure of Duoyen Hina nearby, he resigned himself to his fate, hoping that his lineage might continue within her womb. This woman, Duoyen Hina, held great significance for Yifeng. Had it not been for her, he would never have set foot on Hot Spring Island. Moskong stood nearby and inquired, "How do you wish to deal with her?" Vandy Meng slowly responded, a flicker of loneliness passing through his eyes. Yifeng lay flat upon the snow, his eyes tightly shut. Yet in the next moment, he felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The skin of his abdomen pressed against Vandy Meng's boot. began to absorb something. With each minuscule intake, his internal wounds felt slightly alleviated. Has the blood absorption technique evolved to such an extent? To draw energy through the boot? Feng maintained his composure, striving to regulate his suction. If the pull was too strong, such a powerful beast master would surely sense it. Open this woman's abdomen and show me what lies within. This scoundrel has taken my woman. And I have seen with my own eyes that they have already shared a bed. Moscone glared at Feng, his eyes ablaze with fury. A woman whose heart can be stolen was never truly yours to begin with. Nevertheless, it is of no concern to me how you choose to handle the situation. As Van Diemen concluded his statement, a frown suddenly creased his brow. He released Feng's abdomen, binding him tightly before taking him back to the Yunshan clan to be dealt with by the high priest and chief. A group of knights rushed forward, employing their flying tiger claws to secure Feng thoroughly. One knight drew a short sword, aiming it at Feng's shoulder blade. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through Feng's shoulder. Yet, at that moment, Feng lacked even the strength to cry out in agony. He could only wish for the chance to encounter someone from whom he might draw strength, for otherwise, his lineage would meet its end. Hee, Duoyan Hina, how could you, knowing how much I adore you, carry Feng's child? Do not presume that your pregnancy renders you beyond my reach. After Ma Sikong spoke, he strode purposefully toward Duoyan Hina. Wait. Van Diemen, who had been about to depart, suddenly turned around upon hearing Ma Sikong's words, fixing his gaze intently on Duoyan Hina. Is your surname Duoyan? He inquired. Indeed, only the divine temple possesses the authority to deal with me. Now, take me back to the Yunshan clan to meet your high priest. She knows how to handle my case. Duoyan Hina replied calmly. This? Van Diemen hesitated for a moment, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Duoyan Hina added, do not underestimate my capabilities. Should you show me any disrespect, the divine temple will be informed. Van Diemen fell silent, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. After a brief pause, he suddenly burst into laughter. When have I ever disrespected you? Come, escort the high priestess of the Ga clan to the shore unharmed. Any infringement will be a crime deserving of annihilation. Ma Sikong was taken aback. Great beastmaster, but there are no buts, Ma Sikong. She bears the surname Duoyan. You cannot lay a hand on her, understand? Van Diemen declared before making a gesture of invitation toward Duoyan Hina. Ma Sikong, adept at reading the room, noted the prideful great beastmaster exhibiting a mix of respect and fear in his eyes. With such strength, what could he possibly fear? Regarding the man, can we handle him as we see fit? High Priestess Duoyan? Van Diemen suddenly posed another question. Duoyan Hina's body trembled slightly, her gaze flickering as she slowly turned to respond. He is the father of my child. After the birth, let him have one last look, and then you may proceed as you wish. With that, she walked toward the northern edge of the hot spring island, where two canoes awaited. Feng felt as though his head were splitting open, his throat ablaze. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to see an expanse of white sky. Two knights were carrying him upstream, and before them, a balanced sedan chair was being carefully maneuvered by four knights across the rugged, snowy terrain as if walking on solid ground. Am I not dead? Feng wished to speak, but found himself unable to utter a single word. As he turned his head slightly, a piercing pain shot through his shoulder, the short sword still lodged within. Do you wish for water? The knight at the rear, who had been arguing, noticed that Feng had awakened. Feng nodded with great difficulty, a piercing pain radiating from his shoulder. No, the knight replied with a mocking expression. Chapter 375. Do not waste bullets inside the palanquin. Duoyan Hina first caressed her belly, then leaned in to listen to the conversation between Feng and the members of the Yunshan tribe. It seemed she had made a resolute decision. Slowly closing her eyes and muttering incantations, an element in the air was activated, gradually stirring the isotonic elements within 100 miles. Roar! From a towering tree, a wailing king let out a fearsome roar. Its form flickered, rapidly heading upstream. 20 kilometers downstream, Wailing King Longwu opened its golden slit-like eyes. Its immense body surged through the icy forest, rushing towards Feng's location. Feng, today I shall sever your throat. Just then, a figure staggered over. None other than Halbula. Previously confined by Feng on Hot Spring Island, he had now been rescued by the beast master Van Diemen. Consumed by a thirst for vengeance against the murder of his father, Halbula's eyes blazed with fury. Chief Hal, you mustn't. The beast master has commanded that Feng must remain alive. Two knights positioned themselves to block his path. "Stand aside," Halbula growled, drawing his curved dagger with a fierce motion. At that moment, the fire snake approached as well. He too had been saved by Van Dimong, and the humiliation inflicted by Yi Feng ignited his wrath. "Stand aside, or I shall slay you both," the fire snake declared, brandishing his curved blade. "I shall handle this." Just then, a figure rushed in from a distance, delivering a forceful kick to Yi Feng's abdomen. Uffed. Yi Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Bapala, the newly appointed chief of the Haishan tribe, who had also been rescued by Van Dimong. This cannot be allowed. More knights encircled them, strictly enforcing Van Dimong's orders. The beast master only decreed that his life be spared. "How about I blind him in one eye?" The fire snake sheathed his curved dagger and drew forth a short, sharp knife. "Should we?" Several knights conferred before ultimately deciding to turn a blind eye. Hee. The fire snake approached Yi Feng, dragging the blade across his body, slowly directing the tip towards Yi Feng's eye. "What's wrong? Alien, are you not arrogant?" The fire snake taunted, pressing the knife downward, intending to instill fear in Yi Feng. Gasping for breath, Yi Feng struggled to shake his head. Two knights surged forward, restraining his head. "To witness your own eye being gouged out, is that not terrifying? If you are afraid, scream. I relish the cries of others." The fire snake chuckled sinisterly. Suddenly, the two knights released Yi Feng simultaneously, their astonished gazes fixed on their own hands. They hastily removed their deerskin gloves, discovering their hands had shrunk dramatically, devoid of any blood color. "This individual's abilities are peculiar. We must proceed with caution," one knight remarked. "Indeed, quickly blind his eyes. I know not of this power." As the knight uttered a final word, a claw emerged from his chest, splattering blood across Yi Feng's face. An enemy ambush. All drew their curved blades, halting the lengthy procession. Before Yi Feng stood a golden Wraith King, its eyes flashing with a savage green light. "This is the Wraith King." Upon Halbula's declaration, he swung his curved blade down fiercely. Clang. The blade was deflected 5 meters away. Thud. 5 or 6 heavy spears struck Long Wu. Yet his golden fur shielded him like steel needles. Thud. With a swift motion of his claws, two knights fell lifelessly to the ground. Bang. A stone hammer struck Long Wu's back, causing him to shake his head. Thud. 2 more knights collapsed, yet more surged forward. Long Wu extended his massive right hand, seizing Yi Feng's waist and pulling forcefully. Yi Feng cried out in agony as the ropes binding him were brutally torn apart. With one hand clutching Yi Feng, Long Wu aimed to flee into the woods. Whoosh. The sound of space tearing echoed. Thud. Long Wu staggered forward, collapsing to the ground. A heavy spear had pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. A figure descended from the air, crashing down before Yi Feng. "The great Beastmaster. This is the Wraith King," Halbula remarked, clutching his wrist. Van Diemen neither nodded nor shook his head. Instead, he swiftly drew his curved blade and slashed towards the woods. A surge of white gas exploded from the blade. Thud. A massive tree was cleaved in two, and behind it, an arm of the Wraith King, Luck, flew into the sky. Roar. Luck's eyes glowed crimson, seemingly devoid of pain as he lunged at Van Diemen. Thud. Another slash sent white gas slicing through Luck's waist. Luck paused momentarily, but continued to advance for 2 more steps. Thud. His upper and lower body separated, collapsing to the ground in violent convulsions. Blade chi manifesting? Halbula staggered back in shock. He had heard tales since childhood that a sufficiently swift blade could unleash chi from its edge. Today, he finally witnessed the manifestation of blade chi. Thud. Another wave of blade chi struck, severing half of Long Wu's face. In the next moment, he flung Yi Feng aside, plunging his entire body into the ice, vanishing from sight. Flee. Can he escape? Van Diemen leaped into the air, striking the ice layer thrice with his curved blade. Thud. Thud, thud. 3 waves of blade chi shattered an area of 500 square meters of ice. A surge of green blood erupted from the fractured ice. He actually submerged downstream? You cannot evade me. As Van Diemen spoke, he glanced at Duoyen Hina's palanquin and leapt into the icy waters. Boom. At that moment, Van Diemen was taken aback, thrusting his curved blade upright between his brows. Clash. The blade accurately struck an object, which exploded before Van Diemen's eyes. A shockwave sent him tumbling back 2 meters. As soon as he landed, he raised his curved blade once more. Boom. A cannon shell was once again split in two by him. Simultaneously, his armor bore numerous dents, one shard even grazing his handsome cheek. 1,000 meters away, on the deck of the warship, Susan loaded another cannon shell. Great Beastmaster, do not endure it. That is a cannon, you cannot withstand it. Marcus cried out amidst the crowd. Boom. A knight was shattered by the cannon fire, his armor scattering in all directions. Halbora clutched his right eye, blood seeping through his fingers. After the cannon shattered the armor, the fragments sprayed chaotically within a radius of 5 to 6 meters. Quick, into the woods, commanded Vandeman. As the remaining cavalry hastened into the forest. Boom. Another shot was fired, sending a tree, thick enough for two to embrace, crashing onto the ice. Sister Susan, do not waste ammunition. Wang Zhihai directly blocked the gun barrel with his chest. Let me go? I must save all Feng. Susan, with her hair disheveled and eyes aflame, protested. No, you are wasting cannon shells. We do not have many left. Wang Zhihai stubbornly refused to budge. Chapter 376. Yi Feng exhausts every means. Are you jesting? Once the cannon ammunition is depleted, no matter how large our warship is, it will be at the mercy of others. Indeed, Sister Susan. We cannot afford to use too many cannon shells now, Bai Chushue added. Susan finally released the trigger. Quickly, steer the warship upstream. Keep close behind them. Do not lose sight. Understood, I will operate the warship. Thus, the warship continued upstream, and after approximately 50 kilometers, the charcoal supply alarmingly dwindled once more. Yi Feng was lifted again, heading towards the upstream location. Behind him, cages contained a portion of captives, originally shipbuilders by the shore, 300 in total. Now fewer than 70 remained. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. A weak voice emerged from one of the cages. It was Cheng Libin. Yi Feng's heart leapt with joy. He had witnessed Cheng Libin being pierced by an arrow through his abdomen, yet here he was, alive. Turning to look, he saw Cheng Libin's belly wrapped, with a knight providing him water. Old Cheng, Yi Feng, having regained some strength, managed to speak. Brother Feng, you must hold on. Do not worry. Sister Susan will come to rescue us, Cheng Libin encouraged. Old Cheng, are you not a captive? Why are they taking such care of you? Yi Feng weakly inquired. I told them I am the captain and can construct warships. A leader-like figure insisted that my life must be preserved. Cheng Libin attempted to smile. But as he opened his mouth, a fit of persistent coughing erupted, nearly expelling his lungs. Do not speak. Rest and preserve your life. We will strategize later, Yi Feng quickly advised. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he too succumbed to coughing. The two knights carrying him panicked and unceremoniously dropped Yi Feng onto the ground. What is happening? A young leader approached. He is coughing. It is the goo worm disease. The two knights exclaimed, causing the crowd to part widely. Goo worm disease? The young chieftain stepped back 2 paces, but with a firm resolve. He produced a piece of animal hide to cover his mouth and approached with a branch in hand. The branch cracked sharply against Yi Feng's skin. It was not the curse of the goo worm. Had it been, there would be no trace of blood at the site of the strike. Yet the area struck was crimson. Upon finishing his words, the young chieftain removed the hide mask, causing the onlookers to collectively exhale in relief as they lifted Yi Feng once more. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of Yi Feng's mouth, only to be absorbed almost immediately by the skin of his chin. This man was peculiar. I had distinctly seen his face smeared with blood moments ago, yet now it had vanished. The two knights bearing him engaged in light conversation. Perhaps he was a servant of the blood god. How enviable it was to have a connection with a high priestess and father a child with her. Let us refrain from such idle chatter and hasten our journey. Yi Feng, feeling cold and famished, succumbed to a deep slumber. It was unclear how long he had slept when he awoke again. He found himself bound by iron chains to an ancient tree, the binding remarkably intricate. The chains threaded through his ribcage, secured his hands, wrapped around his groin, encircled his neck, and then extended downward to bind his feet. This method of restraint forced him to remain upright in a crouched position, and any attempt to struggle would not only cause the chains to constrict painfully around his groin, but also threaten to choke him. Surrounding him were numerous bonfires, around which the Yunshan tribe members sat in desolation, sipping on snowmelt when hunger struck. Only a few knights near certain bonfires were indulging in hardened jerky. Yi Feng surmised that the Yunshan tribe's provisions were scant as well. At the fire closest to him sat a beastmaster, adorned in armor bearing the emblem of a wild beast, beneath which were 2 flames. Encircling him were 10 knights. Yi Feng discerned that those with beast insignias were beast fighters, the sole distinguishing feature separating them from ordinary knights. Although the armors were somewhat similar in style, they varied in color, yet remained relatively uniform. Yi Feng swallowed hard, yearning to extend his tongue to lick the frost clinging to the branch, but despite several attempts, he fell just short. Having lost a significant amount of blood, he was parched. If meat broth were available, he felt he could consume an entire ton, until his belly burst. While broth was not a rarity aboard a warship, it was completely absent in the Yunshan encampment. Just then, a knight approached, holding a ceramic bowl from which steam rose. With gloved hands clad in deerskin, she pried open Yi Feng's mouth and poured the warm liquid inside. Once he had finished drinking, the knight unexpectedly removed her helmet, revealing a cascade of curly brown hair. To his astonishment, she was a female knight. Her lips were full, and her gaze held a fierce wildness, embodying a beauty more aligned with Western ideals. A mere glance was enough to stir primal desires within a man. The exotic woman exclaimed, "How fair you are! Today, I shall indulge in you," and without hesitation, she reached towards Yi Feng's abdomen. Though he was gravely injured, the light touch of her hand elicited an unexpected reaction from him. The foreigner, showing a remarkable understanding, suggested they retreat behind the tree. Upon uttering these words, the female knight grasped the iron chain binding Yi Feng and dragged him to the tree's shelter. After completing this task, she began to unfasten her armor, revealing the supple beast hide beneath. Once the hide was shed, she was left in an even softer garment of linen. This delicate linen accentuated her voluptuous figure entirely. Yet, the knight did not act immediately. Instead, she employed various methods to elevate Yi Feng's vital energy to its zenith before proceeding at a leisurely pace. Yi Feng, with his eyes tightly shut, endured her dominance over him. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, before the knight, satisfied, donned her armor once more and resecured Yi Feng to the tree. Not only Yi Feng, but also other moderately handsome men had been taken into the woods by various female knights. Of course, some male knights also led men into the forest, and Yi Feng understood well what transpired there. He silently counted his blessings, fearing that encountering a male knight might spell disaster for him. Damn it! Was their beastmaster not going to intervene? Yi Feng breathed deeply, feeling a mix of nostalgia and resistance towards the earlier sensations, which left him somewhat torn. After all, he had been utterly immobilized, completely at the mercy of the female knight. The knight returned to her fire, quickly succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into a pale slumber. Meanwhile, Yi Feng's vampiric abilities had not been idle, yet he had to exercise caution. If the knight were to perish in that moment, others would certainly take notice, and he might find himself in grave danger. At that moment, Ma Xikong approached, looking down at Yi Feng with a dagger in hand. "What do you intend to do?" Yi Feng rasped. Ma Xikong remained silent, his eager gaze fixed on Yi Feng, as though contemplating an immediate assault. Ultimately, however, he chose to depart. The following morning, Yi Feng was abruptly awakened by a sensation of suffocation. A knight seized his iron chain, hauling him from the ground. "He seems capable of walking now. Do not lift him. Unshackle his feet and let him walk on his own," one knight instructed, freeing Yi Feng's feet and giving him a gentle push. To his surprise, Yi Feng took a few steps forward. "Move. Keep up with the procession," the knight urged, prodding Yi Feng's back with the tip of his weapon, compelling him to jog ahead. Elsewhere, all captives, except for the severely injured Cheng Li Bin, were no longer confined in cages. Instead, the Yunshan people bound them together with ropes, prodding them with weapons to jog upstream. "Yi Feng, when your child is born, it will mark your demise. So pray that your child never sees the light of day," hissed Tian Huashi, venom dripping from his tone as he approached Yi Feng. Yi Feng lowered his head, continuing his march without retorting. He understood his position. He was the fish, and they were the knife. With the elimination of two more skilled adversaries, he would regain the ability to act. At that point, Yi Feng could escape this wretched convoy. However, there lies a troubling dilemma. As he fled, did he rescue Cheng Li Bin or Duoyan Hina? Why the silence? Duoyan Hina is on the verge of giving birth. Once her child is born, the Beastmaster will hand you over to us for disposal. Tell me, how do you envision your demise? I have a suggestion. We have a multitude of male enthusiasts here, perhaps around 100. Once they have had their fill, we shall entomb you in earth and roast you over the flames. Your flesh will then be served to your beloved. Do you think she will discern your essence?" The fire serpent said insidiously. Within Yi Feng's heart, there was no anger, only sheer terror. He feared that this fiend would act on his words. After all, time was of the essence for him. Armed with the blood-sucking technique, the ice true chi, and the ability to float upon water, he only needed to drain 2 more female knights to break free from his chains. Yet, that was insufficient, for the Beast Master was within their ranks. The moment he escaped, the Beast Master would surely reappear and recapture him. As an old hand in the palace, they would undoubtedly pay him particular attention, leaving little hope for another escape. Noticing Yi Feng's persistent silence, the fire serpent grew bored and turned to humiliate the other captives. However, he refrained from mocking Chung Li Bin, as the Beast Master had instructed that Chung Li Bin was a master craftsman, knowledgeable in constructing great ships, deserving of respect from all. Aboard the warship, Susan gazed intently ahead at the main river channel, her eyes reddened. Susan, should we pursue into the mountainous region? Wang Zhihai inquired. Not pursue. A Feng remains in the enemy's grasp. I know he is still alive, Susan replied resolutely. I too hope Feng is alive, but sometimes we must confront reality. The Yunshan clan has been defeated thrice by us, with many lives lost. If Feng has truly fallen into their hands, I fear his chances of survival can only be described as slim, Wang Zhihai hesitantly responded. Indeed, Susan, we know Feng is a good man. But how can you be certain he is not dead? A native cautioned. If he were dead, I would know. Don't ask why. I simply know, Susan said, stroking the machine gun, her gaze meticulously scanning the forest along the riverbank. No need to look further. Those Yunshan people, terrified of our artillery, would surely not dare to walk along the riverbank. Moreover, as we move upstream, the river narrows. The temperature is also dropping. The ice along both banks is encroaching towards the center of the river. I fear that if this low temperature persists, the entire Black Tree River basin will freeze over. Thus, we must prepare in advance. While the river is not yet completely frozen, we should gather as many fish as possible to make dried fish, and find several locations to hide this jerky, Wang Zhihai advised. Even without a Feng's return, you still have the presence of mind to consider other matters? Surely you do not think that in Yi Feng's absence, you can assume command of the team? Susan had lost her rationality. In truth, 80% of the people aboard the warship believed Yi Feng to be dead. Yet, they had no time for sorrow, as calamities continued to strike in waves. Without Yi Feng's leadership, the atmosphere within the team grew tense, and many fell ill, leaving Dr. Bai Chushua overwhelmed with work. Sister Susan, let's do this. I will take a few brothers ashore to find Feng. If he is alive, we shall see him. If he is deceased, we must see his body. Tuba had learned some vocabulary from civilized society, yet he often misused it. Tuba. Susan seemed to grasp at a lifeline. You are fortunate that Feng considers you a friend. I entrust this matter to you. Once you reach the forest, don the white animal hide for concealment. Even if you encounter Yi Feng, do not act recklessly. Just remember the location and return to inform me. We will navigate the warship there. We have a cannonball on board. Sister Susan, you can count on me, Tuba replied, turning to gaze at the remaining few dozen individuals on the deck. Their original team had dwindled to less than 40. Fortunately, they had managed to gather a group of scattered captives along the way, maintaining their numbers at around 120. Yet, this meager force was insufficient to even fill the gaps for the Yunshan tribe. They could only rely on the firepower of the warship to tenuously hold their ground. Once they disembarked, they would be destined for slaughter. Who is willing to join me in searching for Brother Feng? Tuba called out loudly. The deck fell silent. They all believed Yi Feng was dead. As long as Brother Feng is alive, we shall have better days ahead, with an abundance of food. Who among you will accompany me? Tuba reiterated. Ding Tuanchuan stepped forward, clutching a spear, tears still glistening in her eyes. She had wept several times since Yi Feng's disappearance. Look, even the girl possesses such courage. What about you? Are you still men? Tuba admonished loudly. Chenin hesitated for a moment before also stepping forward. Tuba is right. Only when Brother Feng returns can we enjoy a better life. Upon hearing Chun An's words, more individuals gradually emerged from the crowd. Captain Tuba, I was once a knight of the Yunshan tribe, but after spending some time on Hot Spring Island, I fell in love with this place. I can infiltrate the Yunshan tribe's inner circle. If Brother Feng is captured, I will rescue him. A man stepped forward, devoid of armor and clad in the animal hide crafted by Yi Feng's side. What is your name? Susan asked, her gaze filled with gratitude. My name is Tunger. Excellent. Tunger, Tuba, you two go ahead. Bring the warship closer to shore. With Susan's command, the ship maneuvered towards the land. Their charcoal supply had been exhausted. They were now burning corpses. Yifeng lifted his gaze to the unending mountains above, standing atop a thick layer of ice. Upon reaching this place, the Yunshan tribesmen had ceased their conversations, proceeding with utmost caution. Not a single hearty laugh could be heard. Chapter 378. Almost suffocated. A thick layer of snow blanketed the mountaintops, with each mountain harboring at least hundreds of millions of cubic meters of snow. Van Diemen could have traversed the mountain paths, but the arduous journey would consume more time, delaying their return to the tribe. Reluctantly, he found himself once again traversing the frozen river's surface, though this could easily trigger an avalanche. But what choice did he have? Their food supplies were dwindling. The jerky had been consumed 3 days prior, and throughout the journey, they had eaten nothing, resorting to nibbling on snow when hunger struck. However, consuming too much snow leaves one's stomach particularly uncomfortable and parched. Yifeng calculated the days. It had been a full 19 days since his capture, and their journey through the misty mountain range. His wounds had nearly healed, yet the internal injuries were severe, restricting him to the pace of an ordinary person. Cheng Libi no longer enjoyed any special treatment and now trudged along like any other captive. At that moment, a fellow prisoner collapsed on the ground, clutching his right foot. A knight approached silently, tearing off the captive's boot. Indeed, it was a tearing, for the boot had frozen to his skin. A foul stench wafted from the boot. Yifeng focused intently. The prisoner's feet were half rotted. The animal hide of the boot adhered to his decaying flesh. "Can you walk?" the knight asked coldly. "I will give it a try," the captive replied, mustering the strength to stand, but immediately cried out in pain and fell back onto the ice. With a swift motion, the knight's curved blade severed his neck. Blood gushed from the prisoner, staining the ice crimson. "Move," commanded the knight, wiping the blade on the corpse before tugging at the iron chain. The group continued on, no one daring to utter a sound of pain. One prisoner removed his glove and, upon gently bending his finger, found it to be as brittle as charcoal, snapping cleanly without a drop of blood. Alarmed, he hastily donned his glove again, fearful of revealing his disability to the clansmen of the misty mountains. Yifeng felt a numbing despair. Along the journey, many captives who were injured were discarded on the spot. Those who were killed fared better, at least they were spared prolonged suffering. Yet, those abandoned faced a far grimmer fate, enduring a protracted demise in the bitter cold and hunger. After 2 hours of trekking deeper into the mountains, the procession gradually halted. Even the knights of the Cloud Mountain tribe could not withstand the biting cold any longer. The campsite was relatively spacious, devoid of towering snow-capped peaks. Yifeng sat despondently on the ground, huddled with 5 other captives, seeking warmth through their shared body heat. At that moment, a knight produced a leather pouch and scraped the bottom with a dagger. After several dozen strokes, he finally extracted a morsel of meat the size of a finger, remnants of dried meat that had softened at the bottom of the bag. With a gulp, Yifeng swallowed, his stomach echoing with hunger. It was not only he. The other captives also swallowed hard. They had been subsisting on nothing but snow for days, and their plight was truly dire. In a moment of reflection, Yifeng felt as though retribution had come upon him. Previously, he had indulged in food broadcasts aboard a warship, mocking the Black Mountain tribesmen on the brink of starvation. It seemed that fate was indeed impartial, allowing him to experience a taste of his own medicine. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey. Near the edge of the ice, small clusters of primitive settlements began to appear. A few ragged indigenous people approached, extending their hands toward the Cloud Mountain tribesmen. "Noble lords of the upper clan, have mercy upon us. Grant us a morsel to eat, even if it be mere bones. Noble lords of the upper clan, we are on the verge of starvation. May the gods bless you with sustenance." The number of disaster victims continued to swell, resembling a horde of zombies trailing behind the procession. With a furrowed brow, Van Diemen urged, "Increase the pace. Do not let these calamities ensnare us." "Yes," replied one of the knights, waving a totem in his hand. A sharp jab from a spear against his back compelled Yifeng to quicken his steps. After a brief while, the victims could no longer keep up, numbly collapsing onto the ground, awaiting the arrival of death. Continuing onward, Yifeng felt a sharp pain in his cheek. A captive behind him had bitten at his face, mumbling incoherently, "Meat, I want to eat meat." His eyes glazed over in a daze. Suddenly, a long spear pierced through his chest. The knight behind him withdrew the spear and unshackled him, carelessly discarding the chains aside. "Hurry, just ahead lies our magnificent Yunshan tribe. Once we enter, There will be food, drink, and warm rooms, the knight shouted. A surge of joy coursed through Yi Feng, and he quickened his pace. The captives, too, felt a flicker of hope, their steps noticeably swifter. After navigating another river bend, Yi Feng's gaze sharpened. Before him lay a vast expanse, dominated by a towering pyramid, reaching heights of 50 to 60 meters. Slaves, clad in thick animal skins, toiled diligently on scaffolding. Below the pyramid stood a second grand structure, a hall built of colossal stones, crowned by a 10-meter-tall statue. The statue depicted a man wielding a spear, his chest adorned with a dense mat of hair, gazing skyward into the vast cosmos. This statue bore an uncanny resemblance to the one from the Gay tribe. Could this man be of great significance? Even from a kilometer away, Yi Feng could perceive an almost imperceptible pressure emanating from the statue. A knight, unable to contain himself, removed his helmet and let out a jubilant roar towards the tribe. Others soon joined in, ecstatic to finally be home, their shouts releasing pent-up emotions. The captives smiled, their thoughts no longer on escape, but on the prospect of a hearty meal within the Yunshan tribe. Let us descend. Van Diemen's previously rigid visage softened into a faint smile. The throng quickly rushed to the riverbank. To Yi Feng's surprise, the river was not entirely frozen. The central current flowed swiftly, spanning over 1,000 meters in width. This river flowed northward, widening as it progressed, with little ice along its banks. Yi Feng gazed ahead to see a massive river bend, where an array of vessels lay anchored, some warships, some ordinary boats, and even canoes. The great Beastmaster has returned. Voices from the opposite bank erupted in scattered cheer, quickly merging into a jubilant chorus. It seemed the great Beastmaster held a revered status within the tribe. 3 warships glided down from upstream, their long oars extending from the lower decks, rhythmically striking the water. In no time, they docked at the shore. Yi Feng and his companions were ushered aboard the warships and handed over to another group of Yunshan tribesmen. The individuals were exceedingly brutal, mercilessly striking Yi Feng and his companions before herding them towards the lower deck. Upon entering, a myriad of unpleasant odors assaulted his senses: sweat, foot odor, and the stench of decay nearly suffocated him. 2 rows of slaves occupied the space, clad in scant animal hides, each gripping a paddle. There were still vacancies. Chapter 379. A bloodbath. The man from Yunshan finished speaking and forcefully shoved Yi Feng into a seat, securing his ankle with an iron chain tethered to other slaves, all bound to the keel. Drummer, teach him the rules. With that, the man hurriedly retreated to the deck, clearly unable to endure the foul air of the lower deck. A scruffy drummer approached, and Yi Feng noticed that he too was shackled, a prisoner like the others. Paddle in time with the drum when the rhythm is sparse. Slow your strokes. As the drumming intensifies, paddle faster. You must keep pace, or the whip will flay your flesh. The drummer instructed before dragging the long chain back to his position. Yi Feng's expression darkened as he scanned the row of rowers in the lower deck. 2 rows, each with approximately 20 paddlers, their torsos emaciated, yet their arms remarkably muscular, their eyes devoid of life, resembling mere animated corpses. Why do you not resist? Yi Feng inquired of the captive seated before him. With no Yunshan man present, he could conspire with these individuals. The captive merely glanced at him blankly, offering no reply. Hey, you there, why do you not resist? Yi Feng turned his gaze to another captive across the aisle. This individual gripped his paddle tightly, remaining equally silent. And you? Can you speak? Yi Feng turned to the rear. None of the captives seemed to possess any semblance of a soul. The prolonged physical toil had extinguished their will to resist. Yi Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It appeared that inciting rebellion was futile, and he would have to rely solely on himself. Gurgle. His stomach grumbled. Yi Feng noticed that their row contained a long trough connected to a pipe above. Is this where you eat? He asked again, but silence persisted. At that moment, a bubbling sound emanated from the pipe above, reminiscent of bubbles rising from a thick substance being cooked. Upon hearing this, the paddlers' eyes seemed to regain a glimmer of life as they turned their heads toward the trough. In no time, blobs of greenish, viscous matter flowed down from the pipe, swiftly cascading into the trough. Before the substance could fully drain, some captives leaned forward, using their hands to shove the viscous mass into their mouths. Is this food? Yi Feng gagged slightly. He could discern a foul odor emanating from the substance, and its appearance resembled something expelled during a bout of diarrhea. The captives remained silent, their hands and mouths in constant motion. Yi Feng licked his lips, ultimately unable to bring himself to partake. After the captives finished their meal, they extended their tongues to lick the grooves associated with their portions clean. Observing that Yi Feng had not moved, the captives before and behind him also leaned forward without hesitation. In a mere moment, the viscous substance within the grooves was licked clean, leaving behind a foul-smelling residue of saliva. Yi Feng retched several times, yet only bitter bile rose in his stomach. The sound of boots thudding on the steps echoed ominously. Upon hearing the noise, the captives quickly grasped the oar handles, their eyes flashing with fear. 4 men from Yinshan, armed with whips, descended. Set sail, one of them commanded. The rhythmic thumping of a drum resonated as the drummer struck the hide drum with seasoned hands. The rowers, not daring to slacken their pace, swiftly began to paddle in time with the drumbeat. A whip cracked across Yi Feng's back. Row faster. Yi Feng gritted his teeth, straining to maneuver the long oar. Initially, he believed that the oar would glide smoothly through the water, yet the reality proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. The oar was at least 5 meters long, and to propel it through the river, he had to engage every muscle in his body. After a mere 5 or 6 strokes in rhythm with the drum, he found himself gasping for breath, his stomach beginning to cramp. Another whip struck his back. The drumbeat intensified, but after only a few strokes, Yi Feng could no longer continue. The whips landed on his back in succession as all 4 Yinshan men turned their attention to him. He could only slump over the long oar, too weary to move. Although his blood scales did not manifest, his physical constitution allowed him to endure the lashes of the whip, even as hunger gnawed at him. This man is useless. Remove his leg chains. One Yinshan man approached and unshackled Yi Feng's feet. He was dragged onto the deck, where 2 men forced his head over the ship's railing, while another drew a curved blade, aiming for the back of his neck. Damn, are they about to behead me? Yi Feng squinted, suddenly ramming himself against them. Splash! The executioner was knocked into the river, countless or striking him as he fell. Ah, despicable foreigner. A beastmaster approached the deck, personally restraining Yi Feng's body as he drew his waist knife. Yi Feng struggled fiercely, but the beastmaster's strength was overwhelming, rendering him unable to break free. Was he to perish here, without even a last meal? Desperation surged within Yi Feng as he activated his blood-sucking technique. Ah, you? The beastmaster gasped in shock, attempting to release Yi Feng, only to find his body ensnared tightly. In this life-and-death moment, Yi Feng unleashed the full extent of his technique. The beastmaster emitted a continuous stream of agonized cries, his voice dwindling in a matter of moments. The nearby Yinshan men were oblivious, failing to comprehend why the beastmaster was atop Yi Feng, shouting in distress. However, when the beastmaster collapsed onto the deck, realization dawned upon them that Yi Feng was the orchestrator of this chaos. Kill him. 2 Yinshan men charged forward. Yet now, Yi Feng has regained a fraction of his strength. Clang! A heavy hammer struck his shoulder, but was thwarted by his faint blood scales. This is problematic. There is something peculiar about this foreigner. Inform the others at once. The deck was instantly thrown into chaos. Yi Feng seized a curved dagger and unleashed a slaughter upon the deck. There was only one beast warrior present, who was swiftly drained of life by him, while the other members of the Yinshan tribe posed no challenge whatsoever. Bang! Just as Yi Feng was reveling in his rampage, a figure descended from the heavens, slamming him onto the deck with a single palm. Boom! The deck was shattered, creating a gaping hole, and Yi Feng's body crashed into the hold below. The figure followed suit, landing beside Yi Feng and seizing him by the throat. Do you still possess the strength to retaliate? Van Ming inquired, before tossing Yi Feng upwards. Before Yi Feng could even touch the deck again, he found himself caught with astonishing speed, landing safely on the deck. Subsequently, the figure grasped Yi Feng's hair and, with a few deft movements on the water's surface, landed on the ice across the way. You possess the ability to resist. I shall first blind you, Van Ming declared, pointing a finger toward Yi Feng's eyes. Damn you! Yi Feng roared, pressing both palms against Van Ming's breastplate simultaneously. A layer of frost spread across Van Ming's armor. Hiss! Van Ming's expression hardened, and with a swift kick, he sent Yi Feng flying 20 meters, crashing into a wooden hut. Lock him up, Van Ming commanded. A group of Yinshan tribesmen rushed over, binding Yi Feng tightly with iron chains. Great Beastmaster, this individual is disobedient. Should we simply kill him? One Beastmaster approached respectfully to inquire. No, take him to the male den. There should be plenty of women who will fancy him. Van Die Ming replied coldly. Understood. Yi Feng was lifted by 4 individuals and carried toward the heart of the tribe. As they walked, Yi Feng noted that although this was a tribal settlement, it resembled a small city. The ground was not paved with stones but was instead a quagmire, with the occasional sight of Yunshan tribesmen relieving themselves, rendering the city foul-smelling. Upon entering the settlement, a large group of women clad in animal skins approached, groping Yi Feng indiscriminately, their faces adorned with greasy smiles. Among them were not only hefty matronly figures and elderly women, but also a few with considerable beauty. After traversing several muddy streets, Yi Feng was thrown into a wooden hut, where 2 Yunshan tribesmen bound him to a central post and began conversing with an exceedingly plump woman. How much is he worth? The Yunshan knight inquired. Half a cart of charcoal, a barrel of fruit wine, and 2 frozen fish, the fat woman replied. Yi Feng began to grasp the gravity of his situation and struggled against the chains. However, having just been injured by the great beastmaster, he lacked the strength to break free. The knight nodded and went outside to gather some items before departing. Now, only Yi Feng and the plump woman remained in the room. Such a fair-skinned foreigner, tell me your name. The overweight woman had dark skin, and her bosom nearly sagged to her abdomen, prompting Yi Feng to gag slightly. Noticing his silence, the rotund woman grasped his chin forcefully. Once you enter the male den, you must obey my commands. Otherwise, I shall arrange for the most hideous and ferocious clients to visit you daily, teaching you the true meaning of suffering. Yi Feng. He uttered his name in humiliation. Very well, before you attend to those female knights, I must first educate you. With that, she removed her animal skin garments. Yi Feng's face flushed crimson, his stomach churning. You haven't risen yet? The woman donned her animal skin once more. After a while, she returned with a ceramic bowl containing soup, in which floated fragments of fish flesh. Eat, she demanded, pouring the fish soup into his mouth. Yi Feng understood that drinking this fish soup would restore his masculine abilities, after which he would be dominated by this hefty woman. Thus, he clenched his teeth, determined to resist. Strictly speaking, the woman was not entirely unattractive, but Yi Feng had previously been surrounded by stunning beauties like Susan, Bai Chuxue, and Su Yun, making him somewhat disdainful now. Drink. The woman pried open his mouth and forcefully poured the fish soup down his throat. Despite his refusal, the dry sensation in his throat reacted to the delicious soup, compelling him to swallow involuntarily. After finishing the entire bowl, he felt as if every cell in his body was rejoicing, and his warmth began to return. That's more like it, she exclaimed, discarding the bowl and resting her head on Yi Feng's thigh. You can't, you mustn't. Yi Feng protested, but to his astonishment, he found himself responding. What followed need not be detailed. The woman took charge, and Yi Feng could only close his eyes, imagining that she was Susan, Doyen Hina, Su Yun, or Ramaiko. This encounter lasted for half an hour. Once she had dressed again, she playfully scraped her fingers across Yi Feng's face. Your body is still too weak. Later tonight, we shall auction your virginity. Remember, do not claim that I have already claimed it. If you hinder my ability to fetch a good price, I will make your existence a living hell. After speaking, she fetched water to cleanse Yi Feng's body. Exhausted, he leaned against a wooden post and fell into a deep slumber. Time passed, and he was jolted awake by a nudge. 2 sturdy women lifted him and carried him toward a distant stone house. It was nighttime, and the entire tribe was illuminated by torches. He observed that the lower-class Yunsan people resided in wooden houses situated at lower elevations, while those of higher status inhabited the stone houses perched at greater heights. This particular stone house was sizable, with a muddy floor, filled with Yunsan individuals, predominantly women. Some were draped in animal skins, while others wore armor, though none donned helmets, revealing flowing brown waves of hair. Had Yi Feng been of Western descent, he might have found this type appealing. However, as a Chinese individual, he harbored little interest in such wild women. Among this group of women, there were a few with a semblance of beauty, yet the majority were middle-aged matronly figures in their 30s and 40s. Their piercing gazes occasionally roamed over Yi Feng's physique, as if they were ravenous predators. This evening, the auction was for the right to this foreigner's first night. The rotund woman placed Yi Feng upon a raised platform and began to chant loudly, akin to a market vendor. Behold, this is Yi Feng, hailing from a distant land, a brave warrior who has triumphed over our Yunshan tribe thrice, and a strikingly handsome one at that. Observe his skin and take note of his physique. At this juncture, The corpulent woman audaciously stripped Yi Feng of his trousers. "You, put those back on." Yi Feng was engulfed in a tumult of shame and fury, his face flushed with indignity, yet his hands were bound, rendering him utterly powerless. The woman showed no regard for his dignity, relentlessly pawing at him. "Do you see this? Quite impressive, robust, and entirely untouched. I swear by the divine. No one has laid claim to him yet." The woman's words were a deceptive facade, her oath insincere. The crowd of women below erupted into frenzy, surging towards the platform. "I bid 2 frozen fish. 3 frozen fish. I offer a pork leg." The women began to call out their bids. And Yi Feng noticed that among them, 2 possessed a fair degree of attractiveness. Though they could not rival Susan, they exuded a wild, untamed beauty. Since he was destined to be auctioned, he might as well hope for a better choice, at least minimizing his losses. Just then, a tall woman stepped forward. "I bid 1/2 pound of iron." Her proclamation rendered the crowd silent, no one daring to counter her offer. Yi Feng discerned that iron was a scarce resource in the Yunshan tribe. The slender woman was clad in armor, sans helmet, revealing a cascade of wavy golden hair. Though her eyes were a deep brown,